Audiobook title: The Princess No One Could Seduce Genderbender. Chapter 01 to 269 completed. Original title: As a Princess. There's absolutely no way I could be seduced genderbender. Chapter 01 to 269 completed. Part 03. What did she say? Hedgel asked softly, his brow furrowing involuntarily. She said that Ancestor is extremely powerful, capable of destroying heaven and earth, and so on. In short, it was just a bunch of nonsense. Karenina still found it difficult to fully repeat what that fellow had said back then. After all, it sounded way too mystical. She felt embarrassed even talking about it. If I must say, I do have a slight clue. Hedgel fell silent for a few seconds before finally speaking. Earlier, we also sent spies to investigate the birthplace of your current biological mother, but we didn't find anything else useful. However, part of the information submitted by one of the spies was quite interesting. Hedgel recalled the contents of that report and explained softly. Interesting. What's the situation? Karenina was also slightly bewildered. After all, she could be said to know absolutely nothing about any related information. Roughly, that spy used some means to obtain information about Anna Yedinia. Then, while tracing the clues upward, she entered an eerie cave. It was filled with thick darkness, making it impossible to see anything clearly. Hedgel briefly narrated the contents of the document to Karenina. It was fine to just keep the main points. There was no need to say too much extra. Wait, what do you mean by darkness? And thick? Karenina's confusion deepened. I'm not sure. According to her, it was a very strange kind of black. Due to some of her physical traits, she was originally able to easily see various objects at night. However, in that cave, this ability was completely nullified. Furthermore, she said the darkness inside felt like a physical entity, and she could even inhale it into her lungs. It was extremely bizarre. Hedgel immediately provided an explanation. Right now, he could only be glad that the submitted document was quite detailed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to explain it either. I've never heard of such a situation. Karenina, who fell silent for a few seconds, had absolutely no clue about this either. It's normal. After all, this is a world where magic exists, even if it has declined. It's only natural for things we can't explain to happen. Hedgel wanted to reach out and pat her head, but he stopped midway. The reason was, of course, Karenina's highly threatening teeth-grinding sound. It wasn't that he was afraid of how much it would hurt if she bit him, but rather, if he really patted her, this topic would probably be cut short immediately. Even if he wanted to mess around, now was not the time. And in that darkness, she saw a disheveled man. He was on the thinner side and rather short. His hair seemed to have matted long ago, to the point where even the color was indiscernible. He was chanting strange incantations inside that cave, and after the spell failed, he flew into a rage and shouted, "The spell to summon the ancestor has failed again. Maybe this is our breakthrough." Hedgel quickly withdrew his hand, cleared his throat in a performative manner, and said softly, "This I really don't have any recollection of. Besides, can we really be sure that the ancestor he spoke of and the ancestor that other fellow mentioned are truly the same person?" Karenina questioned this. "Not for sure, but I feel the possibility is there." Hedgel maintained an optimistic attitude toward it. "Well, do whatever you want, but I think this is unreliable. And based on what you just said about that guy's situation and appearance, I just feel like he's a mad vagrant." Karenina still held no hope for this. However, although she said so, she actually fell into deep thought. "Think what you want. There's no harm in knowing more about some things." Hedgel merely shrugged, and then, while Karenina was lost in thought, gently patted her little head. Yes, the feel was still the same. Her hair was still so smooth and fine, and her face was still so soft, and that faint, exceptionally pleasant body fragrance was also so intoxicating. Then, before she could react, Hedgel immediately ran out of the dining room. Karenina, who chased after him, couldn't even catch a glimpse of his taillights. HMPH. In the end, Karenina could only puff out her cheeks in dissatisfaction. Her little face flushed red. She was, without a doubt, throwing a tantrum. Damn it. Can't you be just a little bit normal? Not even a tiny bit? Having no other choice, she could only shout loudly toward the other end of the brightly lit corridor, then sat back in her seat in a huff, intending to finish off the remaining dessert. Hopefully, these sweets would soothe her mood a bit. Or did you anticipate that my mood would be better because of the sweets? Which is why he dared to make such an outrageous move. Karenina's brow furrowed, feeling more and more that she had fallen into his trap again. But well, since her head had already been patted, she might as well happily eat these sweets. Otherwise, that would really be a huge loss. A huge loss. At the thought of this, she immediately plunged her fork into the soft cake and began to feast. At the same time, she also sorted out her thoughts, beginning to slowly recall all the things she had heard yesterday and their connection to the event she had just heard. 264. Testing. Section 139. Is that Lady Kareninner's voice again? In a room along the hallway used for storing various small tools and odds and ends, two maids were carrying out their routine cleaning. After all, coming over once every half-month to dust with a feather duster was indeed standard practice. But today, it was rare to hear Lady Kareninner shouting all the way over here. His Majesty and Lady Kareninner aren't really having a fight, are they? One of the maids asked her busy colleague beside her timidly. I think that's unlikely. Based on past experience, His Majesty must have teased Lady Kareninner again before making a quick escape. Lady Kareninner couldn't catch up at all, so she threw a little temper tantrum. The older maid beside her answered softly, relying on the pattern she had observed over this period. After all this time, how could anyone not see it? The relationship between those two was actually quite good. Besides barring any surprises, Lady Kareninner's temper would surely cool down on its own soon enough. I'm just a little curious. The young maid spoke again with a hint of wonder in her voice. When will the two of them hold their wedding? I am indeed looking forward to it. However, given the current situation, there certainly won't be one anytime soon. The older maid poured a bit of cold water on her enthusiasm. Why, seeing the two of them so passionately in love, yet unable to fulfill their wishes because of affairs of state. How grand. How tragic. The young maid pressed one hand to her chest and extended the other, striking a signature pose from a stage play she had recently adored, beginning an impassioned soliloquy. While those lines were nice, couldn't she speak a bit more normally? Did she really think she was an actress? I told you before, it's fine to watch those things, but don't go around imitating them. Did the lesson you learned in the city earlier not teach you anything? The older maid sighed silently, and directly pushed the young maid's arm down. All we need to do is stand aside and silently offer our blessings to those two lords, and do our own jobs well. That is enough, she advised gently. The young maid fell silent as well. Are you seriously reflecting on what I said? A smile crept onto the older maid's face. Indeed, as long as she could think for herself and take advice, she was a sensible, good girl Tilter. Looks like she's grown up a little bit now. My guidance all this time hasn't gone to waste. The more she thought about it, the stronger her sense of accomplishment grew. Senior Connor, I really want to go watch a stage play again right now. After an inner mental struggle, the young maid looked up and declared with firm eyes. What's wrong, Senior Connor? Unable to take the sudden emotional crash, the older maid stumbled and almost collapsed to the floor. Why do I feel like the sense of accomplishment I just felt suddenly vanished into thin air? After being helped up by the young maid, she muttered quietly under her breath. The young maid was still completely bewildered by her words. All you need to know is that the story between those two will be far more interesting and bring far more happiness than any stage play. That is enough. Just sit back and enjoy it over time. This is the finest drama that only we get to witness. In the end, she didn't care to argue further with the young maid. Instead, she chose to share her inner thoughts and realizations with her young junior. Is that so? Even though she still only half understood. It's a bit troublesome, but not impossible to make. Still, as for how well it works, we'll have to see if it plays nice during testing. The next morning, inside the testing grounds of the Imperial Palace, Kareninner stared at the two crude caterpillar tracks in front of her, along with an extremely rudimentary control platform. Indeed, this was the tractor mentioned earlier. At the thought of this, the corner of her mouth twitched. Simplicity taken to the extreme is luxury. Simplicity taken to the extreme is luxury. She lowered her head and chanted this phrase silently in her heart. But when she looked up again and stared at this crude iron lump, her feelings were still quite complex. A control cab with just a few control levers and 3 pedals. Above the cab was a simple sheet of iron serving as a roof. Beneath it was a water tank filled with water. Below the water tank was a simplified yet still quite massive engine. Beside it were 2 crude caterpillar tracks barely slapped together. Given the limitations of their processing techniques, there really was no other way. Still, wasn't this design a bit too socialist in style? Even though she knew this was constrained by current conditions, and she had previously told Hedgel, it's no problem. In reality, after seeing the finished product, she realized the problem was actually huge. Quite huge indeed. Oh well, since it's already built, I have no reason to reject it. Anyway, as long as it works, that's fine. Appearances totally irrelevant. Kareninner began comforting herself again. Long life pragmatism. Then, she immediately ordered 2 standing by workers to pour all the prepared magic crystal powder into the fuel compartment in one go. Afterward, Kareninner awkwardly climbed into the control cab of this crude machine. Thank goodness she had learned her lesson and didn't wear a skirt. She sighed secretly in her heart. So ignition? Inside the cab, after confirming the functions and positions of each pedal and making sure the workers had poured all the fuel into the tank, she placed her right foot on one of the pedals. As she pressed down firmly with her foot, the massive machine began to vibrate violently. After all, this contraption relied entirely on small-scale explosions of magic crystal powder for propulsion. It rattled so hard that she couldn't help but tightly grip the support pillar of the control cab. The workers below were also terrified by the sight. If something happens to Lady Karenina, we're definitely going to pay for it. That was the thought running through their minds. I have to add seat belts or something later. Otherwise, this is really going to be the death of me. She thought silently. Then, she reached out a hand and pushed one of the control levers forward. Accompanying her action, this ugly iron hunk slowly began to move. This drew a gasp of astonishment from the workers below. After all, without relying on cattle or horses for pulling power, such a huge and clumsy iron monstrosity could move on its own, and its pulling power must be considerable. And if it was truly used in agriculture, as she had mentioned before, could production efficiency be raised by a huge margin? 265. A new test. The deafening noise of mechanical parts clashing and grinding against each other rang across the training ground, making Karenina acutely aware of how many flaws this thing still had. At least for now. There were an exceptional number of shortcomings. The vibrations, the noise, and this drafty, open control platform, all were significant flaws. However, right now she really couldn't find any good way to fundamentally improve it. Seeing the tall stone wall ahead slowly drawing near, Karenina decided to turn immediately. It was just she felt a bit pained for the tracks and the ground. After all, the only thing it could do now was differential steering. She barely balanced her body on the seat. Then, using her free hand, she pulled hard on one of the control levers. In the next instant, one track locked up completely, while the other track continued to spin. Differential steering was the only steering method available to her at the moment. Of course, pivot turns on the spot were still impossible. Things like gearboxes were still far too troublesome. And to achieve a pivot turn on the spot, each track would need to be equipped with a precise transmission. They lacked the relevant technology entirely. She sighed quietly, and during this moment of stray thoughts, the clumsy iron hunk wobbled and wobbled, completing its turn. The noise of tracks grinding against the hard road surface was truly harsh beyond belief. Few. Basic operation shouldn't be an issue now. Next, I'll need to improve riding safety. At the very least I need to add a pair of seatbelts and an enclosed cab. Otherwise, someone might get thrown right off this thing. Saying that, she stepped down on another pedal. This pedal functioned similarly to an engine shut-off. The noise from the engine grew quieter, and the vibrations visibly subsided, until finally, it came to a complete stop. It could certainly be described as usable. With a few more tweaks, it can be put into service. Hopefully, anyway. Only after confirming that the thing had shut down completely did she slowly climb down from the platform. Although the workers wanted to assist her, they were held back by her status and their own dirty hands, not daring to move recklessly. Furthermore, if they went to support her and His Majesty saw it, they might end up dead. After all, rumors were flying among the palace maids that the relationship between those two was rather delicate. But not helping was also bad. If she really fell and something happened, they would definitely take the blame. Section 140. This feeling of conflict and helplessness was truly unbearable. Fortunately, Karenina made it down from the big guy safe and sound. This allowed the workers to breathe a sigh of relief. Although the two soft mounds bouncing on her chest were wrapped tightly in her clothes, it was still easy to imagine how soft and elastic they would feel to the touch. This indeed aroused a few indecent thoughts in them. But the moment they recalled Hedgel, who smiled on the outside, but killed without batting an eye, those improper thoughts vanished without a trace. It's better not to harbour thoughts we shouldn't have. Just being able to see this scene is already the greatest grace bestowed upon us. They thought silently to themselves, then dutifully shifted their gazes away. I'm barely parsable. I'll make a few minor modifications later. I'll hand over the blueprints and such to you soon, so I'll be counting on you. Karenina, however, didn't notice these trivial details at all. Her mood remained quite excellent. This allowed them to breathe a slight sigh of relief. Yo, so the ear-splitting noise earlier came from this thing. Just then, a familiar voice drifted directly into Karenina's ears. Tusk, whose fault is it that you're so useless? You couldn't get any suitable shock-absorbing materials, so there's no way to control the noise at all. Karenina rolled her eyes directly in the direction of the voice. She spoke without the slightest sense of respect. You can't blame me for that. I don't specialize in this area. Naturally, the person was Hedgel. At the same time, he shrugged, seemingly indicating that Karenina's taunt had no effect on him. So by your logic, your specialty is writing hit pieces. Karenina, of course, did not pull her punches. Having been played by Hedgel last night, she was determined to get her revenge now. To the surrounding workers, however, this was a completely surreal scene. After all, if they were to speak to Hedgel like this, they would likely lose their heads on the spot. Perhaps their entire families would be purged. Yet Karenina was directly using this tone to talk to the Emperor. She didn't even use honorifics, let alone Beau or Neil. Although this wasn't the first time they had seen it, watching it now still made them feel utterly bewildered, though that was what they thought in their minds. Their bodies had long developed muscle memory. The moment they saw Hedgel arrive, they dropped to one knee without hesitation, fearing that if they were half a beat late, they would lose their lives right then and there. So what if they're hit pieces? As long as they can substantially shake the foundations of the theocracy, that is victory. Hedgel showed no anger at Kareninner's jab, even acknowledging it directly, as expected of Lady Kareniner. Indeed, those previous rumours were highly credible. The workers knelt on the ground, heads bowed low, not daring to breathe heavily. But that didn't stop their minds from letting their imagination run wild, and showering Kareniner with praise in their thoughts. Tusk, being shamelessly thick-skinned probably doesn't get much worse than this. If throwing away my shame in a place like this gets me the results I want, then losing face is well worth it. Besides, completely following the rules isn't real skill. Being able to act like a rogue in front of other countries without them daring to hit you, that is real ability. Hedgel's lips curled slightly as he unhurriedly launched into his usual specious logic. Tusk, continuing this conversation probably won't end well for me. Karenina clicked her tongue, feeling more and more that nothing good would come from continuing. After all, whenever it reached this point, it was entirely his turf. She couldn't possibly gain any advantage in a debate like this. It's better to drop this topic as soon as possible. Let's not talk about that for now. What did you come here to do? Seeing that this guy was about to start his sophistry again, Karenina immediately interrupted him and tried to steer the topic back onto a normal track. It's simple, those scale armor pieces have arrived and, as you specified, have been firmly attached to the monsters. Now we're just waiting for the test. Hedgel shrugged and answered straightforwardly. 266. Harassment. That fast? Didn't you say they'd only arrived this morning? Right now, although it is morning, shouldn't the preparations take longer to finish? Although Karenina was still a bit doubtful, she quickly packed up her tools, preparing to head over to the nearby firing range to see for herself. Because orders were given in advance, as soon as those scale armors arrived, several fat pigs were dragged over, and their armors were bound directly onto them. I just went to check, and that stuff is insanely heavy. Hedgel nodded slightly and explained in a low voice. If it weren't heavy, those guys would have worn scale armor as protection instead of using iron armor. Karenina felt this was entirely expected. After all, those frontline officers of the Cavalier Empire weren't fools. If they could improvise on the spot and find suitable armor, the war situation would definitely be much better than it was now, rather than being in such a precarious state as it is now. In that case, I'll leave the inspection of this big guy to you. Make sure no parts are loose, deformed, or otherwise damaged. And Karenina decisively dumped the tractor's maintenance work onto the standby workers. Understood. Naturally, they didn't dare delay. They answered in unison. After all, standing beside Karenina was the pinnacle of power itself. There was absolutely no room for slacking off. Hearing this loud, orderly response, Karenina quickly gathered her tools and followed Hedgel toward the Imperial Guard's firing range to check things out. To be honest, I really didn't expect that thing could actually be driven. Hedgel's lips twitched as he spoke to Karenina beside him. If it's just about getting it to move, that's simple enough. As long as it has wheels and a mechanism to turn them, anything can move. But as for its actual performance and maneuverability, that test design and manufacturing craftsmanship, just thinking about the violently shaking vehicle body made Karenina feel an ache in her butt. But didn't you say before that as long as it works, it's fine? Now this big guy falls into the usable range. Doesn't that mean your skill level is very high? Hedgel was hatching who knows what scheme again. Why do I feel like you're mocking me? After a brief silence, Karenina blinked her eyes and stared at Hedgel distrustfully. No, I'm being serious. Not sarcastic at all. Hedgel shrugged and answered softly. Tusk, whatever. Since you say so, it doesn't matter. Hearing this answer, Karenina naturally didn't bother pursuing it further. After all, if he really were intentionally being sarcastic to mock her, he wouldn't make excuses now. He'd admit it quite self-righteously. Was this perhaps an experience she'd gained from spending so much time with Hedgel recently? Still, she actually quite liked this kind of straightforwardness. Also, I wanted to ask, are there any shock-absorbing materials here? To be honest, after riding it just for that moment, I felt like my butt was going to get bounced off. If someone stayed on it long-term, they'd probably get jolted into insanity. As she spoke, Karenina pressed her hand onto her buttocks with a pained expression, as if this would make her expectation appear even stronger. And in Hedgel's eyes wasn't this posture completely seductive and alluring? Just imagining it, a beautiful girl with long golden hair, ocean blue eyes brimming with tears, one hand lightly pressing against her hip, the other weakly leaning on the wall, gently biting her red lips, her face slightly flushed and drenched in sweat, With a faintly pained expression, Hedgel only felt that his level of perversion had risen quite a bit. I actually think if it hurts, I could massage it for you to ease it a little. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Hedgel tried to deal a critical blow to Karenina, or rather, sexual harassment. But saying that didn't seem quite right either. After all, Karenina had always been trying to avoid the fact that she was a woman in front of him. I think your skin is itching for a beating today. Just as Hedgel broke free from the philosophical proposition called Hedgel's Karenina regarding her dialectical superposition of male and female, Karenina's face was now covered with a brilliant smile. I don't care what you think, I care what I think. I think I'm in great shape today. And Hedgel continued to act utterly shameless in front of Karenina. Perhaps this was just their way of getting along. Tusk, put away your perverted thoughts. The saying you can't touch a tiger's backside isn't just empty talk. She rolled her eyes and glared at Hedgel, speaking fiercely. But the problem is, you're not a tiger, you're a cat. Hedgel had no intention of agreeing with Karenina's words. Don't look down on cats. Even if you just get scratched by a stray cat, you still have to go to the hospital obediently, hand over your money, and get a rabies shot. Karenina said huffily. Why did it feel like the topic was straying further and further off course? Yes. But the point is, you're domesticated, so it's no big deal. Hedgel didn't plan to let it drop there, even trying to tease Karenina further. Tusk, do you think I'll keep taking the bait? You underestimate me too much, you dead pervert. Seeing that things weren't looking good, Karenina decisively chose to stop, quickly jumping out of this war quagmire. Hedgel made a dissatisfied clicking sound with his tongue. Looks like this method of baiting no longer worked. Having used it so many times, it would need to be much more subtle next time. This was basically a pervert, wasn't it? Let's be blunt. Are there any shock-absorbing or sealing materials at all? If there's rubber, that would be fantastic. Seeing Hedgel go quiet, Karenina began stating her requirements. You shouldn't get your hopes up on that. As of now, none has been found. Hedgel gave a direct answer as well. Tusk, then, we can only see if we can add a few more sets of shock-absorbing springs. Hopefully, that works. Karenina had no other ideas left regarding this. However, after bickering all the way, they quickly arrived at the Imperial Guard's firing range. Section 141. Friel was currently waiting at the shooting range for the two of them to arrive. The place where targets were originally set up had now been replaced with several fat pigs forcibly strapped with scaled armor. Poor second senior brothers. Even now, they had no idea what fate awaited them. 267. Shooting. Is it ready? Staring at a rifle placed on the table along with several loaded stripper clips, Karenina asked Hedgel in a low voice. More or less. But every time I think of the name you gave this thing, I feel a bit uncomfortable. Type 1 rifle. Why does that sound so much like a country that got hit by mushroom bombs? Hedgel sniffed, feeling like he could almost hear the phrase. Hedgel-san, the mushroom cloud back home has bloomed. I didn't really think about that. Besides, naming it this way is completely normal. It really is the first pattern of rifle to be mass issued across the entire army, so I just gave it a name like this. Karenina shrugged, not feeling like she had done anything wrong. But come to think of it, that made sense too. Even back home in the old days, weapons were named Type Roman 20, so from that perspective, she wasn't wrong either. So Friel, I'll leave the shooting to you. Once he confirmed there were no issues, Hedgel gave Friel the command. Karenina stood to the side, observing Friel's movements. She watched as Friel picked up the stripper clip and the rifle, swiftly pressed the bullets from the clip into the internal magazine, discarded the empty clip, chambered around, and took aim. Since there were no optical sights available at the moment, she had to rely on iron sights just as before. But iron sights like these were more than enough for her. Her shooting stance was exceptionally standard, providing the optimal balance between firing speed and stability. As tongues of fiery flames spat repeatedly from the muzzle, the fired rounds unleashed terrifying roars, whistling toward the bright green scaled armor secured a short distance away. Without a doubt, the high-velocity bullet swiftly and forcefully pierced the green scaled armor, while the deafening roar pierced everyone's eardrums. Scalding blood gushed from the pierced armor, staining the ground red. Accompanying the warm beast blood were squeals like pigs being slaughtered, though, in fact, pigs were literally being slaughtered. Yet those second senior brothers didn't move at all. They merely squealed and wailed in place. The harder they wailed, the more blood sprayed out to make things easier, with their trotters tied up. At that moment, Karenina still thought so. As for Friel, her firing speed was remarkably impressive. Because the design emphasized firepower density, the Type 1 rifle had a magazine capacity of 10 rounds. It required pressing in 2 stripper clips of ammunition in succession to fill the magazine completely, and this process of reloading and cycling the bolt limited the rifle's rate of fire. At the end of the day, it was still a weapon that required cycling the bolt after every shot. Moreover, due to cost issues, Detachable magazines couldn't be issued to every soldier yet. They could only rely on cheaper stripper clips for now. This was probably the best they could do for now. Even so, Reel's movements were remarkably crisp and neat, giving a very satisfying, refreshing feeling. Combined with her top-tier appearance, tusk, calling it a feast with the eyes wouldn't be an exaggeration at all. Karenina found herself drifting into strange thoughts once again. Only when all the second senior brothers in the distance were depleted, and not a single wail could be heard, did the rifle in Vreel's hands finally stop spitting fire. Rate of fire is about 30 rounds per minute. If we only count firing speed and ignore accuracy, it could probably be even faster. Karenina said softly to Vreel after the surroundings fell quiet. Yes, the rate of fire of this rifle completely surpasses the previous model we were equipped with, and we don't have to reload after every single shot. The performance is much better. Vreel was full of praise for this new firearm. Hedgel silently observed this scene of mutual praise. Well, then let me go check how effective it actually was. Although we can already see that the pigs died a miserable death. Seeing the pigs lying in a river of blood, Karenina could only sigh and thought, the palace staff's meals tonight won't be bad. Even if they might bite into a bullet, it shouldn't matter much tilde. She then randomly picked up a small knife from the adjacent table and happily ran over to the pigs, who had already been sent off to heaven to complete their pilgrimage, and began examining the penetration of the bullets. Hedgel and Vreel followed close behind her. Woohoo tilde, looks like the results are pretty good. It penetrated completely, and judging by the depth of the wound and the tragic state of the internal trauma, its lethality is top-notch tilde. Karenina merely glanced at the completely pierced armor before immediately beginning to dissect the pig at the point of impact. The results were quite pleasing. It could definitely inflict effective lethal damage. But these pigs didn't actually have their trotters tied up tight. Why didn't they run around when they got frightened? A flash of confusion suddenly flickered in her eyes. Feeling puzzled, she quickly cut the ropes holding the scaled armor to the pig with her knife, then tried to lift it with force. Holy crap. Seconds later, she let go and couldn't help swallowing hard. What on earth are these things? Listening to the heavy thud of the scaled armor hitting the ground, she couldn't help wondering, did these ancient civilizations have water in their brains? It was heavy, way too heavy. The fat pigs were probably pinned to the ground wailing simply because of the sheer weight of this armor. Right. What kind of freaks were those green-skinned lizards, anyway? You noticed. The weight of this thing is abnormal, right? Seeing Karenina struggling, Hedgel shrugged and asked calmly. It really is abnormal to an extreme degree, even. Karenina had no intention of arguing against that. Because why was it so heavy when its defense against bullets was so terrible? It's probably because this kind of scale armor was specifically designed to defend against sword slashes. After all, we tried before, even with top-tier mages enhancing swords. They couldn't hack through this armor. Yet their teeth can bite through it, and spears can sometimes pierce it. That indicates this armor is good against area attacks, but bad against point attacks. At this moment, Hedgel put forward his own deduction, wanting to hear Karenina's opinion on it. In that case, we need to investigate whether there's any secret behind the arrangement of these scales. Karenina didn't disagree, deciding instead to perform testing and analysis. 268. Miscalculation. Still, setting aside the weight issue of the scaled armor, I feel our current ammunition is completely sufficient to deal with them. Although using a steel core makes it hard for the bullet to fragment inside their bodies, it ensures penetration power at medium and long ranges. Karenina seemed quite satisfied with the current situation. After all, it was more than enough to deal with the main body of monsters for now. However, if things were really as previously deduced, and the scale armor of these green-skinned lizards was evolved specifically to defend against slashing swords, what if they evolved scale armor to resist bullets in the future? That would indeed be quite troublesome. Although cannons could still inflict effective damage on them, in narrower areas where artillery couldn't be easily used, things would get uncomfortable. Thinking of this, Karenina couldn't help feeling a headache coming on. Wait a moment, give me a few more intact lizard hides. I want to see if these guys really have a good grasp of mechanics like we speculated. Ultimately, she still believed practice yields true knowledge. Then I'll leave this to you. If it really turns out, as speculated, the Northerners might be even trickier to deal with than we thought. Hedgel seemed to be contemplating strategic adjustments as well. It's normal for them to be tricky. After all, they stole the fruits of the previous civilization. If they weren't a bit troublesome, wouldn't that be belittling the hard work of the brilliant minds of that bygone age? Karenina found this completely understandable. It would be weirder if they didn't possess a few special techniques. That's true enough. Still, on such important matters, I prefer to play it safe. Hedgel squatted down and examined the bullet holes in the pig, his expression somewhat grave. It shouldn't be too big of a problem, right? As long as we keep going and gradually complete industrialization, we should gain the power to confront them head on. At least, that's what I think. Karenina softly replied, while lightly wiping away the bloodstains accidentally smeared on her hand. 705u.com Book Club first release. Hopefully so. Looks like we still need to find an opportunity to funnel some support to the Keviller Empire and let them act as a shield, tanking the Northerners' firepower for us first. Tusk, I really didn't expect the nobles over in Keviller to be so unusually lazy and slow. They agreed on a rebellion, yet there's not a peep from them now. Hedgel suddenly felt dissatisfied with those brain-dead nobles of the Keviller Empire. Honestly, talking like that makes you sound just like a villain. Karenina's lips twitched as she spoke helplessly. I never intended to be a righteous hero in everyone's eyes. As long as I'm righteous in the hearts of my people, that is enough. As for the opinions of others, since they can't create value for me or provide anything for me, why should I care about them? Hedgel was open-minded about this as usual, or rather exceptionally pragmatic. Should I call you callous or pragmatic? Karenina sighed softly, feeling as though her understanding of him had reached yet another level. Either is fine. Hedgel shrugged, seemingly still in a good mood. Meanwhile, Brielle watched the two in front of her, listening to their conversation. She felt that there was very little she could actually understand. Still, at least it's clear their relationship hasn't grown distant or anything, which is a good thing. She thought to herself, yesterday I suddenly heard Lady Karenina shouting, which gave me quite a scare. I was terrified something happened between the two of them that might lead to reversible consequences. However, after seeing the current situation, she felt her previous worries were entirely unnecessary. After all, if a rift had really formed between them, they wouldn't be conversing so casually. By the way, Brielle, regarding that road by the East City Gate, it should be completed today, right? Section 142. Hedgel suddenly asked Brielle, as if he had just remembered something. Yes, the final inspection will be carried out today. It can be officially put into use tomorrow. May I ask, do you need to inspect it today? Brielle snapped back from her momentary daze, and responded in a firm voice. What do you think? But Hedgel turned his gaze toward Karenina. Tomorrow. Didn't they say they needed to inspect it? We can go nitpick tomorrow to see if there are any oversights. Sometimes, finding mistakes is far more effective than teaching step by step. Karenina immediately gave her answer. Hedgel, however, understood the true reason behind her decision quite well. Looks like you want to analyze the scale armor as quickly as possible. There's nothing wrong with that, is there? Who knows? Maybe I can figure out even more interesting properties. Exposed by Hedgel, Karenina put on a completely unbothered front. Tusk miscalculated. Hedgel clicked his tongue inwardly, realizing he had miscalculated this time. After all, he had originally expected to see some interesting reaction from Karenina once her true motive was exposed. But as it turned out, she directly put on a look of, so what if I am? What are you going to do about it? Completely different from the panic and shyness he had anticipated. Tusk, a total miscalculation. Let's leave it at that for now. I'll have someone deliver those things to you in a moment. Remember, don't stir up any trouble yourself again. Hedgel warned her kindly. Don't worry, it won't explode. I'll just get a few people to help test how tough this green hide really is. Then I'll analyze the composition and arrangement of the scales to see if I can find the cause. After all, this weight is really freaking ridiculous. What on earth is the main component of these scales? Recalling the texture and mass from earlier, Karenina couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth again. That was only a quarter of the hide, and it weighed nearly 300 kilograms. Hedgel plainly provided the relevant data. Suddenly, I really feel bad for those pigs trapped underneath it. Karenina felt more and more that this thing was abnormal. Because just a quarter of the scale armor weighed nearly 300 kilograms. Most importantly, it wasn't even that thick. This could only mean that the density of each scale was extraordinarily high. What could be the reason for this? Karenina's confusion grew deeper. Once these dead pigs are served on the dinner table in a moment, you won't feel bad for them anymore. Hedgel relentlessly exposed Karenina's true thoughts once again. Tilde. Karenina made a face at Hedgel and quickly ran off. Hedgel merely shrugged and immediately followed behind. Must be nice. Brielle thought to herself. P.S. It's the beginning of the month tilde monthly votes. Monthly vote tilde omega asterisk 266. Strange. Well then, let's first analyze what's different about the main components inside this thing. Karenina returned to the workshop Hedgel had specially assigned to her, then pulled out the scale she had conveniently plucked from the armor bag at the testing ground. She prepared to start testing it. As for why she didn't wait for the servants to bring the complete armor before starting, it was purely because she couldn't wait any longer. After all, no matter how you looked at it, this abnormal weight completely stimulated Karenina's thirst for knowledge. It doesn't seem to have any issues on the surface. It feels a bit like pangolin scales, except the color turned into this eerie green. Saying that, she lit the magic stove, intending to burn a piece of it to smell whether the burning odor was normal. Holding the scale with tweezers, She placed it over the outer flame of the magical fire to burn. Before long, a puff of white smoke rose, accompanied by the distinct foul smell of burning protein. A smell no different from normal keratin. She increased the power of the magic lamp, illuminating the surroundings with a bright white magical glow. Under the bright light, she carefully observed the blackened, burnt scale. No other abnormalities. Is it really just keratin? Karenina couldn't help but frown again. Should I do some other tests? But this piece won't work anymore, right? Since it's already been scorched, its parameters should have degraded. I guess I can only wait for the complete scale armor to arrive. However, she didn't want to just discard the scale in her tweezers like this. Instead, she dropped it directly into the still-burning magic stove, wanting to see if burning it completely would lead to any other discoveries. Of course, it might also just fill the basement with the foul smell of burning protein. She carefully dropped the scale into the stove, preparing to observe closely. But something completely unexpected happened. The stove went out. That's right, the stove completely went out. At first, she thought it was a malfunction with the stove. So she added new magic crystals, but the stove still failed to ignite. All she saw was the slightly blackened green scale lying quietly on top of the magic runes at the bottom of the stove. Did the entire stove break down? She let out a heavy sigh and completely switched off the stove. She pinched the scale with tweezers to pull it out. Then she began inspecting the stove. Although she didn't understand what the magic runes on it actually meant, magic runes almost never suffered damage and were the most durable part. To put it into perspective, it was like the CPU in a computer. As long as you didn't mess around recklessly, the CPU was guaranteed to be the last component to fail. The same applied to magic runes. She briefly inspected the various structural parts of the stove. She found no cracks or any other structural damage. What's going on? Filled with confusion, she ignited the magic stove again. It works now. Before her eyes, the familiar magic flame reappeared. She could even feel the surrounding air becoming slightly hot. Tusk, don't tell me it really is an issue with this scale. Saying so, she picked up the scale with her tweezers again and dropped it into the magic stove. In the very next instant, the exact same scene played out. The flame went out, and that green scale was lying intact at the bottom of the stove, as if nothing had happened. So it really is an issue with this thing. Her brow furrowed even tighter. Could it be the purpose of this density isn't just to enhance defense, but more importantly to isolate mana? Karenina seemed to have grasped part of the truth. My lady, the materials have been delivered. Where should we put them? From outside the door, an inquiring voice called out. Just place them on the large table to the right inside the door. Also, go call Teresa for me while you're at it. You know who she is, right? The little kid who lived in the former Royal Magic Workshop, she said without turning her head. Her thoughts were still captivated by this marvelous scale. After hearing the guy who sounded like the foreman respond and close the door, she finally turned around to examine the complete scale armor. I kind of feel like this thing is a bit disgusting. Looking at the intact, shiny green scale armor reflecting light, the corner of her mouth twitched. Afterward, she pulled a sharp knife from her workbench and slowly rasped and cut at the scale armor. But after 2 minutes of forceful cutting, the scale armor still showed no change whatsoever. Not even a tiny scratch could be seen on its surface. How about trying to slash it? She raised the knife in her hand and slashed down forcefully onto the scale armor. But in the end, she only heard a harsh, ear-splitting noise that gave her goosebumps. After that, there was complete silence. What kind of absurdity is this? The corners of her mouth twitched even more violently. After all, the scale armor was still completely fine, but the knife held in her hand had already chipped its blade. Even Karenina's hand was throbbing with pain from the recoil. From the conclusion, it shouldn't be a problem with the arrangement of these scales. Section 143. But rather, every single one of these scales had a major issue. She became increasingly convinced of this answer. However, she still didn't understand the underlying principle behind it. But if nothing went wrong, this should be related to magic, right? Her intuition told her so. After waiting and contemplating for about 10 minutes, a faint knocking sound reached Karenina's ears again. Oh my lord, may I ask if you were looking for me? Outside the door, predictably, was that little girl Teresa. Yes, come in quickly. Karenina called out toward the door in a soft voice. Then came the creaking sound of hinges turning. Teresa cautiously poked half her head in before stepping inside. Soon, her gaze locked firmly onto the strange green object behind Karenina. My lord, what is this thing? Her voice carried confusion and a faint hint of fear. Oh, it's scale armor from a biological creature made by those Auschwitz guys. I noticed it has some strange properties related to magic, so I wanted you to take a look at it. Having finally snapped out of her reverie completely, Karenina explained to the little girl. 300. Doubts? Please, I must take a look. Upon hearing Karenina's explanation, Teresa's eyes instantly filled with determination. After all, this was a matter concerning magic. As a mage, she practically craved training in this area. This was also an important opportunity for her to improve her magical literacy. Not to mention, This was a creation of those northerners who had acquired the magic technology of the ancient sages. Perhaps the mysteries contained within could provide her with further inspiration and intellectual aid. Ahem, let me first explain what's strange about this thing. I just threw a scale off this object directly into the manor stove, and the magical flame went right out. The stove itself had no issues whatsoever. After taking the scale out of the manor stove, the stove could be used normally again. Karenina briefly explained her recent discovery. Could it be that this thing can block the flow of manor? Teresa fell silent for a few seconds before answering. Because the reason these manor stoves could produce high-temperature flames was entirely due to the magic circuits underneath them. Manor was drawn from magic crystals, then circulated and flowed along the lines carved with manor by mages. When manor completed a full circuit around these lines, the corresponding spell would be activated. Furthermore, even if sand, stone, or other foreign matter blocked the magic circuits, it wouldn't affect its activation. This guaranteed the versatility of these magic stoves, removing the worry of damage caused by foreign objects entering while baking or cooking items. But now, the scale in front of her could actually extinguish the stove. That was quite interesting. The usual method to extinguish the stove was simply severing the connection between the magic circuits and the magic crystal. Without an energy supply, the magical flame naturally disappeared, at least in the eyes of traditional mages. Something that completely isolated manor could not be found. But if one had seen a bit of ancient technology, they would know that certain things possess similar properties, and this object before her was undoubtedly a thing created by the northerners using ancient technology. May I test it out a bit, to verify whether her hypothesis of isolating manor was viable? Teresa asked Karenina for permission. Feel free. Even if you destroy it, that's fine. I heard there are still plenty of these things left. Karenina granted permission directly. Having obtained permission, Teresa gingerly touched the scale armor, reflecting an eerie green sheen. It was cool and smooth to the touch. As she gently stroked the scale armor, the tactile feeling combined with the visual stimulus made her feel slightly uncomfortable. After all, few girls would like such strange and ugly scale armor, or the original owner of said armor. Over here was the tail, while over there were the neck scales. The armor near the neck showed slight traces of wear. It was likely caused when killing it or skinning it. She had heard from her magic mentor before that lizards had a strip of weaker scales near their necks that could be pierced relatively easily. Warriors relied on this weak spot, along with their reaction speed and strength, to fight these fierce giant beasts. It seemed the credibility of that statement had increased further. She swallowed hard and tried to inject manor into it, but the manor was repelled, completely failing to penetrate directly as it usually did. This to some extent confirmed Teresa's hypothesis. She swallowed hard and then tried to perform enhancement on it, but the scale arm rejected it completely once again, reflecting all the manor attempting to be injected into it. A situation I've never seen before. Teresa didn't know whether she should be excited or anxious. She was excited because she had discovered such a fascinating material. Perhaps it could enhance her experience and level of knowledge. She was anxious because a material that magic was completely unable to affect actually existed, which challenged the livelihood of mages whose main role was offense. Miss Karenina. Teresa asked Karenina once again, who had fallen deep into thought. Do you have a result? And the first words out of her mouth upon emerging from her thoughts were these: I have a slight clue. May I ask, can I use offensive magic to test it? She asked cautiously, terrified of stepping on a landmine and being forbidden from participating in these highly valuable studies ever again. The harvest this time could truly be described as exceptionally rich. Feel free. I mentioned earlier that you could destroy it, but spare me from fire magic or explosive magic. Don't use those in here. Karenina naturally had no reason to refuse. She simply added a few reasonable conditions along with it. As for what she was thinking about just now, she was pondering what the inexplicable repelling sensation earlier was. After all, given how smooth the surface of this scale armor was, chipping a knife blade against it would be quite difficult. Let alone with her weak physical body, she couldn't possibly achieve such a feat. Although she really didn't want to admit it, unfortunately, that was the truth. In that case, what was with that strange jarring sensation in her hand? It was completely incomprehensible. With her strength, it was completely impossible to achieve that. Could it be this was also due to the unique properties of the scale armor? She thought uncertainly. Meanwhile, Teresa began her experiment. She condensed several sharp icicles the thickness of an index finger and sent them whistling toward the green scale armor. And the result was the moment those icicles touched the scale armor, they all shattered into tiny ice crystals. This loud sound naturally pulled Karenina back from her thoughts. Teresa didn't seem ready to stop there, but this time, she only condensed a thick icicle, held it in her hand, and thrust it toward the scale armor. Why not use a knife? Karenina was just about to voice her question, but in the next second, the scene that unfolded before her made her swallow her words. The moment the icicle touched the scale armor, it completely melted on the spot, turning into a puddle of clear water that flowed down from Teresa's hand. The sound of water droplets hitting the floor echoed through the spacious laboratory, simultaneously shocking Karenin's mind. Teresa, on the other hand, wore an expression that said as expected, and let out a long sigh of relief. What exactly did you just do? After a long silence, Karenina asked Teresa with a complex expression. 301. Blocking. I tested the effects of this scale armor a bit. Teresa swallowed and answered softly. Karenina didn't press further either, simply waiting silently for Teresa to finish speaking. The first time, I used mana directly to generate ice and launched it at the scale armor. She earnestly explained her previous action, and as you saw, they all shattered instantly, turning into a pile of ice bits on the ground. Karenina merely nodded, confirming that what she said was indeed accurate. The second time, I first used magic to generate water, then continued using magic to maintain it in the form of ice before thrusting the icicle against it. The result was that the icicle in my hand completely turned back into water. This proves my magic completely failed the instant it touched the scale armor, meaning the scale armor can completely block the process of magic, but it cannot nullify the fully formed result of magic. Karenina's mind worked very quickly, rapidly analysing the most likely reason. But why did these scales have such effects? The mysteries hadn't decreased with the uncovering of this scale property. Instead, they had increased considerably. Exactly. When I tried to apply enhancement to it earlier, I felt that strange sensation too. But as for why the scale armor possesses this ability to block magic, I don't know either. Teresa was unable to provide an explanation for it either. After all, she truly had never seen such a thing before. At most, she had heard rumors that such things should exist, but the specific details remained unknown. Section 144. It's just that I completely didn't expect that the bodies of the northern lizardmen are actually filled with materials that these mages dream of. And another thing, I previously discovered a problem. Karenina didn't care much about the process nature of blocking magic. Instead, she cared quite a bit about the tactile feel of that eerie rebound earlier. After all, she wasn't a mage, so she had no idea what kind of significance this actually held. Please go ahead. If it's something I know, I certainly won't hide it. Teresa also obediently agreed. Well, I previously slashed at this scale armor with a small knife. However, this scale armor was completely fine, but the small knife chipped. What is the reason for this? Are there magical factors involved? The more Karenina thought about it, the more she felt that with her level of strength, the possibility of ruining a knife by hacking at this scale armor was simply too small. Therefore, she simply asked Teresa if there were any magic shield factors involved. This allowed me to observe for a little longer. Teresa blinked, and then began to re-examine the monster's scale armor in detail. She once again attempted to inject mana, but it was completely useless. It was completely identical to before. But since Miss Karenina had just said that, therefore, Teresa found a small knife from her toolbox, although she didn't know if the style was the same as the one Miss Karenina used for testing back then. But judging from the results, it should be about the same. She picked up the small knife and forcefully launched a slash at the scale armor. And at the very instant the blade touched the scale armor, a harsh sound suddenly echoed in the spacious room. It was the sound of metal being torn apart. Teresa only felt her hand aching fiercely from the shock, and even felt that the knife was still trembling, leaving a numb sensation in her hand. When Karenina saw this scene, she became certain that this was indeed an issue with the scale armor. After all, earlier, she had also heard this sound, and then the small knife chipped. Now, Teresa's situation was identical to hers. It chipped. Teresa carefully inspected the blade and the scale armor, yet she found that the scale armor was as good as new, while the blade was directly bounced away and damaged. It's a completely incomprehensible situation. Karenina sighed inwardly. Even if you want to inject mana and use it as ice to probe the inside, it won't work, because it completely rejects the entry of mana. Teresa shook her head, seemingly indicating that she was currently completely unable to analyze the present situation. That really is strange. After burning this shell, one can only tell that it's a stratum corneum. But why are there such a huge basket full of eerie things going on? Karenina's expression grew increasingly grave. Teresa quietly listened to Karenina's muttering without saying a word. After all, the last time she made that white crystalline powder with her, she had already seen all sorts of strange processing methods and heard a bunch of incomprehensible terms. And this time she probably thought of something again. I wouldn't dare to think about it, and I wouldn't dare to ask. At most, she could only sigh, as expected of Lady Karenina. If you have matters to attend to, you should head back first. Of course, if you're willing to continue staying here to help analyze this eerie scale armor, that's fine too. After a round of contemplation, Karenina wore a smile, stared at Teresa, and said softly, after all, Teresa surely had things of her own to do, and keeping someone tied down here all the time wasn't good either. It was better to let her choose for herself. May I take a few scales back to conduct analysis and experiments? Perhaps we can find the reason behind this. After a bout of inner struggle, Teresa still decided to try and see if this would work. After all, an opportunity as rare as this might only come once. Then she would just have to work a little harder. Of course you can tilt her anyway. I'm afraid I'll be stubbornly fighting this thing today to see if I can scrape together more interesting information. If anything comes up, be sure to notify me immediately. As she spoke, Karenina immediately used the already chipped small knife to start prying at the green scales. It took a great deal of effort to barely dismantle 20 pieces. She watched Teresa departing back, listening to the sound of the door hinges turning and the wooden door closing. Yet her thoughts drifted to strange places again. Earlier, I don't remember this thing being so hard to take apart. She remembered very clearly. Back then, she had casually removed scales from those scale armors at the shooting range. One could even say it was effortless. They came off with a direct pull. But why now even prying with a knife takes such a great deal of effort? She increasingly felt that behind this scale armor, there must be many things she didn't know about. 302. War preparedness. Have you tallied how many people there are? Inside the Grand Cathedral of the Riston Papal State, the Pope was currently staring haggardly at the Saint, Karina, down below. The white beard on his chin vibrated rhythmically up and down as his mouth opened and closed. Not only that, his voice carried a slight tremor, seemingly quite angry, yet also carrying a hint of fear, such a peculiar emotion. However, this was also understandable. After all, this kind of inexplicable casualties were truly too massive and difficult to reverse. The number of deaths tallied so far is 2,162. It's possible that due to slightly slow reporting efficiency in some departments, the value might be a few lower than the true value. But the rough quantity is indeed this much. Karina lowered her head, trying her best to respond with a steady voice, even though she was already panicking immensely inside. But she still understood quite clearly if she began to display a panic posture in front of this Pope right now, he would definitely find an excuse to execute or punish her. This was precisely what she least wanted to encounter right now. She must protect her position within the church right now. Only then would she have sufficient leverage to negotiate with Hedgel. Otherwise, what awaited her would likely be the ending she least wanted to see. Nearly 2,200 people, the Pope sighed in a quiet voice. But the sound of this sigh still reached Karina's ears. She wasn't clear about what the Pope's mood was like right now, nor whether he would vent his anger on her. Therefore, this also added another layer to her panic. Who do you think actually poisoned the well? Finally, the Pope directly tossed the question to Karina. Tusk, isn't this old man asking a question with an obvious answer? She clicked her tongue inwardly, silently cursing this old man for asking such an inexplicable question in her heart, and then replied with a calm expression, if, barring any accidents, it should be the Keboj Empire. After all, the only country that would do this, and had the ability to do so, was them. But having said that, practically speaking, there was completely zero evidence to be found of them poisoning the well, and even if evidence was found, this Keboj Empire truly wasn't someone they could afford to provoke. If they rashly questioned them, it might even bring about even more severe consequences. This was also not something the Pope was willing to see. After all, no matter what, the strength of the Keboj Empire right now, especially its military strength, had inexplicably expanded quite a bit. Especially after seeing how someone was easily defeated even when possessing sturdy city defences and ferocious armies. They dared even less to casually question the Keboj Empire, so as to avoid drawing even greater trouble. Troublesome matters really have increased quite a bit when completely unaware. The Pope emitted yet another sigh. I really don't know what that damned Keboj Empire intends to do. The next instant, his tone became exceptionally excited, filled with anger. This harsh voice caused Karina's body to involuntarily tremble, and then she stood even more obediently in place. But inside her heart, she was continuously cursing this damned, so-called immediate supervisor. It was one thing to take in those fleeing scum previously, but this time they actually poisoned the wells of our Night Order's encampment directly. This kind of thing is only something a rogue state like theirs could pull off. That emperor, no, a fellow like this isn't an emperor. He's just a hooligan. A pure hooligan. He hysterically roared inside the spacious hall, likely venting the anger in his heart. But to put it nicely, this was venting. To put it harshly, it was just impotent fury. After all, anger right here could not reduce the losses for the theocracy or make even a shred of contribution. What? Venting the Pope's anger and ensuring the Pope's body and mood were normal also counted as reducing the losses of the theocracy and making a contribution. But shouldn't an incompetent and virtue-lacking Pope like this have his ashes scattered before he could be called making a contribution? Karina could only lower her head, quietly listening to the vulgar words gushing from the Pope's mouth due to anger at this moment. This old fellow would always suddenly start getting angry without any warning. Clearly fine just the second before, the next second he might directly fly into a rage. This was also one of the reasons why Karina hated this Pope. After all, This was simply too capricious. Conduct a round of night recruitment first. Afterwards, the night order will enter a state of war preparedness. You can head out first. I want some quiet. After his venting was complete, he weakly supported his forehead and issued instructions to Karina. Obediently. Upon hearing the phrase, "You can head out first," Karina felt as if she had received a grand amnesty. After responding, she immediately turned around and left the hall with a steady yet swift pace, closing the door tightly behind her. After all, when the Pope was by himself, he would most likely spout some crazed nonsense. It was better not to let others hear it. Section 145. If they really heard it and spread the word, the Pope would probably blame her again for not keeping the door shut tight. But putting the night order on combat readiness is this guy really out of his mind? If we actually fight, we have zero chance of winning. Karina muttered as she pondered the order the Pope had just issued. I hope he's just talking and will lift the combat readiness date in a few days. Otherwise, if a war really breaks out, with our current situation we will undoubtedly lose. Karina firmly believed this. After all, defence was not the strong suit of the Knights of the Western Papal State. Instead, the armies of other major powers, which built high walls, placed numerous defensive facilities near city gates, and trained large forces to hold the ramparts, were the ones truly skilled at defence. They had managed to hold this territory merely by relying on advantageous terrain coupled with the individual strength of the knights. That was why the Western Papal State did not occupy the flatlands below the mountains, because even if they occupied them, they wouldn't be able to hold them. It would be nothing more than a complete waste. And now the Kebuj Empire could deal a fatal blow to the Papal State's knights from medium to long range. This made defence almost impossible. Karina had never expected those few powerful mages to stop such a massive army for them. After re-evaluating the situation between both sides, Karina only hoped the Pope wouldn't lose his mind and declare war directly on the Kebuj Empire. After all, that would lead to only one result, and that was being completely crushed by Coburg's army. 303. Looks like a good result. It seems the results look pretty good. The next morning, Karenina, sporting dark circles under her eyes again, was dragged by Hedgel to the construction site at the east gate of Iowa City. As for why she had dark circles, it was simply because Karenina had engaged in a fierce battle with those scales yesterday. But in terms of results, she had no way to physically explain the peculiar properties of these scales. Simply put, she spent an entire day working, only to return empty-handed. As for this construction site, although it was called construction, it was actually just awaiting a final inspection before completion. Thus, all the workers present felt uneasier in their hearts. Although this lady's appearance is indeed pleasing to the eye, even carrying a wonderfully gentle and warm feel, if she thinks our work here is subpar, we're finished. These were the thoughts in their minds, and after hearing her say looks pretty good, half of their worries eased. So next, I need to tap on it to see if this stuff is sturdy. Saying that, she pulled a small hammer from the toolbox, gently tapped the pavement to listen to the sound, and then struck it hard to check if its hardness met the standard. At least for now, the pavement's strength seemed sufficient, though no rebar was laid inside the road. But considering the current traffic load, no overly heavy objects would pass over the road. Even without rebar, the pavement would have a fairly long lifespan, so it didn't really matter. Hedgel just stood to the side, silently watching Karenina. Looks like there's no issue here now. If it's feasible, we should probably renovate the roads around the capital first, then clean up the shantytowns inside the city, and finally handle the inner-city roads. What do you think? After confirming the pavement had no issues, Karenina tried to pitch her future plans to Hedgel. Sounds like another massive project. Hedgel did a quick mental calculation of the required budget and the time the entire project might take, and felt that without several months, it would be impossible to complete. It's something that has to be done. Plus, an underground drainage system is probably necessary too. But just thinking about how to dig and where to start gives me a headache. I have absolutely no plans for that. Although she said it's necessary, in reality she didn't seem to have made any preparations for it at all. So that means no one is prepared, and no one knows what to do. The corners of Hedgel's mouth twitched. Not only that, I know absolutely nothing about urban planning and design. Karenina assumed a posture of I'm laying my cards on the table. Figure it out yourself. Speaking these words, which could hardly be called a source of pride without a shred of fear. Is that something to be proud of? Hedgel asked Karenina expressionlessly, even poking her cheek with his hand. Of course. This way, you can't use it as an excuse to boss me around. She offered her explanation with full confidence, but Hedgel directly placed his hand on Karenina's shoulder and pulled her close. This startled Karenina greatly, but Hedgel merely leaned in near Karenina's ear and whispered gently, Fine, since you put it that way, once we completely take over Riston, we'll slowly reorganize and start the project. Then, he quickly let go. Karenina immediately backed away from Hedgel, thinking to herself, is there a danger zone around this guy, where I should absolutely never get close? And besides, Vril stays so close to him too. So why doesn't he act like a rogue with Friel? Could it be because he already pulled his rogue moves on Friel, and the two ended up together, so now there's no need to play the rogue anymore? Karenina seemed to think this possibility was quite high. It had to be said that Karenina's thought process was becoming increasingly eccentric. Alright, let's head back quickly. Staying here too long won't do much good. Having achieved his purpose, Hedgel simply decided to return directly. After all, remaining here wouldn't allow him to do other work anyway. As for their actions just now, they were engraved in full detail into the minds of the surrounding bricklayers, who had relaxed. It seemed they had witnessed something incredible. They swallowed hard and thought silently to themselves. But as for spreading rumours, better not. After all, if this put the Emperor in a bad mood, they would surely be dead. Still, when the time was right, they could probably boast about it to others who hadn't seen such a sight, right? Lord Podley, I hope you have been well. On behalf of the previous emperors, I thank you for the wonderful proposal you made earlier. Inside the imperial city of the Keviller Empire, Empress Cleaner was receiving Duke Podley, who had travelled thousands of miles from his domain to the capital. The meeting here was to discuss future cooperation, where each side should contribute, and how to better collaborate to achieve the best possible outcome. Your Majesty, this is merely my duty. No matter what, I am a member of the Empire. How could I allow those filthy monsters to run rampant on our land? He trotted out the lines he had long prepared, his chubby body wiggling, sausage-like lips opening and closing, his eyes full of excited sparkle, and his tone brimming with passionate momentum. He really looked like an excellent noble who worried for his country and people, willing to step forward in times of national crisis. But what he was actually thinking in his heart, only he knew. Very good. This is the integrity and spirit a noble of the nation should display. Now let's first discuss how to deepen our cooperative relationship moving forward, so we can keep those lizard monsters outside our realm. Upon hearing these words, Cleaner merely nodded. After all, anyone could say polite pleasantries. Whether he was sincere or not would still depend on whether the supply of materials and personnel could keep up, and this negotiation termed consultation could serve as a preliminary screening of their sincerity. I just hope these guys aren't making a fool out of me, or trying to seek benefits through this. She sighed in her heart. 304. Expectations. The initial stage of the negotiation went fairly smoothly. For some reason, Podley had been unusually generous regarding material aid. Whatever Cleaner wanted, he agreed to all of it, whether weapons, armor, grain, or livestock, as well as money. Duke Podley rejected none of it. From Cleaner's perspective, this guy's intention was abundantly clear. These guys are willing to provide massive amounts of supplies, which means they don't want to contribute much in terms of manpower. This was the most likely conclusion Cleaner drew from Duke Podley's tone and attitude. It seemed this guy's attitude was quite earnest. He was willing to open the reserve grain granaries and give us 2/3 of it for free. Moreover, he was willing to provide an ample supply of sturdy and durable weapons and armor. But he had also subtly mentioned his condition. The territory must not suffer harassment or encroachment from the monsters. Don't they have troops in their own hands? This made Cleaner feel a bit puzzled. Still, if supplies are sufficient, this should be doable. Right. After considering it multiple times, Cleaner felt that this didn't seem unacceptable. After all, as long as there were enough supplies to pile up and manpower was replenished periodically, generally speaking, that would be enough. This gave her the inclination to agree to the condition. After all, even she herself had to cut back and save now, using whatever was left over to support the front lines. If there were enough food and weapons, plus the news that the nobles were standing together with us, whether for the frontline soldiers or the civilians in the Riot, would be a tremendous morale booster. This was also what she wished to see. After all, fighting power and production efficiency, when motivated, were far beyond what they were when filled with grief. Section 146. I hope you will honour the agreement we just made. In the end, despite her doubts, she still agreed to the proposal put forward by Duke Podley. After all, opportunities to receive such tangible assistance were few and far between right now. When it came down to it, she knew full well that she was gambling. Gambling that these nobles didn't harbour too much ill intent. Gambling that these fellows possessed even a tiny sliver of sincerity. Gambling that she could win. It was as simple as that. If she won the gamble, perhaps she could hold out until the armistice negotiations at Auschwitz. If she lost, the empire would fall, and she would die a sudden death. There was no other choice left. Her heart trembled. May I ask if your Majesty fully understands my meaning? Duke Podley still wore a gentle smile on his face. But both of them present knew that it was merely a mask. In truth, what emotions were hidden beneath this mask only they themselves knew. Yes, as long as you're willing to provide sufficient supplies, I will guarantee that your fiefs will not be harassed by the monsters. I will absolutely not break my promise. Cleaner put on a calm and composed front before them, speaking to Duke Podley. Thank you for your Majesty's grace. We are deeply grateful. Duke Podley pretended to stand up from his seat and bowed to Cleaner to show his respect. In reality, both of them knew the truth clear as day. They were merely taking what they each needed. They didn't want their comfortable environment destroyed, so they were willing to spend money to provide supplies they currently had no use for, under the grand title of a united front. Well, let it be. Regardless, I stand to benefit as well. At least it ensures the front line won't collapse. Thinking this, Cleaner relaxed slightly. Sometimes there was no need to scare oneself. She let out a silent sigh of relief. Since neither of us has any objections, let us leave it at that for now. Cleaner nodded, then stood up and quickly left the secret little room. Duke bodily raised his head, his small, black bean-like eyes greedily devouring Cleaner's figure not far away. The greed and lust contained within were almost tangible. 705u.com first release by Book Club. HMPH, you only dare adopt such an attitude in front of me for now. When the time comes, I'll make you cry and beg for mercy. He inexplicably ran his thick tongue over his fat labbed lips. Disgusting was the only word to describe it. Cleaner was completely unaware of this. Although we've secured a sufficient supply of goods, my mood just can't seem to lift no matter what. She sat in her chair, brow slightly furrowed, while her other hand idly toyed with the tips of her aqua blue hair. There's an inexplicable sense of unease. Am I overthinking it? Or is there another reason? Her expression was somewhat grim. After all, wrapped in such a strange gloom, keeping a pleasant face was the hardest part. In the end, she decided to temporarily put aside her gloom and concern herself with the war effort ahead. Fortunately, we built plenty of walls and defensive weapons at the border beforehand, allowing us to hold our ground for now. However, the current rate of weapon consumption is a bit high. Clearly these are weapons brought over from Coburg, so how could they still be so fragile? She immediately noticed something amiss. The rate at which weapons were being consumed was simply too fast. Before, she had assumed it was because their own ore was poor, and the iron produced was of low quality. That led to high consumption. But now, even after switching to weapons brought from the Keboj Empire, the consumption rate only dropped by a third. Clearly, when they inspected them earlier and conducted tests, the quality was completely fine. She felt more and more strongly now that these monsters seemed to be constantly growing stronger. What was actually going on? She didn't know. I hope they can deliver all the supplies needed at the front into the soldiers' hands as quickly as possible. I just wonder, can these city defenses truly hold off those monsters for long? She still felt immense unease about it. At the border, there were heavy walls built by the late Emperor and powerful ballistas. Supposedly, when deployed, they were 4 to 5 meters wide, with arrows 3 meters long. Thick ropes were tied to the ends of the arrows, so that after being fired, they could be reeled back and launched again. The lethality of such a weapon was exceptionally high, even capable of piecing 2 lizardmen in a row. However, as soon as they saw those red lizards flying in the sky, they had to stow them away. Otherwise, these siege crossbows would surely be burned to cinders by scorching flames. Furthermore, its firing speed was very slow, which greatly limited its effectiveness. Hopefully with these weapons and the will of the warriors, they could defend the nation's gateway. 305. Equivalent exchange. You should just go sleep for a bit first. In your state, thinking you can continue analyzing those bright green scales is simply not viable, if you ask me. Shifting the perspective back to the Keboj Empire, Kareniner and Hedgel had returned to the Imperial Palace by now. However, Kareniner didn't plan on taking a proper rest. Instead, she still wanted to obsess over those scales. After all, this thing was undeniably fascinating. After last night's observations and experiments, she confirmed that these scales indeed caused damage to objects attempting to attack them. The most obvious evidence was chipped blades and bent sword tips. However, this so-called counterattack also had its limits. For example, bombarding it directly with bullets. The thing became no different from a piece of paper. It shattered effortlessly. There was no challenge at all. Although I might not be able to explain it physically, magically there shouldn't be a problem. So, I absolutely must. Yet Kareniner still wanted to give it a try. Because this thing was just too interesting. It had directly struck Kareniner's curiosity. Since it's a matter of magic, you fussing over it for so long won't do much good either. Why not rest a bit? Maybe when you wake up, Teresa will have some results on her end. Hedgel firmly interrupted Kareniner's words. Tusk, can't I just offer guidance from the side? Besides, aren't we currently working on fusing magic with technology anyway? Kareniner tried to conflate the concept to evade Hedgel's pursuit. Combining the two is one thing, but right now it's magic's domain. You going over there will only add to the mess. Equivocating isn't a good habit. Furthermore, if you don't take care of your body now, you'll really suffer for it later. You know, as a liberal arts scholar by trade, Hedgel naturally wouldn't be tripped up so easily by such minor tricks. Not only did he directly expose Kareniner's argument with words, but he also gave her forehead a gentle flick in passing. Even if Kareniner wanted to escape, she couldn't. After all, her arm was currently being firmly held, making her body unable to move even a fraction of an inch. Ouch. You flicked my forehead again. She immediately let out a dissatisfied roar. Truth be told, she thought she was quite intimidating like this. But in Hedgel's eyes, would you consider a kitten baring its claws and fangs at you to be terrifying? Personally, I don't think so, and Hedgel didn't want to bluntly burst her bubble either. If not a flick on the forehead, then a pinch on the cheek. Not that either. And besides, why should I let you pinch my face? Her face was full of annoyance as she glared straight at Hedgel. Because you refused to sleep. Hedgel shrugged, offering an answer that made Karenina deeply uncomfortable, and he glared right back at her. Fine, I'll go. All right. Stop pulling on me. Karenina backed down remarkably fast after all. Whether in verbal sparring or staring contests, she ended up in complete defeat. She seemed to have no other option left besides giving in. Only then did Hedgel release his grip, leaving Karenina to sulkily walk off toward her room, coerced into sleeping again. Soon, she returned to her room. Changing into a light outfit, she lay down on her soft, large bed and began contemplating life. How nonsensical. When it comes to exploiting labor, shouldn't someone like me, who's voluntarily exploited, be the absolute best? Yet he insists on making me rest. Does he have water on the brain? She grumbled indignantly. His thoughts are really hard to understand. In the end, she still dutifully wrapped herself tightly in the blanket and hugged her pillow. Though her mind continued to ponder problems, her eyelids grew heavier and heavier. Phew, I guess I really should rest for a bit. The moment that thought crossed her mind, her consciousness instantly cut out. Section 147. It was still that familiar darkness. Thick, dense, almost liquid, constantly pouring into her lungs. Is there something else you want to say? But Karenina had long grown used to this darkness. Aside from her brain still feeling a bit uncomfortable, she felt no other discomfort. After all, being pulled in here every few days meant she had no choice but to get familiar with it. Nothing much. It was just a coincidence that I happened to pull you in. The bizarre voice echoed through the space without warning. Didn't you always address me as myself when starting out before? Why are you suddenly calling me this time? Karenina instantly caught the key point again. After all, the way this fellow used to address her had made her quite annoyed. Now that it suddenly became normal, it actually felt a bit unnatural to her. I just suddenly realized a few issues. That's all. However, you and I are actually still one whole. After all, the soul is such a strange thing, full of fate. The voice began lamenting incomprehensibly once more. So what on earth are you trying to say? Hearing these words, Karenina was naturally displeased. After all, she couldn't understand a single word of it. Since she couldn't understand, she naturally had to ask. I'm just marveling at the concept of chance. That's all. And this coincidence is really quite exciting. This fellow had no intention of answering directly at all, merely teasing her continuously. You really think I can't do anything to you? Karenina attempted to threaten this weird fellow. To be honest, even if you want to harm yourself, I won't feel any pain. The only one suffering in the end will be yourself. But that fellow had no intention of giving Karenina any face at all. Tusk, it's really unfair. Why can you read my thoughts? But I can't see what's on your mind. Karenina was grudgingly becoming irritable because you hold control over the body, while I can see into your sea of consciousness. Is there a problem with that? It's just an equivalent exchange. And she offered a reasonable explanation. It sounded indeed very reasonable. Whatever. Since you know everything, can you answer one question for me? Just one. Realizing that dwelling on this topic wouldn't lead anywhere, Karenina decided to change direction and gather the information she wanted to know most right now. 306. Answer. You mean you want to know about those disgusting green cuticles? That fellow uttered an uncertain inquiry. Yes. So what do you actually know about those scaled armors? Karenina officially voiced this question out loud this time. Tusk, those things merely possess a certain damage reflection effect and a mana blocking effect, and this time, she quite straightforwardly provided the answer. Damage reflection. Hearing this, Karenina still felt a bit bewildered. If it were mana blocking, that wasn't hard to understand. After all, previous experiments had long confirmed that the scaled armors indeed possessed this property. But damage reflection, why did this stuff sound just like something from a video game? That's just how it is. I merely pulled suitable words from your vocabulary to describe it. However, that so-called damage reflection actually has its limits. When you blast them with guns, it far exceeds their reflection limit, so they get pierced easily. Yet she quite thoughtfully offered an explanation. Suddenly, Karenina felt like this fellow didn't seem as annoying as before. Karenina's favorability toward her suddenly rose significantly. Tusk, increasing favorability over such a minor thing, just how easier are you to win over? That fellow suddenly let out a helpless sigh. Karenina could even picture her rolling her eyes at her. Being easy to win over is impossible, at least in my view. It's impossible. So, don't try to create big sensational news here. If the report gets twisted later, you'll be held responsible. But the more Karenina spoke, the less confident she had. Yes, you're right. Everything I say is wrong. You're not easy to win over. Not easy at all, Tilda. And that fellow relentlessly mocked her, as if afraid she wouldn't drive Karenina into despair. Whatever. I just want to ask, did these scale armors grow naturally on those green lizards? Or did those people help put them on? Karenina, who originally wanted to express her annoyance, ultimately chose to ask another question she cared deeply about. After all, opportunities to get answers directly out of this fellow who seemed to know everything yet was unwilling to say anything were truly rare. A bit of both, I suppose. Demelia artificially reinforced the mana-blocking ability on those green lizard cells. However, it seems those northern fellows didn't realize at all how the mana-blocking effect should actually be used instead. They pulled them onto the front lines to serve as cannon fodder. As she spoke, her tone sounded more and more incredulous. After all, she truly found it quite difficult to comprehend the absurd actions of those northern fellows whom, well, this really was a magical world. Then what do you think these green-skinned lizards should be used for? And Karenina attempted to take the opportunity to ask about their original purpose. After all, in a state of frustration over missed potential, maybe she would spill out the true purpose all at once. You're trying to trick information out of me, aren't you? Yet she's so right to Karenina's little scheme cleanly and directly. She didn't fall for it at all. Tusk, I just want to know the reason. No need to put it so harshly. So Karenina brazenly spoke to that she, whose location was completely unknown. After all, even if she lost face here, it didn't matter. Doesn't matter, huh? And she was naturally crystal clear about Karenina's thoughts. Then tell me quickly. It's not like you'll lose a piece of meat by telling me. And Karenina pressed on again. Since she had already cast aside her pride, she might as well be direct. Fine. Just this once, I'll give you a clear answer. After some thought, that fellow still decided to give some information. Karenina wore an expression of mission accomplished, then began listening attentively to the explanation she provided. First of all, these green lizard men were originally not used for combat, but for mine exploration. 1,000 years ago, before mana became so sparse, there were often extraordinarily powerful mana sources deep within rock strata. The strength of these sources could even cause irreversible damage to humans. She explained in a calm, steady tone. To Karenina, this voice sounded completely indistinguishable from her own current voice. This was also the first time she realized was her own voice actually this pleasant to hear. And these lizards were sent to carry out exploration and bring back samples. As for what he previously thought about their scales being similar to what was it, pangolins, that was also because of this reason. To put it simply, this is a classic example of that fallen civilization using technology combined with existing creatures to achieve their goals. And now those northerners are using inherited technology to add a bit of damage reflection effect to the lizards. But she paid no mind to Karenina's wild thoughts and continued to explain the reasons behind it to Karenina in that beautiful voice. But why are these lizards so large in size? Being so big would surely be disadvantageous for navigating through various small caverns, wouldn't it? Karenina raised another question. After all, a body length of 2 to 3 meters didn't look like something suited for weaving through caverns, no matter how one looked at it. Modification, naturally. It seems they still haven't found the basic soldier-type monsters of that cursed empire. Otherwise, forget pushing into the heart of that damned alliance. Even maintaining your defensive line would be impossible. Her first sentence was delivered quite casually, but the following part carried an unusual degree of certainty, as if it were absolute fact. What if we are fully equipped with new weapons in the future? Could we stand a chance? Karenina swallowed her spit and asked softly. Probably worth a try. If the firepower is strong enough like you envisioned, it shouldn't be a problem. Yet she gave a rather uncertain reply. All right, I understand. In the end, Karenina could only agree like this. Uncertain, huh? It seemed regarding heavy weaponry, perhaps they needed more enhancements. If those northern fellows truly found the thing she spoke of, that would be real trouble. Do as you wish then. Anyway, I've answered the information you wanted, even gave a bit extra. As for what happens in the future, I won't interfere much, she said lazily. In the future, can I not ask you for this kind of information anymore? Karenina asked softly. 307. Preparation. At least for explicit explanations like this, I won't give them any more. But if you pry indirectly, maybe you'll still get something. Of course, it all depends on my mood. Now this fellow lacked any of the seriousness from earlier, her words once again tinged with that mocking feel. Really not cute at all, even though her serious voice actually sounded quite pleasant. Now that she reverted to this familiar mocking tone, it made one quite uncomfortable instead. Tusk, even if you feel uncomfortable, I won't change this tone of voice. Yet she didn't need Karenina to speak her thoughts aloud to already know what she was pondering. Actually, I've always wanted to ask what on earth you are, but you always refuse to give me a direct answer. Is there some reason, or some hidden truth behind it? And Karenina began pestering her relentlessly once more. After all, this matter was truly important. Why did this fellow keep avoiding this question? Or was it something that really couldn't be spoken aloud right now? Would saying it lead to an even more troublesome situation? She needed an answer. Section 148. Tusk, it's still that same unchanging line. You will understand in the future. There are some things you won't be able to understand just because I explain them. You have to actually experience them and touch them to truly understand what's going on. As for my appearance, it was actually just because of an accident. An accident that, to both you and me, doesn't seem like a beautiful one. Although her words at first were still tinged with cynicism, her subsequent statements grew increasingly calm and grave, and Karen in her even sensed a feeling of sorrow from them. I have to rely entirely on myself to disperse all the fog and see the truth clearly. Karen in her seemed to understand a little, but it was still not enough. Even if you feel it's not enough, this is all I can say. As for the rest, it depends on how much you can figure out yourself. See you later. After leaving behind these final words, Karen Inner was met with a familiar feeling of being completely swallowed by darkness or familiar ceiling. When she opened her eyes, what appeared before her was the ceiling she had long gotten used to seeing, but slightly different from before. This time she could actually see quite clearly. In the dark, seeing the ceiling several meters above her, and seeing it quite clearly, she could even clearly make out the grain and patterns on it, deviating further and further from common sense. She slowly sat up from the bed, feeling if there were any other abnormalities. It seemed there really weren't any. Moreover, there was no sense of fatigue this time either. When she was pulled into that bizarre space for the first time, she felt as if she had stayed up all night when she woke up. Today, however, she felt much more energetic and refreshed than usual. Furthermore, what that fellow said, an accident that, to both you and me, doesn't seem like a beautiful one. What was that about? It seems things beyond imagination are far more numerous than I could ever think of. Looks like trouble is going to pile up again. After sorting out her current situation, she turned on the chandelier and quickly began washing up and changing her clothes. Today is another day with nothing to do. Thinking of this, she sighed anxiously. Even though time is so tight right now, but at least she obtained some useful intelligence. This counts as a gain, right? Tusk, hopefully so. At least it somewhat explained the origins of these green-skinned lizards. That's enough. However, heavy firepower definitely needs to be upgraded further when there's an opportunity. Otherwise, problems will arise sooner or later. Who doesn't hold a couple of trump cards up their sleeve? Anyway, I don't believe these guys don't have trump cards to deal with firearms. Maybe they just don't want to use them for the time being due to certain reasons. In any case, making multiple preparations can never be wrong. Hearing this, one can tell she's a veteran of playing it safe with 1,000 backup plans. Oh, the Theocracy's Night Order is preparing for war. In his office, Hedgel, having just received frontline intelligence, had glowing eyes. He felt as if he was looking at quite an exciting piece of news. Yes, it is said that this order was personally issued by the Pope. Vril reported the situation truthfully, not daring to show the slightest disobedience. Then it looks like they're getting anxious now, starting to try using force to maintain stability. Hedgel quickly realized the reason. After all, the rumors we spread earlier have begun spreading into the Theocracy. I believe their country won't be peaceful anytime soon. Hedgel seemed to think the time had come. In these next 2 days, spread my newly written draft far and wide. Remember, it doesn't need to be true, it just needs to be spread. The wider and more distorted it spreads, the better. At the same time, get the Third Army ready. I believe Hogg will be more than willing to do this kind of work. Understood. May I ask if it's still as previously scheduled? Swiftly capture the Holy Capital, bring back all riches and potentially useful items, and then immediately evacuate. Vril requested more detailed instructions. Exactly. As for the rest, that's Blackblade and his group's job. In short, overt occupation is not the optimal solution. Installing a puppet to exploit the civilians on their land is the best way. After all, that way we won't dirty our hands, and we can still gain a good reputation. Hedgel provided her with a basic explanation. Sometimes, letting them understand the reason behind actions enables them to work better for the cause. In that case, I shall first pass the order to speed up the transport of this batch of weapons and ammunition, to ensure General Hogg can use the newest weapons when the formal attack begins. Hearing this, Vril made a move to go out and execute the orders directly. No need to rush. I still need to touch base with Miss Calanzer, the Archbishop of the Goddess Church. Otherwise, if this happens too suddenly and leads to awkward issues, that wouldn't be good. Besides, based on past experience, she'll definitely go ask that goddess again, and the time interval will be at least 2 days. Spreading information also takes time, so just stick to our pace. Hedgel remained unhurried, because he had already made comprehensive plans to kick down the papal state, which had been lording it over various countries, at the lowest possible cost. After all, no matter which country bordered it, they had all suffered because of this Riston Church. Therefore, this time he intended to mobilize several neighbouring small countries to purge the Riston Church together. Completely uprooting this demonic church from the face of the earth was his ultimate goal. 308. A strange request. Need to ask the goddess for instructions on whether we can completely eradicate the papal state under the banner of cleansing a cult. On the day after Hedgel issued the order, an envoy arrived at the goddess church inside the imperial capital. His purpose was, naturally, quite clear as well. Yes, Archbishop Calanzer, I believe you must have heard the recent rumours about the Riston papal state. Its tyrannical oppression is unprecedented. It is completely unworthy of being an institution that spreads the blessings of the deity. Therefore, His Majesty is willing to thoroughly destroy it. Speaking up to this point, the envoy suddenly paused. Furthermore, without occupying a single piece of land originally belonging to the Riston papal state, he emphasized every single word in this sentence heavily, for fear that it wouldn't serve its purpose of emphasizing. I've heard a bit about that, but not occupying land. Is that truly so? Hearing the words will not occupy any land belonging to the Riston papal state, Calanzer immediately frowned. After all, from the perspective of current values, land was everything. Vast lands represented having more food, more people, and more mineral resources. All of these symbolized opportunities and power, not to mention the magic-rich region of the Riston papal state, which happened to be able to make up for the Kebud Empire's floor of thin magic energy. Why would he say not occupying? Calanzer found it extremely difficult to understand what Hedgel was thinking. But since he had said so, the decision isn't in my hands anyway. If they really have such an idea, then, as they say, let's go ask the great goddess. Yes, His Majesty made it very clear. Not a single inch of the Riston papal state's land will be occupied. The envoy's reply was firm and resolute, leaving no room for doubt. In that case, I will report this matter to the goddess, and I will give a proper response within 2 days. Since that was her reply, as for the rest, it depended on what answer the goddess would give. I am only responsible for preliminary screening, responsible for judging whether such behavior is legitimate. Seeing as judging from the current situation, the Kebud Empire's profit would be very low. Furthermore, completely eradicating the Riston papal state would consume a massive amount of military strength, and without taking land, they couldn't recoup the cost. This didn't even account for the resistance from members of the Riston Church within their own borders. No matter how one looked at it, this was a losing deal. At most, it would earn prestige and reputation. Could Hedgel's goal be precisely this? Calanzer felt she understood Hedgel's maneuvers less and less. Grateful beyond words. After completing his mission, the envoy quickly left, doing nothing more, doing nothing less. That was what an envoy was supposed to be like. Phew, what on earth is Hedgel scheming in his mind? I find it hard to believe he would really fall out with the Riston papal state, which commands nearly 10,000 knights, just for a little reputation. What is he really after? Calanzer stared at the back of the departing envoy, her jewel bright eyes filled with confusion. It can only be left for the goddess to decide. Saying so, she turned around and quickly returned to her own room. Now then, let's begin praying. With this thought in mind, she knelt before the small statue of the goddess and began praying. I figured it out a bit. The purpose of those scales. Meanwhile, inside the imperial capital, Karenina caught hold of Hedgel and explained the use of the scales next to him. Damage reflect, magic resistance. Is this stuff actually real? After listening, Hedgel felt question marks popping up above his head. After all, this kind of thing was something he had only heard of in games before coming to this world. And now these actually became reality. It really is like that. As for where I got this information, I asked it out of that fellow who claimed to be me, Karenina said with a confident look. Although she knew how unreliable getting information from dreams sounded based on the clues provided by that fellow in the past, it was very likely true. However, looking at it currently, even if those monsters have these traits, they shouldn't be able to cause us harm, right? Because you tested it before. Bullets can easily pierce through this armor. Section 149. Yet Hedgel still failed to realize the severity of the problem. From the look of things, the defense threshold set for this armor is too low. Because I've analyzed past battle reports, and it is said that even wearing lizard scale mail couldn't stop the lizard bites. Their teeth can easily tear through scale mail. Karenina then began reciting from memory. In other words, to prevent our soldiers from using scale mail to defend against their attacks, they simply set the threshold to match the average bite force and tooth sharpness of the lizards. If they raise this threshold, our bullets might no longer be able to pierce their armor. Hedgel immediately understood what Karenina was getting at. Exactly, that's it. Also, it's said they're used to be monsters specifically serving as soldiers. However, we haven't seen them on the current battlefield yet. And judging from that fellow's tone, their combat capability should be quite formidable. Word is traditional melee weapons couldn't stop them at all. Karenina presented another deeply unsettling possibility. That is indeed a bit troublesome. Perhaps that's their trump card. It's better to be cautious. As expected, we muster the Kevlar Empire scout ahead for us. As expected, Hedgel was preparing to pull out his current strongest stepping stone once again. Suddenly, This felt truly wicked. The domestic power struggles were already endless, yet Hedgel was planning to butt in and use them as a perfect shield and pathfinder. This was truly ruthless. At this thought, the corners of Kareninner's mouth couldn't help but twitch. By the way, I also took the opportunity to explain the situation to Bishop Kalanzer. Let's see if the goddess will grant us permission to eradicate this harmful, evil cult that is the Riston Church. Besides, I think as long as we make it clear that we won't occupy any land, the probability of them agreeing is quite high. Hedgel remembered another crucial matter, and wanted to hear Kareninner's thoughts on it. After all, her opinions were actually quite important. 306. Thoughts? Any thoughts? She tilted her head and thought for a few seconds. If I'm not mistaken, if it really becomes necessary to claim the land of the Riston Papal State, you would definitely choose to have the puppet regime you install publicly and completely express their submission to you, wouldn't you? Kareninner asked Hedgel a question first. If some critical strategic assets are discovered there, I would indeed do so, but for now, it's not necessary. Hedgel didn't deny it either, because he had indeed made plans along those lines. But whether to actually execute them depended on the real situation. Having multiple contingency plans was always the right choice. Tusk, my main concern is I'm a bit worried that if you really merge them into our territory later, the Church will express dissatisfaction. Kareninner still harboured certain misgivings about the Church. After all, this Church was indeed the largest religion. If they were truly displeased, it would pose no small threat to domestic stability. That's not a big problem. I'll have them repeatedly declare that they voluntarily merged into the Keboj Empire. Hedgel shrugged, completely unbothered by it. After all, although everyone knew it was definitely forced voluntarism, nobody would bother exposing it, since exposing it wouldn't bring them any benefit anyway. However, now that it involved the Church, things got a bit interesting. After all, Hedgel had told the Church that he would not encroach on the territory of the Riston Papal State. Tusk, your methods are as dirty as ever. Seeing Hedgel's roguelike behaviour, Kareninner could only sigh in silence. Dirty is the norm, not dirty is the exception. Politics is far less glamorous than it appears on the surface. Though Hedgel was stating facts, it always made one feel quite uncomfortable. The conditions for declaring war are met. Right now I guess you're just waiting for the shipment of weapons and ammunition. Kareninner knew this very well. Indeed, even if the goddess responds with refusal, I can still declare war on the thebocracy using the contentious remarks previously made by their diplomats toward our country. Although that decreases the war's justification, as long as we win without disrupting people's lives, there won't be any problem. Hedgel was fully prepared for this as well. He was not afraid at all of what trick the goddess Church might pull. This was practically a habit of his. Of course, I still hope to have a better pretext. That way success will be more guaranteed, and public discontent will be minimized. Fair enough. Right now, I plan to ramp up R&D for heavy firepower weapons. Even if we can't deploy them on a large scale right away, we must have basic reserves. If we wait until then to start developing them, we'll likely suffer heavy losses. Kareninner then moved on to her long-awaited segment. In truth, this was your goal all along, wasn't it? Hedgel stared straight at Kareninner's face with a here it comes expression, whispering softly, so what if it is? This time, she didn't plan to back down. Instead, she stared straight into Hedgel's eyes. Nothing much. Whatever you deserve will naturally be given to you. As long as you don't go overboard, it doesn't matter. Hedgel shrugged, then quickly averted his gaze. Is this guy scared? Kareninner started wildly speculating again. Afterwards, brimful of delight, she quickly left Hedgel's office. And Hedgel still couldn't understand why Kareninner was suddenly so elated, as if she had taken stimulants. Oh well, as long as she's happy. It's better if I don't dig too deep into the reason. In the end, he just waved his hand, deciding not to dwell on it. Now then, let's see what these guys are planning to do. Saying that, he picked up the document sent from the Kevlar Empire. Still as thrilling and exciting as ever. Hedgel felt more and more that it was absolutely wonderful that the late Emperor had purged all the trash in the country beforehand. If not for that fortunate turn of events, Hedgel's policies could never have been implemented to this degree. Nobles wielding military power and opposing imperial authority. Such a thing should really never be allowed to happen domestically again. Cleaner actually believed their nonsense. Still, it's not incomprehensible. Her current situation is beset with troubles both internally and externally. The only ones she can try to rely on are probably these guys. Hedgel tossed the documents onto the desk, pondering how to continue implementing his plan while slowly considering how to deal with these nobles. But in the end, there seemed to be only one conclusion, namely executing them without mercy. Looks like I can also eliminate a few high-ranking officials along the way and replace them with my own people. That way, I can further control the Kevlar Empire. He carefully pondered the list of officials he had just seen who were likely involved in the usurpation, and another good idea popped into his mind. Not only that, He decided to use this opportunity to eliminate several officials in key positions, even if they might not have committed any crime. After all, evidence can always be fabricated. What's more, it will be during a time of civil unrest and total chaos. Since he was going to play dirty, he might as well try playing even dirtier. What's wrong with that? Hedgel seemed to have made up his mind. Then allow me to take another look at which specific fellows would be best to get rid of. Either way, I can find suitable people to replace them through reasonable means, so it shouldn't be much of a problem. And next he had to check the troop movements of those nobles. Just thinking about this gave Hedgel an even bigger headache. Others are adept at civil war, but incompetent in foreign war. But you guys are incompetent even at civil war. Just look at this bizarre troop deployment map, it's simply absurd. So you're all thinking of being the first to charge into the capital, kick cleaner beneath your feet, and crown yourselves emperor. Isn't that wishful thinking taken a bit too far? Hedgel felt more and more that there was good reason for the Kavilar Empire's continuous decline. Look at the forces of these noble armies. Without Cleaner's knowledge, they had all lined up around the territory under direct imperial control, ready in spearhead assault formations, just waiting to charge toward the imperial capital. At that rate, they probably engage in a round of dog-eat-dog fighting inside the imperial city. Could this perhaps serve as an after-dinner comedy? 310. Scheme. No, that's still too bloody. The previous overt and covert struggles have now turned into a final sprint. Everyone thinks they are guaranteed to claim the throne, but how things will actually play out is truly an unknown variable. Hedgel narrowed his eyes slightly and slowly exhaled. These were precisely the developments he was most eager to see. The harder they fought, and the more miserably they died, the better. After all, it saves a lot of labour costs. After mutual slaughter, the fellow who believes he has won the ultimate victory drags his bruised, battered, and ragged body, swaying and trembling, right at the final moment before sitting on the throne only to have his head neatly chopped off. That is the ultimate despair. Heaven and hell completely reversed in a single instant. That was precisely the exquisite scene Hedgel wished to behold. What a pity he couldn't be there in person to appreciate it. This made him unable to help sigh with regret. Tusk, however, reality is far more interesting than expected. Just like he had never anticipated meeting a fellow countryman, nor had he ever considered that he would genuinely fall in love with someone and desire them so intensely. Ideals are always just ideals, and reality is what we must face most of all, and the most pressing matter for now is still this theocracy. However, the only thing I care about right now is how much wealth these guys actually possess, and how much my army can bring back within those few days. Hedgel's line of thinking remained as pragmatic as ever under the current circumstances. So-called reputation was purely illusory. After all, aside from these small nations, any country with even a bit of capability was currently at war. Everyone is too busy trying to survive. Who cares whether your reputation is good or bad? Section 150. This is completely nothing to fear. After all, reputation is only something to play around with during peacetime. Once a turbulent era arrives, it is not as practical as a bit of gold. Let us take another look at the recent fiscal expenditure situation. Feeling a slight sense of unease, Hedgel rang the bell to summon the official, and the next second, the familiar voice of the communicator appeared by Hedgel's ear. Your Majesty, do you have any instructions? Call Carls to my place, and have him remember to bring the recent financial statement, without delay. Hedgel said indifferently, and then quickly hung up the communication. Currently, the matters of various ministers only needed to be reported to Carls as the Prime Minister. After Carls organised the contents of the documents, they would be reported to Hedgel. Although this way, the efficiency was very high. But this was definitely not an administrative model that could be fixed and used forever. After all, although he trusted Carls, he could not guarantee that a second Roland would not appear after Carls. In the future, the regulatory mechanism must be continuously strengthened. Otherwise, such scum would appear sooner or later. And shortly after, a knock suddenly sounded inside the office. Come in. Following Hedgel's response, the door also quickly opened, and after a black figure flashed in, it quickly closed again. Needless to say, that was Carls. Your Majesty, this is the statement you wanted. He immediately handed the document in his hand onto Hedgel's desk, then immediately took 2 steps back, stood still not far from the desk, and waited for Hedgel's instructions. Hedgel simply remained speechless, silently picking up the densely written financial statement to browse through it. Not long after, he slowly raised his head and asked Carls, the expenditures are within expectations. But how is the completion status of each project? How much money was spent was originally secondary. What was important was after spending the money, could the desired results be obtained? Currently, more than 60% of private institutions nationwide have been contacted to enroll civilian students in the form of national subsidies. Moreover, breakfast and lunch can be provided for free. currently estimated at the minimum value. At least over 400,000 children can benefit from this. And Carls directly recited the previously compiled data. 400,000. It seems the quantity is still a bit small, but once free breakfast and lunch is mentioned, impoverished households will probably let their own children go to classes because they want to save money. That is truly strange. Hedgel still felt that this quantity was a bit small. This quantity should still be incomplete. Detailed numbers are still being tallied. At that time, they will be completely organized and reported to you. Carls believed that this was simply a problem of incomplete statistical data. Let's leave it at that for now. Besides, with this kind of fiscal expenditure, if there are only 400,000, that truly would be completely unreasonable, unless there are a few restless guys who reached out their dirty claws towards this money. Speaking of this, a trace of ruthless ferocity flashed to Hedgel's gaze again. Regarding this aspect, I will send people to thoroughly investigate. If there is a phenomenon of large-scale corruption, I will immediately report it to you. And Carls was reliable as always. Then that's how it is. If it's just petty thievery, that's not much of a problem. As long as they do their jobs well and take a little bit, that is also permitted. Just turn a blind eye. But if they take too much, then they must be prepared to be hanged at the city gate. Hedgel's policy towards these officials remained the same as ever. At your command. Carls immediately replied with a firm voice. Right. In a moment you should bring over the national transportation route map. Also organize the various expenses for the road built outside the east city gate some time ago. I will need it soon. Hedgel recalled some of Karenin's thoughts again. And this is also necessary, right? After all, transportation lines running through the entire country and the like are of utmost importance. This will directly affect the transportation speed and efficiency of military supplies after the war breaks out. Furthermore, cement roads, no matter what, will be much easier to work on than those potholed dirt roads that become muddy after the rain. If several cement road transportation lines can be established, that will also be a tremendous enhancement to the comprehensive national strength. As for the funds needed to implement these projects, we might as well first see just how much gold and silver jewelry can be looted after completely capturing theocracy. Believing that these guys who've constantly exploited the people 24 hours a day should have quite a few valuable things, right? However, if they are truly poor, then we can only subsidize the road repairs ourselves. Understood. I will go prepare immediately. Carls, who understood Hedgel's thoughts, also replied immediately, then quickly left the office. 311. Exception. My dear Calanza, this time, what questions do you have that need answering again? Late at night, Bishop Calanza was currently lying relaxed on the soft bed. The various furnishings in the room also maintained relative stillness, seeming impossible to emit any strange sounds. 705u.com first published by the Reading Club, but that voice realistically appeared within Calanza's sea of consciousness. Her consciousness also truly heard the sweet and soft female voice. This drove her to open her eyes amidst sleep, and appearing before her eyes was a vague yet clear humanoid figure whose body was made of dazzling radiance, whose clothes were made of brilliant splendor, and whose dress was made of colorful halos. This was also what she wanted to see the most. That familiar yet strange great one, the Supreme One. Thank you for listening to my voice. Thank you for feeling this longing. Thank you for being willing to clear away this bewilderment for me. Please allow me to pay you my highest respects. Calanza knelt on one knee, deeply lowering her head. Her flying silver hair was so dazzlingly gorgeous in this space composed solely of dazzling golden light, and this humble yet not lowly posture was so appropriate and dignified. This golden humanoid figure could not help but wear a smile, and nodded slightly. Although she could only turn her back to Calanza, the figure already knew all of her actions. Raise your head. State your doubts. And this figure also asked her in accordance with her consistent style. Respected goddess, may I ask, do you still remember the emperor of the Kebuj Empire who wants to make you the nationwide object of adoration? Hedgel Chabiev. Calanza slowly raised her head, gazed at the golden figure, and slowly spoke. Of course I remember. Is it about him again? And the figure responded with a gentle and warm voice. Yes, recently, the Riston Church has had a great deal of scandals. This includes heinous bloody deeds like slaughtering villages and robbing the people of their wealth. And this emperor wants to declare war on the Riston Church in the name of your will, striving to completely root it out from the continent. I will not occupy a single inch of land within the papal state. And Calanza gave a detailed explanation of it. Want to declare war on the Riston Church in my name? And the golden figure repeated this sentence with a hint of confusion. Calanza simply nodded silently. She also knew clearly that this goddess was definitely able to know her every move. Can this favor actually be helped or not? And within the goddess's heart, the struggle began again. Previously, sister also said that as long as he succeeds, We can stop interfering in various disputes for a period of time. But is this really good? She seemed to find it a bit difficult to make a decision. However, Sister already said that as long as I don't personally go over to help, then there shouldn't be a problem, right? And I am now just providing an excuse to achieve his goal for that coolly in Sister's mouth. So it should also be fine, right? Moreover, Sister should also hope for things to develop in this direction, right? Blinking her eyes, after some analysis, she seemed to feel that agreeing to this matter was the result most desired by the silver big lowly whom she called Sister. Then I'll agree. Anyway, it neither violates the rules, and Sister can be happy. In the end, she still made a decision, while also revealing a happy smile. Calanser, how much do you know about the evil deeds of the Riston Church? She slightly adjusted her mood, and then asked Calanser. Although she had already made a decision in her heart, she still had to agree to this request step by step with a reasonable excuse. She couldn't possibly say this is the result Sister wanted, and it doesn't violate the rules. Right, many. In the past, I also heard about the evil deeds of the Riston Church from the believers, but because there was no factual basis, I did not report it. And this time, it came from the mouth of a high-ranking officer inside the Riston Church Knight Order. The credibility can be said to be quite high, and she explained the situation within without any concealment. I understand. Calanser, do you still remember our church's tenet? And the golden figure just nodded, and then asked Calanser, who was still kneeling on one knee. Listen to voices, clear away bewilderment, spread light. Calanser answered without hesitation. The sense of solemnity was such that even the goddess could not help but click her tongue, and the actions of this Riston Church run counter to our thoughts, because they are only thinking about how to acquire more money, how to obtain greater power, and how to encroach upon more land. At the same time, they have brought countless lies and death, and this figure followed the tenet and began verbal attacks against the Riston Church. As for that so-called true God, if one must speak plainly, it is merely an ant that was completely erased from this world centuries ago due to greed. Originally, I did not want to make a move against this church whose faith had long been crushed, yet they themselves, just like their God, plunged into the abyss of desire. The goddess is now stating reality. After all, if she were forced to make it up, she couldn't make up words like this. After all, that so-called true God has truly turned to ashes long ago. As for the process, it's inconvenient to elaborate. And now, people of ideals and integrity can no longer tolerate the bloody and despicable actions of these thugs, and have decided to raise the banner of justice to purge the nest of these criminals and punish those who are guilty. Isn't this something we should support? The figure's tone grew increasingly high-pitched. The words also revealed a full sense of majesty and biting coldness. You mean to agree to Hedgel's request? In Calanser's words, there was full joy and disbelief, because this goddess could be said to have never agreed to such requests before. She always decisively refused, and this time it could be said to be a true exception, and she was the witness to this rare exception seen once in a millennium. Her joy went without saying. At the same time, this also explained the evil deeds of the Riston Church had reached a degree that aroused the indignation of both gods and men. Section 151. Although it is unknown what petty schemes Hedgel is hatching in his heart, but in terms of objective, they are the same. This is enough. It is agreed. Leave it to you to pass the message to him. If there are other questions, continue to come find me. After the figure finished speaking, the light around her began to expand at an extremely fast speed, and she disappeared within that dazzling brilliance. Finally, when Calanser opened her eyes, she realized that dawn had already arrived. Great later, I must tell this emperor about this matter exactly as it is. She sat up from the bed, her eyes flashing with a firm light, and clenched her small fists full of motivation. 312. Speech. Conduct the final ammunition count. Check whether the mechanical structure of your own gun has any problems. If there are problems, immediately perform repairs or replacements, and definitely do not drop the ball during the attack. At the border of the Kebuj Empire, inside the Third Army, the atmosphere at this moment can be said to be exceptionally tense. No matter which part of the military camp, running officers or soldiers could be seen everywhere, and the magic amplification device in the center of the military camp was constantly broadcasting various matters that needed attention, striving to ensure that afterwards, no problems would occur that would lead to an imperfect attack. As for why such an anxious atmosphere appeared, it was simply because they respected His Majesty yesterday secretly issued an order to the highest commander of the Kebuj Empire's Third Army, General Hogg, preparing to launch an attack against the Riston Papal State. And today was the day His Majesty officially declared war on the Papal State through nationwide broadcasting. All hands, form up. After receiving the notification that the nationwide broadcast was about to begin, Hogg immediately roared at the magic stone of the amplifier with the loudest voice, and the soldiers under his command, upon hearing this roar resembling a thunderclap, immediately obeyed the command and stood in neat lines according to the formations they had practiced countless times before. Steel guns, cloth armor, warriors. a combination of medieval and modern styles. It truly looked a bit eerie, but this intense fighting spirit and heavy killing intent definitely had no possibility of being fake. And standing high up on the watchtower, after confirming that his warriors had already formed up according to the requirements, he revealed a gratified smile. Afterwards, he took out this personal communication magic stone from the amplification device, and then replaced it with a magic stone connected to the imperial city that could receive His Majesty's voice. Great and brave subjects of the Empire. Right now, there is a very important matter that needs to be notified to everyone immediately. Minutes later, Hegel's voice was quickly and clearly transmitted to every corner of the Keboj Empire through this magic stone. Everyone should have also known during these days, or rather heard a large amount of rumours about the Riston Papal State. For example, slaughtering the common people, extortion and heavy taxation, treating human lives like grass, etc. And now, what I want to say is, Hegel's voice grew increasingly low and serious. These matters are all true. And this sentence, he roared it out towards the magic stone and towards the people of the entire country in an extremely angry tone. This powerful aura shook the heartstrings of everyone, without exception. Not only that, not only did they do these extremely filthy deeds, now they even attempt to control our speech. They sent envoys and said highly threatening words to the current Prime Minister. They even threatened that if we do not manage the people well, they will adopt appropriate means. This is naked provocation. This is a blatant threat. His words carried a full measure of instigation, causing the moods of everyone present to inevitably become stained with the colour of anger following these sentences. Can this be tolerated? The behaviour like this is obviously coercing us into throwing our precious and great people into prison. And the reason for doing this kind of behaviour is simply because our sincere people spoke the truth and poked at the darkest and most unknown side of the Riston Church, elevating one and stepping on the other, praising the citizen's sincerity and exposing the Church's truth, further enhancing people's abhorrence towards the Church and increasing the rationality of this war. These clowns of theirs are forcing us to lie, forcing us against our conscience to cover up the truth of the matter and continue to bestow praise upon this hypocritical and utterly ugly Church. Is this something a person with a conscience should do? At least in my view, it is not. What a self-questioning and self-answering, directly carrying out a kidnapping of moral conscience upon the people of the entire country. If anyone attempted to defend this Riston Church, they would naturally be subjected to attacks of conscience and morality by everyone around them, transforming attacks on the theocracy into defiance of conscience, and further disguising this war as a righteous judgment. Everyone should know the Goddess Church, right? I think, at least within the country, there should be no one who does not know, and Hegel now intended to use the mutual strife between religions to further achieve his own goals. After all, he currently had to ensure that he stood on the moral high ground, and it was the absolute high ground at that. Only in this way could he obtain the greatest victory. After all, there was nothing more satisfying than defecating anywhere while standing on the moral high ground. Archbishop Kalanzer of the imperial capital main church has already reported all the crimes of the Riston Church in recent times to the great and beautiful Lady Goddess. Not only that, she also obtained the instruction of sweeping away evil and eliminating wickedness. Justice returns. This is the consciousness issued by the divine being. Speaking up to here, Hegel even intentionally mixed quite a bit of excitement and joy into his tone. This also made it even more realistic and instigative. Although the slogan was fabricated by him, he had already communicated with Kalanzer about it long ago, so it would not be exposed. Anyway, even if it was exposed, there was no need to fear. Just directly eliminate the people attempting to spread the speech. Anyway, human lives were never worth much to begin with. Not only that, Lady Goddess also bitterly denounced the so-called true God in the Riston doctrine as a greedy and tyrannical false god, and it had already vanished several hundred years ago. A cult whose faith itself has already been reduced to ashes is now constantly lording over our great people and our great country. Can this be tolerated? That lofty and arrogant attitude, can we tolerate it? After piecing through the disguise of this Riston Church and beating it down into a cult in one fell swoop, he also incidentally disguised himself and the country into the image of victims of the Riston Church, truly worthy of being him. None of us can tolerate it. Therefore, I have decided today to declare war on the Riston Papal State, in order to display the will of the people and the majesty of our country. At the same time, we will execute the judgment issued by the divine being against the Riston Church. Everyone, let us together completely expel this cult from our sacred territory, and let those cultists witness what is called the power of the people and the glory of the country. Finally, another round of instigation was carried out, bringing the emotions of the listeners to their peak. Up and down the entire country, everyone was boiling with excitement because of the speech by Hegel. Soldiers, have you heard His Majesty's speech? Have you felt that genuine emotion within it? This time, we represent the interests of the people and the glory of the country. We are the deity's proxies in the mortal realm, the morticians of the demons. All troops, charge, and responding to Hoggy's generous words was the earth-shaking shouts of killing. 313. Prelude. Just as the vanguard of the Third Army began advancing toward the other side of the border, inside Iowa City, the capital of the Keboj Empire, things were naturally bustling with activity. Of course, this bustling activity was not merely bustling in a commercial sense. Surround all these churches completely. You not let a single person out. The city defense forces had already tightly surrounded the various Risen Church churches distributed within the city and the outskirts. Around any church, there were densely packed soldiers holding long swords and some black tubes. Bishop, what should we do? The order from that emperor just now can be said to be quite clear. This is wanting us to die. One of the priests at this moment was constantly pulling and shaking the bishop, who had just been released from the small dark room, completely unable to remain calm. They shouldn't do anything to us. Absolutely won't do anything to us. What we represent is the great true God. We are the children of God. They will definitely receive punishment for this. Definitely. She stared through the window at the neatly formed up soldiers outside, roaring with a trembling voice. Say it quickly. Say it quickly. They absolutely dare not make a move against us. Absolutely not. They don't have this guts. Right now, rather than saying she was unable to recognize reality, it was more like wanting to use this to suppress the fear deep in her heart. No matter what, she could never have imagined that this emperor would actually dare to go to war with the incomparably powerful church behind her. Whether it was when she served as bishop here, when she was negotiating with Karls, or when she was locked up in that small dark room, at that time she could be said to have no idea why the saintess was so angry. Even after so many days had passed, she still did not understand where the saintess's anger came from. We rest assured, even if they capture us, they will definitely treat us with good food and drink. They dare not touch a single hair on us. As long as we wait for our night order to crush their defense line, we will naturally be released. Her teeth chattered up and down, but she was still using these words to comfort herself. Isn't this laughable? People inside, if you still don't honestly line up and come out, we will start attacking. By then there won't be any chance to escape. Speaking thus, the tall man who should be an officer made a gesture towards the soldier beside him, and that soldier, as if understanding tacitly, took out an ugly earthen jar with a tattered cloth strip on it. Just as Bishop Leaner and that priest were puzzled about what they were preparing to do, that soldier suddenly used a flint to ignite the cloth strip, and then forcefully threw it into the church. This thoroughly frightened Leaner and the priest. They hurriedly squatted on the ground, and only after hearing the shattering sound of the jar did they slowly poke their heads out from under the windowsill. At the same time, they even wanted to mock these soldiers for not being able to throw things accurately. But upon seeing the large patch of flowing flames in the open space in front of the church, their hearts suddenly twitched. If they had truly intended to throw it in back then our place here would really be finished. Recalling the rows of wooden pews inside the church hall, as well as the large amount of wooden utensils and structural layout of the church, a sudden chill rose behind her back. Giving you one more time. If you still don't honestly walk out of this damn church with your hands raised, we will directly set this church on fire, letting you know what it means to be roasted suckling pigs. And the roars of the soldiers outside grew increasingly fierce, carrying a heavy killing intent. They would truly do this. Leaner's heart was warning her thus. We are going out right now. Going out right now. Don't be impulsive. Really don't be impulsive. Realizing this reality, Leaner swallowed her saliva, then opened the window and raised her arms high so that the soldiers outside could see clearly. Bishop, are we really going out just like this right now? Will there really not be other problems? But that priest still carried full apprehensions. What else can we do? Call the others. If you don't want to turn straight into roasted pigs like they said, hurry up and go out. Afterwards, the saintess will definitely come to save us. Although the first few sentences sounded quite firm, but the last two sentences basically completely lacked any confidence. Will the saintess really come to save us? Doubts also began to arise in her heart, but she currently had no other choice. She took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled. Her mood also grew increasingly apprehensive. However, it seemed there was no other choice left, right? Although she was foolish, she was not stupid. Although she understood that if this emperor dared to do this, he definitely had complete preparations, and it was absolutely impossible that he started declaring war on the theocracy simply out of momentary anger. Premeditated, and holding victory in hand, under the gazes of her subordinates, with her hands held high, she slowly walked towards the gate of the church. This gaze akin to pinpricks truly made her feel that death was better than life, but there was no help for it. She still had to work. Section 152. Upholding the so-called for the true God here would only be treated as a joke by people nowadays. Better to live ignobly than to die. At least as long as one lives, there is still hope. She took a deep breath, trying her best to keep herself calm. Then she stared intently ahead, at the pure white light outside the door, the gleaming sharp swords, and the dark, gaping muzzles of the guns. As for the remaining subordinates, seeing that their superior was acting this way naturally, they could only let go of the thought of resistance, step by step, following her pace as they slowly walked out the door. It looks like there's no need to waste the incendiary bombs. Meanwhile, the officer on the outer perimeter of the church felt slightly surprised. After all, he could be said to have seen those kinds of fanatical believers before. Basically, they would not spare their lives, strapping a large amount of magic crystals directly to their bodies, and then rushing into the crowd to detonate them. Yet these guys this time, they all walked out obediently, and no unusual magical fluctuations were felt. Soon after, having walked out obediently with their hands raised high, they were all carefully searched, and after confirming there were no other abnormalities, they were escorted into the prisons in batches. And the scene at the Arwa City Branch Church was also a microcosm of other Riston Church branches within the Kebuj Empire. The city defense forces of various cities had long since received relevant orders, waiting only for the moment Hedgel finished his nationwide speech to arrest all these church personnel. This was also the prelude to the destruction of the Riston Church. 314. In shambles, enemy camp discovered. According to the scout's report, these knights are still making final preparations. How should we respond? At this time, the vanguard of the Kebuj Empire had broken into the territory of the Papal State, and according to the intelligence provided by spies previously deployed within the Riston Papal State, they found the garrison of the Knight Order. The instructions given to us by Lord General are to annihilate them swiftly, leaving none alive. Wait a minute, 2nd Platoon and 3rd Platoon. First go around from the bushes nearby to the two flanks of the camp. 1st Platoon, follow me. As for the artillery brothers dispatched by the regiment commander, they will first bombard the target camp, blowing this thick barrier on the outer perimeter of the camp into pieces. Then, taking advantage of their panic, we will unleash the most fierce shooting at them. Understood. And this officer, who should be at the company commander level, made a plan after briefly analysing the surrounding terrain. Understood. After giving a subtle yet neat response, the soldiers followed their commander's instructions and slowly crept toward the flanks. Meanwhile, the soldiers who remained in place set up their mortars and loaded their bullets, waiting only for the commander's order to mercilessly fire these blazing bullets into the enemy's chests. 3rd Platoon has reached the designated position and is ready. 2nd Platoon has reached the designated position and is ready. After receiving these two communications, the company commander took a deep breath and then raised his hand behind him. Fire! With an angry shout, the artillerymen behind immediately slid the shells into the cannon barrels, accompanied by several muffled sounds appearing in their ears. The shells flew toward the enemy's position with graceful arcs and sharp shrieks. In the end, one explosion after another echoed around the area. But this was not the end, only the beginning. Before the previous round of shells had even landed, the next round of shells, like their predecessors, had long since carried a rough and continuous roar, falling like raindrops onto the ground, bringing death and despair to the enemy. They could not hear the enemy's screams at all, because these screams had long been drowned out by the roar of the shells. All that could be heard were the shrieks of shells, the explosions of shells, the collapsing city walls, and flying earth and stones. Perhaps they were also mixed in the noises of people and armor being torn apart by the explosions, until the wall could finally no longer withstand the repeated caresses of the shells, and finally collapsed peacefully amidst this brilliant explosion. This symphony named after shells and explosions finally came to an end. But this was still not the end, because next came the passionate requiem played together by rifles and bullets. Through the mechanical sights, the soldiers had long since locked onto their own prey. At the very moment this symphony came to an end, they pulled the trigger hard, although the sound of the bullet being fired inside the gun barrel was not as deep as the mortar. When the bullet flew through the air, it did not drag a long tail sound like the shell with great momentum, yet it could bring death indiscriminately. And it was more precise, more elegant, if it could be said that shells would tear the knights' bodies into pieces. Then the bullet only needed to leave a small hole in their bodies, to gracefully snatch away their lives. There was no need for the slaughter of the cold weapon era, nor did it need to be as tyrannical as shells. It only needed to leave a tiny hole beneath the armor and body, and the objective could be achieved. The knights, who had just experienced the baptism of shells, had not yet recovered from the lingering echo of the shelling, but the next climax had already arrived. The distant roaring explosions, the sound of comrades falling close at hand, and the noise of armor being pierced lingered in their ears. They panicked. They were terrified, because they realized that the self-proclaimed invincible armor on their bodies had no room for resistance in front of these demons of the Kebuj Empire. They could only run around wildly in the camp like headless flies. They hid beside the collapsed city walls. They hid inside the crumbling wooden houses. They lay flat on the ground in panic. What was worse, Some even tried to pick up the corpses of their dead comrades to use as human shields. These utterly comical yet unimaginably realistic and bloody dramas were now appearing before the soldiers' eyes. These knights, who were originally high and mighty and showed off their prestige, now revealed such a timid, cowardly, and despicable side before them. This made them even more eager to use the firearms in their hands to strip away their ugliness and depravity completely and thoroughly. Even if they began to hide, even if they began to flee, they still could not escape the reality of being shot dead. Their armor was pierced by the scorching hail of bullets. Blood, following the holes on the armor and body, let out a joyful laugh yearning for the outside world, and then gushed outward without hesitation. Blood dyed the earth red. Yet, no one felt this was wrong, because this was only getting what they deserved. Although Hegel's speech contained quite a few instigative elements, but the main content could be said to have not faked anything at all, even though these knights, on the surface, did not participate in those massacres. However, as part of this church, they naturally also enjoyed the benefits brought about by these massacres and plunder. These benefits were composed of the lives, blood, and tears of the plundered. Under the avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. This phrase, used here, should be just right. Attention everyone, fix bayonets. Enter the camp and search for any remaining survivors. According to Lord General's instructions, leave none alive and wipe them all out. After the surroundings returned to silence, they began to clean up the battlefield, which could not be called a post-battle scene at all. After all, this could only be described as a one-sided massacre. Sometimes, the advantage in weapons and equipment can reach this extent. Their enemy had no power to fight back against their side at all. A complete and thorough massacre. Their side, at least until now, could be said not to have a single soldier injured. Yet the enemy troops were completely routed both in combat and in operational psychology. And now, they used their bayonets to skewer these half-dead fellows one by one. Even if they didn't do this, the bullets buried in their bodies and the wounds left by the bullets would take their lives. Nothing is more equal than death. Although there were still some knights who were not directly hit by the hail of bullets and shells, but after witnessing that complete massacre just now, they had long lost all will to fight. In the end, they could only cower in the corner of the wall, raise their hands high, and decisively surrender. In this outpost battle, the Roman Papal State could be said to have lost utterly in a complete mess. 315. Report. It's all over. Why did this emperor suddenly declare war on us? And what on earth is that bullshit goddess church doing, saying that the true God is gone? Isn't this blatantly going against us? Right now, I don't even have a single chip left. The holy capital of the theocracy. At this moment, Karina was lying on the table, crying and shouting incessantly. Tears fell uncontrollably, and soon they soaked all the documents on the table. But she no longer cared about that now. This damn country is about to be gone. What kind of documents are we even talking about? She had to hurry up and pack her things, and find a chance to run away. Otherwise, she would definitely be in for a miserable time. Although she had already prepared the funds she must bring when fleeing, this couldn't make up for the fact that her combat power was simply too low. With so much money on her, there was no guarantee that she and this money wouldn't be robbed by bandits along the way. As for the fate of being robbed, she knew it crystal clear in her heart. If she was lucky, she might even manage to become a bandit leader's captive wife or something. If she was a bit unlucky, she might well be played to death or passed around a few times. Who could endure that? Who knows, after being passed around once, she would be completely played with until her eyes lost their highlight and her spirit collapsed. And it would be that ghost-like situation where she couldn't even beg for death. Perhaps, tying herself up neatly and honestly letting Coburg's army take her as a prisoner. Perhaps considering her current position and her somewhat pleasing appearance, they might leave her a small path to survive after they were done using her. Section 153. She began indulging in some completely nonsensical thoughts again. This won't work, and neither will that. If this continues, maybe committing suicide right now is the best choice. Her train of thought was becoming increasingly bizarresque. I can't bring myself to do it. Besides, wouldn't that mean there's completely no possibility of survival? But in the future, who knows? Maybe I really won't even be able to seek death. I'd still have to endure all sorts of ravages every day. Looking at it this way, dying seems more cost-effective after all. 705u.com Reading Club first release. Such a magical idea that even Kareniner had to admit defeat. Karina was probably the only one capable of coming up with it, right? What on earth does the Keboj Empire want to do this time? Not for practical interests, but just for an utterly hollow title. This doesn't look like that Emperor style at all. Yet she still decided to find an opportunity to cozy up to this Hegel. After all, from the current perspective, it seemed this was the only path left that could bring her the wonderful life she envisioned in her ideals. But reality was always much more difficult than imagined. After all, she hadn't even been able to figure out what this Hegel actually wanted before. Now intelligence was even scarcer, and the difficulty was even higher. For her to guess Hegel's thoughts just like that, she'd have to be seeing ghosts. There's no way to start. She slumped onto the table once again. It seemed she had lost all hope, but the wriggling dark shadow in the corner of the wall had heard every single word of her complaints and self-talk just now. Perhaps she could be utilized a little. The dark shadow seemed to think that this Karina might just be the chess piece His Majesty was looking for. After all, she didn't have high aspirations or other thoughts. She just wanted to live a comfortable life. Her ambition wasn't big, but it couldn't be considered too small either. This kind of person was the easiest to control, because she wouldn't do anything out of line due to an inflation of ambition. At the same time, she wouldn't harbor too much negative emotion toward her work because of personal problems. Then, they would continue to monitor her and report to the superiors later to see if His Majesty would agree with this idea. The dark shadow seemed to have made up its mind. At night, the Empire's Third Army, serving as the main offensive force, temporarily halted its advance. Therefore, these nights also breathed a slight sigh of relief. "Captain, they are starting to pitch camp now." A knight in the reconnaissance team swallowed hard, tightly gripped the longsword at his waist, and whispered to the captain beside him. "They probably won't attack today. Right now could it perhaps be a good opportunity?" The captain's gaze, however, was fixed tightly on the flickering candlelight in the Third Army's encampment as he whispered back, "You mean now is a good time to attack? We can take the opportunity to deal them a heavy blow." The young knight immediately wore an expression of sudden realization, speaking to his superior with an excited expression. "Idiot. A heavy blow. My foot. We should pack up our things and run for it right now while there's still time. Tomorrow, their very first target to attack will be our camp. Won't we all be beaten to death by then?" The knight captain gave the young man a fierce knock on the head and reprimanded him with anger. "But didn't we all agree earlier to offer everything to the true God?" The knight responded with a wronged expression. "You actually believe words like that? We were just getting paid to do a job. And now, the theocracy is clearly asking us to throw our lives away, and there's no money in it either. Who would do this kind of work? Maybe those senior knights would pull off some kind of last stand or something. For guys like us with old parents and young kids to support, we shouldn't get mixed up in this. Let's save ourselves first." The captain naturally refuted him with unanswerable reasons. After all, he had seen how this bizarre army had torn their camp to pieces. There was simply no room to fight back at all. They could only passively take a beating. That kind of power capable of blowing people directly into the air and shattering barriers. You want us to use our flesh and blood to counter it? Sorry, we are not gods. We are just humans. See here. Understood. Remembering the scenes he had witnessed earlier, the young man's complexion instantly turned ashen, because he also knew that if he truly went up against that kind of army, he would only meet a dead end. Whether it was the explosions that could shatter city walls or those black tubes that could pierce armor along with the body, he couldn't deal with either of them. Even if he stayed obediently in the camp and fought them to the death, it would still be completely fruitless. After all, no one would care whether an extra nameless corpse appeared somewhere or not. No one would care. Rather than waiting here to die, it was truly better to do as these seniors said, taking advantage of this dark and windy night. Everyone goes back to their own homes to find their own mothers. Since you understand, hurry back and pack your things. It's fortunate that you happen to be in our reconnaissance team and know which corner of the camp has a hole so we can slip out at night. Otherwise, you really wouldn't find a chance to escape. With that, the captain pulled the knight along and walked toward the camp they were currently stationed in. The first day of the offensive ended amidst this grand momentum. 316. Sirs, the first day looks like the results are okay. The rate of advance is slower than expected, but that's mainly due to terrain factors. At tonight's dinner table, Hegel read out today's daytime battle report expressionlessly, as if feeling that this was still not enough. That's enough, right? On the first day alone, at least over 1,500 people were directly wiped out, and there were 0 fatalities. Only some injured during the clean-up of the battlefield afterwards. From Karina's perspective, however, this was already a quite good result. After all, she had never imagined that such a level could be achieved. Originally, she thought it would take at least half a month to take down this theocracy, but judging from the current situation, half a month wasn't needed at all. Who knows, the problem could be resolved in a single week. Barely parsable. After all, the main strategic objective is to storm the holy capital, snatch money, snatch people, then quickly withdraw and act as the mastermind behind the scenes. Hegel simply put down his knife and fork, replying softly, "Oh ho, snatching people too. Whose young lady have you set your sights on this time?" Karina felt as though she had heard some rather explosive news. After all, was this good-for-nothing fellow finally preparing to start his harem life? How formidable the younger generation is, Tilda. Tusk, I'm actually a little jealous. Why can he have a harem, but I can't? Her train of thought was magical as always. What are you thinking about again? Hegel's brows furrowed tightly, as a feeling that Karenina had wandered off to some strange place again. Nothing much, just envying your harem life, Karenina said sourly. This tone really made one feel as though what she had just eaten wasn't a meal, but a whole bowl of lemons. It's just that those mages are rumored to be very high level, so I wanted to kidnap them back to act as coolies. Nothing strange about that, right? Hetchel couldn't be bothered to explain the issue of a harem to Karenina. After all, if he really followed along with Karenina's train of thought, it would only devolve into a scenario where his IQ gets dragged down to the same baseline by her, and then he is utterly defeated by her rich experience. Although Karenina's academic attainments were indeed quite high, when it came to a certain part of her emotional intelligence and verbal organization skills, she was completely hopeless. TCH, a heartless extractor of surplus value, a loyal practitioner of capitalism, the ultimate fans of capital, the last hope of slave owners, the pinnacle of national serfdom. Karenina started her inexplicable mumbling again. All right, although a tiny fraction of it is indeed the truth, haven't you exaggerated most of it excessively? Hetchel gently knocked Karenina on her small head and said helplessly, That's right, just a tiny bit is the truth. Karenina started playing dumb again. It seems my image in your heart is truly terrible to the extreme, Hetchel said with a trace of helplessness. It's indeed quite terrible, completely hopeless. Karenina gave her reply quite straightforwardly. In that case, I should try being even more terrible. This time, Hetchel completely threw away his shame. What are you planning to do this time? Karenina suddenly had a bad premonition. You can guess first. Anyway, for us, it's a good thing. But for the prisoners, it's an absolute bad thing. Hetchel revealed another exceptionally dark smile. Karenina only felt her body shiver, completely not knowing how to respond. First of all, let's observe a 3-second moment of silence for those prisoners of war. Although Karenina didn't know what Hetchel's specific measures were, when she saw the eerie smile of his, she knew this fellow would definitely not do anything good, at least not for the prisoners of war. What's with the moment of silence? They're not going to die. It'll just be a little tough for them. That's all. Hetchel merely shrugged. Compared to that, what I care more about is whether that tractor can be used now. That thing? It's undergoing final adjustments right now, and in a couple of days, it should be able to be hauled into the field to try ploughing. Although, as for the efficiency and things like that, I really wouldn't dare guarantee it. The more Karenina spoke, the more lacking in confidence she felt. No big problem. It's impossible to give every peasant comrade a unit each when the time comes. So if the results are good, then we can just go help plough the fields in the name of the state every farming season. That won't be an obstacle. Hetchel had already figured out how that big iron lump should be used. Let alone the manufacturing cost of that thing. Just the amount of magic crystals it burns is not something an ordinary peasant family can afford. Karenina also understood quite well just how much money burning that thing was. Then when the official test run starts, let's go check it out together. Anyway, this war is pretty much like this. From whichever angle you look at it, there won't be any major problems, and I don't need to monitor it every second of the day. Hetchel seized the opportunity to make this request. If you really pull off a real-time monitoring, wouldn't that be the real big problem? Do you want to turn into some kind of micromanagement master? Hearing these words, the corners of Karenina's mouth couldn't help but twitch. It seemed she felt Hetchel's idea was becoming increasingly unreliable. Indeed. But anyway, regarding the drainage system, and such that you mentioned, I already have a bit of a clue now. Afterward you can just review the plans. Section 154. Hetchel suddenly blurted out such a string of words. Hey. What are you up to again? How can you suddenly say something like that? Is there something wrong with your brain? Karenina increasingly felt that this Hetchel might be mentally unstable. After all, things like drainage systems were simply not something that could be easily designed. Where should they start digging? How should they dig? How deep to dig? How to arrange the roots? These all had to be carefully considered. How could it possibly be completed in these few short days? Therefore, she felt that there must be something wrong with Hetchel's head. No, I'm being serious. Yet Hetchel carried an unusual confidence regarding this. When the time comes, you will understand why I said that. Furthermore, he even gave such a promise. Karenina could only blink her deep blue eyes full of suspicion, unwilling to make too many comments on it. Fine, since you've said so, I'll wait and see just to what extent you can actually achieve. Anyway, I feel it is basically impossible for you to arrange all this in these few short days. Meanwhile, Karenina still maintained a considerable amount of doubt about this. After all, she would only believe it when she saw it with her own eyes. 317. Going home. Bypass these cities of theocracy and launch a direct raid on the army camp. Our only goal is to storm the holy capital at the fastest speed. In the camp of the Third Army, Hogg explained Hetchel's decision to his subordinates. But occupying the cities is necessary if we don't occupy them. What is the meaning of this trip of ours? However, as soon as these words were spoken, an officer raised an objection. In the eyes of other generals, this kind of behavior would probably be completely forbidden. But in Hoggy's view, this was actually a good thing. After all, he believed in letting officers voice all their doubts and then explaining them one by one. In this way, frontline commanders would understand what they should and should not do. At the same time, they would have no worries behind them. Since there was a problem, they would solve the problem, because after we storm the holy capital and take away everything we can get, we will immediately retreat, and what remains will be His Majesty's time. His Majesty simply wants this place to descend into complete chaos, and then support a faction among these complex local forces, while eliminating the others, ultimately allowing this faction to establish a nation and become a vassal state. That way, it will be just and legal from a moral standpoint. Do you understand? Hogg also gave a straightforward explanation. After all, there wasn't much need for them to hide things from each other. Understood. Guaranteed to complete the mission. Upon receiving the answer, these officers immediately replied with their loudest voices and resolute tones, as expected of His Majesty. In this way, we can reasonably utilize the resources within this territory without suffering any loss to our reputation. And this expedition can also loot the Papal State's treasury clean. I believe that fellows who exploit the people like this must have fully stocked granaries, which can definitely fill our national treasury. In their hearts, they began to praise Hedgel. Then, the upcoming night raid on the enemy army camp, are you all ready? A hint of ferocity suddenly flashed in Hoggy's eyes. Tonight is so quiet. Yeah, you can't even hear the crickets chirping in the grass. The difference from daytime is really huge. On the watchtower of the Papal State's army camp, 2 knights were currently standing guard, but seemingly due to how boring guard duty was, they started chatting casually, sentence by sentence. Art right. Probably because the Imperial army has all gone to rest. Yeah, though, none of this matters anymore, right? You in a really good mood. Of course, everyone is panicked and uneasy, and a few people from the scout team are already preparing to run away. Of course, we should also step it up and run together. This knight looked to be in quite high spirits. Furthermore, he was even shouting step it up. It looked like he didn't want to stay in this army camp for even another second. That's true. Everything we did earlier to prevent ourselves from dying in battle for the Thought wasn't entirely in vain. From now on, to as long as we escape from here and take our previous wages, we should be able to live a comha. Meanwhile, the middle-aged knight beside the young knight seemed to have heard some movement. He tilted his head slightly and looked towards the patch of grass that was making an unusual sound, but the next instant a flash of fire flickered within the grass. There. This middle-aged knight sounded as if he'd been heavily struck by something, and hurriedly grabbed the pillar of the watchtower. The young knight hurried to help him, but was directly dragged to the ground by the old knight. Unfortunately, the magic lantern was also knocked over by his recent stumble. The surroundings plunged into pitch blackness in an instant. Even the moon was completely obscured by dark clouds. It's a night raid. After a few seconds, he realized this, and quickly rang the alarm bell. But what responded to him was not the exclamations of other night guarding knights. Instead, it was neat, successive sounds of explosions. He began to thank the old knight beside him. If not for him, he probably would have already been riddled like a sieve by the strange objects shot out from those black iron tubes. Not only that, but he also heard the sound of clay pots shattering. What kind of sound was this again? He felt a little puzzled, but this puzzlement was quickly interrupted by the coughing of the old knight leaning against the corner of the watchtower. Perhaps I won't be able to run away with you guys today. Enduring the piercing pain, he panted and said to the young knight beside him. But, although in the darkness the young man could not see the old knight's face, he knew that this elder must be in extreme pain right now. He definitely was. His tears also flowed down uncontrollably. All right. You hurry and go. You can't stay here much longer either. Yet he pushed away the young knight who wanted to get closer. It's estimated to be a night raid, and judging from this momentum, it's definitely not a feint or harassment. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. Hurry up and go. Having said that, the old knight used the very last bit of strength in his body to get the young man away, and the young man could only clutch his stomach, shedding tears, and follow the old knight's words, running down the stairs towards the plaza below the watchtower. But when he saw the scene in the plaza, he suddenly felt that he come to the wrong place. Fire. Blazing, boundless fire. And the fire was constantly spreading in a flowing state, expanding outwards. The young man could honestly say he had never seen such glowing fire before, nor had he ever seen such a tragic scene. The dormitories were ignited, and the firelight appeared exceptionally bright in the dark night. And this rolling black smoke appeared so terrifying amidst the orange-red firelight, making his whole body tremble. The bodies of his companions were ignited by the raging flames. The flames clung to those knights' bodies, and could not be shaken off no matter what. Even if they rolled on the ground, it was of no use. Moreover, even if they rolled, they were very likely to roll into the flowing fire in their panic. Is this the divine punishment spoken of by that emperor? The young man was trembling all over, his teeth chattering up and down uncontrollably, making their unique colliding sounds. Run, take advantage of this time. Run quickly. His brain sent out the final survival signal. His body also subconsciously began to move, starting to crawl towards the dugout cave by the wall. It seems that coming here was a mistake to begin with. Escaping the threat of death, the young man looked at the sea of fire in the distance, and thought silently in his heart, what good treatment, what divine cults or evil cults, they were all deceiving people. There were only days of licking blood off the blade. As expected, I should still go home. At least there are parents, a wife, and brothers there, and life. Go home. He resolutely embarked on the journey back. 318. Turning coat. How is the situation? The lights in the main hall were ghastly pale at this moment. Meanwhile, the Pope sat on this exquisitely decorated throne that exuded the aura of money everywhere. However, his mood didn't seem very good, and even when he spoke, his voice carried a tremor. There was completely no composure left at all. My lord, they are currently approaching Corvus Gorge. If we fail to inflict heavy losses on them in the Gorge region, the holy capital, is I'm afraid. And Carina, who was kneeling on the red carpet, reported to the Pope with a trembling voice as well. Was this tremor because of fear, or because of other reasons? Unknown, but the only thing that could be confirmed was that her mind was locked in an intense internal struggle. And this Corvus Gorge was the only passage that could enter the Theocracy's holy capital. It was no exaggeration to call it a natural barrier. Although it couldn't achieve the level where one man guards the pass and 10,000 cannot open it, its defensive power was still much stronger than those currently useless encampments. Section 155. Send all elite forces to Corvus Gorge. Do not allow the slightest delay. Naturally, the Pope regarded this natural barrier as a straw to clutch at. May I ask if we need to dispatch all the mages there as well? Carina, however, raised a new question. Dispatch them. Deploy them all over there. You must hold the gorge to the death. There cannot be the slightest delay. Only in such narrow places can they unleash their maximum potential. The Pope's voice grew increasingly excited. Understood. After finishing the sentence, Carina made a move to leave. The Pope also sat in his seat, closing his eyes as if resting his mind. Everything around was so quiet. How much time had passed? Unknown. Until a piercing, agonizing pain jolted the Pope out of his contemplation. He suddenly opened his eyes while reaching his hand toward his aching chest. In the end, he only felt cold metal and his own warm blood. At that moment, his cloudy eyes finally focused, and standing beside him was none other than Carina, who had just retreated. Barry, what are you? The Pope's eyes bulged, and no one knew whether it was out of anger or fear, or perhaps both. Continuing to risk my life for you is meaningless. Therefore, I defected to the Keboj Empire just yesterday, Carina said to the Pope in a soft voice. Furthermore, she pushed the cold blade in a little harder. Accompanying this movement of the blade were the Pope's increasingly violent tremors and the continuous gushing of blood. There was not a trace of pity in Carina's eyes. In her eyes, there was only fear. Fear that this matter would be exposed. That was all. After all, she had always hated this damned Pope. And this time she received a mission from an intelligence agent of the Keboj Empire who had proactively contacted her. It was said she needed to kill the Pope and use potions to render all the mages unconscious. Only in this way could she demonstrate her loyalty. Afterwards, she only needed to follow instructions. And once these things were done, she could get the life she wanted. Thinking of this, the fear in her eyes faded considerably, even pushing the sharp blade deeper. Amidst this fear, the Pope breathed his last. He passed away. Next, I need to deal with those mages. Let's just use the name of an oath-taking ceremony to make them drink wine laced with a special potion. After confirming that the Pope was effectively dead, she took off her blood-stained gloves and walked out of the hall while pondering how to complete the second task. Everything was going according to plan. The shadow-like figure in the corner revealed an admiring smile. After all, the reason things could be arranged so thoroughly is all thanks to His Majesty. Lord Saintess, is it true that the Pope has commissioned us to garrison at Corvus Gorge? After Carina notified the various mages within the church, Vesiner, who arrived first, raised this question. Yes, Lord Pope previously said that Corvus Gorge is a vital natural barrier. If it falls, it would be equivalent to leaving the holy capital wide open, so I must ask you all for this favour. Carina naturally put on a sincere expression and explained the reasons to Vesiner. It does seem to be the case. After thinking about it for a moment, Vesiner didn't find any issues with it, so she agreed. Later, after everyone has arrived, I will officially read out the order. Then, everyone will drink a cup of wine to toast the success of this great defensive battle. Following the statement, Carina continued to tell Vesiner the so-called plan for afterwards. As for the reason given by the intelligence agent to drug them into unconsciousness before taking them away, it was because he was afraid these mages would be blown to pieces in that intense artillery fire if they were blown to pieces. How could productivity be increased? How could their labor be exploited? It's impossible to exploit the labor of scattered pieces, right? In summary, the fate of these mages was already sealed at this moment. I remember that offering a cup of wine to everyone before an expedition used to be a tradition, but it hasn't been done in recent years. Today, you suddenly pull this off. You're really being thoughtful. Bessener also revealed a pleasant smile. Not at all. These are all necessary. A major battle like this definitely needs to be a bit more formal. At the same time, it's also a good wish for victory in the campaign. Karina let out a chuckle. She thought to herself, isn't that obvious? If I didn't bring up these so-called traditions, would you still drink this cup of wine and let me complete my mission? Not long after, all the mages in the church had gathered. Karina also used a formulaic tone to read out the order issued by the Pope back then, even though the Pope was completely stone-cold dead by now. But this order was still real. Then, let us toast the victory of this great war. Outstanding mages, drink this fine wine brimming with the deity's goodwill. With that, Karina raised the wine glass in her hand and held it high. The mages present also imitated Karina's appearance, repeating her actions. Finally, they downed the wine in one gulp. Karina squinted her eyes slightly, waiting for the medicine to take effect. Lord Saintess, this wine of yours has quite a strong afterkick. The senior supported her head and said softly, it's fine, an afterkick is normal. Karina smiled happily. Sleep, sleep. Under her seductive voice, they all fell into darkness. 316. Uncle, there's very good news, and news that isn't as good as the first. Which one do you want to hear first? 5 days had passed since the offensive began. Taking advantage of Karenin's rest time, Hedgel started a conversation. What on earth are you trying to say? As soon as Karenin heard Hedgel ask such a question, she immediately put on a helpless expression. Just telling you a few things. However, Hedgel had no intention of telling her any information before Karenin made her choice. Then, let's hear the best news first. Karenin frowned slightly, but still obediently made her choice according to Hedgel's words. It is expected that tomorrow, we can storm into the center of the theocracy. Furthermore, the Pope has been dealt with by some of our assassination personnel. Hedgel concisely explained the contents of the intelligence. Not bad. You actually went straight for a decapitation strike. Dealing with the Supreme Commander directly, you're really something. Although Karenin said this on her lips, she was actually completely unsurprised by it. After all, she wasn't unaware of what kind of person Hedgel was. To be able to directly acquire so much intelligence on another country's domestic affairs, nobody in their right mind would believe they hadn't planted intelligence agents among the high-ranking officials. By the way, having the small carry out poisoning or assassination, wouldn't that solve the Pope in just a minute? This was completely unexpected situation. As for why this so-called Pope was only resolved now, it was simply because in the past, if a Pope died, naturally someone else would step up to fill the position. Moreover, it would also strengthen their combat conviction, enhance national cohesion, and at the same time divert domestic conflicts. And this assassinated Pope would only turn from a human who can die into an immortal god. After all, this was equivalent to a religious symbol. He would be an eternally living character image in the hearts of the citizens. This was completely a losing business. Only a fool would do it. But now, since it had already reached the eve of victory in the war, the Pope being beheaded would only shake the morale of the army. The effect it played was completely different from that in peacetime. Naturally, he would be so decisive. Tusk, it seems you don't feel surprised at all. Hedgel clicked his tongue, and listening to the tone and expression of Karenin's speech, he could tell that this fellow was completely unsurprised by it. HMPH, no matter what, I still have some idea of the kind of things a guy like you would do. Karenin curved the corners of her mouth slightly, crossed her arms, and said smugly, then I'll mention the next one. Right now, we have tied up 6 high-tier mages, all of whom are the main combat forces of the theocracy, and they are currently on their way in transport. Soon, we will be able to use quality labor. Hedgel whispered the other not-so-good news. Although I know it's very inappropriate to say this, I still want to say that this matter clearly sounds much more exciting than the previous piece of news, right? How could you call the previous one the best news? Hearing this, Karenin's heart skipped a beat with joy first, and then she began to question Hedgel. After all, to her, this matter was much more exciting. After all, since they were able to perform magical reinforcement on a regular object like Amma, it meant their skills were even more superb, which also meant some of Karenin's ideas could then be realized. Thinking of this, she once again let out an eerie chuckle of heh. Because I already guessed what you liked more and what you wanted more, well, I simply threw a feint. Hedgel put on the appearance of a successful conspiracy. Section 156. I really don't know what the use is of you predicting this kind of thing. Karenina stared at Hedgel with a look full of tender concern for an idiot, which naturally resulted in her head being given a firm knock. It was just a sudden whim. Hedgel loosened his wrist joints for a moment and said softly. Karenina covered her head and stared at Hedgel with a look of utter content. What a baffling feeling. Looking at Karenina's current expression, Hedgel always felt as though some memory had been stirred up again. Letters, donations, that anonymous uncle. He always felt that the way of speaking was slightly similar. Hedgel felt a tiny bit of an unusual sense of familiarity. After all, before coming to this world, he was just a cowherd in a remote mountain ravine, and he had almost been forced to drop out of school due to his family's financial situation, leaving him with no money for tuition. It was also at that time, coincidentally, a donor gave him a scholarship. Relying on the sum of money, he managed to get into university and finish his undergraduate studies. Although the two of them had exchanged some letters, for some unknown reason, after giving a final large sum of money, he lost contact. Even so, he remained deeply grateful to that uncle, because he was the one who had reshaped his life. What was going on with these groundless memories? Hedgel thought to himself with a hint of self-mockery, then looked over at Karenina beside him. Is my mental state actually malfunctioning? Staring at her, yet I thought of that uncle. He even began to doubt whether something had gone wrong with his mind. Indeed, no matter how one looked at it, this kind of thought was definitely not normal. Staring at an exceptionally beautiful young girl, yet thinking of a stubbly, middle-aged man, no matter what, this was by no means a normal situation. He shook his head, trying to fling all these weird thoughts completely out of his mind. Karenina naturally began her sneers and jeers, with a continuous stream of vocabulary such as epilepsy, photosensitive epilepsy, and demented pervert. I really am growing more and more curious why seeing her made me think of that uncle. Clearly, the letter sent by that uncle had a handwriting style that could be said to be exceptionally profound, carrying a sense of maturity unique to an elder. It was completely unlike the present situation, where she hurled insults at him with a look of utter disgust, and she was full of flaws all over. Hedgel also felt that he must be tired. He should rest more tomorrow. Don't push yourself later either. Go rest when you need to. Hedgel completely blotted out all of Karenina's various insulting words directed at him just now, then softly reminded her. Got it. Anyway, even if I wanted to pull an all-nighter or something, you'd definitely drag me back to my room, wouldn't you? Karenina replied gloomily. That seems to make sense too. Then I'll be leaving first. See you. With that, Hedgel quickly left the room filled with various equipment. P.S. I'm having a bit of writer's block today, so there are only 3 chapters. 320. The Bizarre Cave. Although it's under the banner of a victory report, in reality, it's completely within expectations. It doesn't count as a surprise at all. This was the 3rd day after that awkward conversation with Karenina, happening just as expected. There was completely no suspense. The holy capital of the theocracy was completely breached. Not only that, but a large amount of gold and jewelry was also captured. This could truly be said to be enough to fill more than 2/3 of the Keboj Empire's national treasury. Suddenly, it felt like things like religion were just too lucrative. However, Hedgel wasn't jealous. Anyway, all this money belonged to him now. However, what made him slightly displeased was these knights were simply too weak. Knights who had swept across everything in the era of cold weapons could now only scurry around with their heads in their hands under artillery fire and a rain of bullets. Although he liked this kind of scene, but this also made it impossible to know the current limits of the army under his command. This was disadvantageous in the long run, because this could not sharpen their fangs and claws further, could not accumulate more combat experience, and could not cope with the most extreme situations. Therefore, he was filled with worry, and felt that this was still not enough. I still need to have them bring those valuables back quickly, and then swiftly extricate myself from this muddy water. Clear the stage for that church saintess. If I want to occupy it right now, I really can't afford to waste time on security warfare or anything like that. Hedgel had already made his plans long ago. Tomorrow, I'll give the whole nation a victory speech. To be honest, this truly feels unreal. The Papal State, which was originally regarded as a major threat, has just been completely annihilated like this so easily. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this theocracy was just too frail in battle. But thinking carefully about how many layers of buffs he had stacked before fighting the theocracy, this shouldn't be surprising. Let's set weapons and equipment aside for a moment. Just looking at public opinion guidance, it could be said to have the theocracy trapped tight, to the extent that there were basically no dissenting voices domestically. Even if there were faithful believers of the Riston Church domestically, they were tightly monitored by the crowds around them who had heard these rumours about the Riston Church, reporting to the sheriff immediately at the slightest sign of abnormality. After all, they still had some idea of how many outrageous things those guys from the Riston Church had done previously. And these human flesh bombs were also their habitual trick. Upon hearing that the country had declared war on the papal state, the masses immediately watched their neighbours who believed in the Western Church with extreme closeness, fearing that anything happening might affect them. As expected, the power of the masses of the people truly is infinitely great. Follow the mass line, deeply understand the needs of the masses of the people, and do one's best. This is what we ought to do. Of course, whatever exploitation was necessary still couldn't be reduced by a single bit. However, although verbally it was still called exploitation, when all is said and done, it was taken from the people and used for the people. The vast majority of it would be invested into infrastructure construction, the development of productivity, or national defence expenditures. At this moment, a knock on the door suddenly came again. "Carls, come in." Hedgel rubbed the space between his eyebrows, seemingly without even needing to think. He knew exactly who was coming from outside. After all, only he had this rhythm of knocking on the door. "Your Majesty, this is the roughly compiled financial estimation data of the domestic assets of the Papal State by General Hogg. Please review it." Carls, however, lowered his head and placed the document on Hedgel's desk. Wasn't a document of this kind just submitted earlier? Why is another one suddenly being handed in? Hedgel couldn't help but frown. Then he took the document. It is said because some items whose value could not be properly estimated were discovered. Carls was not entirely clear about this either. After all, this top-secret seal was not something he could tear open. "Then let me see what on earth it is." With that, Hedgel tore open the seal, revealing the parchment inside before his eyes. Without dawdling, Hedgel pulled out the document directly and saw some words and sentences written on it that he was very interested in. This also made him read it impatiently. His gaze drifted among these strings of words and sentences, carefully reading every sentence on it. The more he read, the more excited his mood became, but doubts also manifested along with it. "Carls, first of all I want to ask you, if you discovered a cave filled with magic crystals, what would you prioritize doing?" Hedgel asked Carls first. "Immediately ascertain the reserves, and then report it." Carls also gave his answer by the book, but his voice was still just as icy. "That is indeed the normal procedure, and Hogg also wanted to do that. But," Hedgel stared at this document, his gaze suddenly turning somewhat sharp. "Everyone who went down into the mine has failed to come back up. Even fully armed soldiers are completely the same. As long as they went down, they couldn't return." Reading the words on this document, Hedgel increasingly felt that this matter was unusual. There might be an ambush below, a poisonous gas, and traps. Carls also put forward a conjecture. "It's not just like that. Every time a batch of people goes down, the location of the magic source inside the cave starts to constantly change, and then slowly settles again. Furthermore, at the entrance of the cave, it's full of shattered magic crystals." After finishing these words, Hedgel simply tossed the document to Carls. After reading it carefully, Carls also furrowed his brow, which was a rare sight. This kind of phenomenon could be said to be unheard of. Moreover, even if we question the captured personnel of the church, we can't get any results, because they themselves don't know what is actually inside. They only say that the Pope had them seal this underground cave. It really is quite interesting. Hedgel felt that this matter was a bit troublesome, but he also didn't want to just leave these important strategic materials unattended like this. After all, piles of magic crystals like this truly could be said to be quite rare, the kind where one would only worry about having too little, and absolutely never think there's too much. Yet this was inexplicably dangerous. To be honest, Hedgel didn't know what to do about it anymore. Then, just like before the blockade was lifted, lock down that entire area completely. Wait to explore it later. Section 157. Otherwise, if he stayed there for too long, problems would definitely arise again. As for afterwards, he would just question that surrendered Saintess and see if he could get any clues out of her. It would be best if he could get some answers. If he couldn't, then there was nothing that could be done. 321. Field test. To be honest, this reminds me of that cave we went to earlier. It was also full of magic crystals. And there were those black knights too. Maybe it's the same inside as that previous cave. Could the soldiers have been dealt with by those extremely bizarre knights? After Hedgel told Karenina about this matter, she fell silent for a short while before voicing her thoughts. After all, the two indeed shared a considerable degree of similarity. Both were inside mountains, both were caves, both contained massive amounts of pure magic crystals, and both had strange defense measures. The degree of similarity seemed a bit over the top. It really is quite similar, and, who knows, the reserves inside might be quite a bit higher than the one we discovered previously. Hedgel stroked his chin, recalling the previous situation, while combining it with the current size of the mountain where the Papal State was located. The reserves could be said to be unusually large. "Are you saying that this entire towering mountain is hollow inside, just like that black, barren mountain we saw earlier?" "If that's really the case, then the reserves are truly Karenina increasingly felt that this matter defied common sense. Of course, this is just a conjecture. However, there are also some things that can corroborate it. For example, the Riston Church papal state was originally atop a high mountain. But why is the magic concentration there so much higher than the surrounding areas? Although Hedgel said this is just a conjecture verbally, he had actually already made up his mind. Understood. I'll go confront the Black Knights inside right now. Upon hearing this, Karenina's drive surged up. She even wanted to confront the knights inside who had killed dozens of soldiers. That is not on the agenda for now. However, Hedgel directly grabbed Karenina by the back of her neck. With just this single action, she immediately shrank her neck obediently. Even her previous imposing aura vanished without a trace in an instant. Leaving aside the fact that you currently have no way to reach the so-called Holy Capital, even if you could get there, have you considered safety? What if what's inside isn't that Black Knight, but a giant monster? Saying this, Hedgel also casually knocked on her head. Magic crystals are quite important, you know. Taking a little risk shouldn't be a problem, right? As if feeling unconvinced, Karenina raised her voice and began shouting at Hedgel. That may be so, but it's still enough for now. Based on estimations, we haven't even consumed 1,000th of the magic crystals from that previous cave yet. There's no rush for now. Once things settle down over in Riston, we can reconsider it then, and it won't be too late. TCH, why does that sound like an old man talking? After hearing this, Karenina only wanted to retort. But well, come to think of it, a long time ago, I also really liked speaking with that kind of vibe. Well, but none of this matters anymore, right? Such a faint thought suddenly flashed through her mind, but it quickly vanished in the end. No, rather than saying it vanished, it was more like intentionally forgotten. I somehow feel that sentence of yours really deserves a beating. Hedgel also feigned anger. Isn't it enough that I was wrong? If you keep knocking, I'll really be not stupid. The moment she saw Hedgel make that expression, Karenina instantly panicked and hurriedly covered her head. No big deal. You're already stupid to begin with. A little stupider won't hurt. Hedgel instead put on a look of I'm laying my cards on the table. Although I really want to beat you flat to the ground, my strength doesn't allow it. Karenina's mouth twitched, and her gaze fixed on Hedgel grew increasingly unfriendly. It truly doesn't allow it, Beck. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Before Hedgel could finish half his sentence, he heard the sound of Karenina grinding her teeth. Therefore, he hurriedly swallowed the second half of his sentence and spoke in a serious tone. Phew, as expected. You only behave a bit better this way. Karenina, however, narrowed her eyes slightly, staring at Hedgel's profile with a face full of disgust. After all, I'm engaging in verbal sparring in a spiritual sense, while you are doing it in a physical sense. We're completely on different levels, Hedgel said with a slightly troubled expression. Since I can't win in arguments, I'll bite you to death. That is my strategy. Karenina seemed to feel she had learned a brilliant trick. Surprisingly, a trick that works on this guy. Karenina thought with a look of certainty. Putting that aside, isn't today also the first field test of that tractor? What's the situation with that contraption? Hedgel hurriedly began to change the subject. That thing? It feels alright. Although issues like the noise and excessive weight still can't be resolved, but purely speaking of usage, it should already be fine, Karenina said with a confident look. Then where is the tractor you mentioned? Hedgel looked around, but failed to find the facility she spoke of. I've already had one of the workers drive it to the wasteland in the outskirts. Anyway, didn't you already order that road to be closed to traffic for the entire afternoon? With just a little training, he can learn to drive it quite easily, so I let him bear this nearly insane tremor on my behalf. Speaking of this, the corners of Karenina's mouth curled up again. At a time like this, shouldn't one feel a little sympathy for the worker she threw up there to drive the tractor? Hedgel thought silently in his heart. Since that's the case, shall we go take a look first? I was waiting for you in the first place. Didn't you say a few days ago that we'd go together? Karenina replied with a huff. Fine then. I somehow feel that such a loud noise will attract quite a crowd to watch. The moment Hedgel thought that quite a few onlookers might gather around the cordon, he felt quite a headache coming on. This can't be helped, right? Curiosity is human nature after all, and sooner or later they'll get used to this thing anyway. After all, they'll be seeing it in the fields from time to time in the future. Karenina, however, didn't care about this at all. After all, the appearance of something new will naturally face heaps of skepticism and curiosity. Breaking through that skepticism, and then transforming those curiosities into familiarity and recognition toward it, is what matters most. That's true. As long as they get familiar with it, it'll be fine. My main concern is that some more trouble might be stirred up during this period. We still need to pay more attention to that. The carriage should be ready, right? Let's go now. Hedgel also nodded. Then shall we go take a look? Karenina tilted her head, blinked, and then immediately walked toward the gate leaving the imperial city. 322. Shorter, even shorter. Although I didn't understand why East Street was suddenly sealed off for an entire afternoon earlier, now, I think I understand. A middle-aged woman carrying a vegetable basket was standing right beside the cordon formed by the guards. Originally, she was still complaining about why this road had to be sealed off for no good reason today. Because of this, she had to take a huge detour to go buy groceries at the market, which could be said to be quite a hassle. For this reason, she had bitterly grumbled about the Emperor to the people around her. After all, she heard that it was he who ordered this place to be temporarily sealed off. But after seeing the current scene, she instantly became a lot more subdued. The ear-splitting roar was heart-palpitating. The friction sounds between the mechanical parts were extremely harsh. The immense weight that made the ground tremble incessantly further stirred up fear in one's heart. But after the fear came a shock that came straight from the heart. This massive and bulky steel body could actually move rapidly across the earth through these two flat iron tracks, along with an unknown power source. There were no conventional power sources seen, such as oxen, horses, or even humans. Only a young fellow could be seen, currently sitting in a small box made of iron frames and glass right at the top of that strange machine. It seemed like he was controlling this steel beast, just like a carriage driver. Wait, a carriage driver? The middle-aged woman seemed to have thought of a possibility for how this machine operated. Maybe there were a few good horses inside, along with a drum, and this young fellow was whipping those horses, and then those horses would run desperately, driving these iron rings to spin, and thus the machine started moving too. MMH, thinking about it this way, the possibility should still be quite high. Perhaps it really was like that inside. This auntie seemed exceptionally joyful about this sudden flash of the light of wisdom in her mind, but doubt soon surged into her heart as well. Given the size of this thing, it didn't seem capable of stuffing a few horses inside. Moreover, the young fellow's movements didn't look like he was swinging a horse whip, but rather he was just sitting obediently on top the whole time. Aside from the relatively violent vibrations when the machine operated, it seemed he had no other actions. It probably wasn't the same as what I just guessed. Just what on earth is inside this iron fellow? Watching the black iron fellow steadily moving away, the sense of depression in her heart rose increasingly, and the thoughts in this auntie's heart were actually equivalent to a microcosm of everyone's thoughts around her, because they simply couldn't figure out the principles inside this thing. Furthermore, they completely didn't understand the purpose of this iron fellow either, but most of them thought this was a new type of weapon. As long as spikes were installed in the front, and it charged into the battlefield, it could ruthlessly read the lives of the enemy troops. Although the feasibility of this idea certainly existed. Looking at the current situation, however, there was truly no need for it. It works, but there is no need. That was probably about the situation, right? Although this machine covered entirely in lumps of iron had gone far away, this road still could not resume traffic for the time being. It looked like this thing would have to return to the Imperial City after the testing was completed. Realizing that the guards had no intention of lifting the ban on this road, the onlookers also began to clamor before slowly dispersing. After all, they all had things of their own to do. Staying here all the time wouldn't get anyone to feed them. Moreover, having seen such a strange yet heart-stirring new gadget, they naturally had to brag about it properly to the people they knew. Section 158. After all, given the current conditions, being able to dig up a few more interesting tidbits could be considered quite a novel matter. It might even help while away the chat time after dinner today. If all goes well, it should have arrived by now, right? Provided, of course, it didn't break down on the way. Karenina muttered softly in the carriage, looking somewhat uneasy. She seemed quite distrustful of the reliability of that iron contraption. Relax. You've been mumbling about it the whole way. I haven't received any related communications here either, so it should have arrived, right? Hedgel, on the other hand, remained unhurried, sitting quietly in his seat. TCH. I'm mainly concerned about whether the internal mechanical structure might develop cracks from running for too long. If something like the drive shaft breaks, repairing it would be quite a massive project. The moment Karenina thought of that thing breaking down in the middle of nowhere, her heart turned stone cold. After all, this thing is heavy, and it doesn't use tires. To drag it back, how many horses would that even take? They could only dismantle this lump of iron on the spot, repair it on the spot, and reassemble it on the spot. That would take at least a day and a half. Then we can only hope these things are a bit more reliable. Besides, worrying about this now isn't entirely useless, is it? Some things will happen whether you worry or not. You might as well set your mind at ease now. Things won't change because of your completely ineffective worrying right now. The effect is just like the answers on an exam paper that has already been handed in. Hedgel seemed to speak from deep personal experience about the way. It doesn't seem wrong, but I can't think of anything else right now. Karenina slumped against the seat as if all her energy had been deflated. Meanwhile, Hedgel forcibly restrained his expression and his surging blood, trying his best not to let anything go wrong with his facial composure. Hey, that opening is way too big. He shouted inwardly. Couldn't she pay a little attention to her image? Leaving aside the neckline for a moment, although that thing was wrapped up tightly, its massive volume had already stretched the clothes out. No matter whether she slumped or not, it was equally bound to let people's imaginations run wild. But what on earth is up with this skirt right now? Hetchel just wanted to bite his lip tightly, to prevent his expression from revealing the slightest trace of abnormality or making her feel any sort of peculiarity. He was almost able to see it. In the end, after meticulously sweeping his eyes around the skirt area, he could only let out a feeling of regret in his heart named what a pity. This skirt is just a bit too long. Just a tiny bit too long. Right now, he just wanted to use his iron fists to beat the court tailor to a pulp. Couldn't you have made the skirt a few centimeters shorter? Couldn't you? He let out a subconscious sigh. Huh? What's wrong? What are you sighing about again? Yet Karenina still hadn't realized there was anything wrong with her posture. Instead, she noticed Hetchel's sigh. 323. The prologue unfolds. Should this be considered natural airheadishness or unconstrained casualness? Hetchel had no clue either. I just thought of some things. Hetchel rubbed the bridge of his nose and crossed his legs, looking truly like nothing was wrong. Anything making you unhappy? Quick, tell me so I can be happy about it. Karenina wore a punchable smiling face, speaking to Hetchel with a grin. Hetchel's mouth twitched, thinking to himself whether Karenina was truly foolish or just pretending to be. If she were truly foolish, her abilities in every aspect were unquestionable. But if she was pretending to be foolish, she was acting way too realistically. I think you're just asking for a beating right now, Hetchel said helplessly. MMHMM, things you think are unhappy might actually turn out to be quite exciting from my perspective. Oh. Karenina looked completely convinced. Forget it. Stop rambling about this here. If we keep talking, you'll probably say I'm bullying you again. Hetchel waved his hand, signaling Karenina not to continue. After all, that was indeed the truth. MHM Tilder. Why does that sound so full of mockery to me? Karenina rolled her eyes at Hetchel, looking quite unconvinced. Unconvinced so what? When have you ever won any of our banters anyway? Hetchel shrugged, uttering a reality that left Karenina quite wounded. Next time for sure. Karenina was still attempting to put up a brave front. This felt like the final stubbornness of that and then I shall wait and see. Hetchel watched Karenina's aggrieved little appearance, and his mood grew increasingly better. Tusk, I always feel this fellow definitely still has some things hidden underneath. Definitely still has some matters hidden. There is definitely something else I don't know. Hetchel looked at her current appearance. This intuition grew stronger and stronger. But beneath this layer of her foolish exterior, what else was hidden? This was probably what they called layers upon layers of complexity. If viewed only from afar, she was a polite, elegantly tempered, and gentle young lady, giving people a sense of being out of reach, and one would sigh inwardly, as expected of Her Royal Highness the Princess. This must be that flower high on the ridge. And what about after getting familiar with her? Probably just a silly little girl who also loved to put up a tough front. After all, this strange sense of cuteness made it simply impossible for one to stop. And beneath this layer of appearance, what was there? Hetchel seemed to recall some things. Right, when the teacher betrayed, his grieving self had a heart-to-heart talk with her, trying to find answers from her. At that time, her temperament could be said to be completely different from now. That strange sense of vicissitudes, as well as the deeply experienced grief, and that aura of maturity that completely conflicted with her current self. It seemed he finally understood why, 2 days ago, he had suddenly compared her to that uncle who had helped him in times of crisis. Because of this sense of maturity, because of this sense of worldly experience, because of that brushstroke as if personally experienced, because of those sentences filled with sincere emotions, Hetchel suddenly felt everything suddenly became clear. So that was how it was. Hetchel seemed to have discovered yet another quite interesting reality. Could this also be considered a protective coloration? He had thought that after that so-called cocktail party, she would completely and utterly tell him one by one the things she wanted to say. But in reality he had completely overlooked some details within the cocktail party. There were some things she originally wanted to say, but they got stuck in her throat, and in the end, she used the excuse of not wanting to look too pathetic, and hesitantly gave up. Hetchel himself understood that the feeling of wanting to speak out, but ultimately feeling it was unnecessary. Coupled with her expression of extreme rationality even when slightly tipsy back then, and her statement of I won't get drunk, he finally realized he still hadn't completely touched her reality. Not yet. That mature and resilient soul that hadn't completely changed, hidden beneath the dual facades of elegance and adorably foolishness, and everything the soul had experienced. This was what he truly pursued. At this thought, Hetchel's mood grew increasingly excited. He understood why he liked her, and became clear on his own motives. At the same time, he also realized how foolish he had been back then. Because that cocktail party was the best opportunity to ask everything out of her. He could have captured her in one stroke at that very moment, but unfortunately during that cocktail party, he hadn't yet realized why he liked her. Everything was such a perfect brush past each other, and if he were to continue immersing himself in her second layer of camouflage color, and then confess to her thinking he had won, that would definitely lead to rejection, right? And probably without a moment's hesitation. Back then, such a great opportunity was wasted just like that. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of regret. Afterwards, Hedgel completely scrapped his previous plans and began formulating a new combat plan. He swept his gaze meticulously over Kareninner's entire body, as if wanting to find flaws within it. But this wolf-like gaze made Kareninner feel quite uncomfortable all over her body. "Your gaze is too aggressive, oh." Kareninner covered her chest and said, staring at Hedgel, "It is indeed a little, but in this carriage, there's nothing else to look at anyway, right? So I just stared at you." Hedgel also tried his best to put on a demeanor no different from before, answering softly. Right now she must absolutely not know that he had already extricated himself from her second, highly deceptive illusion. If he hadn't seen the hair hidden at the very bottom twice before, he might have really believed her current appearance. Hedgel thought with a hint of self-mockery. At the same time, he wanted to severely reprimand his previous childishness, actually wanting to conquer her using the method of conquering a little girl and the waste of time caused by this childishness, along with even more bitter fruits. He could only swallow them himself. He had thought he was a shrewd hunter, only to almost have his eyes poked blind by her. Section 159. Hedgel is now truly growing more and more excited. Meanwhile, Kareninner used her peripheral vision to silently observe Hedgel, wondering what was on her mind. The creaking sound of the carriage still echoed in the ears of the two. But the story of these two had only just begun. Volume 2, End. Volume 3, 324. Conjecture. We've arrived. After passing through this short yet extraordinary journey, the carriage finally stopped its creaking noise, and for Hedgel, this could be said to be a spiritual epiphany. Naturally, he wanted to breathe in fresher air as quickly as possible, so that his brain, which had been running at high speed just moments before, could obtain more sufficient oxygen. "Tusk, why are you suddenly in even more of a rush than me?" Kareninner ungraciously rolled her eyes at Hedgel, then followed behind him and stepped down from the carriage. Outside the carriage was a large expanse of wasteland, which seemed to be a quite fantastic experimental site. And in one corner of this wasteland was that tractor, which was quite bulky and carried a peculiar sense of wild abandon. To have run all this way without breaking down, it really had been hard on it. Kareninner stared at that huge lump of iron, and a feeling of gratitude even welled up within her. She thanked it for not breaking down during the journey, otherwise, she estimated she would have had to spend the whole day repairing this contraption out on the street. Making a public spectacle was the last thing she wanted to encounter, let alone under the curious gazes of the crowd that truly could be described as feeling like needles on her back. Just thinking about the scene made her feel like it was killing her. "Now let's install the plough first." Meanwhile, Hedgel issued instructions from the side. Kareninner stood to the side, completely lacking any thought of going over to help, merely observing whether anything was amiss. Because, you know, if even this kind of basic assembly work required her help to be done properly, then these guys would truly be good for nothing except eating free meals. They weren't any better than certain lazy and slacking off black fellows. This plough naturally wasn't your ordinary kind that could only plough 2 furrows per round trip. Instead, it had a full 4 rows, and the spacing between each ploughshare as well as the depth of the furrows ploughed could be adjusted. Anyway, the horsepower was sufficient now, and if it weren't for compromises made for flexibility, she would have even wanted to whip up a few more rows. And this time it was just testing whether this contraption could handle this kind of agricultural work. After setting up all these equipment completely, everyone also quickly moved away from this huge lump of iron, only hearing Kareninner let out a delicate cry. Although she also wanted to use a more imposing manner, circumstances simply didn't allow for her strength to back it up. The driver then started up the tractor, and at the same time lowered the plough behind the tractor, letting it rapidly piece into the soil by its own weight. Afterward, it roared to life and began its work, attempting to quickly and simply draw neat furrows that met the requirements across this land. Meanwhile, Kareninner listened to the sound of the tractor's engine, confirming that the most important motor wouldn't have problems due to greater loads appearing. On the other hand, she was also pondering further improvement measures, attempting to make it even better, and Hedgel was off to the side, absent-minded. He was now recalling Kareninner's various actions of the recent period, as well as the possible reasons for her making such moves. This looked much like someone whose mind was running wild with divergent thoughts, but it seemed he had sensed yet another possibility. That conscious entity. That bizarre conscious entity that would pull Kareninner into an abnormal space from time to time. That wondrous conscious entity that had provided information regarding the scales of the green-skinned lizard. Intuition told him Kareninner's current situation had a huge connection with her, or rather, without that her. there wouldn't be the Karenina currently before Hedgel's eyes. But after this, he could no longer put forward any further conjectures. No matter how much he racked his brains, he couldn't connect the possible actual relationship between the two. It seemed to be a stalemate. He thought silently in his heart. This could only be observed through other events, right? Hedgel was waiting for the opportunity to crack this puzzle. Tusk, the engine sound can be considered normal, but the fuel's utilization efficiency is truly nothing to write home about. The conversion rate is still too low. Karenina was still staring at that mechanical monster at this moment, muttering a complaint. Fortunately, she still hasn't realized my abnormality from just now. Let's hope so. Hedgel breathed a slight sigh of relief. I heard before that magicians with relatively good techniques can extract the magic power inside magic crystals and turn it into a liquid state. If it's in a liquid state, the utilization efficiency might be even higher. In order to prevent Karenina from noticing anything unusual, Hedgel began to strike up a conversation with her, putting forward his own suggestion. I really didn't expect that I would actually have a time when I need to accommodate others now. A strange thought suddenly popped up in Hedgel's heart. Indeed, for a very long time since becoming emperor, he had never felt this kind of feeling, and today, this familiar feeling had returned once more, not knowing whether it's good or bad. I've also heard of this, but I also asked Teresa, and it said that basically very few magicians can pull it off, though, and Karenina was troubled once again. I personally feel that it's not a big problem. Didn't we get a few magicians reputed to have very strong abilities some time ago? Wouldn't it be wonderful to use them as labourers? Hedgel quite straightforwardly stated his own assumption. About when can they be transported here? There was a hint of anticipation in Karenina's voice. After all, this way, not only could the magic crystal's utilization efficiency be increased, but the current noise could also be reduced. Because the current magic crystal powder had to be sprayed into the combustion chamber via internal spray holes. If the aperture of these spray holes was too small, the magic crystal would easily clog the passage. If it was too large, the amount wouldn't be very easy to control. And if the magic crystal powder could be replaced with liquid magic power, the fuel's utilization rate could definitely be vastly improved. Furthermore, the unnecessary noise caused by excessive magic crystal powder could also be drastically reduced. It was simply killing many birds with one stone. Currently, they still have to be provided with good food and drink, and cannot be exhausted on the road, leaving them with a good impression. So it'll probably take another 3 to 4 days. Once they arrive, through a series of methods like deception and coercion, we'll make them honestly sign a deed of indenture, and then we can squeeze them. Hedgel was well versed and completely understood how to treat these guys. If they were ordinary prisoners, dragging them off to be labourers would be the end of it. But these belonged to fellows holding technology in their hands. They couldn't be treated too roughly. They had to be made to submit willingly, and then honestly accept this blessing known as 007. Tusk, try being a human being for once, won't you? Karenina once again hypocritically condemned Hedgel's actions. In reality, she was already blooming with joy inside. 325. The devil has arrived. Well, it looks like my contraption doesn't have major issues. This test should also be able to stop. It's just a bit worried whether it can drive back obediently just like now without a single issue. The moment Karenina thought of the scene where she might have to repair the vehicle on the street again, she felt her body shudder. That can only be said to depend on luck, right? Hedgel, however, wore a gloating smile as he stared at Karenina. Tusk, when that time comes, I'll definitely drag you over to be a labourer. Karenina stared sideways at Hedgel, seeming to even pout. That still depends on whether you have the ability, or. To this, Hedgel merely shrugged indifferently. TCH tilde. After the soft hum ended, Karenina obediently followed behind Hedgel, returning to the carriage to head back to the Imperial City. And along this way Karenina still maintained her non-stop muttering, although Hedgel very much wanted to think that his previous conjectures and hypotheses were wrong, but if these were all wrong, then her sudden personality shifts twice couldn't be explained either. Therefore, the possibility of it being a disguise could be said to be exceptionally large. Hoping there would be a chance to figure out what the underlying reason truly was when the time came. Hedgel crossed his legs, sitting nonchalantly in his seat, trying his best not to reveal even the slightest flaw. And after returning to the Imperial City, Karenina started stirring up trouble once again. After all, she belonged to the type who wouldn't feel at ease if she didn't stir up some trouble for a single day. One can only say, hopefully every time she stirs up trouble, it won't cause too much loss. For instance, this time she started preparing for the manufacture of howitzers. As for the reason, it was because she had already regarded the various countries in the north as her main enemies. After all, hadn't she heard from that strange dream? Maybe they would also have specialized soldier-type monsters, rather than cheap and unprofessional green-skinned lizards. Although the green-skinned lizard could indeed provide some very interesting materials, such as those scales. Although she didn't know what those things were actually useful for, she always felt that they would definitely come in handy. So what kind of materials could other monsters actually produce? Cough. This isn't Monster Hunter. As for manufacturing howitzers and the like, she had drawn up the blueprints in advance and handed them over to the workers to manufacture the parts. And now it seemed that apart from parts like the barrel, the other components didn't have major issues. Is it too bulky, making magic enhancement difficult? Karenina had probably guessed the reason. Section 160. However, this doesn't seem like much of a problem, right? After all, I'm just here for testing today, and don't have any other intentions. So I might as well just use an unreinforced barrel to try it out. Oh well. Karenina seemed to have made up her mind in her heart, but after she made this request, she was told that the finished product wouldn't be ready until tomorrow. This deflated her spirits for quite a while, just like a little kid whose toy delivery was delayed. In that case, she seemed a bit lost as to what to do today. After all, she had been fussing over these things lately. Suddenly having nothing to do, she felt completely at a loss for what to occupy herself with. Might as well go check on Hayaki and the others' work situation. Then she thought to herself that since she had nothing to do, she might as well build a good relationship with her subordinates, which would also facilitate future cooperation. Although she didn't know why they all seemed to be very afraid of her clearly looking so silly and cute. Why are they still afraid? Karenina could now be said to be utterly perplexed. For instance, Hedgel now completely viewed her as the epitome of a cute fool, and this Hayaki was always timid and cautious in front of her, terrified of doing even a tiny bit too much or too little. It's not like I've treated them that harshly either. Of course, that matter of voluntary overtime doesn't count, although if they weren't willing to work overtime I wouldn't fire them, but making things difficult for them and cutting their pay are things I'd still do. But they neither showed reluctance to work overtime nor have I ever docked their pay. The more she thought about it, the more Karenina felt something wasn't quite right about this matter. After all, she truly had no idea what kind of outrageous thing she had done to them that made them unwilling to even rest. Anyway, she didn't believe anyone could be so obsessed with this damned job that, though not quite 007, was close to 007. Besides, this thing was basically repetitive labor, not like research where making a breakthrough could get someone so excited they wouldn't eat or sleep. This was also the point that confused her the most. Therefore, carrying her puzzlement, with tiny and silent steps, she slowly arrived at Hayaki and the others' workshop. Then, she saw the door opened a crack, and Karenina huddled by the doorway, carefully observing everything inside. It looked exactly like a high school head teacher conducting a surprise inspection during class time. Yet Hayaki's body trembled, and then she quickly used other body movements to well and truly conceal that trembling. She's here. Hayaki's brows furrowed tightly, because she had already felt her gaze. That woman is here. The sense of crisis in her heart was rising, and even her hands unconsciously moved much faster. She must not be caught with any leverage, otherwise it would mean certain death. For some reason, this thought suddenly arose in Hayaki's heart. Not only that, she also began to hint to Trar, and Loyali by her side with her eyes, indicating that the devil was right by the door watching them, and told them to be on their absolute guard. The two of them also knowingly shook their heads slightly, fearing that Karenina might spot the slightest flaw. Why do I feel like their movements suddenly got a lot faster? Karenina stared at Hayaki's arms, which were moving so fast they were practically afterimages, and thought silently in her heart. Probably discovered how. She sighed silently in her heart. She really didn't know how this fellow discovered her. Was her anti-reconnaissance ability really that strong? Forget it. Since that's the case, I might as well just boldly and directly go in. That way I can see things more clearly instead. In the end, he couldn't be bothered to keep agonizing over these unnecessary things and simply walked in openly. Anyway, there was nothing they could do about her inspection tilder. Upon hearing the door hinge give a creak tilder sound, the original clang noises instantly quieted down, followed by an even more intense sound of carving knives colliding with metal parts. The devil is here. This was what Hayaki and the others thought in their hearts, and they dared not slow down their movements even more. 326. Strange fear. In Memram Tilder looks like you're doing a good job. Meanwhile, Karenina, who'd nothing better to do and came over to act as a supervisor, looked over the parts they had just produced and said cheerfully. But when these words reached Hayaki's ears, they completely changed flavour. Doing a good job. Could she be talking about the fact that I just noticed her spying on us through the door crack, and then warned Trar and Loyali about it? Her heart skipped a beat, and instantly she felt things were looking quite ominous. She found out. She must be continuously hinting at me right now, trying to make me realise my mistake. She swallowed hard, feeling that she had probably gotten herself into big trouble this time. As expected of this devil, Hayaki slightly slowed down the work in her hands. She turned around to look at Karenina's back. That back, which looked completely normal to others, seemed to her like a ferocious ghost. This fear was truly miraculous. The very moment she saw her, she felt that bone-chilling terror, completely stemming from instinct. She felt fear. If she really had something called a soul, then this should be a tremor belonging to the soul, right? But Char and Loyali seemed completely unable to feel this terrifying sense of dread. Strange, truly very strange. Hayaki increasingly felt that this devil definitely had some other problems. Matt, I am extremely sorry. Although a large amount of deduction had been made in her mind, but once it came to facing this devil directly, she felt it was extremely difficult to get the words out. This feeling was truly something that had never happened to Hayaki in these past thousands of years. This could be said to be the very first time. She braced herself and managed to force these words out. What's wrong? Why are you apologizing to me? Karenina turned around with a weird expression and asked Hayaki. It could even be said she was completely baffled. After all, Karenina herself still felt that the things they made were quite awesome. There was completely no intention of mockery whatsoever. At least the vast majority of people wouldn't take words spoken by Silly Goose as sarcasm. Thinking this, Karenina frowned slightly, her big eyes full of confusion. She completely didn't understand what Hayaki was thinking. It was me who first noticed you had arrived, and then intentionally notified the two colleagues next to me. Anyway, I am extremely sorry. Her face slightly flushed as she spoke incoherently. She couldn't be associated with that calm fellow from usual at all. Cough cough, no, don't associate them. Oh Tilda. Karenina placed her index finger against her chin, narrowing her eyes slightly as she stared at Hayaki's face, making a sound that carried a bit of puzzlement, but much more playfulness. This fellow's statement inexplicably reminded her of the lookout back in school, who would hurriedly tell nearby classmates to stop their rule-breaking operations the moment they saw the head teacher coming for a surprise inspection. But then again, I didn't mean to blame them either, because they were already doing well enough, and my sneaking around observing back then was just to avoid adding psychological pressure to them. What's more, I didn't explicitly state this matter. Why would she rush over to turn herself in? This was truly quite interesting. Although she thought this matter was very interesting, if she had to say that was absolute perplexity, because she simply didn't understand why Hayaki would suddenly do such a thing. As long as you know you're wrong. Since you've recognized your mistake, I won't hold you accountable. Just don't do it again next time. Leaving this environment stuck in such awkward silence wouldn't be good either, so Karenina simply gave Hayaki a way out. Yet Hayaki shuddered, then immediately replied in a soft voice ununderstood. This fellow couldn't have thought of something else again, right? Karenina looked at Hayaki's appearance, feeling that her strange doubts had increased once more. Then let's leave it at that for now. It's not so good to disturb you guys for too long. See you. Having said that, Karenina turned around and quickly left the workshop, leaving the remaining three standing there in a daze. Miss Hayaki, may I ask what was that just now? Tra's back was already full of cold sweat at this moment, fearing that the next second he would be dragged out and given 50 heavy strokes. This is a warning. Her sentence just now, doing a good job, was secretly mocking what I reminded you guys about earlier. If I didn't apologize quickly, who knows what kind of things this devil would do. Hayaki's forehead was also covered in coolant at this moment. It felt like she was only a hair's breadth away from her chipset burning out. Many thanks for Miss Hayaki's rescue. This junior will never forget it in this lifetime. Char said to Hayaki with utmost gratitude, and Loyali beside him also followed Char in thanking Hayaki. However, I really didn't expect this job to be so hard to do. Although the remuneration is extremely high, if one works hard, making over 10 gold coins a month per person is not a problem. But this is truly quite dangerous. The pink ahoj on Loyali's head wobbled back and forth, feeling a bit exhausted. The higher the remuneration, the greater the risk usually represents. In the future, let's all be extra careful together. Hayaki sighed, then wiped the coolant off her forehead, before turning around and continuing her rush work. After all, these were all things that the devil named Karenina wanted. They definitely couldn't afford to slack off. Although she didn't know the origin of this bizarre fear, yet she was still completely out of control, dominated by the sense of dread, and it had been magnified more and more during this period. Furthermore, the word resistance completely dared not appear in front of her. One could only obey her instructions and strive to fulfill her expectations, because Hayaki's subconscious was telling her, if she disobeyed orders or did something out of line, what awaited her was only death. This feeling of certainty was not because of this army equipped with strange weapons. Section 161, but rather, Karenina herself was within that seemingly frail body. In truth, Hayaki's rationality completely failed to understand where the sense of certainty came from, because no matter how she analysed it, she felt that Karenina was exceptionally delicate, completely vulnerable. However, that emotional thinking, which did not rely entirely on the computational system's analysis, was warning her over and over again not to try to resist. This was truly very strange. Very strange. She herself had no way to understand the reason behind it, let alone anyone else. In the end, she could only silently sigh. 327. Lily's blooming heavy mist. I just don't know what on earth is packed inside that Hayaki's little head. Why is it that the moment she sees me, She's like a mouse seeing a cat, completely terrified. Karenina could be said to be completely unable to understand Hayaki's thoughts at that time. After all, no matter what, she never expected that Hayaki would hold this degree of fear toward her. No matter what, she never expected it. Wait, there is a possibility I might not have noticed. Some whimsical yet completely unreliable thought suddenly started popping up in Karenina's little head. To speak of it, or not, perhaps that beautiful girl named Hayaki was a lily. Thinking of this, Karenina suddenly saw the light. At the same time, she felt like she had touched the door to a new world. Oh ho Tilda, I see Tilda. Karenina seemed to understand Hayaki's true intentions amidst it all. First, the moment they met for the first time, she was attracted by her. She originally wanted her to address her directly by name, with no need for honorifics, but she repeatedly refused to do so. Moreover, judging from observations during this period, she had no problem speaking to those two colleagues of hers. But toward me, she started stammering. Secondly, she had constantly been working at a workload that ordinary workers could not sustain. Just imagine, if there were no reason at all, would she do this? And if the workload was only half of what it was now, she could still earn an income of over 6 gold coins per month, which could be said to be completely enough. There was completely no need to keep persisting. That then also shows that she wanted to build a good image of being diligent in my heart. Coupled with her brief yet sincere apology just now, it was obviously because she was afraid that the matter just now would affect her impression in her mind. Isn't this a very obvious signal? Karenina seems to understand the operation behind it in an instant. In that instant, she felt as if her spring had arrived. In my previous life, I was all alone and miserable. This time maybe I can. She suddenly wore a bizarre smile. At the same time, she was lamenting why she was so dull-witted, failing to discover the truth within it earlier. Since that's the case, I can't not have any response either, Tilda. She rubbed her hands, seeming to feel that she had thought of another good idea. But she completely failed to notice the fact that she had misinterpreted it, not knowing whether it was because Karenina had good luck, or simply because the mechanical structure and material strength were truly reliable. Therefore, the tractor successfully returned to the imperial capital amidst the roaring noise. Believing that this trip back and forth would leave a deeply profound impression on quite a few of the masses, it was estimated that by tonight, there would be quite a few rumors about this kind of machinery, right? This could also be considered laying a foundation in the hearts of the masses for the subsequent practical application of this tractor, ensuring that too much suspicion wouldn't arise at that time. However, Karenina felt she still needed to pay more attention to public opinion control, making them feel from the bottom of their hearts that this new machine was a good thing. Only in this way could she ensure that the subsequent promotion would not suffer setbacks. Anyway, she didn't intend to make the farmers pay money, so there was fundamentally no possibility of harming the most basic producers. Woohoo Tilda. I don't know what's gotten into Hedgel today. Since coming back tonight, he has been a lot more well-behaved, and didn't even tease me during dinner. Maybe he's plotting some big event. As for Karenina, after taking a bath, she collapsed directly onto the soft, large bed. I don't understand what this guy is thinking at all, but it doesn't seem necessary to care too much about it. Karenina rolled around on the bed with zero image, and even her bathrobe listened quite a bit as she rolled. A glimpse of spring scenery, that was probably what it meant. Anyway, she was the only one here, so naturally she wouldn't care too much about these issues. However, regarding the matter of that child Hayaki, I really do care about it a bit. That child, which part of me was she attracted to first? Was it appearance, or words and deeds? Karenina started letting her imagination run wild again. I always feel like thinking this way has no end, and it's impossible for me to just go and ask her directly. After all, no matter who it is, being asked directly, do you like me, would be awkward. No, this isn't awkward. It's super awkward. Let alone this kind of, so doing it this way is definitely not okay. Karenina hurriedly vetoed this completely unfeasible proposal and began pondering the next one. That is to say, I can only wait for her to come and show goodwill to me, Karenina said with a hint of regret. It seemed to really be the case. It was impossible for her to rush over and say, I like you too. Let's be together. And then immediately rush forward to grab Hayaki's tender little hand. Just thinking about it made Karenina's face start turning red. Tusk, clearly, when I had the iron rod, I didn't have this kind of opportunity. When my iron rod was gone, it instead bestowed upon me the affection of a white-haired beautiful girl. What on earth is this supposed to be? It couldn't possibly be grinding tofu for real, right? Karenina tightly hugged her pillow, increasingly feeling that this world was unfair. She even had the thought of transferring the strong sense of displeasure onto Hedgel. Tusk, clearly we are both transmigrators, but why is the gap so big? Is it not even acceptable to let me keep my original gender? Could it be that this Hedgel even topped up for that so-called silver fellow, and then gave him a better opportunity? Tusk, damned capitalism. But why am I not this kind of capitalist myself? She secretly began clicking her tongue. That being said, since there is already someone who likes me, let alone that person being a beautiful girl, that must be a good thing, right? An absolute good thing. Afterwards, as if shifting her mood, she muttered the sentence a few times. All right, prepare to turn off the lights. Anyway, I am tired too. After adjusting her mindset, she took off the bathrobe, changed into a nightgown, and then turned off the magical chandelier. The surroundings instantly became pitch black, with only the windowsill retaining a sliver of the moon's silver-white radiance. Although only some work was done in the afternoon today, she was still tired. Let's rest first. She couldn't let tomorrow also carry this exhaustion. Thinking of this, she closed her eyes, and her consciousness also gradually sank into this ocean with darkness as its water. Not long after, she felt that she had woken up within the dream. It couldn't be considered familiar, but it definitely couldn't be called an unfamiliar feeling either. This feeling was somewhat similar to the feeling earlier, when she was dragged into that strange black space by that fellow. But it also felt a little different. Carrying this doubt, she opened her eyes. She saw that the surroundings were a space with red as the main tone. One could even see fluctuations as if the space was distorting. 328. Blood, what the heck are you messing around with again? The black one was already fine, and these red things dazzling to the eyes. As for Karenina, she simply and straightforwardly started questioning towards any arbitrary direction of this space. Oh my, theoretically speaking, shouldn't you like this color even more? Or did I remember wrong? But that voice started this meaningless speech again. She couldn't figure out what on earth this guy was plotting in his heart. Karenina thought inwardly. I'll say it again, even if I'm truly plotting against you, it is advantageous to you. At the end of the day, we are grasshoppers on the same rope. If something happens to you, do you think I can have it easy? At this time, this gentle voice carried a trace of sarcasm again. As for who this sense of mockery was specifically targeting, no one knew. It sounds like that, but I always feel your behavior is extremely ghost-like. I completely don't know what you, this fellow, want to do. And Karenina naturally went tit for tat, since she was already familiar with it, and was certain this fellow wouldn't dare do anything to her. Then there was completely no need to be afraid. Well, ghost-like saying that actually, to a certain extent, it's indeed not wrong. But well, you ask what I want to do. That is a slight change. This fellow's voice suddenly became playful. Meanwhile, Karenina felt that a fellow exactly identical to her appeared before her eyes, and was making a funny face at her. Change? But Karenina was too lazy to care about these trivial details right now. Section 162. Instead, she paid unusual attention to the word change. She felt as though she had vaguely touched upon the shape of this change, yet she couldn't completely figure out what kind of change it was. This hazy feeling was truly quite ominous. That's right, Tilda, it's change. You yourself might not have clearly realized it yet, but that doesn't matter. This kind of change isn't something you need to be conscious of in the first place. Moreover, this will definitely be useful to you. Furthermore, it's something you quite desire. Yet she still refused to give a definitive answer. Even though Karenina hated her so much that her teeth itched with resentment, she wouldn't reveal even a single word. Then, why must you bring me here? Could it be that if you don't bring me here, you won't be able to complete that so-called change? She gritted her teeth, gazed at a corner of this crimson space, and asked that fellow. As for that Tilda, it's a secret. And this fellow currently had no intention of answering this question at all. Tusk, can't you just be straightforward? I've heard this kind of talk from you I don't know how many times. My ears are growing calluses. Karenina was not going to stand for it this time. After all, every single time she was dragged to this eerie place, and always told some strange things. Although she could also hear that this surely contained a lot of information related to herself concerning the past, the present, and even the future. But she was completely unable to interpret it, yet that she was unwilling to just tell her the details like that. This could only cause her to stare blankly in frustration, and yet she could do nothing about Tilda, doesn't it feel quite agonizing to always be told such obscure words, having bizarre things done to you, while you're unable to resist, explain, or analyze them? It is indeed agonizing. If that's the case, then can you? Karenina seemed to see a tiny glimmer of hope in knowing the truth. Of course not. Because if I really just told you, wouldn't the process of these matters seem far too boring? That is certainly not what I wish to see. Yet this fellow let out a malicious laugh, acting very much like a child who took joy in teasing others. 705 You come first release at reading club, but she was countless times more difficult to deal with and handle than those tactless little kids. Seeing this, after hearing that passage, Karenina's expression instantly turned gloomy, and the corners of her mouth began to twitch uncontrollably. It looked like this really made her uncomfortable, and just as she perceived that Karenina was about to erupt, she decided to relent just a tiny bit. After all, truly angering Karenina was not what she wanted to see, because she only wanted to watch a show, not have anger poured onto her. Aren't you currently very concerned about that cave filled with magic crystals at the bottom of the Grand Cathedral of the Papal State, giving you a tiny hint blood? In order to extinguish Kareninner's wrath, this fellow immediately threw out a piece of intelligence that Kareninner desperately wanted to obtain. You mean blood? Facts proved that this fellow's grasp of Kareninner's emotions could be said to be quite spot on. The moment Kareninner heard this, more than half of her anger immediately vanished, and she even felt a slight sense of excitement. Indeed, it's blood. As for what kind of blood, that can only let you recall the scene when you first walked into that cave. However, the use of the blood this time is quite different from last time, but the result obtained is the same. She gave another weird explicit hint. Although Kareninner didn't understand what this difference in usage meant, she still gladly accepted the intelligence brought by this fellow. After all, she could be said to be quite thirsty for these miraculous crystals that could serve as energy sources. Much like the petroleum of her original world, controlling petroleum was equivalent to gripping the throat of the entire world, and controlling magic crystals probably didn't have much use, at least not for current people's livelihood and the economy. Because this kind of energy wasn't popularized at all right now, let alone relatively high-end lighting fixtures like magic chandeliers. Just talking about the selling price of these magic crystals was enough to make many ordinary people unable to afford them. Even in a country like Coburg, which had a relatively large reserve of magic crystals, a medium-sized magic crystal of relatively good quality with few impurities had to sell for 2 silver coins. After all, usable magic crystals were ultimately a minority, mainly because most of these magic crystals were too fragmented and mixed with quite a few particulate matters inside. Even if thrown into a chandelier, it would hinder the operation of the magic chandelier, whereas mages could only use large chunks of magic crystals. These crushed into powder couldn't be used at all. As a result, the popularization rate of magic crystal energy was naturally very low. Therefore, engaging in monopolies and the like was still unrealistic at present. Alright, I have already given the hint. What to do next will depend on yourself. As soon as the voice fell, before Kareninner could reply, she only heard a suddenly ringing sound of shattering glass. 326. Confusion. What are you doing again? Listening to the crisp and piercing sound of glass shattering piece by piece that resounded through this space, Kareninner's degree of tension once again began to rise uncontrollably, and that fellow didn't give an answer, only emitting an eerie laugh, still as elusive as ever. I just want to give you a reminder. Do not touch the reality of certain matters. Do not recall certain things. Otherwise, everything before your eyes will be just like this glass. The noise beside her ears grew increasingly piercing and unbearable. Was this supposed to be a hint, or a direct explicit sign? Kareninner couldn't help but swallow her saliva. At that time, whether you can bear it can only depend on yourself. In her words this time, there was no longer that sense of cynicism, low, yet carrying a gentle beauty. Although it sounded quite wonderful and could make people let their imaginations run wild, but Kareninner herself couldn't laugh. Just how much do you know? Still the same words. Everything about you. Your past, your present, and a part of your future. And she's voice was still so solemn, without a shred of flippancy that could be refuted. I really can't see through what you're trying to get. Kareninner let out a light sigh, and then raised her head again, but she was given a fright. Wanting to quickly step back a few steps, she found that her feet still couldn't move an inch. Directly ahead of her appeared another Kareninner, but in terms of temperament, it was completely and utterly different. If one had to say the original was gentle and demure, then this one was pure madness. Her entire body carried a heavy, irresistible pressure. This was simply too crazy. Kareninner couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. Forget it. Even if I continue explaining these things to you, you definitely won't understand. Maybe by then you'll even completely forget the reminder I gave you. Then let's go back first. The other Kareninner didn't seem to plan on continuing to explain anything here, so she gently waved her hand at Kareninner. It was this familiar method again. She let those eerie, dark red, sludge-like objects entangle her whole body, and subsequently, her vision plunged into a deep black, opening her eyes. There was nothing unusual. It was still that ceiling she didn't know how many times she had already seen. If she had to say there was any difference, it was that this time, after being sent back from there, she once again briefly gained night vision capability, although she didn't know what the principle behind this was. But she was simply able to see everything around her clearly within this pitch-black darkness. Even the patterns on the decorative vase in the distance. The principle really was something she couldn't figure out. Even ordinary nocturnal animals wouldn't have this level of night vision, right? She now could be said to be increasingly curious about what exactly that she was. Moreover, what was she trying to hint more explicitly tell me back then? Doubts were increasing, but answers were nowhere to be seen growing. She felt herself getting further and further away from the truth. Yet she said, do not touch. Wasn't this just poking at her curiosity and desire for knowledge? No clues. But I feel unsettled if I don't figure these things out. She silently sighed. Sleep for now. There is still weapon testing work tomorrow. Finally, carrying this worry, she entered sleep once again. And this time during her sleep, she didn't come, nor was there any need to come. Your mood today looks quite good. Early in the morning, Hedgel stared at Kareninner's profile and said softly. Although he had already discovered the problem with his approach to romancing her, for now he still hadn't found a sufficiently good method. The more he thought about it, the more he wanted to viciously scold himself at that banquet for not realizing the true situation. And now, he could only maintain his current attitude to ensure that he wouldn't run into big problems due to revealing flaws. It's indeed not bad, because today I want to start experimenting with the grenade launcher. I might blast holes into the walls of the testing ground. Section 163. And Kareninner spoke without hiding anything. Just blowing a hole or something should be fine, but don't blow the entire wall down. Otherwise, the workload of clearing the debris will be quite massive. Hedgel's mouth merely twitched. He had no intention of stopping Kareninner. In any case, as far as he was concerned, the space behind the testing grounds wall was just empty land, so it was fine to let her mess around. But the labor costs of a collapsed wall would really not be very pleasant. Although I also thought about taking it outside for testing, this big guy is still a novelty to the common people, and to the military. It can be considered a trump card to some extent. I still don't plan on leaking the secret so early. Kareninner had her own considerations as well. After all, leaking intelligence could be said to be the ultimate taboo. One absolutely could not be careless when it came to intelligence. Otherwise, in the end, the only one who would suffer would be oneself. If nothing unexpected happens, the Third Army will withdraw from the territory of the Western Papal State today. The seized wealth will be sent indiscriminately to the National Treasury. After that, the stage will naturally be left to the puppet set up there. And Hedgel had already calculated his next move long ago. Not bad. You've arranged all this so quickly. Kareninner quietly grumbled while nibbling away at her breakfast. The speed is just average, because that person wanted to defect to us in the first place. And from the look of things, she seems to have some appeal and is relatively easy to control. I can only hope she shows some backbone in military matters and doesn't act like a fool, getting beaten down by other minor bosses even with our assistance. Hedgel suddenly showed a hint of worry. That's hard to say. The worthless mud that can't stick to the wall kind of thing's honestly far too common. Kareninner couldn't remain optimistic about it either. After all, she had seen plenty of such characters before. If it really comes down to it, we can only pull out a portion of our troops, disguise them as that person's subordinates, and then wipe out those minor bosses. Hedgel had already prepared for the worst. After all, her force was such extremely powerful combat capability appearing out of nowhere. Anyone, even if they thought with their knees, would understand what was going on. That was why Hedgel didn't want to resort to such troublesome methods. But sometimes, he had no choice. Hopefully, that Kareninner will show some backbone. There's one more thing I want to mention. Kareninner, who was beside him, suddenly spoke up. 330. The source of fear. Is there another issue? Hedgel stared at Kareninner's profile and asked in a low voice. Regarding some information about that magic crystal cave. Kareninner simply nodded and slowly began to speak. Please, do tell in detail. Hedgel's thoughts momentarily stalled, and then, with a glimmer of hope in his eyes, he spoke to her excitedly. It says this matter is related to blood, and with only this one condition, one can smoothly enter that cave. Kareninner only briefly explained the important parts, meaning it's exactly the same as the situation in that cave before. At this, Hedgel recalled that scene again. After all, that could be considered one of his most deeply impressed memories. But back then, although her arm was slashed by a sword, no blood flowed out. Not necessarily, because that guy also mentioned that the use of the blood is different. So I have no idea what that guy actually means either. Kareninner threw out another confusing statement. It seems we shouldn't think about doing this sort of thing anytime soon. At least, not until things stabilize over there. After hearing this, Hedgel also felt that it was better to be safe than sorry. No one knew if the situation inside was the same as before. If it was, that would be fine. If not, making a rash move might lead to a major disaster. I think so too. Let's not act rashly. If something really goes wrong, then it might not be something we can bear. Kareninner had no objections to this either. Then let's finish breakfast quickly. There's a whole pile of things waiting for us in a bit. With that, Kareninner immediately launched a fierce assault on the sandwiches on her plate, seemingly wanting to pack them into her stomach as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Hedgel sipped the tea in his cup, glancing at Kareninner out of the corner of his eye, increasingly feeling she looked abnormal. Is there really a need to be this excited? He wondered silently in his heart. Tilda. After finishing her struggle with breakfast, Kareninner immediately darted out of the small dining room and ran toward the workshop of the two groups of skilled workers. As for the reason, of course, it wasn't just because she wanted to see her new toy as soon as possible, but naturally, there was another factor Tilda. Hayaki, how's the situation on your end? Is the apparatus I asked you to make yesterday ready? Karenina asked the trembling Hayaki before her with a flower-like smile. Why yes, it's right here. Trembling, she opened the long box beside her. Inside the box was a finely polished barrel, gleaming with a metallic luster all over. The diameter should be 50 millimeters according to the design. But well, a slight margin of error shouldn't be much of a problem. She slightly observed the details of the long tube and felt it was within the expected parameters. Because there was indeed no need to be too meticulous about minor details. What she needed was not a perfectly exquisite handicraft, but a cannon that could protect what she wanted to protect, and those she wanted to protect one that could pierce straight through the enemy and completely tear their bodies apart with its shockwave. Not bad, Tilda, keep up the good work. Although it was within expectations, Karenina still put on a pleasantly surprised smile and looked at Hayaki, the white-haired beautiful girl. This gave Hayaki a sudden fright. This was not a pleasant surprise at all, but pure terror. To others, this smile represented joy and beauty. Perhaps many men would fall in love with her at first sight because of this smile that radiated warmth. However, to Hayaki, this was no different from the smile of a grim reaper, as if she would be dragged down to a hell of endless suffering in the next instant. This was simply too terrifying. She swallowed hard involuntarily. This guy, she must be mocking us again because what we made didn't meet her expectations, right? It must be. Hayaki felt as if she had already seen to everything about this demon named Karenina. I wouldn't dare. We still haven't done well enough. Next time, we will definitely give you a satisfactory product. With that, she bowed deeply to Karenina, trying to obtain her forgiveness. I look forward to it. Meanwhile, Karenina kept her bright smile, thinking that this little girl was quite hardworking and ambitious. She even knew how to be humble. She was truly becoming more and more likable. Thinking this, Karenina took the opportunity to pat Hayaki's head. The feel of her smooth hair was truly irresistible. In the end, she reluctantly withdrew her hand, while to others, this was a wonderful and gentle pat. From Hayaki's perspective, it was a touch that symbolized death. If you dare to disobey, your neck will be twisted 360 degrees. The moment Karenina's palm touched her, she even felt like she heard such a whisper. That terrifying aura seems even worse than yesterday. Why did she become so terrifying after just one night? With a current concentration, you should be able to analyze it, right? She questioned the consciousness management system, whose actual purpose she didn't know. The reason is currently unknown. However, after screening, the probability of a connection with the bloodline of an ancient dragon species is over 80%. Specific reason unknown. And this guy actually gave a rare, serious answer. Bloodline of an ancient dragon species. Indeed, she was originally one of the experimental subjects whom researchers had tried to use to clone the giant dragons that only existed in ancient times. Part of the blood of those ancient dragons naturally flowed in her veins, and this bloodline would react to this person. Well then, someone will come to pick up this component in a bit. Thanks. Meanwhile, Karenina ran out of the workshop while Hayaki was dazed. What on earth is that? Hayaki was starting to feel lost now. A fear engraved into the very blood of the ancient dragons, who were once the strongest race in the world. Hayaki increasingly felt that she had truly run into a troublesome matter that spanned from ancient times to the present. That woman is definitely not simple, and she harbors such hostility towards me. Could it be that she already knows? At the thought of the possibility of her identity being exposed, her face instantly drained of all colour. Her pale little face caused her colleagues to worry. 331. Consensus. No, I'm fine. Yet Hayaki still didn't accept her colleagues' help, only lightly supporting herself against the edge of the table. After all, this kind of thing really wasn't something she could tell just anyone. Saying that she wasn't human, but an artificial creation who had walked this earth for thousands of years. Anyone hearing such words would think she had lost her mind, right? I suppose I understand a little bit now why she is targeting me. Hayaki finally understood the reason. Her patting my head just now must have been to warn me, right? She couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. Section 164. I thought I had disguised myself pretty well, but she probably figured out what was going on the very moment she saw me. What a terrifying woman. No, maybe she isn't even human, but rather part of an ancient and powerful race that we know nothing about. Even the ancient dragons, whom we believed to be at the absolute top of the food chain back then, had to live in their shadow, curling up and trembling in fear. Just how formidable is this power? After careful consideration, she felt more and more that Karenina was an existence that absolutely must not be provoked. From now on, we must never disobey Lady Karenina's orders. Absolutely never. This is a warning, a completely serious warning. Do you understand? Her pale golden eyes took on a slight blood-red hue as she stared intently at Char and Loyali, speaking to them in an absolutely solemn tone. She even released a pressure that carried a dragon presence, deeply afraid that they would oppose Kareninner's wishes and bring about their own destruction. You understood. They responded in unison, not daring to say another word, because a bone-chilling dread had already crept up their spines, forcing them to agree to this instruction, even though it sounded a bit off. That's good. And Hayaki let out a long sigh of relief. The texture of her hair is really nice, Tilda. I'm actually a bit curious about how she usually cares for her hair. It really feels great. Karenina hummed to herself as she thought, while continuously directing the surrounding workers to begin assembling the parts. As for the tires used for mobility, they could only make do with wooden wheels, since there was no such thing as rubber here. As for the shells, she had ordered the relevant department to rush out a batch of ammunition of this caliber 2 days ago. Of course, the actual performance would depend on the test results. According to the design specs, this kind of artillery was generally direct fire. The muzzle velocity of the shell should be decent, and they could be swapped for armor-piercing shells. After all, they didn't know if they would encounter thick-skinned, tanky opponents in the future. It was never a mistake to be over-prepared. The effective range is about 2,000 meters, which will definitely hit the wall. I hope the wall structure is stable enough. Even if a hole is blown through it, it shouldn't collapse. Seeing that the assembly was almost complete, Karenina began to worry about the safety of the wall. After all, Hedgel had said earlier that if this 4 to 5 meter tall wall collapsed entirely, clearing it would probably take 2 or 3 days. She certainly didn't want to be unable to conduct test fires for the next few days. How frustrating would that be? Having a cannon, but not being able to fire, it would be so stifling. But then again, this thing wasn't meant for blanket fire anyway. It was designed for easier siege breaking, and to see if it could deal with thick-skinned, high-to-be monsters. Maybe only if the wall collapsed would the power and value of this cannon be fully highlighted. Quite a few more strange ideas popped into Kareninner's head. By the way, the total weight of this cannon was only about 100 kilograms. Compared to those big guys that weighed at least 1 or 2 tons, this was far more lightweight. As for whether to make heavy artillery in the future, the answer was naturally yes. But of course, that would have to wait until this thing's test proved successful. Soon, the workers reported to Karenina that the assembly had been completed according to the blueprints. Karenina herself quickly stepped behind the gun shield to check if there were any oversights or flaws in the surrounding setup. There shouldn't be any issues. She looked left and right, double-checking if the sight was misaligned. In the end, she came to the conclusion that the issue was minor, and they could begin testing. That was her conclusion. She then immediately retreated to a distance, telling the workers to load the shell and close the breech. As for the firing and other operations, they were naturally left to a worker who was forced to be the brave one. As for what kind of forced it was, he was completely unaware that this thing might experience a breech explosion, because no matter what, the barrel was completely untested. Whether the rifling inside was stable or the material strength was sufficient remained unknown. If fired rashly, it might explode directly inside the barrel, and given the destructive power of a 50mm high explosive shell, combined with the current state of medicine, which was basically useless, it was practically a death sentence. Of course, if there were no issues with the barrel, the shell, and the other structures, nothing bad should happen. It would just be a normal firing. And this was precisely the scene Karenina wanted to see most. After all, no one wanted the fruits of their labour to go down the drain at the last moment. The young man who had been pushed forward to act as the gunner followed the instructions, aligning the tip of the reticle's arrow in the sight with the target marked on the distant wall. Then, there was a loud bang, and in the next instant, another loud explosion echoed from afar. It worked. Just by hearing those 2 distinct explosions, Karenina knew that everything was basically fine. After all, if a breech explosion had occurred, there would have been only one loud bang, followed by nothing but the terrified screams of the workers. She silently looked at the young man in the distance, who was still visibly shaken, her mood seemingly improving quite a bit because of this successful shot. Turning her head, she saw the thick smoke and dust on the wall gradually dispersing. Soon, a massive hole was revealed before their eyes. Good grief, it actually blew right through. Karenina hadn't expected it to blow through in a single shot. Should she say the wall's quality was too poor, or that the high explosive shell was highly effective? Fortunately, the wall hadn't collapsed yet, but it certainly looked like it was on the verge of doing so. She should find an opportunity later to have Hedgel tear down this entire wall. With that thought, she put on her gloves, ran over to the side of the cannon, and began checking it for wear and tear. Meanwhile, the surrounding workers still looked utterly shell-shocked. At the same time, they marvelled in their hearts at how this lady could create such a powerful weapon, and finally understood why His Majesty held her in such high regard. Do not provoke this lady. This phrase had become a consensus in their hearts. 332. Unforgettable. Those guys from Coburg declared war on those Riston bastards just a few days ago, and they're already preparing to withdraw their troops today. Meanwhile, in the imperial city of the Cavillar Empire, Cleaner could be said to be extremely anxious and baffled. She had just received intelligence from an informant stating that the Keboj Empire's Third Army was already preparing to withdraw from the territory of the former Papal State. She couldn't understand, no matter how she thought about it, how on earth did Hedgel pull this off. At first, when they said they were going to war with the theocracy, we even watched with a spectator's attitude, waiting to see how they would fall flat on their faces in front of the theocracy's knights, so we could find an opportunity to humiliate him afterward. Now look at this. How many days has it even been? Only 7 days. Right. They've already taken the holy capital of the theocracy, and they're withdrawing their troops today. It completely defies common sense, no. There's absolutely no rationality to this at all. The reason the theocracy could exist was because of their powerful religious appeal and the bravery of their knights. Coupled with the geographical limitations, heavy weapons capable of piercing the knight's armor simply couldn't be deployed effectively. If not for that, the theocracy would have been annexed by the Keboj Empire long ago. Why would they have to wait until now? And Hedgel could truly be said to have accomplished what his ancestors had always wanted to do, but utterly failed to achieve, and in just 7 days. This entire religious group has completely disintegrated. Not only that, they aren't even occupying the territory of the Papal State. One must know that the territory of the Papal State is famous for its abundant magical power. If they had taken such an important area, how many outstanding mages could the Keboj Empire have produced in the future? Yet they are withdrawing their troops directly now, completely abandoning such an important region. What should I even say? She sighed silently, wondering if Hedgel was plotting some scheme again. Then, unable to guess the outcome, she began wanting to obtain the method by which the Keboj Empire achieved victory so easily. It was said they used a new type of weapon, but we still don't know what these new weapons actually are. Supposedly, they can make a very loud noise and can also explode. What on earth is that? Cleaner simply could not understand the intelligence sent back by the informants hidden inside the Papal State. It explodes. Could it be that they rely on these explosions to injure people? She was racking her brains now, unable to figure out how they did it. Maybe it's fighting fire with fire. Since those Riston Church guys love to use magic crystal self-explosions, Hedgel is even more ruthless than them, directly sending waves of soldiers to blow themselves up. Thinking of this, Cleaner felt that the explosive sound seemed understandable. After all, the effect produced by a magic crystal explosion was inherently extremely powerful. And if a person was strapped with magic crystals all over and then rushed over to detonate themselves, who could possibly withstand that? Even the city walls would be blown to pieces. Moreover, with the Keboj Empire's domestic reserves of magic crystals, it seemed sufficient to support such a crazy operation. Cleaner felt that this possibility was highly likely, although the scene she imagined in her head was wildly inconsistent with the actual situation. But this was the only explanation she could come up with. This Hedgel is truly ruthless. He will stop at nothing to achieve his goals. She couldn't help but marvel at Hedgel's actions. She didn't want to condemn Hedgel, rather, she feared and admired him, and wanted to become just like him, because she felt that if she could be as decisive and ruthless as him, the domestic political situation would probably be much better than it was now. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. Section 165. Although that's what I think, but I simply can't do it. She sighed softly again, and completely discarded this thought, because part of the current material shortage at the front line was actually being provided by these nobles. And now, if she were to propose removing the nobles from the court once more, it would definitely arouse their dissatisfaction. If it were merely cutting off the military's material supplies, that would still be considered minor. The most fatal thing was if Cleaner really did this, she was afraid she would be directly attacked by them jointly. This possibility was precisely the greatest one. I hope they won't violate the agreement. She still regarded this agreement with the nobles as her last straw. If they truly dared to tear up the agreement, then this country would actually be as good as gone. Because given the current situation, relying solely on Cleaner's troops and supplies made it impossible to block the Northern Monster Army. And in order to maintain the rule in the agreement, the territories of the nobles must not be violated. She was now nearly ready to start withdrawing troops from the defensive forces of the imperial capital. After all, the front-line battles were indeed quite tight, and manpower was completely insufficient. As long as a gap appeared in any corner of the defense line, the entire defense line would suffer a total collapse all at once. Coupled with the inability to organize an effective defense line in a short period of time, it would definitely allow some monsters to step into the nobles' territories, causing the rules in the agreement to be violated. This would also cut off the nobles' material support. It was truly adding frost to snow, yet she didn't dare to do so, because her father had said absolutely not a single troop could be transferred out of the imperial capital. Even a single person was unacceptable, because the troops of this imperial capital were meant to suppress the ambitions of the nobles. If the defense forces of the imperial capital were weak, the ugly faces of these nobles would be completely revealed in an instant. And the current situation was that she had to transfer them whether she wanted to or not. If she transferred them, these fellows might directly occupy the imperial capital. If she didn't transfer them, those monsters would completely swallow the whole country. This was a dilemma, but looking at it currently, maybe these nobles still had a shred of conscience. Karina was gambling right now. She was gambling that these beasts still retained that final shred of conscience. She was gambling that they still held onto the last trace of glory as nobles of the Cavalier Empire. She was gambling that they would abandon these short-sighted interests and cast their sights further into the distance. Let's give it a try. Death either way, so I'll simply choose the one with a lower probability of dying. Karina seemed to have decided to make this wrong decision. She would withdraw a portion of the First Army's personnel to support the front line. What she didn't know, however, was that she had already fallen into the trap set by the nobles. Because this side, which seemed to have a lower failure rate and lower risk, was actually the side with the highest risk. She would definitely pay the ultimate price for this decision of hers. And this lesson would also let her know what it meant to be deeply engraved in one's heart. 333. Crimson Gaze. The situation on Cleaner's side is really getting better and better. I'm truly looking forward a bit to seeing what expression Cleaner will have at the exact moment those fellows raise the banner of rebellion. That afternoon, Hedgel stared at the troop movement map transmitted from the Cavalier Empire, feeling only that the Cavalier Empire was in imminent peril and their strategic plan was completely within his calculations. However, there were also things he hadn't anticipated. He hadn't anticipated that Cleaner would so decisively transfer the defensive forces of the imperial capital to the front line, without even showing much hesitation, starting to transfer people out of the capital after just a few days. Looking again at the current troop strength of the noble armies, their fortune was ominous. Although this was a picture Hedgel hoped to see, he still couldn't stand Cleaner's wise operation. Did she really think that these noble lords would honestly abide by these regulations written merely on paper? Thinking of this, Hedgel still let out a silent sigh. Or rather, did she still harbour a shred of hope for the nobles, thinking that in such a time of crisis, they would cast aside conflicts of interest and fight against foreign enemies together. Indeed, the existence of such upright and selfless nobles could not be excluded. However, according to Hedgel's observation, most nobles were engaged in petty and shady deeds, constantly thinking about how to expand their power, raise their status, and increase their wealth, and doing so by any means necessary. Such fellows had no reason to exist anymore, yet Cleaner still pinned her hopes on them. From the perspective of a monarch, this was a severe mistake. This was failure. Phew, whatever. I can't be bothered to keep caring about what these fellows are thinking in their hearts. As long as they fall into my trap step by step according to my calculations, that's already enough. Hedgel stood up from his seat, stretched his body, and then quickly walked toward the back garden. It's rare to come out for some fresh air, brew some tea or something, and sit in this back garden. It should be able to relieve a bit of fatigue, right? Carrying this thought, he gently pushed open the door to the back garden. Before Hedgel even had time to feel the delicate fragrance of the flowers in the garden, he first saw a figure sitting in the small pavilion in the centre of the garden. She actually came here. This is really quite rare. The moment Hedgel saw that figure, he confirmed who it was and muttered inwardly, generally speaking, doesn't she love to hole up in the experimental grounds, the kind of person who won't come back unless someone calls her to eat? Why is she suddenly doing things with that so-called ladylike style today? Hedgel thought with a trace of doubt. Indeed, the current situation seemed a bit different from the Karenina he had known in the past, because she was currently pouring tea into her own cup with quite standard and elegant movements. Even when eating pastries, she took small bites, not letting any food crumbs affect the dignified atmosphere. Is this really her? Hedgel couldn't help but feel doubtful. After all, in his impression, Karenina had always been somewhat careless and carefree. Suddenly starting to follow these etiquette rules so attentively really made it a bit hard for people to adjust. Just as Hedgel was filled with doubt, Karenina slightly turned her gaze, her eyes locking straight onto Hedgel. This gaze containing pressure gave Hedgel a direct jolt. This is definitely not her. The moment Hedgel felt this pressure, he already realised where the problem lay. Of course, the possibility that she was willing to reveal her true face in front of me wasn't excluded either. And if it wasn't like that, then there was only one possibility left. Hedgel swallowed his saliva, then walked step by step toward the small pavilion. Being hit directly by that kind of gaze was really quite terrifying. A force that was completely impossible to resist, a fear that eroded the heart, blood screaming and fleeing within the blood vessels. Even his muscles began to tremble involuntarily. This also made every step Hedgel took exceptionally difficult, and this strengthened the certainty in Hedgel's heart by who knows how many times. I don't know how much time passed. A few minutes? Or a dozen minutes? Hedgel finally walked to the edge of this pavilion step by step. Cold sweat had already soaked his clothes. This was the purest fear, originating from the depths of his soul, as if engraved in his DNA. Finally, at this distance, he met this terrifying gaze. He saw that one of Karenina's eyes had turned a translucent red. carrying an eerie glow under the golden radiance of the setting sun. So this was her, the her that had always been inside her body. Not bad, able to walk over under my direct gaze. Not being scared away counts as passing. Karenina, however, covered her mouth with 2 fingers and said softly with a tone full of indescribable nuance, "What do you want? Or rather, do you want to talk to me?" Hedgel wasn't led astray by her topic, but instead gazed straight into those crimson eyes and began to question. "Don't flatter yourself too much. I simply wanted to see your reaction, to see if you've even the most basic capabilities. The things I wanted to know, I already knew long ago. There's no need to ask you for a talk. What's more, the time I can take the lead is exceedingly rare. Now it's about time, isn't it?" As soon as her voice fell, the crimson existing only in her eyes slowly faded away. That pressure and stern temperament also gradually disappeared along with the receding red, until her pupils returned once more to that clear, beautiful blue resembling the ocean. This strange feeling completely vanished from Hedgel's heart. The boiling blood slowly calmed down at this moment. It seemed as though nothing had happened. However, the cold and damp sensation on his back was telling him all of this actually happened. He took a deep breath and raised his head again, only to find Karenina staring at him with a puzzled gaze. "Why are you standing down there? If you want afternoon tea, there are plenty of both pastries and tea right here, you know." It was as if nothing had happened at all. Karenina tilted her head, pointed at the various pastries on the pastry stand and the fully packed teapot, and asked in a low voice, "Section 166, fine." And Hedgel, however, answered absent-mindedly. "However, did you feel anything unusual just now?" Hedgel asked in a low voice. "I did." Karenina, on the other hand, answered immediately. 334. Surface calm. Specifically, what kind of unusualness? Hedgel lowered his voice and asked Karenina in a whisper. He hoped to get some information about that from the person herself. "Is it that vexed gaze of yours just now? Almost exposing your true nature? As expected of you, a perverted sexual freak." Taking this opportunity, Karenina mocked Hedgel verbally. "I always feel like we are not on the same channel." Hedgel held his forehead and couldn't help letting out a long sigh. "Indeed we aren't. After all, when you said anything unusual just now, I really had no idea what the situation was." Karenina shrugged and did not deny it. "Just now I saw that guy from the dream you mentioned before appear, and she kept staring at me. That heavy aura was truly suffocating." Hedgel recalled the eerie feeling from just now, feeling that the scene was quite unreal, because this was simply beyond common sense. "Didn't she tell me before that she doesn't have control of the body? If what you just said is true, why would she?" Karenina still maintained a skeptical attitude toward this. "Speaking of which, why are you leisurely drinking afternoon tea here today?" Hedgel therefore decided to look for a breakthrough from elsewhere. "The reason is very simple. Today's test firing was very successful. Then we started to improve the gun mount, and by the time we finished tinkering, it was already afternoon. Coincidentally, there were no other urgent things to do. So I thought I might as well come here and have a cup of tea." Karenina gave a seemingly quite reasonable explanation. "Is that so?" Hedgel paused slightly, then replied with something unclear. "That's right. Besides, if one is always obsessed with work, the body is bound to have problems, right? Resting a little is also pretty good." Karenina took a small sip of black tea and replied in a low voice. "Don't you also want to relax by coming to this back garden at this time of day?" "That's true. However, did you really not notice anything abnormal just now? Or something wrong? Or perhaps a mental trance or something?" Hedgel asked Karenina several questions in succession. "A trance? There is a little bit. It's just that I originally stuffed a piece of pastry into my mouth, and the next second you suddenly appeared, and we even stared at each other." Karenina recalled for a brief moment, and then gave an explanation. "So it was at that time." Hedgel seemed to have figured out the time period when that her appeared. "MHM, anyway. I was thinking whether I can find an opportunity to directly demolish that wall of the experimental field." Karenina suddenly spoke up, interrupting Hedgel's thoughts. "Ha, because it hindered your experiment." Hedgel also replied immediately. "That's right. I always have to worry about whether this wall will collapse, and after it collapses, it takes a few days to clean up the ruins. It's very troublesome. It's better to find some free time to carry out a complete demolition. Do as you please with that." And the two of them started chatting idly like this. It seemed everything was so normal. This morning, His Majesty officially announced that this campaign against the theocracy has achieved complete victory. It's only been a few days and they've completely won. In some underground pleasure places, two ordinarily dressed and unremarkable guys were eating melon seeds while watching the dancers on stage, whose scant clothing carried strong sexual innuendos, chatting idly. Who knows what's going on? Didn't people used to treat the theocracy as the second biggest scourge, besides the northerners? Why does it feel now as easier as pulling up a scallion to wipe out the theocracy? It really just rolled right over without any ambiguity. Sitting on the other side of the table, shelling peanuts, the middle-aged man kept his gaze wandering over the sensitive parts of the dancers, but he was still listening to his little brother's words and answering. Shelling peanuts, watching the show, grabbing the key points, and listening to others talk. Is this probably being three-minded at once? Who knows? Today, listening to the Emperor's voice, I felt sick. Wasn't it just smashing a rotten country? Is there any need to churn out such a big pile of useless words? That melon seed-eating buddy started saying things that might cost him his head. Hey, although the Emperor can't control this place, it's always right to be a little careful when speaking. If others hear what you say, you'll really be done for. You must know that to buy off the hearts of those impoverished people, the Emperor spent a huge price. Free schooling, and free breakfast, and lunch too. If you dare to speak ill of the Emperor in front of them, your head will probably be smashed into pieces several times. The peanut man immediately stopped the melon seed brothers' remarks. After all, for people like them in the underworld, it's better not to say things that easily cause trouble. Who knows, one day these things might get dug up. After that, it would be accumulated offences punished together, and a clean execution by decapitation. And this insulting the Supreme would have to count as the major part of the crimes. One must never leave behind evidence just for a moment of verbal gratification, and finally lose one's head. I know, aren't they just a bunch of poor ghosts with nothing? But this melon seed brother showed no remorse at all. Tusk, everyone knows that your recent business orders were all washed away by this Emperor's round of purges, washing away your buyers. And then the goods all rotted in your own hands, making you feel terribly stifled. But if we must talk about it, this is also a part of the risk. The peanut man offered fatherly comfort to the melon seed brother. After all, this guy's recent large batch of slaves had no buyers, and he could only sell them at the lowest price to some pleasure places with such needs. This made him lose everything down to the foundation, and he still had a large batch of smuggled goods suppressed in his hands. He originally thought of relying on the officials he had bribed to sell all these things. But now look, those officials went to prison one after another, or were beheaded. He couldn't find anyone who could help at all. How could this melon seed brother not feel stifled? Naturally, he resolutely vented this anger onto Hedgel, who issued the decree and carried out the massive purge within the establishment. The peanut man could only shrug and decided to change the subject for the moment. Speaking of which, have you heard about something? 335. Auction. What thing? The melon seed brother naturally picked up the peanut man's conversation. They say this Emperor has churned out some huge weapons made entirely of steel, and then used these weapons to crush all those theocracy knights. The peanut man uttered another set of shocking remarks. Huge weapons made entirely of steel. The melon seed brother frowned, even moving his gaze away from the dancers. Stop kidding me. How could that kind of thing move? Made entirely of steel, even if it could move, how could that speed catch up with those knights? The melon seed brother still maintained a mocking attitude. He don't not believe it. Many people saw it on the street that day. Don't forget, yesterday the Emperor also ordered the East Avenue to be blocked for an entire afternoon. And that afternoon, quite a few people saw that huge machine running on the road, and the speed was extremely fast. If iron spikes or something are installed in front of that big iron guy tisk, it can definitely crush those knights easily. The peanut man unhurriedly tossed peanuts into his mouth one by one, then explained in a low voice. Is this why that damned Emperor was able to thoroughly defeat the theocracy in such a short time? The melon seed brother sorted out the various rumours he had heard over the past 2 days. He found that he seemed to have indeed heard about the road closure, and he also heard weird rumbling sounds. Could this really be the Emperor's secret weapon? Thinking of this, cold sweat broke out all over the melon seed brother. Why did you suddenly stop talking? Although this matter is mystical, its authenticity is quite high. Besides, even if it's true, it doesn't have much to do with us, right? The peanut man explained unhurriedly. To be honest, these things had nothing to do with him in the first place, because he himself was a smuggler anyway, and no matter how you looked at it, such a big guy had nothing to do with him. Even if you use your knees as a brain to think about this problem, you would probably think so too. After all, smugglers don't have many armed forces, and most, it's just a dozen brothers from the streets escorting this batch of goods together. Even if an ordinary bailiff brought some people over, they could take it down quite easily. There was simply no need to use such a big guy. Therefore, the peanut man would only watch this big guy with a spectator's attitude. Anyway, it wouldn't pose a threat to him. RTR truly is like this. The melon seed brother wiped his cold sweat and replied stammeringly. Who knows what he was actually thinking? What's wrong with you again? The peanut man seemed to feel that the current atmosphere was a bit wrong, because the guy next to him was a bit abnormal. No, nothing. I just imagined that big guy rampaging against the knights on the theocracy battlefield, and it scared me a little. The melon seed brother showed an awkward smile, then immediately covered it up with a lame lie. The peanut man couldn't be bothered to probe deeply into it. After all, They were just drinking flower wine, watching performances, and spending money here, getting to know each other as casual drinking buddies. They didn't even know each other's names. At best they just heard from each other's rants and complaints what trouble one had encountered recently or what business one had done recently. Therefore, there was simply no need or reason for them to touch upon each other's privacy. Since he was unwilling to explain, let it be. Anyway, this kind of matter has no meaning either. Preserving one's own little life and money is sufficient. There is another thing. Have you heard of it? The Peanut Man naturally silently followed the rule both of them knew, but to prevent the atmosphere from becoming too awkward, he threw out another topic. Section 167. What? Realizing that this was giving him a way out, Sunflower Seed Brother naturally quickly put on an appearance of interest. It is an underground auction. The items up for auction are a bit interesting. As for him, he continued to neatly arrange the shelled peanuts one by one, then tossed them into his mouth one after another. In what way is it interesting? Could it be that there are some handed-down rare treasures again, or relics of an ancient civilization? Hearing this reply, Sunflower Seed Brother truly perked up, because he was indeed very interested in this. Neither just heard about it. I do not even know if it is true. That fellow let word out that 4 months from now, the Empress will be auctioned off. Peanut Man's eyes narrowed slightly, seemingly feeling that the credibility of this matter was very low. TCH, the Empress. Who would believe such a thing? If we really have to say it, the Empress would only be the neighbouring Keviller Empire, right? You must know, that is a fellow about the same size as the Coburg we are currently in. How could he just auction off its leader like that? In my opinion, this is at most just pulling a gimmick. Who knows, one of these days, this entire auction house might be raided by the guys from the Keviller Empire. Sunflower Seed Brother naturally sneered at this. After all, no matter how one looked at it, this was a huge joke. How could a figure at the pinnacle of such a country be sold just because someone said so? If this were to really happen, where would the Empire's face be put? Of course, there was another possibility that had to be considered. That was the Northerners successfully breaching the capital of the Keviller Empire, capturing the Empress alive, and finally dragging her out for auction. But anyone with a little brain would know, the Northerners simply did not have this kind of leisure time. Besides, for a matter like this, would one still need to enter an underground exchange, and then go to an auction house in such a dark corner? Therefore, they just felt that this fellow was merely making a gimmick to attract people's attention, and thus did not take it to heart. They turned their attention back to the stage, where the dance was still jumping around incessantly, and constantly dancing on the edge of appropriateness. Today's harvest has been quite a lot. It is just that I do not understand what that fellow is actually trying to do. At night, within the imperial city of the Keboj Empire, Karenina had already finished her daily full body wash, and then, like a salted fish, sprawled across the soft, large bed. But she did not plan to sleep right now, because her hair was not completely dry yet. If she curled up under the covers to sleep now, she would most likely have a headache when she woke up. Of course, the reason was not just like this. You fellow, do you have any purpose for that matter this afternoon? After noticing that fellow had appeared, Karenina immediately spoke out and asked the ethereal existence. Purpose? Of course there is one. 336. Sense of crisis. Since there is a purpose, then tell me, what on earth are you planning to do? Karenina immediately questioned it. After all, it had previously asked her to cooperate with its performance, but now she had not even grasped a tiny bit of its purpose. This feeling of being kept in the dark was indeed quite uncomfortable. Very simple. Just to test that fellow's reaction. It looks like it should be alright. He was not directly scared stupid by this gaze. Yet this fellow gave a completely meaningless answer again. You talk as if he would be scared to fainting just because you stared at him. Karenina rolled her eyes at the air, because she was completely unaware of the oppressive power. I'm a matron, Tilda. It seems you still have not realized where the problem lies. If it were an ordinary fellow, they might have completely broken down by that time. Fine, stop bragging. Quickly explain what significance doing this has. Do not monkey around here, Karenina said impatiently. Because this fellow had constantly nagged her about this matter in her mind during the afternoon. It kept tossing and turning until Karenina's head was swelling, and it showed no signs of stopping. Therefore, Karenina decided to follow what it said and go to that small pavilion to have afternoon tea. She also casually handed over the control of her body to this fellow for a dozen minutes. Anyway, as long as she wanted to, she could take back control of her body at any time. So she agreed just like that. Only she did not expect that this fellow would actually do such a bizarre thing. This could truly be said to have shocked Karen. From the looks of it, you still have not discovered some of the characteristics of those monsters. And this fellow continued to pour out words of mockery toward Karenina. I am all ears for your instruction. Karenina also put on a serious look and said to this fellow, after all this fellow had said, that this was a test related to those monsters. Then naturally, She had to honestly lower her posture and ask her for advice on related matters. No matter what, this was closely related to whether future battles could be won. Oh ho, the state is acceptable. Then I will just say it straight. Let us consider it a reward for your cooperation with my actions today. This fellow was also really willing to give her a reasonable explanation. First of all, what I need to explain is that what you all currently see are all low-level fellows. For example, those magnified exploration lizards, and those red lizards that can breathe fire after being modified. They are all low-level fellows. MHM, and then Karenina immediately pressed on. And in the future, what if you encounter ancient giant creatures replicated based on the remnants of the ancient era from the ruined civilization, and they are also put into actual combat by them? That fellow's voice also became serious. Is it not just fire coverage, or serving them a hail of bullets? This should not pose too big of a problem, right? Karenina tilted her head and replied in a low voice. After all, in her view, this did not seem to make any difference, right? It was basically equivalent to dinosaurs being remanufactured and then thrown onto the battlefield. If it were the age of cold weapons, this might still be a very huge threat. But now thermal weapons have begun to be used on a large scale. The destructive power of such beasts is quite limited, right? After all, no matter what, a flesh and blood body cannot withstand artillery fire and bullets. That ruined civilization originally thought so too. The level of technology they possessed could be said to surpass the world you were in before, but they were ultimately still severely damaged because of these monsters. Do you really think it was merely because their weapons and equipment were not good enough? And that fellow rarely used such a tone to admonish Karenina. Karenina felt as if she had heard a secret from a millennium ago. Could that ancient civilization have perished because of these monsters? Excuse me, what was the reason they were defeated by the monsters and suffered heavy losses? Karenina asked that she with full thirst for knowledge. Because this could be said to be quite precious information, she must definitely remember it well. First, they were because of contempt, and afterward, because of fear. And she also really gave an answer with a straightforward attitude. Just looking at fossils, just looking at those pictures, just looking at those dead texts, one will not feel that aura, that oppression, that fear. Following that was a long silence. Gone. Karenina frowned, feeling that the matter should not end so quickly. It is indeed gone. Yet this fellow put on a matter-of-course appearance. I always feel that you fellow are just toying with me. Karenina increasingly felt that this fellow took pleasure in teasing her. After all, this could truly be counted as not explaining anything clearly at all. With just such a passage, what on earth is this fellow trying to express? In some previous matters, I indeed had elements of teasing you mixed in, but this time, I am serious. As for when you will be able to understand my words, I can only say, after some time. She used that bizarre laughter once again. Why do I feel like you are not telling me a problem, but rather acting Chinabu? Karenina seemed to have grasped this fellow's key problem, because it sounded hazy and vague, and described things as extremely terrifying. When the time comes, it might just be some minor issues. You are doubting me. Well, if you say it is, then it is. We will see when the time comes. All right. Karenina even felt that this fellow was rolling her eyes right in front of her. Fine then. Since that is the case, do not drag me into that ghost place today either. It is quite troublesome. I could not be bothered to drag you in any way. Besides, my arrangements are already completed. As soon as those words fell, her voice completely disappeared. Strange fellow. Karenina muttered a sound, then obediently turned off the light and went to bed. But on the other side of the imperial palace, in Hedgehog's bedroom, I completely cannot calm my mind down. He paced back and forth in the room over and over again, seeming exceptionally irritable. And there was also a part of a tremor in his voice. I always feel like a gaze is watching me from somewhere, and that fellow is ready to take my life at any time. This sense of palpitation made him a little breathless. This was the feeling he had ever since he was stared at by Karenina's scarlet gaze. Moreover, this feeling became even more obvious when he was alone. Where is it? He felt a sense of crisis. 337. Emergency. Yet even though he looked around, he still failed to discover where the so-called threat was. There was simply no clue to the source of this panic. Unable to understand what on earth has happened, Hedgehog subconsciously swallowed his saliva. Section 168. The light from the magic chandelier hanging directly above the bedroom had practically been turned up to its maximum by him. The bedroom was already illuminated by this magical glow, leaving no dark corners. But he still felt uneasy, fearing that a small yet fierce monster would suddenly dart out from some corner and bite through his throat. Completely unable to understand the reason behind this, if being stared at like this is equivalent to facing a predator directly, in being like this is equivalent to worrying that the predator might suddenly jump out from somewhere, he collapsed limply onto the bed, muttering softly, "Even if I want to sleep, I simply can't fall asleep." Living in constant fear, he turned over on the bed, but there was still not a shred of sleepiness. His mind remained on high alert, as if this were not a comfortable and bright bedroom, but the depths of a jungle where tree roots intertwined and branches crisscrossed, and he had to be on guard at any time and place against monsters that might suddenly pop out from various dark corners. It's too hard, he sighed, wondering what kind of existence that she was. Just this single gaze was enough to terrify him for so long, but combined with that recent feeling, he seemed to have a little clue in his heart. Hire to your predator. He seemed to have discovered something incredible. It looks like there really is a possibility that she's not human. The moment Hedgel thought of this, he couldn't help sighing. Perhaps that Anliudenia is just a family composed entirely of non-humans, or rather, a mixture of other races and humans. From this, he came up with a bold conjecture, and from the current perspective, it's not impossible either. Thinking of this, he silently sighed. He felt as if he had brushed aside a layer of mist, but it was as if this had triggered some mechanism, and the thick fog from all directions wrapped tightly around him again. It seemed the conditions were still insufficient. The history of this continent was far more complex than they imagined. The history here had fractures. The technology here had undergone reorganization. The races here had undergone cleansing. Everything here carried a haze from 1,000 years ago. Whether it was us or those guys in the north, it was the same for all of them. And this fear of such predators had long been carved into the blood of their ancestors and passed down to them. This perhaps was the source of this sense of fear. Because he hadn't found enough factual evidence, he could only end with a question mark. And just as Hedgel was tossing and turning all night due to the strange yet intense fear, inside the grand cathedral of the former Riston papal state, Karina was currently reorganizing her troops at this moment. The personnel naturally had to rely on the remaining knights who were willing to stand with her for money and status, and the financial resources to support the operation of the army, and related administrative departments naturally had to rely on the small amount of treasure intentionally left behind by General Hogg during his retreat. Although it was called a small amount, judging by the original total here, this thing could definitely be considered an absolute budget surplus. Karina looked around the somewhat dilapidated interior of the church, feeling rather complicated. The last time she stood here, she was still the second in command of a country, but now she could only lead such a small detachment to wipe out all the local separatist small chieftains around. Only in this way could she gain the recognition of her employer, the Keboj Empire, and then live the relaxed and comfortable life she had dreamed of. As expected, gods or whatever, they simply cannot exist. She let out a bitter smile. After all, if a god truly existed, seeing their believers torn apart like this, their holy land trampled upon, their statues directly pulled down and smashed, and their doctrines burned to ashes no matter what, they would surely inflict punishment on these unreasonable wretches out of anger. Yet he didn't. There was no action at all. Even on those 2 days when the army of the Keboj Empire attacked, the sun was shining brightly. It seemed to be welcoming the Iron Hus of Coburg. It seemed to be celebrating the liberation by Coburg. Even if this true god had truly existed, then he probably, just as that goddess said, had been reduced to ashes hundreds of years ago. A religion that had once created countless glories, accepted and relieved countless people, and spread light and benevolence to the world. After the long erosion of time and changes in personnel, it had completely turned into a tool for gathering wealth and a violent institution. Anyone who was a heretic, or a fellow who was unwilling to pay tribute to the god, was wiped out entirely. It was probably in this process that it lost the hearts of the people, and by meddling in the internal affairs of various countries, it aroused their disgust. And this time, as soon as they saw the Keboj Empire raise the banner of fighting against the evil cult, the other countries responded together. The churches of the various branch churches of the Riston Church were all dismantled. All the clergy were thrown into prison. This was probably retribution. She realized that after breaking away from this church, and then looking back at its history and various actions, she finally sorted out the reasons for the downfall of the Riston Church. The authorities are deluded. The onlookers are clear-headed. That was probably the principle here. Thinking of this, she let out another faint sigh. Echoing in the spacious hall, it seemed unable to dissipate for a long time. Lady Karina, the preparations on our side are complete. At this moment, a knight clad in heavy armour without any insignia knelt on one knee in front of her and reported the situation. We confirm the defence forces of the Grand Cathedral. There must be no mishaps with the Grand Cathedral whatsoever. If something goes wrong, we will all have to go apologise with our lives. Karina's voice became extremely solemn this time, leaving no room for the slightest bit of rebuttal. According to your instructions, those Molotov cocktails have already been distributed to the soldiers. Moreover, at least 2 squadrons have been deployed around the church, and the defensive equipment has also been arranged. We can set off at any time. That knight also answered loudly with a firm tone. He was the only fellow here other than Karina who had ties with the Keboj Empire. This also made Karina understand that the Keboj Empire had prepared for both contingencies long ago. One more of her wasn't much, and one less of her wasn't missed. Just as she was about to issue the attack order, a sudden vibration caused her to stagger. "Emergency, my lady, emergency." Afterwards, there were hurried footsteps and shouts of a knight outside the door. 338. Temperance. What on earth was that vibration just now? Karina also panicked because of that sudden and violent vibration. After all, this kind of thing was completely outside her expectations. "My lady." A quite large vibration suddenly came from the basement, and those stones used to block that hidden entrance also show signs of loosening. And the flustered knight, who ran over to report, tried his best to report what he knew to Karina with a clear voice. Then quickly have people block it up, delay the sortie time, and completely seal off the entrance to the basement first. Hurry. Hearing this, Karina also realized that things were bad, so she decisively issued the order. The attack could be delayed, but those things beneath the church were things that the general named Hogg had repeatedly and earnestly warned must be protected. After all, those massive amounts of magic crystals could be said to be something the Kebwood Empire desperately craved. And if something went wrong during the time she managed the church, she definitely wouldn't want to have an easy time in the future. What's more, there was definitely a powerful monster down below. If this thing couldn't be sealed, she was afraid she would be completely finished. Although the night raid plan has fallen through, but the monster inside this basement must be sealed tight. We must not let that thing come out. Needless to say, Irina immediately mobilized all soldiers except for the minimum defense force to transport stones and sandbags to completely seal off the basement. And the soldiers rushing to the front lines, really separated by that layer of stones, could feel through the tiny gaps between the stones the majestic aura and terrifying pressure of the monster behind the rocks. Just getting close to those rocks required full courage, but they had no choice either. If they didn't charge up, plug all these stones, and block the escape route of that monster, they would definitely lose their lives. Therefore, they could only use their gradually chilling limbs to carry these heavy sandbags and boulders that gave them a slight sense of security. It seemed every time a stone or a sandbag was placed, their sense of security could increase. And the truth was indeed so. The defense line constructed by rubble and sandbags saw its vibration slowing down and the magnitude of the vibration decreasing. Finally, under their unremitting efforts, it eventually grew calm. 1-1. And after realizing that their struggle had achieved a certain success, the soldiers let out a murmur mixed with fatigue, doubt, but an unmistakable joy. After consolidating with the last batch of sandbags and rocks handed up, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. And when they dragged their tired bodies out of this underground, they found that dawn had already arrived. Abnormal sounds appeared in the cave beneath the Grand Cathedral, and something was trying to crawl out from inside. And today, Hedgel didn't come to the office until close to noon, covering his mouth and yawning. He could be said to have not slept for the better half of last night. He always felt someone was staring at him nearby. It seemed there were enemies everywhere. Until the late hours of the night did he recover his energy and fall into a deep sleep. Section 169. As soon as he arrived at the office, he received an urgent dispatch from the Papal State. It seems that the direction of events is getting a bit out of control. With heavy dark circles under his eyes, he stared at the text on the paper and couldn't help muttering softly, "Your Majesty, please exercise some restraint." Meanwhile, Vreel was staring at Hedgel with a worried expression. After all, Karenina had gotten up quite late today, and Hedgel had also gotten up very late. Coupled with some of Vreel's own deductions, the topic drifted off in a strange direction once again. Restraint in what? But Hedgel was completely bewildered. After all, he really hadn't done anything. He simply hadn't been able to sleep for half the night because of that gaze filled with intense pressure. As for Karenina, lacking Hedgel as a human alarm clock and thinking it wasn't time to get up yet, she had stayed lying on the bed. It wasn't until the sun had risen high that she realized Hedgel might not come to wake her up today, prompting her to hurriedly start washing and changing clothes. Should this be considered a coincidence, or is there some other reason? Who knows? No, nothing. Vreel didn't think the bewilderment on Hedgel's face right now was real, and began to overinterpret it. She then interpreted it as meaning that Hedgel didn't want to continue discussing this topic, and obediently cut off the conversation. "Hedgel, for now, I won't pursue what you mean by exercise restraint." Feeling awkward, Hedgel couldn't be bothered to pursue the matter further and began to study what the abnormal noises under the church actually were. According to what was written above, these events were most likely related to the monster residing in the underground magic crystal cave, and judging from the current situation, it probably wasn't those black knights seen before. After all, those black-armored knights alone theoretically wouldn't possess the power and destructiveness to shake the foundation stones of the entire church. Besides, that entrance had taken nearly 1,000 soldiers hauling sandbags and bricks throughout the night to successfully block up. From the looks of it, there was definitely a giant monster inside, and the information obtained from that of the solution was blood. Moreover, The method of applying this blood differed from the last time they faced the black-armored knights, but the result obtained was the same, opening the path to the magic crystal cave. This probably had to wait until the matters at the mountain peak were resolved. After all, that place right now could be described as a warlord melee, with small factions encroaching upon one another. By giving them a few large carts of Molotov cocktails, it should help them eliminate all the small factions and secure regional stability. Only then could they conduct in-depth research on it. Although Hedgel was quite impatient, he still maintained his sanity and did not make such high-risk moves during the still turbulent period. Tell Karina to let those soldiers who had been fatigued through the night rest during the day. At night, officially begin the night raid. Be sure to clear out all small factions within the territory at the fastest speed. As for whether the surrounding small countries will take the opportunity to invade, there's no need to worry about that. I've already warned them, and they wouldn't dare act rashly. Hedgel issued instructions one after another. Anyway, the general strategic direction had already been given to Karina. The worries of the rear were also gone. For the rest, it was up to her to perform. Can she really live up to my expectations? Hedgel closed his eyes and muttered to himself. 336. New job. After resolving the matters reported by Karina, he was now going to visit some meritorious ministers. After all, it was thanks to their heartfelt devotion that this purge of the Riston Papal State could be so successful. Sophia, long time no see. How have you been living here? Although Hedgel had previously disguised himself as an interrogation officer and come to question her a few times, still, it had indeed been a few days since he last saw Sophia. Quite well. Please convey my thanks to His respected Majesty the Emperor for his grace, she replied respectfully. Impeccable. Rest assured, I will. May I ask, do you have any other requests here? I will report to my superiors and resolve them promptly. Hedgel answered and inquired using formulaic phrasing. Since His Majesty the Emperor issued the declaration of victory yesterday, may we now, in accordance with our previous agreement, allow all our personnel to return home? After some inner conflict, Sophia still asked the words she most wanted to say. Although she would never return to that home that treated her as a tool, her subordinates all had their own homes to return to. Furthermore, this battle against the Papal State had led to the deaths of a large number of knights. You must know that behind every war, there were countless families worrying endlessly. Behind every soldier was a family waiting for him to return. If they failed to return to their hometowns for long, into what kind of sorrow would their families fall? This was also something Sophia did not want to see. It really should be implemented as soon as possible. Barring any accidents, within these 2 days, after completing all the paperwork and distributing the bounties that need to be paid out, where subordinates will be able to go home. Rest assured, we will definitely keep our promise. Hedgel responded in a sincere tone. In such matters, there was completely no need for him to breach the contract in any way, because this had no meaning to him at all. What he was doing was definitely more than just this single transaction. The positive image of keeping one's promise would spread through these knights' mouths to their homes, their neighbours, and the villagers. No matter how you looked at it, this was a positive image. As for why he wanted to see Sophia again now, he actually had other motives. Thank you for your diligent efforts, and His Majesty's wise decision. This humble one is endlessly grateful. Sophia immediately knelt and paid Hedgel the highest courtesy. Although she didn't know yet that the two people she praised were actually the same person. Hedgel responded softly, then continued speaking. Miss Sophia, I heard you say last time that you do not plan to go home. Yes, because in that family, they completely regard me as my older brother's last resort. And this time the Papal State has fallen, my role as a resort naturally ceases to exist. Even if I go back, they will probably just treat me as a good-for-nothing who wastes food and money for nothing. At the thought of this, Sophia's gaze dimmed considerably. Although she had also considered whether to go back, the moment she thought of her parents' cold glances and her own brother's bizarre gaze carrying a strong hint of something, she only felt a chill down her spine and a tremor in her brain. She immediately dismissed that thought. She sensed that if she went back, life would become quite miserable. Better to just be like this now, letting them treat her as if she were already dead. This was probably the optimal solution. Right. Then may I ask, what do you plan to do after leaving this imperial city? Upon hearing the answer he wanted, Hedgel began his so-called patient guidance. In reality, it was no different from those human traffickers acting as pimps. Probably just doing odd jobs to maintain a living. I don't have any major pursuits right now. As long as basic living standards can be guaranteed, that's enough. I believe such work should be pretty easy to find. Without thinking too much, she threw out her answer. After all, there really wasn't anything to hide about this. But what she didn't know was that she had long been targeted by a certain Skinner His Majesty the Emperor. Is that how you think? But I feel that with your ability and this sense of justice, you could achieve greater accomplishments. Seizing the opportunity, Hedgel began his hypocritical sigh of regret. But looking at the current situation, no one would need a traitor, right? No matter how justifiable the reason is, as a traitor, one shouldn't be forgiven in the first place, right? She squeezed out a wry smile and answered sheepishly. Not necessarily. Really not necessarily. Hedgel was ready to bring up his own thoughts at this time. Your thoughts are just, shining with a noble radiance, exposing the ugliness of the Riston Church, and telling the world what kindness is. Isn't this enough for everyone to forgive you? But this Sophia wanted to refute, but Hedgel cut her off directly. And our great emperor wants to meet with you to exchange respective views and assign you an important task. Of course, the treatment will definitely not be low, he said respectfully. But is this really okay? Sophia still harbored considerable doubt. Please proceed directly to His Majesty's office later. Someone will guide you. With that, without waiting for Sophia's response, he immediately left. What he wanted was not to give her time to react. Should I go? She thought silently in her heart. Perhaps I could give it a try. Half an hour later, led by a palace court lady, she arrived before the door of the emperor's office. She nervously knocked on the wooden door. That crisp yet slightly muffled sound could be said to express her current state of mind very well. Come in. A male voice penetrated the wooden door and reached her ears. This voice seems a bit familiar, she thought to herself. When she pushed open the door and walked into the room, she discovered a figure she had seen just half an hour ago. Section 170. Only the clothes had changed. The same face, the same expression, the same presence. Hello, Miss Sophia. And he also wore that signature, insincere smile. Aren't you that official named Bude? No, my deepest apologies. Your Majesty, I am terribly sorry for speaking to you in that tone earlier. After her brain short-circuited for a few seconds, she immediately realized what was going on. Bude was the emperor. He was Hedgel. And she had been speaking to the emperor in such a frivolous, completely disrespectful tone this whole time. Miss Sophia, let's keep things as they were before. No need to beat around the bush. Hedgel stood up and looked Sophia straight in the eye as he spoke. Can I entrust the work of the Discipline Inspection Commission to you? 340. Justice? Meanwhile, Sophia had still not fully recovered from the revelation that Bude was Hedgel, and Hedgel was Bude. She only let out a stiff, questioning sound. Hedgel could almost picture several large question marks popping up over Sophia's head. She had absolutely no idea what this Discipline Inspection Commission Hedgel spoke of actually was. To put it simply, I intend to make you the Supreme Commander of the Discipline Inspection Commission. But Hedgel's explanation was practically no explanation at all, because it was essentially equivalent to saying, I'm going to give you a high-ranking official post. But as for what this post actually did, she was completely in the dark. Only when Hedgel noticed that Sophia had absolutely no idea what he meant did he realize he had misspoke, because he had always been discussing these things with Karenina, who understood them instantly. Facing Sophia, who also had blonde hair and blue eyes, he had habitually used the abbreviation. Perhaps this was just habit, or to be a bit more chunibiru about it, should he just call it Karenina syndrome? Let me explain it to you briefly. Realizing where the problem lay, Hedgel cleared his throat awkwardly and began to explain. You used to be in the church, so you should know that there is such a thing as doctrine within the church, right? Hedgel began a lengthy explanation. I understand. The so-called quotations of the true God. Sophia nodded with certainty. In the future, I plan to issue something similar within the state organs. However, the nature and content will be completely different, and its function will be vastly different as well. To prevent Sophia from misunderstanding, Hedgel immediately explained. This kind of thing is called a party constitution, and it is mainly used to regulate the various behaviors of government officials. Meaning, you want to restrict the actions of these officials. Sophia seemed to have taken this a bit too far in her understanding. Not restrict, just regulate their behavior to ensure they do not commit corrupt or immoral acts. Its core tenet is serve the people, everything for the people. Hedgel explained in all seriousness. Everything for the people. Sophia felt as if her soul of justice was burning fiercely. Exactly. Using this party constitution as a basis, we will regulate all officials within the institutions, reducing and even eliminating large-scale corruption as well as individual graft. Hedgel spoke in an impassioned tone. From his words alone, Sophia could not detect any falsehood. Although we are still a long way from the ultimate goal of establishing such a political party, I believe there will always be a chance. The position you will hold now is to monitor the conduct of these officials and report directly to me. But why do you trust me? We have only met a few times, and that was when I didn't even know your identity. Sophia, however, began to hesitate again. Isn't it better that you didn't know my identity? That way, I could see the real you. Besides, I have already felt that awe-inspiring sense of righteousness within you. Hedgel, meanwhile, began his performance once again. Although everything he had said so far was true, however, his passionate expression and tone were entirely faked. After all, he wasn't actually that hot-blooded. He simply wanted to sway her thoughts, to stir up the sense of justice in her heart that refused to drift with the tide or associate with the corrupt. I don't deserve such praise. When it comes to justice, I think it was just a sudden whim on my part. And the bigger reason is because of the tragedies that occurred right before my eyes. Sophia wanted to decline, driven by her weakness of not wanting to get involved in trouble again. Do you think a massacre is only a massacre when it happens right before your eyes? Hedgel, however, cleanly shattered that fragile, disguised shell of weakness. When those officials embezzle funds, levy exorbitant taxes, and exploit the people, how is that any different from a massacre? It's just that it doesn't look as shocking to you. Or rather, do you want to see with your own eyes the impoverished people who, even during a crop failure, are squeezed of their very last penny by those officials, forcing their entire families to gnaw on tree bark, eat grass roots, and ultimately starve to death? Does that not count as a massacre? He hit the nail on the head, pointing out that a massacre is by no means just the clash of blades and flesh. Hearing this, Sophia bit her lip. Right now, I'm prepared to hand you the power to punish evil, eliminate corruption, and restore peace and prosperity to the common people. Yet you do not cherish it, and instead want to shirk it. Hedgel walked over to Sophia, who was hanging her head, leaning close to her ear. He whispered slowly, emphasizing every word, "Do you really think this is okay?" With that, he silently left the office, leaving Sophia alone to ponder. Hedgel closed the door and walked out of the room in high spirits. In any case, there were still 3 shadow guards stationed inside. If she dared to do anything out of line, they could easily subdue her. It wasn't a big deal. As for why he chose her, it was simply because of her cautious nature, combined with a certain sense of justice. If this attempt at moral kidnapping failed to work on her, Hedgel would be out of options. In fact, with a bit of thought, one would realize she was under absolutely no obligation to accept Hedgel's request. Instead, Hedgel had taken it upon himself to bind this task to the welfare of the people, using her own chivalric spirit and sense of justice to apply psychological pressure. Anyway, even if she didn't want to take on this task, it wouldn't matter. Hedgel could certainly find someone else. It all depended on how deep Sophia's obsession with this justice truly was. Only if her obsession was deep enough would Hedgel deem her suitable. Therefore, this was not just a job offer, but also a job assessment. This was probably what they called all according to plan. Well then, since I'm still relatively free, I'll go observe her side. Since I'm going to face her as an opponent, necessary observation is indispensable. Hedgel was starting to harbour devious thoughts again. Although he wanted to peel back the layers of this multi-layered crepe named Karenina, the red version of Karenina was exceptionally difficult to deal with. He still couldn't forget that gaze, which looked like that of a vengeful spirit. Just thinking of that gaze, Hedgel couldn't help but shiver. What on earth was that? Hedgel muttered to himself as he walked toward Karenina's testing ground. 341. A hallucinatory feeling. Well, the basic data collection is almost complete. However, gun barrels without magic reinforcement really aren't durable at all. Karenina had finished measuring the data for this artillery piece, and in the corner of the field, there was a pile of several discarded gun barrels. Because the wear on the internal rifling was simply too high, she then began to wonder if she should use some supercharged propellant cells, like a certain destroyer that lacked torpedoes, but possessed 380 doped-up guns. Ultimately, however, she decisively rejected this idea, because doing so wouldn't make much sense. Since they mainly fired high-explosive shells, as long as the range met the standard, it was enough, and supercharged propellants would only cause greater wear to the inner wall of the gun barrel. The muzzle velocity of the shell was about 600 meters per second, which was already decent. Just as Karenina was thinking about what to do next with the large caliber howitzer, she suddenly felt an aura that displeased her. What is that guy coming over here for? She muttered secretly to herself. Turning around, she saw that guy standing by the door, staring in her direction. The workers merely shivered slightly before continuing with their tasks. After all, those who were working had no need to observe completely pointless etiquette. Tusk, why are you suddenly so free today? The moment she saw Hedgel, Karenina began her sarcasm again. After all, this morning, she realized it was already very late when she woke up. In the corridor, by some stroke of bad luck, she ran right into Vreel. Even now, she couldn't forget Vreel's reproachful yet slightly concerned gaze at that moment. Awkward. It was truly awkward. So she simply shifted the blame onto Hedgel. I couldn't sleep for half the night yesterday, and just now I tried to recruit another labourer. I'm giving her some time to consider right now. So I came over to see how things are going on your end first. Hedgel shrugged. He first explained why he woke up late this morning, and then described the work he had just done. Somehow, it felt like he was a henpecked brother. Tusk couldn't sleep for half the night. A life of nightly revelry is truly bad for the health. Karenina's understanding seemed to have taken a massive detour once again. Who knew if she was doing it intentionally or on purpose, though there wasn't much difference between the two. Can you be a bit more serious? You know it too. That bizarre glare yesterday kept me on edge, making me feel as if someone was lurking in some corner of the room, ready to take my life in a single strike. I didn't recover until past midnight, and then I slept until almost noon, Hedgel explained helplessly. That was all he knew. Tusk, just a single glare kept you awake for half the night. That's way too bizarre, isn't it? Hearing this, Karenina couldn't help but frown. Last night, she had also asked that other person why she stared at Hedgel like that, but she only gave a brief and vague answer. Extremely bizarre. Fear, majesty. These two words seemed to be the central theme of that explanation. But this kind of thing still felt hard to believe. After all, this somewhat overturned her understanding of warfare. As long as the combat awareness was solid, the command was proper, and the equipment was excellent, there was a high probability of victory. Section 171. Rather than pinning hopes on this intangible pressure and sheer aura. But even a guy like Hedgel, whose skin was as thick as city walls and reinforced with iron plating, even a guy capable of dealing a lethal blow to his own brother, was actually affected by the gaze and trembled before seemingly ethereal pressure. What kind of absurd situation was this? That is the truth. I simply felt as though I had arrived in a jungle, a primeval forest of crisscrossing branches and intertwined roots. Only faint sunlight filtered through the branches, scattering across the leaf-littered ground and rocks. His expression turned grave as he began describing the images from that moment. And I was walking through this eerie, quiet jungle without any weapons or protective gear. I had only the thin clothes on my back and my movable limbs. Pushing aside branches, stepping on fallen leaves, I searched for a way out inside that forest. He recalled all those feelings from then, remembering the repeated tremors in his brain. The rustling sound of my feet against the fallen leaves and the snapping of twigs echoed through the silent jungle. It seemed as though there were no other animals besides me. Yet, the sense of crisis in my heart kept mounting. The speed of his speech suddenly picked up. I felt like there was a pack of silent predators nearby, staring intently at me, waiting for me to step into their territory so they could crush and devour me completely. They were right there in that deep, quiet jungle, watching me with their crimson eyes. In that moment, I felt like thorns were pressing against my back. Rather than calling it a feeling, it was more like a complete illusion. Such a thought suddenly popped into Karenina's mind, and it was as if whatever I thought of would appear. Pairs of eyes gleaming with red light, brimming with absolute death and greed, appeared in the dark jungle. They stared at me, licking me with their gazes, seemingly marveling at how delicious I was. The more Hedgel spoke, the more he felt everything he experienced was a bit too real. It was almost as if he had personally entered that scene. Stop. The more you talk, the more absurd it sounds. That's definitely not just a feeling, right? It sounds way more plausible that you fell into an illusion or something, doesn't it? Karenina, annoyed, interrupted Hedgel's words, even rolling her eyes at him. I thought so too, but the feeling was just that real, as if I were actually there. Hedgel also showed an embarrassed expression. Yesterday I also asked the person for an explanation regarding this matter. So Karenina thought to tell Hedgel what that person had said, to see if he could find a reasonable explanation. She said simply looking at those fossils and drawings isn't enough to feel that pressure, that aura, or that fear. Karenina repeated that person's sentence. Fear, her. After a brief silence, Hedgel seemed to realize something, yet felt he hadn't grasped the key point. The puzzle was still missing pieces. Well, did you figure anything out? Karenina asked, full of hope. It's vague, still not quite clear. And Hedgel was currently unable to describe this feeling either. Hearing this, Karenina immediately lost her momentum. Right, there's another thing. I think you might be interested. Hedgel seized the opportunity to change the subject. 342. Discussion. Tusk, if you have something to say it quickly. Don't keep me in suspense. Karenina unceremoniously rolled her eyes at Hedgel again. Not long ago, I received some news from the Papal State. They said something was trying to come up from that cave in the Grand Cathedral's basement, but the guards sealed off the entire basement with masonry and sandbags, preventing the monster capable of shaking the entire cathedral from succeeding. Hedgel then informed Karenina of this sudden incident in theocracy, wondering if she might have any clues. Looks like it's different from last time. What we saw then were a few black-armored knights. Theoretically, they wouldn't have the power to shake the entire cathedral. It really could only be a large monster. I didn't expect you to actually hit the mark on this. Karenina rubbed her chin and muttered softly. Do you have no idea either? Hedgel spoke with a hint of concern. Although it was said that blood could solve this problem, the basement was now completely blocked off, and how to actually use this blood remained unknown. It wasn't as if Karenina could run off to that damn place all by herself and let that monster take a bite out of her, right? What clues could I possibly have? That person only told me blood would be useful, but didn't tell me anything else. Even the fact that it's a giant monster inside is something I only just found out, she said exasperatedly. It is a bit troublesome, But let's wait until the so-called government army crushes all those minor leaders before talking further. Since that was the case, Hedgel couldn't say much either. Anyway, things were just as they were now. As for what to do later, they would take it one step at a time. Although one needed a long-term vision, in matters like this overthinking might turn out to be completely useless, because there were simply too many unknowns. The variables were simply impossible to control within a reasonable range. Overcalculating on such a foundation was like building a tower on a pile of rubble liable to collapse at any moment if the foundation shook. Things seemed to be getting further and further out of hand. Karenina also said sulkily. Originally, she had thought that since things were clear, she could soon obtain all the magic crystals inside that cave. But now it seemed it was complete nonsense. After all, there are still plenty of things in this world that we know nothing about. Hedgel also sighed in deep agreement. There were simply too many unsolved mysteries here. So, what plans do you have next? Surely you didn't come to see me just to talk about this. Karenina was also well aware that he didn't just want to tell her these things. Judging solely from this guy's attitude, he definitely wasn't here just to deliver bad news. Indeed, it's not just this. I really don't know how you managed to tell. And Hedgel was somewhat interested in this little skill of Karenina's, but to this day, he still hadn't figured out the underlying principle. Spit it out already. Stop dilly-dallying. Once they finish replacing the new gun barrels, we have to start a new round of data testing. Karenina gestured with her eyes toward the workers busy not far away. Test, then take the average. Standard procedure, right. Fine, I'll say it now. Hearing Karenina's words, Hedgel naturally threw up his hands in surrender. Anyway, he had originally intended to discuss this matter with her and then refine it, giving her a sense of winning. He would put her in a better mood, making her words a little less harsh. I'm currently preparing for the establishment of the Discipline Inspection Commission. I wrote the relevant regulations long ago. To put it simply, they're based on the old party constitution with appropriate localized modifications. The comrades of the Discipline Inspection Commission will only need to follow the items in the party constitution to supervise all officials within the system. Hedgel then began explaining his ideas to Karenina. You mean modifying an organization originally meant to regulate party members' behavior and govern party conduct into one that regulates officials' behavior and cleans up officialdom? Karenina immediately understood the implication. Exactly. Although the tactic of killing the chicken to scare the monkey is working quite well right now, the effect will gradually fade over time. Once 4 or 5 generations of officials pass through, they'll basically forget all about it, making it easy for large-scale corruption to re-emerge. Therefore, building a clean government is absolutely necessary. Hedgel explained the necessity of establishing such an agency to conduct a rectification movement within the system, based on the current domestic political landscape. That's true enough, but the main problem is candidate selection. Blackblade, and the others according to you, they're all working high-intensity hours right now. They can't spare any time at all. Miss Real also has plenty of matters to handle, so she can't take on the role either, right? And if you want me to do it, I'd rather just drop dead. It should be faster. Karenina spread her small hands among the people she knew. She couldn't find a single suitable candidate, so this time I plan to use a fellow I met not long ago. Although we haven't known each other long, I feel they're trustworthy. 705u.com first release on Readers Club. Hedgel, however, had already decided on the candidate long ago. Tusk, if it's not someone trustworthy, a position like this absolutely shouldn't be given away recklessly. No matter how you put it, a position in the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection must go to the person with the highest level of trust. Otherwise, with his authority, he's bound to cause major trouble. And Karenina felt a bit worried about this. Her concern wasn't without reason, though, because such an agency definitely wouldn't fall under internal government administration. If such a department were categorized under the government, there would effectively be no difference between having it and not having it. Therefore, they could only report directly to the Emperor. And if this fellow intentionally covered up wrongs, took bribes from corrupt individuals, or formed cliques for personal gain, the consequences would be unimaginable. This candidate had to be exceptionally reliable. I'm aware of this too, but relying solely on our current personnel, we simply can't handle something like this. Therefore, after their appointment, I will arrange for the shadow guards to temporarily monitor them and score their behavior. If they break the rules, they'll be removed from office immediately. Hedgel already had a plan in mind as well. Just as Karenina was about to respond, her maid suddenly appeared at the doorway. After bowing to Hedgel, she began whispering something to him. Let her in. In the end, Hedgel only responded with this single line. 343. Make do. Let who in? Karenina was still slightly baffled, because it was fair to say she had no idea what kind of trick this guy was pulling. That candidate I mentioned. Looks like that round of Washaham. My explanation was effective after all. And Hedgel almost let something slip. Karenina stared at Hedgel with a face full of suspicion, seemingly realizing that this guy was using all kinds of bizarre rhetoric to trick people into jumping into this huge pit. Same flavor, same trick, same storyline. Is this the Hedgel-style method of recruiting coolies? Gotta love it. Soon, the door opened once again. Walking in was a valiant and heroic young woman. Long golden hair, clear blue eyes, a firm and heroically handsome face, and a straight, tall posture. In that instant, Karenina felt could Hedgel actually be her pimp? And when she looked at her own lazy, unkempt appearance, a feeling of discomfort spontaneously arose. This girl clearly has great physical fitness, while I'm just a useless, shut-in loser. She didn't know when this thought had popped into her head. Tusk! But speaking of that, it reminded her of building up health and morning exercises. Coupled with all the mess that happened with Hedgel earlier over morning exercises section 172, she seemed to recall a few more unpleasant images and uncomfortable sensations. The corners of her mouth twitched instantly. Oh well, being a salted fish wasn't so bad either in the end. Karenina pulled herself out of these strange thoughts. However, the subtle twitch of her lips was caught by Sophia, who had just walked in. Is this Milady slightly dissatisfied with me? She seemed to have noticed something that made her feel deeply uneasy. After all, she was naturally cautious. Seeing such a slight facial expression made her endlessly speculate about its meaning. It seems I must act more reserved and well-mannered. Compared to this lady's noble posture, her crystal-clear purity, and even that faint aura of a true ruler, I am nothing more than an utterly vulgar warrior. Sophia's train of thought seemed to be veering off in a strange direction. As well, she even thought Karenina was expressing dissatisfaction because she herself lacked proper etiquette. Your Majesty, regarding the proposal you just made. She stepped up to Hedgel and was about to kneel, but Hedgel immediately stopped her. Why do you suddenly want to kneel when I met you in the office earlier? You didn't have this impulse at all. Hedgel was thoroughly puzzled by Sophia's sudden behavior. After all, they had been chatting like friends before. This sudden change in manner made him a bit uncomfortable. Besides, he had never required palace personnel to kneel upon seeing him. The reason was simple. It was tedious and unnecessary. Seeing people older than you kneeling all over the floor every day, weren't they afraid it would shorten his lifespan? Because this is a more formal occasion, kneeling should be more appropriate etiquette. Naturally, Sophia didn't dare say, it's because of the dissatisfaction of the lady beside you that I am showing such etiquette. Not to mention that it would certainly offend the lady next to her. She might also be accused of disrespecting the sovereign, though that actually seemed to be true. Let alone getting hired. It would be a miracle if she didn't end up in prison. That was why she took the blame upon herself. No need. In an informal setting like this, just talk to me the way you did before. Hedgel answered with a forced smile. Then he changed the subject. Miss Sophia, have you made a decision? Do you agree to accept this position? After careful consideration, I have decided to accept this position. Sophia didn't dare babble any further, so she swallowed all the grand words she had originally planned to say. Because judging from Hedgel's behavior, he was not someone who cared for empty formalities. Assessing a person's capability wasn't about what they said, but what they actually did and whether they could achieve the expected results. Sophia was not mistaken about this. Though regarding Karenina, she was basically wrong about everything. Very good, quite concise. The agency is currently being formed and should be able to start trial operations within the month. You can go to Carl's, the Prime Minister, to re-register your information later. If possible, you can also select some of your subordinates who are willing to stay to join this agency. That way, it should be a bit easier for you. Hedgel explained these matters to Sophia in a calm tone, appearing kind and thoughtful. He showed no imperial airs whatsoever, nor any overbearing attitude. A wolf in sheep's clothing. That was probably what he was like, wasn't it? Karenina let out a silent sigh in her heart, then looked at Sophia with a gaze tinged with pity. Because Sophia was also about to become one of the labourers exploited by this black-hearted capitalist. As fellow exploited workers, there was nothing wrong with sympathising with each other. And what about Sophia? Naturally, she also felt Karenina's gaze. It holds a hint of pity. The moment she felt this gaze, she cried out inwardly that things were bad. As I thought, His Majesty is just indulging me, isn't he? She swallowed nervously without realising it. Because her performance in terms of etiquette was so terrible, His Majesty was too embarrassed to make her kneel, so he simply put on an informal front to cater to a vulgar person like me. But this lady had already seen through His Majesty's indulgence. That's why she cast such a pitying glance at me, essentially reminding me to improve my refinement in this area. This emperor and this lady truly understand human nature too well. They even bestow such consideration upon someone like me. The standing of these two was suddenly elevated several levels in Sophia's mind. Meanwhile, Karenina and Hedgel were completely oblivious to this. Next, following standard procedure, Karenina began introducing themselves to this new colleague. And upon hearing about the testing of new weapons, Sophia immediately grew interested. If you want to take a look, that's fine too. Once the equipment is assembled in a bit, we can begin the demonstration. Hedgel also agreed. 344. Demonstration. In truth, Hedgel's thought process was quite simple. Letting her realize the current military strength of the Kebuj Empire would help reassure her. After all, no one would want to work peacefully in a place without security. At the same time, it could demonstrate his trust in her, killing two birds with one stone. As for Sophia herself, she stared in confusion at the iron lump in the distance that was having screws tightened on it. That long, thick metal pipe, combined with those wooden wheels, it really was a bit hard to understand how this thing was supposed to be used, though she knew that this thing definitely possessed no small power. But this was still the first time she would witness with her own eyes how such a thing inflicted damage. As soon as the workers finished assembling the weapon, they immediately signaled to Karenina. Karenina nodded, gesturing for them to continue the test. Meanwhile, she was thinking in her heart after firing these 2 shots and scramming to eat lunch. She looked completely absent-minded. Yet in Sophia's eyes, this appeared to be a calm, composed, and effortless posture. Such confidence was truly immense. She was thoroughly convinced of this in her heart. Well, without further ado, let's start firing. I wasn't expecting much accuracy anyway. As long as these workers can fire the cannon normally, that's enough. She was completely indifferent about it, because right now, she genuinely had no expectations regarding accuracy. Setting aside the fact that these workers had only fired 20-some shells and lacked proficiency, even the stability of the projectile flying through the air still had room for improvement. Inaccuracy was only normal, but to Sophia, who understood none of this, it was a sequence of novel objects and events put together. Loda means stuffing those oval-shaped things, which look like copper, into that pipe. Although she remained calm on the surface, her heart was already bursting with excitement. After all, curiosity is human nature. She merely refrained from displaying these emotions on her face because of her recent epiphany regarding the necessity of etiquette. Once loading was confirmed complete and everyone except the temporary gunner had cleared out, Karenina waved her small hand and gave the order to fire. A dazzling orange light flashed at the muzzle, followed by a deafening roar that felt as if it would tear their eardrums. In the very next instant, a massive, terrifying explosion echoed in their ears. Amidst the sound of tumbling rubble, the smoke lingering where the shell landed gradually dispersed. A hideous, gaping hole appeared right before Sophia's eyes. Collapsed rubble, shattered walls, precarious bricks. All of it shook Sophia to her core. Spine-chilling minor fluctuations, terrifying sounds, astonishing destructive power. If something like this exploded among a charging formation of soldiers, what would happen then? Just imagining the horrifying scene of flesh flying and wails echoing everywhere made Sophia swallow hard. The powder charge in this one seems a bit low. Or maybe the impact site was harder. The explosion didn't feel as powerful as before. Karenina's murmur blew with the wind into Sophia's ears at some unknown moment. And this explosion was considered small. If it were any larger, it might tear down this entire wall. This wall was at least half a meter thick. Sophia genuinely felt that the Papal State losing the war within a week was truly not weak at all. They really weren't weak. Because of such horrifying destructive power were fielded in large quantities, the military simply dropping these cells among the enemy forces would completely shred the enemy's will to fight. Coupled with those black tubes held by almost every Imperial Guard soldier even trying to escape, would be extremely difficult. Alright, one more shot. Once we finish firing these shells, we can go eat. Karenina merely treated the insufficient powder charge as a manufacturing error, and didn't care much. After all, mass production hadn't started yet, and these shells were still prototypes. If there were flaws, they could just be fixed. By the way, what do you think of the effect? Along the way, she also wanted to ask Sophia for her thoughts. After all, thinking it was usable herself wasn't the ideal gauge. Section 173. We must have people who understand the current wartime situation put forward revision suggestions. That's the only way. Whatever the war needs, that is what we shall build. Instead of detaching from reality and starting to plan some Star Wars when even current land warfare has not broken free from its shackles, that serves no other purpose than deceiving outsiders and fooling powerful neighbors until they stumble. At most, it's just exchanging a massive amount of capital for a small amount of technological reserves. There should be a deficiency in flexibility, because with this kind of pure metal structure, the weight must be quite astonishing, right? Sophia also gave appropriate suggestions. Indeed, because before we have vehicles capable of maneuvering on the battlefield, it can still only be used as fixed long-range support firepower. And Karenina blurted out a string of words that Sophia completely could not understand. Although every single pronunciation in it, she understood what it was. But once they were put together, she completely didn't understand the meaning within. I actually think this is fine. Later, when we can miniaturize engines, we can start producing vehicles like jeeps. Hedgel also chimed in. But unfortunately, Sophia still couldn't understand. She just felt that she and these two were completely not people from the same world. The language was the same. Their bodies were also in the same world. The deer thought she was completely unable to intersect with them. Although I don't quite understand, it seems very impressive. She could only say this silently in her heart. Then, there was another loud explosion sound, exactly the same as just now. Then came that startling and terrifying blast sound again. She even felt that she smelled the scent of wall bricks and stones. Everyone in here is a capable person, an expert, and I just muddled in as someone who excels at nothing and only has a heart full of passion. It always feels a bit out of place. She finally realized that she had mixed into a bunch of big shots. Then the test for this cannon is considered complete. Tilder, pack up, and then go eat. Tilder. Upon hearing the sound of the cannon, Karen Inner showed a pleasant smile. After all, having listened to cannon fire for half the morning and calculated bullet speeds for ages, she was finally liberated. By the way, after registering the information with Carl's later, there are some things regarding internal regulations and the like that I still want to talk to you about. 355. Parchment. Then may I go to your office again in the afternoon? Sophia asked cautiously. Of course you can. It's best to take advantage of this time to read through all the documents Carl's gave you, because all the rules on them must be completely memorized. Hegel kindly reminded. After all, if you don't memorize everything on it, how can you make those officials convinced? Understood. This probably is about the same as reciting the church's doctrines and divine words in the past, right? And this Sophia seemed quite experienced in this. It's indeed similar, however. The level of detail in the content and the wording are slightly different from normal speaking ways. But you'll get used to it. Hegel didn't deny it either. No matter what, it wasn't good to strike down someone's self-confidence at a critical juncture like this. Anyway, whether it would be hard for her to memorize it later depended entirely on herself. Understood. Then I shall take my leave first. With that, she bowed slightly and quickly left the testing ground. Wow, her heart is so dark, fellow. If I guessed correctly, you probably wrote those things based on those former official documents, right? In other words, the content inside is not only hard to memorize, but also hard to understand. Not until Sophia completely left did Karenina start complaining incessantly. For her, it should be no problem, right? After all, the so-called divine words are not easy for normal people to memorize either. Didn't she still memorize them? We have to try first and see. Yet he took an experimental attitude to make Sophia memorize the entire contents inside. I just don't know if you really establish this department and then make everyone within the system follow these rules. I'm afraid they will harbor resentment and then cause a riot. Karenina was still a bit uneasy about this. After all, these officials could be said to be capable of anything, and this was equivalent to directly moving their cheese. Having no reaction at all would be impossible. To do it or not is my business. To obey or not is their business. As long as they don't abide by the rules, then legitimately and legally throw them into prison and strip them of their official posts. If they organize the masses to make trouble, or organize social idlers to gather for a fight, then add to their crimes, directly confiscate all property, and detain them in prison. Hegel seemed to have his mind made up. However, it was normal for him to think this way, because clearing out these disgruntled fellows, from a short-term perspective, was conducive to the implementation of policies and could also serve as a warning to others. From a long-term perspective, it was a further consolidation of imperial power. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone, how wonderful is that? Anyway, the main theme right now is imperial power supreme, no violation allowed. Right. Karenina also saw the clues within that is indeed the case. Maintaining imperial power, and then accelerating the construction of domestic systems and infrastructure, are my most important tasks right now. As for armaments and troop training and the like, they will be temporarily handed over to you and real. And serving the people from the current perspective is just a gimmick. The current situation does not support this kind of behavior. He also admitted it straightforwardly. By the way, I am currently preparing to establish more ironworks and arsenals. I believe that a month from now, the production scale can be greatly expanded. This is considered good news. But regarding infrastructure construction, do you have an idea in mind now? Karenina still held a quite skeptical attitude towards this. I've had it for a long time. After having lunch in a little while, no, let's make it tonight. Regarding the general route map of the cities, Suze, I should be able to show it to you, Hegel said with a confident look. Although I don't know what you went off to do these past few days, no matter what, I don't believe you ran off to do field surveys for a few days. Karenina still had a face full of suspicion. After all, this kind of route map is very difficult to draw, just like that without doing detailed field surveys or having ready-made blueprints. You wouldn't really just picked up ready-made ones, would you? Karenina suddenly felt that this possibility was a bit high. But why would there be ready-made blueprints? She could be said to completely not understand the logic behind it. Anyway, you'll understand tonight. After all, to a certain extent, this is indeed considered a secret. Hegel did not plan to tell Karenina what the exact situation was right now. TCH, it's time for your favorite suspense-building segment again, Karenina said displeasedly. Every time, he used various reasons to temporarily conceal things that should have been told to her, making her restless, pondering various possibilities, and spending a whole day like that. When he finally told her later, it was highly likely to be vastly different from the result she guessed. This is really too agonizing. You're definitely going to start letting your imagination run wild again, right? Hedgel seemed to treat this matter as a reasonable way to tease Karenina in this aspect. Should I really answer? You really understand me? Karenina rolled her eyes at Hedgel mercilessly. After all, this really wasn't anything worth him being proud of. Stopping halfway through a sentence, insisting on waiting out a whole day before continuing the rest. This behavior is simply outrageous. Alright, there's another thing I forgot to ask you. Hedgel seemed to have remembered some important matter again. This cannon, are you planning to use it as direct fire artillery, or for some other purpose? This gadget can be loaded with armor-piercing shells or high-explosive shells. At that time, just load whatever shell is needed based on demand. As for whether it's direct fire, didn't you just see it? To put it bluntly, it's prepared to deal with some thick-skinned monsters. However, the accuracy isn't very good right now. It still needs some more modifications. Karenina tilted her head, considered her words thoroughly, and gave an answer. Although I know saying this is useless, I really don't want to see those Northerners trump card. Hedgel let out an involuntary sigh. You can save it on this. We're definitely going to brawl with those guys in the future, so this level of psychological preparation is still necessary. Karenina said mercilessly. Yes, just complaining. Hedgel said helplessly. After that came the lunchtime, which wasn't all that leisurely, but still quite comforting. And they spent the afternoon amidst this busywork. Calibrating the sights took Karenina quite a bit of effort. And when it came to the tea break after dinner, then the blueprint you mentioned earlier in front of me, and its origin. You should explain it to me now, right? Karenina sipped her tea in small mouthfuls, speaking softly to Hedgel. It's already prepared. Right here. With that, Hedgel unfolded the parchment in his hand that was practically indistinguishable from a scroll. 346. Sanitation. When did you whip this up? And it can be so detailed. And Karenina merely glanced at the parchment, which looked aged by time alone, and involuntarily knitted her brows. This really wasn't whipped up by me. Hedgel put on an expression of I'm laying my cards on the table. This was here originally. Upon hearing this, Karenina instantly lost her composure. These dense underground passages, you're telling me they existed before, and they were planned out in such detail. Truth be told, indeed, this was originally a tunnel used by the royal family to escape, and in order to better resist pursuers, the interior was designed like a labyrinth. The inside can be said to crisscross. Without a map or memorizing a path, you might even get trapped and die inside. Hedgel explained with a hint of pride. However, the former emperor seemed to have completely not anticipated it. That damn thing actually turned this kind of escape route into a sewer flowing with sewage, meaning you plan to make some modifications to this thing and then use it as a sewer. Karenina asked Hedgel with a complicated expression. Section 174. That is only natural. The only exit connects to the suburban area, and that suburb is just a large forest. Furthermore, the water quality of the sewers is rich in various substances that are nutritious for plants. We might be able to take this opportunity to. Hedgel seemed to still hope that he could use the sewage from the sewers to fatten up the forest. But I think that if you don't plan to build a dedicated septic tank, and instead intend to directly flush feces, domestic sewage, and a series of other filthy debris straight out through these sewers, then this probably won't have a good result. Karenina said straightforwardly. After all, no one can guarantee that the substances in this sewage will not affect the surrounding environment, and the impact on this environment will eventually loop back to humans through various events, including, but definitely not limited to, the food web. As for now, most streets are flowing with sewage. The soil on the roads has long turned pitch black, and horse manure can often be seen dried out on these dirt roads, then trampled into tiny pieces by the hooves of passing horses, mixed into the dust and inhaled into people's respiratory tracts. The sanitary conditions really do seem to be too poor. However, judging by the current situation, we've neither the ability to purify sewage nor the ability to improve medical standards. Then we can only start from the sanitary environment, and the result may cause small-scale pollution to the surrounding environment. But the environment inside the city can become much better. I think this is also feasible. Hedgel, however, felt that this was the only choice at present. After listening to this, Karenina also fell into deep thought. Given our current capabilities, achieving sewage treatment is basically a fantasy. If we don't do it, it might bring other serious consequences. However, for now, this also seems to be the only way to improve sanitary conditions. It's a pity she is not a medical student. She cannot fundamentally improve the medical standards here. At best, she can only pull together some iodopher or medical alcohol. It really does seem to be the case. When I went out before, that road in the market, the black road that still exuded an indescribable stench, really left a deep impression on me. Thinking of the scene back then, Karenina involuntarily shivered. That thing was even more stimulating than certain aquatic markets. If such aquatic markets merely had improperly handled internal organs and scales of aquatic products mixed with blood slung on the ground, they would at least be cleaned up when closing stalls. But inside that market, it could completely be said to be completely oblivious to what hygiene is. It seems you still remember then that makes things easy to talk about. The main point is to prevent the outbreak of epidemics. Rodent extermination work must also be stepped up in the near future. Things like the plague, although I don't know if this world has it. Taking extra precautions is never wrong. Hedgel was very clear about how miserable the world-famous medieval Black Death was, and the sanitary conditions at that time were not much different from those currently inside the Keboj Empire. Or rather, the fellows in the entire Southern Alliance are all cut from the same cloth. As for what the situation is in the North, that is unclear. However, judging from the technical level, it should be stronger than the Southern masses now. Since the North excels in biological matters, I'm a bit worried about things like bioweapons. This stuff used to be called the nuclear weapon of non-nuclear countries. And furthermore, it is an advanced civilization capable of creating a large number of bizarre creatures and directionally modifying their genes. The more Karenina thought about this possibility, the more she felt that the Northerners were currently exercising restraint in their actions. Because they should also know that if they rashly use this kind of weapon, it might end up backfiring and affecting themselves as well. That is why they only deploy lizard men on the battlefield. After all, since it is a biological weapon, humans, as members of organisms, cannot expect to escape this shadow. Unless one breaks away from carbon-based life forms and becomes a silicon-based life form, perhaps these bioweapons won't cause much impact on oneself. Of course, there is another possibility, which is to become a magical creature. Since it is a magical creature, it naturally won't be affected by biological warfare or bacterial warfare. However, this kind of thing is still too far-fetched. Indeed there are, but we can only continuously improve our own abilities now so that we can stand firmer when facing shocks. Since this proposal had already been approved by Karenina, there was no need for further discussion. Anyway, when the time comes, we will expand all these passages, merge some of them, and dig a few more water outlets. That should be no problem. Karenina rubbed the space between her eyebrows. To be honest, she had never done urban construction before, so she couldn't offer any normal suggestions. Therefore, she could only take one step at a time. And back then she also gained some understanding of Hedgel's concerns about repairing roads inside the city. After all, if they wanted to repair the roads, they would definitely have to dig away all the soil layer on top and then fill it with cement. And some of the passages happened to be right beneath the roads. If they dug into them, it would inevitably expose certain things. These passages densely covered the entire city. One truly wonders how much effort the former emperor of the Keboj Empire put in just to save his own skin. And now this prodigal son has arrived. He directly turned the path for survival into a sewer flowing with filth. If the former emperor of the Keboj Empire saw this, he would probably curse out loud directly, right? Karenina's bizarre thoughts in her mind increased once again. 347. Dividing the spoils. Then, on to the next agenda item. Hedgel let out a soft cough, pulling Karenina back from that weird state of letting her thoughts run wild. It is the distribution issue of these mages who serve as prisoners of war and high-level labourers. Shouldn't all these fellows be put into the production of weapons and the experimental production of liquid magic? Yet Karenina had considerable objections to this, because she completely wanted these high-level labourers to exclusively produce the various items she urgently needed. But I need to widen and excavate the sewers here. With mages assisting, the efficiency should be higher, and the risk of earth and stone cave-ins will also be lower. Hedgel, however, also needed these labourers. But every labourer's time each day was limited, making it impossible to perform multi-threaded work. Therefore they could only categorise these mages and then select the number of mages that could minimally guarantee the respective project progresses. Why does this look a bit like dividing the spoils? And the labour time of these mages was one of the spoils obtained from this war. Even if we add those mages who had a tendency to help the Riston Church and were arrested by General Hogg, it adds up to at most 14 people. And with just this handful of people, you still have to take some away. What are we going to do about equipment manufacturing? Karenina could not help but wail. After all, she certainly didn't want to delay the equipping process of weapons and equipment because of these matters. While slowing down a bit should be fine. We still have the Kevlar Empire as a big shield right now. As long as it doesn't fall, we can continue to low profile develop under the shelter of this shield. Hedgel was not worried about this at all. After all, He had already calculated all of this in his heart long ago. But didn't I hear you say recently that there are huge problems over in Kiviller? There might be an Imperial City power struggle soon. Although Karenina knew that Hedgel had already prepared countermeasures long ago, yet in order to get a reasonable excuse to obtain these labourers, she still decided to steer the topic this way. After all, only a sense of crisis could stimulate these rulers to intensify pouring money into the military. And it is the same right now. Only by creating a sense of crisis could Hedgel be made to willingly throw these premium assets in the direction she desired. This is all within the plan. By then, I will make those fat-eared, human-faced and beast-hearted waste nobles feel what it's like between heaven and hell. Hedgel flashed a dark and scheming smile at this moment. This counts as getting what they deserve, right? Karenina naturally wouldn't consider how those nobles would be treated. She only knew that her plan to scam more resources had fallen through. Anyway, those trash only deserved to be thrown into the sewers. Thinking too much about them would only make one feel disgusted. Therefore, everything is currently under control. Conducting more infrastructure construction is definitely a steady, profitable business with no risk. Hedgel certainly saw through Karenina's little thoughts, so he began beating around the bush to instill the importance of infrastructure into her, although this matter didn't essentially need to pass through her consent. But if he acted arbitrarily ignoring her wishes, it would definitely damage the positive image he had built up in front of her over this period of time. Yes, Hildur understood. Karenina curled her lips, seemingly a bit dissatisfied with the current situation, yet unable to say much more. After all, she had also proposed building these infrastructure facilities before, hadn't she? Now that it was time for implementation, how could she suddenly turn her back on it? Although somewhat unwilling, she still obediently accepted it. Strange, really strange. No harsh torture, no other forms of interrogation under torture, and no other coercive behaviours. We are still provided with good food and drink every day, and apart from having to ride this carriage every day to go who knows where, there is no other lack of freedom. Meanwhile, on a convoy escorted by fully armed soldiers approaching Arwa City, Vesina thought with a face full of puzzlement. Indeed, it was at that time that she was drugged and knocked out by that fellow careener, and then thrown into this carriage. But she had no idea what these fellows' purpose was, nor did she know what kind of ulterior motives these fellows were plotting in their hearts if they were captured by fellows of the Kebuj Empire. Why would they treat them like this? And it is still night right now. Why travel at night? Could it be that she was sold to human traffickers by that careener? These thoughts constantly popped up in her mind. Trouble, big trouble. And now fattening us up white and plump is just so they can sell us for a good price later. Although most of these guesses are wrong. But one item is correct. That is being abducted and trafficked. However, this is not because of a money transaction. Rather, it is an operation made by Karina to express sincerity in order to save her own life. Could it be someone wants to buy us, and then smuggle magic items to sell them? Then the profit margin is indeed quite high. Moreover, the possibility of us being squeezed drier until death can be said to be quite large. Thinking of this, Vesina, sitting inside the carriage, saw her complexion begin to worsen at her speed visible to the naked eye. Hey, having one's magic power drained dry by guys smuggling magic items. No matter how you look at it, this is not a good gig. You must know that after magic power dries up, it causes splitting headaches. Experiencing that explosive feeling of magic power being completely depleted every day is truly not something a human can endure. Sigh. Vesina once again realised the severity of the problem. Then we can only wait and see if this smuggling gang can attract the attention of the local tax officer, and then this gang gets completely uprooted. Forced by helplessness, she let out a desperate wail. Although the guesses here still have some deviations, the general direction is still correct. After all, the way of being exploited is somewhat different, and that so-called saviour basically won't exist. After all, the tax officer cannot jurisdictionally reach the imperial capital, and the emperor himself won't collect taxes from himself at this moment. A regular tapping sound came from the door panel behind Karina. Fine. Cross. What do you want to do again, you guy? Section 175. Vesina said impatiently to her companion, her words filled with anger. After all, this guy was a chatterbox, always trying to chat with Vesina whenever there was nothing going on. But during this time, Vesina had long since grown tired of it. This is bad. However, the words he spoke this time caused a shock in Vesina's heart. 348. Abyss? What is it again? Could it be that they're going to sell us off right now? Hearing this, Vesina panicked immediately. She had just been pondering what kind of treatment she would likely face, and now the final abyss had arrived so quickly. She had originally planned to live it up for the next couple of days before starting to do hard labour. Sell you off? It's completely nothing like that. Taking advantage of an opportunity just now, I used reconnaissance magic to figure out the surrounding road conditions, and then I happened to see our road sign. Cross recounted this to Vesina, with a voice that sounded worse than crying. That road sign said, Iowa City, and it even pointed to the road we're walking on right now. It looks like they're going to deliver us straight to the capital of the Kebuj Empire. The more he spoke, the more apparent the sobbing tone in Cross's voice became. Wait a minute. Cross, they're saying we're currently approaching the capital of the Kebuj Empire. Vesina felt as though she had captured a rather crucial piece of intelligence. It's as true as gospel. That's what the road sign says. Besides, if I'm not mistaken, probably tomorrow the day after at the latest, we'll arrive at Iowa City. Cross's voice was already a bit distorted. He seemed to be truly in despair. So what if it is if we were captured by folks from the Kebuj Empire? Shouldn't it still be better than being dragged off to do hard labor? Vesina still hadn't realized the severity of the issue at the moment. Instead, she let out a sigh of relief. After all, at least this was a national government department. No matter what, it had to be much better than those ruthless, bone-chewing bandits in the mountains. Who told you that getting captured by the Kebuj Empire is fine? That's the problem right there. It's safe to say the Kebuj Empire has never shown mercy to prisoners of war. Have you forgotten about that court? It said that whoever goes in is dragged out crying before heading straight to the execution ground. Cross seemed to have heard quite a few rumors regarding this aspect, which was why he appeared so sorrowful. After all, there was a high probability they would be tortured beyond human recognition, and then breathe their last amidst endless agony. Who could possibly endure that? This shouldn't necessarily be the case, right? After all, we should belong to high-level talents, cultured, well-mannered, magic-understanding talents. They shouldn't mistreat us or send us to the execution ground. Besides, we're still being provided with good food and drink by them right now. They probably need something from us. Yet Vesina was forcing herself to squeeze all the news she heard from Cross's mouth out of her brain, because this kind of possibility truly made it hard for one to stay calm. Just thinking about the bloody scene of herself being tortured beyond human recognition almost made Vesina cry. Haven't you ever heard of a term, a last meal before execution? Have you really never heard of it? Cross's sobbing tone became increasingly obvious. Thinking of this weeping old man separated from her by only a single wooden board, Vesina felt the scene was truly becoming more and more desolate. I've heard of it. Vesina also nodded involuntarily. Her voice was trembling. Her heart was pounding wildly. Her thoughts were fluctuating. Her sanity was collapsing. That's right too. Who would have nothing better to do than serve these prisoners of war good food and drink every day? Moreover, given the military strength of the Kebuj Empire, there shouldn't have been any need to hire combat specialized mages like us for a long time now, right? After all, they can project such terrifying firepower anytime, and anywhere stirred up like this. Vesina felt that the probability of this matter was quite high. After all, within Vesina's decades of life, she still hadn't cultivated the ability to think independently. Believing whatever she heard every day, she had no idea how huge of a problem would arise if a report deviated from the truth. That's right. These daily meals are the final mercy the Kebuj Empire is giving us. I just wonder how Wyoler and Willingedener are doing right now. Cross began to worry about the other companions again. If nothing unexpected happened, they should also be in this escort convoy. Although the carriage window had long been blocked off, she could still feel the killing intent emanating from the numerous soldiers outside the carriage, as well as the faint oars of the rest of her companions. I hope nothing happens. I truly hope so. Vesina silently recited these words, although she didn't know whether this was truly as terrifying as Cross claimed. But this dread and panic had already become the main theme in her heart, occupying her sea of consciousness and bestowing her with boundless fear. Yet the reality was she was walking towards a terrifying abyss named capitalists and surplus value, which was tens of thousands of times more terrifying than death. Moreover, how long that ruthless surplus value harvester would squeeze her dry remained an unknown variable. Last night's sleep was inexplicably good. Is it because that guy didn't come to bother me? Early in the morning, Karenina finished washing up, finished breakfast at top speed, and began working toward her workshop. Along the way, she was still pondering the reason why that guy hadn't pulled her into that eerie space when she fell asleep at night. She seemed to have said that the setup was already complete. Somehow she had a somewhat ominous premonition whenever she recalled that fellow's Tsunabiru tone and the momentum that didn't look like messing around at all. A strong sense of unreality lingered in her mind once again. After finishing the blueprints, I'll go see how Hayaki's work is progressing. By the way, I'll grant the few of them a 2-day vacation. Working under high intensity all this time is indeed too much. Feeling like a human being for a bit really isn't bad either. For once, Karenina wanted to act as a good supervisor who showed consideration for her employees. Anyway, essentially, she was also an object of exploitation. As for who was exploiting her, that was naturally self-evident. However, she didn't feel averse to it either. Just as she was thinking about these random things and arrived at the door of her workshop, she discovered a sneaky figure. Hayaki. Karenina was slightly puzzled. What is she running over here to do at this time? Could it be Karenina's thoughts drifted off, who knows where once again, wanting to take advantage of this opportunity to give a gift to the person she liked? Wow, isn't this too girlish? Thrilling. At this moment, Hayaki also discovered Karenina's arrival. Lord Karenina lowering her head, her body trembling, she whispered to Karenina, "Anne, what is it?" 346. Psychological counseling. This sigh, but Hayaki still hesitated and stopped short of speaking. Karenina somewhat understood Hayaki's thoughts. Tilda wanting to speak yet not daring to, with a blushing little face, trembling voice, tears brimming in her eyes, shy and cute. She probably wants to say something to me, and I roughly have an idea in my heart, Tilda. Karenina naturally began to daydream again. Should I agree or not? And if I agree right now, that doesn't seem too good either. After all, the two of us haven't understood each other at all yet. But if I don't agree, it will break someone's heart. Tusk? Then I can only give an ambiguous, vague answer. Then hint her that after the two of us get to know each other better, we can start discussing issues of this aspect, Tilda. Karenina was already pondering how it would turn out if it succeeded. The budding signs of a harem life. This thought appeared in Karenina's mind in an instant, which also raised the pleasant level of her mood up another notch. It's fine. Whatever you want to say, take your time and say it. Taking advantage of this sense of joy, she gently stroked Hayaki's soft, long white hair while softly comforting her. Viewed from a third-person perspective, she looked precisely like a gentle big sister. But from Hayaki's subjective consciousness, this was the demon's ferocious grin. She must already know my thought of confession brings leniency, resistance brings severity, and now she's just waiting for me to honestly spit out all the words myself. As expected of this vicious woman, no. This fellow might not even count as a human. Although Hayaki was still struggling, she still saw these matters quite clearly. Hayaki, if there's anything you want to say, you don't have to be so nervous. Oh, just say it directly. Karenina still wore a smile. She looked like she was still thinking about some weird things. May I enter the room first before we discuss this matter in detail? Hayaki knew full well that this kind of matter absolutely could not be let known by other clueless fellows. Therefore, she put forward such a request. Sorry. I almost forgot to say that this kind of matter requires entering the room first. Sorry. Hearing these words, Karenina immediately replied with an awkward smile. Indeed, she had truly forgotten such an important matter because of this excitement. Saying so, she used the key to open the door. Hearing this sentence, Hayaki was truly frightened quite a bit, because her original possibility that this fellow might, probably not know my true identity was shattered. She definitely knew the truth about me the very first moment she saw me. Section 176. And just now in the hallway, she demanded that I confess to this matter purely to make a fool of me, right? As expected of this vicious person, at the very thought of this, Hayaki's body shuddered violently, and as she followed Karenina's footsteps into this small room, Hayaki's eyes suddenly lit up. Truly how exquisite. Her gaze was immediately drawn to the various blueprints hanging on the wall, even more exquisite than the various component blueprints she had obtained originally. The mechanical structures were also much more ingenious, and engineering drawings of this quality covered an entire wall. And Tilda, not bad, right? However, to be honest, these drawings are merely the tip of the iceberg. The design blueprints for a single precision artillery piece could easily fill an entire small room, Karenina said with a hint of pride. After all, these truly did come from her own hands. So dear Miss Hayaki, what is it that you wish to tell me? She rubbed her hands together, seemingly quite concerned about what kind of rhetoric Hayaki would try to use to move her. As soon as she was asked this question, Hayaki's body stiffened. What needed to be honestly confessed had to be said eventually. It was impossible to just escape like this. She took a deep breath, turned around, and locked her gaze tightly onto Karenina. Lord Karenina, about this matter you probably already know, she said word by word. It seemed as if every time her lips parted, it carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. I do have some idea in mind. And then, Karenina replied softly with a flower-like smile. Hopefully, this could also lessen the internal conflict in her heart a little. But the reality was Hayaki grew increasingly nervous. I am not human, but an artificial creation. You should have been clear on this long ago, right? She finally mustered up her courage, preparing to properly apologize to Karenina. Indeed. Karenina hadn't actually realized what this sentence meant yet. She just answered softly, following the thoughts in her own mind. But the next second, after it dawned on her, she was suddenly startled. It looks like I didn't guess wrong. Hayaki let out a long sigh of relief, feeling that it was simply wonderful for her to come and apologize now. If she had continued to harbour that kind of opportunistic mentality from before, she truly would not know what the outcome would have evolved into. What did you just say? Sensing that things were rapidly developing in a direction completely different from her expectations, Karenina opened her eyes wide, stared fixedly at Hayaki, and asked with a trembling voice, "What? Not human? An artificial creation? What on earth are all these things?" "This is completely different from what I anticipated." Karenina instantly fell into chaos. "So sorry. I should not have harbored wishful thinking. Coming to apologize to you only now is truly my fault." However, Hayaki believed that her inner thoughts just then had been read by Karenina, and that Karenina was now enraged because of that opportunistic mentality she had held back then. Therefore, she hurriedly knelt on the ground, hoping to receive her lenient treatment. "This is too bizarre. Why would you suddenly tell me these things? Why are you apologizing to me here as well?" Karenina's face was filled with complex emotions, completely at a loss for how to respond. She tried her best to pull Hayaki up from the floor. What on earth is wrong with this little fellow's head? She clicked her tongue inwardly. Could it be a bout of Chinibiu? After all, little fellows in this age group always have some strange thoughts. It is normal to occasionally fantasize about having some special abilities. However, this sort of thing is something you just keep to yourself. Why would you say it to me? Strange, truly so strange. And what kind of ghost operation was her opportunistic mentality? At least I did not understand what meaning it could possibly hold. Karenina's brain was spinning at high speed. But in the end, she still couldn't figure out what on earth was going on in Hayaki's mind. Perhaps this child needs psychological counseling. 350. Bizarre. What I just said is all true. Did you not already know it long ago? Yet Hayaki still believed that Karenina was mocking her previous so-called disguise, and was now intentionally playing dumb to ridicule her. After all, she had always regarded Karenina as a great demon king, completely believing that all of her actions had deep meanings. "I do indeed understand some of your thoughts, but there is no need for you to over-fantasize and imagine things that simply cannot possibly exist." Karenina sighed slightly, feeling that this little fellow was indeed a bit unusual. Could this probably be the late-stage symptoms of Chinibiru? However, not human, but an artificial product, ha? Karenina suddenly had a bold idea. Because she suddenly thought of certain things regarding those northerners. Who knows, could everything she said be true? Karenina, who originally radiated a warm and gentle aura all over her body, instantly turned sharp-eyed. Because the northerners specialized in these biological issues. If something like an artificial human truly existed, then this might just turn out to be a huge trouble. Karenina only felt as though a certain switch had been flipped. The corners of her mouth also curved upward unconsciously. "In that case, can you tell me the ins and outs of these matters?" Although she was still gently stroking Hayaki's smooth, long hair, with neither her movements nor her strength differing in any way from before, that gentle feeling had vanished. The gentleness in her tone was also nowhere to be found. It was only at this moment that Hayaki truly felt that biting, freezing aura, slash after slash, feeling just like knife cuts. As expected of a devil, that gentle temperament from before was all a disguise. This was undoubtedly her true essence. Hayaki suddenly began to feel fortunate. Fortunate that she had taken the initiative to confess. Fortunate that she had not continued to stubbornly hold on. Fortunate that she was not disciplined by this devil. Although Karenina actually did not know anything at all, if Hayaki were to learn of this actual situation, she would probably curse herself out thoroughly as you wish. She adjusted the rhythm and strength of her breathing and replied softly, "I originally belonged to an experimental subject of the Yahala Empire, and then due to various reasons, the empire collapsed, and I was also released into the external environment by the researchers. From that time until now, the built-in timeline tells me that at least 1,500 years have passed. However, due to the long-term operation of the timeline, the margin of error is constantly expanding, so please forgive this subordinate for being unable to tell you the exact time," Hayaki reported truthfully. Although these matters were not what she wanted to blurt out, the instinct for survival still made her spit out all the facts. After all, who knew who had programmed it? Or perhaps as one of the instincts of that ancient dragon bloodline, survival was the top priority. It was said that only by living on would there be hope. And right now, under Karenina's gaze, she felt the aura of death, and it symbolized absolute death. As for what the exact nature of that aura was, she did not know. The Yahala Empire. Karenina seemed to feel like she had heard something interesting. This country name, she genuinely had never heard of it before. It is the country from 1,000 years ago, the developer of the technology currently used by the Auschwitz Alliance. Yet that empire completely collapsed due to certain reasons. As for the specific cause, sorry, I am not clear either. Hayaki immediately began an earnest apology. After all, at a time like this, backing down was naturally necessary. Moreover, although this devil's personality was not great, her appearance and figure were quite fantastic. Backing down to such a powerful and remarkably attractive big sister, she would not suffer a loss at all. Absolutely not. At this moment in her heart, Hayaki continuously searched for reasonable explanations for her behavior. Whether good or bad, reasonable or unreasonable excuses and pretexts, she used them all, solely to calm her currently turbulent emotions. Is that so then? Why did you come here to become a high-level laborer? Karaninar's eyes stared straight at Hayaki. Her gaze, her tone, and her expression all carried a coercion that could neither be ignored nor refuted. It felt as though as long as Hayaki uttered a single no, Karaninar would directly crush her to death. The Reaper's scythe felt as though it was pressed right against her throat. It's just that due to long-term operation, my body has developed issues that cannot be self-repaired. Furthermore, I detected that an airship of the Yahala Empire crashed in the suburbs of Iowa City. To be more specific, it's inside that barren mountain, where not a single trace of plant growth exists. And right now, that place is surrounded layer upon layer by soldiers, so I was thinking, could I directly manage to become some sort of artisan, and then find an opportunity to go see if I can find the complete wreckage of the airship inside to repair my body, she said with an excited expression and incoherent words. Because she could truly be said to be exceptionally panicked right now. Her entire calculation system was operating at overload. First was to resist Karaninar's mental attack, and second was to sort out what could be said and what could not be said. After all, some deep secret simply could not be blurted out directly, because while Karaninar might know some general situation, she might be completely unaware of the details. Therefore, on the details, she could fuzzify her explanation. Section 177. Guaranteed not to leak too much information. Only answer what she asked. As for the questions she didn't ask, do not answer anything extra. Or, you mean there are a lot of technological products from the Yahala Empire in there, huh? As soon as Karaninar heard this, her interest was instantly ignited. Airship. This kind of thing, what is going on with it anyway? Does it refer to an aerial arsenal that can suspend in the air relying on an anti-gravity system and carry all kinds of weapons? Or is it just like an ordinary airplane, flying in the air relying on the power provided by the engine and the lift provided by the wings or blades? I suppose this can only be known by going to see it at that time, right? Karaninar felt an extra fraction of excitement and anticipation in her heart. However, what I'm unclear about is why this fellow is so afraid of me. I consider myself to have been quite gentle with her at that time. It seems that the kind of harem life originally imagined is impossible. As expected, her shut-in like me simply doesn't deserve something like love. After all, whenever such a beautiful girl sees me, she only feels fear. Karaninar started feeling weirdly sentimental again. 351. Color changing. To be honest, I am clearly just a harmless-looking, even a bit silly yet cute little girl image right now. So where does her sense of dread come from? It couldn't possibly be purely relying on overthinking, right? Karaninar also increasingly realized that something was wrong with the problem, yet she couldn't find any explanation. If the airship hasn't suffered too much damage, there should still be quite a few components that can be used. I originally planned to find an opportunity to enter the interior of the hull and look for facilities capable of repairing the body. The more Hayaki spoke, the softer her voice became, much like a child who had done something wrong. Then I'll tentatively treat what you said as true. Karaninar did not intend to continue interrogating her about other things, because the current amount of information was enough for her to ponder for a while. Now just go to your workplace and work like usual. Do not publicize this matter either, and if you have any behavior of running away, I cannot guarantee whether you can still be safe. Karaninar's eyes suddenly carried a hint of ferocity. This time it wasn't the cute act style, but genuine killing intent. After all, in those occasions, acting cute and stirring up some trouble could be let go. But now this is serious business. If she still carried that joking attitude from before, it wouldn't be very good, and it might even ruin things. Coincidentally, isn't this Hayaki still very afraid of me? Then I'll directly use this fear of hers. Karaninar's little scheme in her heart can be said to be ticking loudly right now. Ordinarily, letting her suffer a little setback or grievance was nothing. After all, she wouldn't care too much anyway. A setback is a setback, and she'd forget it soon after. And on such a big issue, she wouldn't consider how much impact doing this would have on the psychology of the fellow in front of her. She only sought to maximize profits. I absolutely won't. Rest assured, I definitely won't run away. This sentence, carrying extreme threats, could be said to have completely panicked Hayaki, although she didn't understand what level of power this Karaninar possessed. But this thick smell of blood was definitely not fake. This fellow might be far more terrifying than I imagined. Hayaki swallowed her saliva, muttering inwardly. Afterwards, she obeyed Karaninar's instructions, cautiously leaving Karaninar's workshop and returning to her own workroom. Karaninar stood in place, her eyes tightly closed. She was thinking about how to handle these matters afterwards. This thing, no matter what, is a troublesome matter dropped from the sky. If handled well, it's technological progress. If handled poorly, it's a public opinion explosion. Anyway, giving priority to blocking this kind of news is never wrong. Otherwise, those northerners, as soon as they hear there are good things here, will definitely find an opportunity to get the things over. What can be done now is only to lock the news tightly, not allowing a single extra word to leak out. Tusk, although to a certain extent, this is considered an opportunity, but the challenge is also absolutely not small. If not careful, it might once again attract the hatred of the Northerners. If the neighbouring Kiviller Empire and all the surrounding small countries also learn of this news, they will definitely request our assistance. In this way, it's equivalent to being caught in the middle and pleasing no one, and due to its scale issue, the Keboj Empire certainly cannot choose neutrality like those remote small countries. Kareniner began to calculate again at this moment how many negative effects it would bring if the news blockade was not tight enough. Therefore, this kind of matter can currently only let a small number of people know. At the same time, surveillance on the white-haired girl named Hayaki must also be stepped up if she guessed correctly. She definitely kept quite a few backup plans. As for what backup plans they were, Kareniner was not clear about them, but she could be certain that these backup plans must be rather troublesome things. If it's just self-detonation, that's still considered good. If it's other backup plans that are more likely to cause public panic or attract the attention of other countries, the problems will increase exponentially. This was also what she least wanted to see. What is needed now is to make a fortune quietly. Absolutely must not attract the attention of those fellows. Absolutely not. Then I still need to discuss these issues in detail with that fellow Hedgel. If this thing is not controlled well, the problems that arise later will definitely not be something we can control. Realizing that with the situation she currently grasped, she could no longer handle the current state of affairs, Kareniner was also prepared to go look for Hedgel. After all, the things he knew and the intelligence he grasped were definitely much more than what Kareniner knew now. And conducting analysis and decision-making relied not purely on brain power, but on the control of information. Thinking of this, she opened her eyes, preparing to directly go find this Hedgel to discuss the credibility and disposal method of this matter. But she didn't notice. Her originally azure eyes were now tinged with a faint red at this moment. Who that batch of mages serving as high-level labour should arrive this afternoon. Check those deeds of sale disguised as labour contracts again. It's best not to have any other loopholes. And Hedgel, after receiving the news from the convoy, could be said to be in a great mood, because matters like construction could roughly start in these few days. Such mages could be said to be the most excellent tool people currently. It was said that those passages densely distributed underground in the capital were built with the help of the mages' magic. And now in constructing the sewage pipes, they should also be able to play a considerable role. And just as he was checking whether strange loopholes existed inside these deeds of sale, a knock on the door suddenly sounded. "Come in," Hedgel said without raising his head. After all, every day quite a few ministers would arrive unannounced. Goodness knows who it was this time. Every time, just listening to what those ministers said and letting them put the documents on the table was enough, without even the necessity of raising his head. But this time, it was slightly different. "Tusk, I have a little matter I want to talk to you about." Saying this Karenina directly took advantage of closing the door to lock it along the way. "Why are you locking the door all of a sudden? Is it a very important matter?" Hedgel stared at Karenina and asked in a low voice. His tone was also much more serious. "It is indeed quite important. If handled improperly, it might bring big problems." Karenina naturally didn't show weakness either, glaring back fiercely. However, at this time, the red in her eyes had disappeared, returning to that pure blue. 352. Exploitation. "You said that fellow named Hayaki told you herself that she is an artificial creation manufactured by an ancient civilization, and then she is also very afraid of you." Hedgel heard these words and unconsciously scratched his head. "Anyway, that's what she said. As for being afraid of me, I have completely no idea what's going on with that." Karenina sighed helplessly, lying down flat on the table, looking just like a salted fish that had lost its dreams. "Forget it, let's not mention this for now. There's also," she said, "that in the magic crystal cave, the heritage of an ancient civilization is still buried." "What kind of operation is this? I really don't understand." Hedgel couldn't help getting a headache either. Having technology is indeed not a bad thing, but judging from the various current situations, if the Keboj Empire displays a too superior technological level, it will definitely attract the attention of those fellows from the Northern Alliance. And if they want to analyze all these things completely without outsiders noticing, this indeed has a non-negligible difficulty. Now it's testing its confidentiality level, not allowing the Northerners to notice too many problems, although to a certain extent it's a good thing. But I mainly don't know whether that airship is mainly based on magic or based on the technology of this world, or perhaps magical technology where both are mixed half and half. If magic-type things exist in too large quantities, I have no confidence in being able to analyze them. This is a very troublesome matter. Karenina pointed out another crux of the problem. After all, what she learned before was serious technology, not this magic that she completely had no way to explain. Or rather, technology and magic were originally just two containers, things that looked like magic to Karenina and Hedgel, in the eyes of the indigenous people of this world, might just be so-called science and technology. We still need to discuss this at length then. is the situation over at Hayaki's side stable now? Not bad. For some inexplicable reason, I have quite a bit of deterrent force over there. Just casually dropping a couple of harsh words made her obediently listen, completely not daring to say an extra word. Karenina's upper body was lying on the table, not knowing whether this was ultimately a good thing or a bad thing. After all, such a cute girl harboring this degree of fear towards her. No matter what, it's too hurtful. I really couldn't tell. You have this kind of ability. Hedgel stared at this Karenina with slight doubt, as if completely unable to feel any threat. No, this sense of threat, it seemed to have existed before. Hedgel's heart suddenly grew cold. That was the time he recalled, that time in the back garden. Those scarlet eyes, that gaze filled with threats and coercion, that atmosphere carrying a thick smell of blood. Section 178. And then she couldn't help but feel that kind of fear toward her. But even for an artificial creation, would it carry this kind of fear originating from the soul? Things seemed to be getting really interesting. I never even imagined I had this kind of ability. Karenina let out a heavy sigh, feeling as though she'd suddenly aged quite a bit. The way it looks, this hit you pretty hard. It wasn't that Hedgel didn't understand this feeling. Of course, being feared by such a cute young beauty is, no matter how you look at it, a heartbreaking thing, right? Karenina raised her head, rolled her eyes at Hedgel, and then immediately slumped back down. Afterward, I'll also find a chance to ask her about the situation. Let's seal off all news regarding this matter for now. When the opportunity arises later, we can proceed with practical development. Right now it's not the time. Weighing the pros and cons, Hedgel felt that now was not yet the time to develop it. Not to mention which corner of that mountain peak the thing was buried in. Just looking at the current situation and the nation's capabilities, neither is sufficient to put it to practical use. Moreover, given the current situation, mass excavation might even cause damage to it. All progress and development must be carried out according to the specific circumstances of the time. Leapfrog development simply won't work. I think so too. After all, our current technological level and personnel quality haven't reached the point where we can use this kind of equipment. Therefore, temporary sealing should be the best option. Right now, we just need to maintain a certain strategic balance with those guys from the Northern Alliance. It's best not to draw their attention. Karenina also agreed with this. The two of them seemed to have already reached a consensus. By the way, those high-level labourers should arrive at the suburbs by the afternoon, be secretly transported into the city at night, and tomorrow we can sign those indentured servitude contracts disguised as labour contracts. As he spoke, Hedgel handed the contracts that had been prepared long ago to Karenina. Karenina took those pieces of paper, and after just casually glancing at them twice, she spotted the problem. Aren't you just bullying people who don't understand anything? Karenina directly rolled her eyes at Hedgel. If they didn't understand, how else could I trick them into signing this thing? Once they sign it, they'll never be able to escape anymore. Hearing this, Hedgel was in quite a wonderful mood. After all, this was precisely his goal. You ruthless exploiter of the working people. Who said they are working people? They're prisoners of war, absolute fellows who can be reasonably exploited. Besides, their treatment is definitely much better than those captured knights. Those knights were sent straight to the disciplinary camps to reclaim wasteland all day long. Using reasonable excuses, Hedgel carried out reasonable exploitation of these fellows. As he spoke, he couldn't help but chuckle. After all, this saved him a significant amount of labour costs, because there was completely no need to pay wages. They only needed to maintain their minimum survival requirements. Indeed, this kind of exploitation is truly thrilling. It makes me want to get in on the action too. Karenina was eager to try at this moment. Anyway, the upper limit of the work system is 666. Do whatever you want with them. As long as you don't work them to death or cripple them, it's fine. Hedgel didn't plan to show them even a shred of pity. I think there's completely no need to be so harsh, because our original purpose isn't to let them die, but to create more value. Loosening up just a little bit can actually improve their work efficiency. Karenina, at this moment, thought of the issue of long-term development. From the short-term perspective, 666 is indeed much more agonizing, but from a long-term perspective, this kind of moderate intensity yet endless labour is what truly makes people break down. 353. Service. Anyway, leave everything to you to arrange. At that time, we'll follow the previous allocation, 8 on your side, 6 on mine. Anyway, just don't kill them or cripple them, and it'll be fine. Hedgel couldn't be bothered to fuss over it too much. As long as the goal could be achieved, it was fine. There was no such policy as lenient treatment of prisoners of war here, nor was there any international law. As long as one was captured as a prisoner, and incidentally had their country destroyed, these prisoners of war could only obey the instructions of the victorious country and act as their loyal tools of production. And this was precisely one of the forms of primitive accumulation of capital. Saying all might have exceptions, that the vast majority of primitive capital accumulation is bloody and violent, built upon flesh and blood. And now, since there were no constraints called political correctness from those human rights clowns and defenders of freedom, they could naturally accumulate primitive capital using the most efficient, practical, and excellent extraction methods. It's fine, they won't die. At most, we'll just drain all their magic power completely, and then drive them back into the small rooms assigned to them. Every day is a cycle. Give them about 2 days of free time every month, and that's enough. Karenina once again made some devilish remarks. How does this sound exactly like certain closed-off boarding schools? Then I'll leave it to you, hoping we can get the desired results. Hedgel, however, harboured full anticipation for this. Afterwards, the two chatted idly for a bit longer, and Karenina quickly left the office under the pretext of having unfinished work. Hedgel let out a breath and slumped back into his chair. An ancient aerial battleship? I really didn't expect this thing to actually exist. He muttered to himself softly. Moreover, that fellow named Hayaki definitely has even more issues. Why is she so afraid of Karenina? Did she discover something unintentionally? Or did she encounter a situation identical to mine? He fell into deep thought once again. Just a few seconds later, another knock on the door came. Who could this be again? Didn't I generally say to report directly to Carl's, and then hand it over to me after Carl's compiles it? Why must they come find me? Hedgel scratched his head helplessly, and then straightened his posture. The relaxed expression on his face quickly vanished. Come in. Following that was his usual stern, rigid voice. The very next instant after the voice was emitted, the door was suddenly pushed open, and a golden figure swiftly flashed inside. After casually shutting the door behind her, that golden figure dropped straight to her knees on the floor. What kind of operation is this again? Hedgel's lips twitched as he stared at Sophia, who was half kneeling on the wooden floor. His pitch-black eyes were filled with confusion. What on earth is this fellow up to? Your Majesty, as you instructed, I have already organized the family background information of my subordinates. Please take a look. With that, she opened a tightly sealed folder and placed it on Hedgel's desk. Then how many people are willing to stay and serve our country? Hedgel temporarily decided to push Sophia's strange behavior just now to the back of his mind and focus on resolving the current work. The knights whose hometowns were originally within the empire are basically all willing to stay. After counting, there are 4 to 6 people. As for the knights whose hometowns are in other countries, fewer than 100 people are willing to stay. Sophia also gave a prompt reply. I see. It looks like the number of people is more than expected. Hedgel nodded, thinking that he wouldn't need to put too much effort into recruiting personnel later. As for the rest of the people, they can all leave tomorrow after the bounty is distributed. As for those willing to stay, they will undergo training first. Afterward, when the organization is established and undergoing trial operations, formal evaluation and scoring will begin. If they fail, they will be directly weeded out. If they pass, they can remain within this organization. Moreover, just as stated before, the entire department is my direct subordinate organization, and other government departments have no authority to interfere with you. Hedgel informed her of the personnel arrangement method that had been prepared long ago. Sophia immediately agreed as well. Right, those regulations, have you finished reading them? Do you have any specific impressions or suggestions for modification? Hedgel seized the opportunity to ask another question. After all, these things merely copied over some things from his original world, with some localization done along the way. There might still be some loopholes, and as someone from the original world, Karenina naturally wouldn't easily spot these loopholes, but Sophia, as a native resident of this world, might just be a very good judge. If she were to speak, perhaps she could find a better direction for modification. What I'm slightly concerned about is the meaning of the phrase serve the people seems a bit too vague. Who exactly counts as the people? And what kind of person is considered the people? And how should these two words service be implemented and put into practice? Sophie raised a question that she was apparently quite confused about. If it's our nation's people, put in a way you can understand, they are the commoners registered at the various local magistrate offices, paying taxes according to the law, acting in accordance with the law, and obeying the nation's call. And serve the people does not mean merely serving without adopting violent means. Hedgel explained to Sophia one by one. Law enforcement departments are inherently violent institutions. For example, sheriffs and the various public security management teams under them are all violent institutions. They aim to impose sanctions on lawbreakers and disruptors. When a national citizen commits a crime, they no longer belong to the people, but instead stand on the opposite side of the broad masses of the people. And at this time, law enforcement agencies are also serving the people, because they are using violent means to bring those fellows who harm the interests of the people to justice. Hedgel tried his best to explain these statements in a way Sophia could understand, although these deviated somewhat from what he had learned in political textbooks back then. But as long as it fit the current situation and could undergo localized adaptation, then it didn't matter. I see. Thank you for your explanation. After listening to Hedgel's speech, Sophia fell silent for a few seconds and then, as if suddenly enlightened, began to praise Hedgel. It's good that you understand. Also, why did you use that strange method when entering the door? Hedgel ultimately couldn't help asking this question. 354. Arrival. Do you feel that this was still too vulgar? Sophia seemed to harbour considerable apprehensions about this. After all, this was the most concise yet protocol-preserving method she could think of after careful consideration. No, I mean, there's completely no need to be so restrained. Just be a bit more natural. I remember saying that before too, right? Hedgel rubbed between his eyebrows and explained softly. He always felt that Sophia seemed to have misunderstood something, but as for what exactly she got wrong, he really had no idea. Thinking of this, Hedgel couldn't help but sigh. Why are there always misunderstandings of what I say, even though I consider myself to have spoken very clearly? Indeed it is so. However, I feel that since I'm facing the Supreme, naturally I must treat him with a high standard of etiquette. Sophia seemed to have some kind of persistence. I must absolutely not let this lord hold any prejudice against me. Section 179. Sophia thought silently to herself. So that's how it is. But personally, I feel there's no need for that. However, Hedgel wiped his sweat and replied with a hint of awkwardness. This guy, why is he so inexplicably rigid? I didn't get that feeling from him before. Or is it that this rigid feeling only started showing after realizing my status, or after becoming a subordinate? Hedgel thought long and hard, but still couldn't seem to find a better solution. Then just do it the way you think is best. I won't interfere too much. Hedgel rubbed his temples helplessly. At most, it's just a little awkward. No big deal. But in this kind of informal setting, I really feel there's no need to make such a fuss over nothing. To put it bluntly, he just isn't good at receiving excessive respect from others without any preparation. As you command. After hearing this, Sophia let out a long sigh of relief in her heart. Good thing I didn't mess it up. If I had simply listened to what your excellency said, be natural, don't be too restrained, I would have definitely made a mistake. Doing the opposite of what a superior says is the most correct approach. It's the same logic as sending money and gifts in the past, saying no with their mouths. But in reality, when you force it on them, they accept it more eagerly than anyone else. Right now, it's probably the exact same logic, Sophia thought with a face full of certainty. However, the actual situation was not like that. Is there anything else you want to report to me? Although Hedgel had no idea what Sophia was thinking, he still asked her softly in a steady voice. Reporting, nothing else. Then you may head out first. At the same time, compile the specific name list and family backgrounds of those who wish to stay. Just hand it over to Carl's for review. Hedgel suddenly felt that talking to her was really a bit tiring. He really hadn't felt this way the past few times. We've arrived. Everyone get off. At night, the gates of the Imperial City opened quietly, and then closed just as quietly. It seemed as if something had slipped in through the gap, yet it also seemed like nothing had. Everything under the hazy night sky appeared illusory, blurred, and ethereal, much like certain people's freedom. This should be the Imperial City of the Kebuj Empire, right? The senior staggered step by step, slowly walking down the carriage's built-in steps. Her heart was filled with doubt, as well as fear. They aren't actually going to throw us into that court, hold a public trial, and finally drag us to the execution ground for hanging, right? At the mere thought of this, Bessina's heart trembled violently. Probably impossible, right? She was trying to comfort herself to such whispers, trying to use this method to put her mind at ease, lest she make a complete fool of herself later. No matter what, this definitely couldn't be considered dignified. At least when dying, don't look too ugly. This was her strongest thought right now. However, it seemed she had misunderstood something. Sometimes, death is the only cure, but at that time, death could be said to be an unattainable luxury. Outside, the carriage was a wide plaza. At the end of this plaza were towering pagodas, and a majestic yet ornate palace. This was probably the Imperial Palace, right? Or rather, are they preparing to throw us into the celestial prison? Is this really necessary? But the next instant, this doubt in her heart was quickly dispelled. Well, since they want to go through the formalities, they naturally have to go through the whole process. They probably even want to use the event of hanging us as an opportunity to spread the imperial family's majesty to their own citizens. A little seriousness isn't completely incomprehensible. She seemed to suddenly see things a bit more clearly. Anyway, I'm already in my 40s or 50s, which is considered quite old by ordinary people's standards. If I die, I die. I only ask that when I go to the gallows or guillotine, it won't be too painful. Just as she was thinking about how dying comfortably would be later, Cross also tremblingly steadied himself against the doorframe of the carriage and slowly walked down. But when he saw the palace, seeming to think his conjecture had been verified, he immediately went limp like a marionette with snapped strings. his legs collapsing and his arms going soft as he fell straight toward the ground. How troublesome. Vesina cursed under her breath, then hurriedly supported the old man, although she knew she wouldn't live much longer either. No matter what, being hanged sounded at least a bit better than falling to her death by herself. At least one is being killed, while the other is purely because one is stupid. Even for the sake of her own reputation, she couldn't let this guy, who was at least still her colleague for now, fall to his death right in front of her. Lest someone say at that time, "Tusk, tusk, tusk, look at that guy, she's truly useless." Her colleague accidentally slipped and fell to her death while getting off the carriage before His Majesty even made a move. What kind of normal person could have a useless colleague like that? Just thinking about such bizarre remarks that might appear in the future made Vesina swallow her saliva involuntarily. However, judging from the conclusion, she seemed to be thinking way too much, and her persecution mania seemed a bit intense. Supporting the frail body of this unconscious old man, her heart was filled with anxiety, fearing that something else might really go wrong. What's wrong with this old man? At this time, a guard who came to escort them into the palace noticed something amiss. Nothing. He probably just got scared, and then passed out. The more she spoke, the softer Vesina's voice became, and the less confidence she had, as if she felt she had committed some kind of mistake. 355. Persecution, delusion. He passed out just from this. No wonder they were so easily routed across the entire line by General Hogg. The guard uttered a disdainful murmur. To Vesina, this sound was exceptionally grating. This could be considered an insult to all her efforts. All efforts up until now had been completely wasted. Tragic, but she didn't dare retort. She just bit her lip and forcefully pinched the loose flesh on the old man's arm. After all, what the guard said was indeed a fact. Cross had indeed passed out, and the Papal States forces had indeed collapsed across the board, completely powerless in front of the Imperial army. Even if she wanted to say, "We ended up like this because your conspiracies and tricks prevented us from successfully participating in the battle." But she couldn't say this out loud at all, because strategy is also a part of strength. Furthermore, even if they really went to the front line, they would probably just be torn to pieces by those terrifying burst magics. It would still be futile. No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't imagine that the Keboj Empire could master such formidable technology. Therefore, in the end, she could only choose silence, overriding this humiliation with fear and awe. Afterwards, led by the guards, they came to a fairly spacious courtyard. It didn't look like a prison, but rather a very ordinary courtyard. But Vesina didn't think so. Maybe this was just a prison disguised as an ordinary courtyard, or perhaps a hidden venue for torture and interrogation. Inside were all kinds of inhumane instruments of torture, along with the creepy crack sound of leather whips hitting skin and flesh, people's wails, screams, and the sounds of bones and internal organs shattering mixed and influenced each other, painting a picture that only existed in hell, known as Scroll of Hell. As expected of that cruel, tyrannical, yet astonishingly intelligent emperor, to actually use such despicable methods. At this moment, Vesina's heart was filled with vigilance and contempt. HMPH, a hypocritical and vicious viper. That's probably all there is to it. Although she held such heroic thoughts in her heart, her physical actions were exceptionally honest. Not daring to step foot into this courtyard even one step, the guards also noticed the anomaly and pushed Vesina, wanting her to swiftly roll into the room prepared for them. I have no idea what His Majesty was thinking. Why he prepared such proper houses for these prisoners of war. Clearly, throwing them all into the prison and waiting for disposal would have been enough, but she didn't seem to appreciate it. This made the guards even more displeased. What's the deal with refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit? Could it be that instead of wanting to enter this nice house, she wanted to sleep in that carriage, or in that dark, damp, and smelly prison? Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Without further ado, the guards unceremoniously grabbed Vesina's clothes and dragged her, along with the unconscious old man named Cross, into the courtyard, dragging them directly into their respective rooms. Section 180. He even locked the door on the way out to prevent these guys from escaping. Vesina stared at her mage robes, which had already been torn, with a hint of heartache, and then looked around at the bright room. Her expression was a bit dazed. What is going on now? She was confused, because she never expected the room she entered to look so normal. A soft bed, bright lights, an empty table, and the unique scent of wood. All of this was over the top normal. She scanned everything around her and then involuntarily swallowed her saliva. No matter how I look at it, this seems like a normal room, she muttered to herself in confusion. No. Why would this emperor do this? Clearly, we shouldn't have any significance to him. After all, they can already use means of destruction that far exceed those of mages. There is absolutely no reason to recruit us mages. So, besides the excluded possibility of recruitment, there seems to be another possibility. That is wanting us to let our guard down. And then with lightning speed, snuff out the hard-won light of hope in our hearts. That would be the ultimate despair. Because he has already let us see hope. And then with the speed of a violent storm, he will completely tear apart this ethereal flower of hope. Even a demon would only go this far, right? Thinking of this, Vesina couldn't help but swallow her saliva. She felt as if she had seen through all the various tragic encounters she and her companions would face in the future. Moreover, maybe there's something wrong with these beds and various pieces of furniture. As long as I lie on this bed, maybe it will turn into a giant mouth and swallow me whole. At the thought of this, the way Vesina looked at the bed became a bit strange. In her view, this emperor would definitely not be so kind-hearted. After all, it was inherently impossible to let a group of useless war criminals live comfortably. In fact, that was indeed the case. Hitchell certainly did not have good intentions, but it wasn't reflected in these living conditions. As for Vesina, she didn't sleep all night. She was meticulously inspecting every aspect of the furniture without leaving any blind spots, trying to find evidence of sinister mechanisms buried within. Naturally, this behavior yielded no results at all. Well then, everyone, take a look at these contracts first. If you have no other objections, sign your names. Is that okay? The next day, Vesina, with heavy dark circles under her eyes, was led by palace ladies to a small room in the imperial city. Then, a pot-bellied official tossed a densely written document in front of these mages, who had been acting jittery. Excuse me, what is this? Vesina forced herself to perk up, rubbed her dry eyes, and asked the official. Just a contract. As long as you're willing to abide by the rules on this contract, then your death sentences can be waived. The fat official gave an explanation rather reluctantly. Vesina first said a word of thanks, and then began to roughly read the terms above. Working hours are standard working hours, with an upper limit of 666. Daily working hours can be arranged by the supervisor. This sentence, however, caught Vesina's attention. This 666, what is it again? It's a term I've never heard of before. Excuse me, what is the 666? It might be because of my lack of learning, but I've never heard of it, she said with an awkward smile. Don't worry about it. It's just normal working hours. His Majesty just likes to write it that way. Just sign it. Do you want your life or not? The official replied bluntly. 356. Incomprehensible. Ununderstood. As soon as Vesina heard it was normal working hours, she immediately relaxed her guard. After all, her attention wasn't on this contract at all. Instead, it was still on that room. For some reason, she always felt something was wrong in that room, and that it wanted to kill her at any moment. Besides, it was said that as long as they signed this contract and worked hard, the death penalty could be waived. This sounded like there shouldn't be any problem. Moreover, there shouldn't be anything harder to deal with than death, right? And if signing this contract was to make us die, wouldn't that be putting the cart before the horse? There was absolutely no need for that. Therefore, as long as she signed this contract, there might still be a chance to see the light of day again in the future. She seemed to have made up her mind. Next, she picked up the quill and forcefully and quickly wrote her name on the paper. Then she handed the densely written paper back to the pot-bellied official. When the official saw how sensible Vesina was, he couldn't help but show a smile. Everyone around, who had been hesitating, saw this scene and used their trembling, abnormally pale hands to shakily write their names on the contracts and handed them back to the official, following her example. Since the shrewd Vesina thought it was fine, then it should be fine, right? They were convinced of this in their hearts. However, they seemed to have overlooked a rather important one among these clauses. The right of final interpretation belongs to the Labour Bureau of the Keboj Empire. This could only mean what awaited them would definitely not be some easy labour. Tilda, you must be the mages assigned here, right? Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, Tilda. Having only signed the contracts in the morning, these war prisoners finished breakfast under the supervision of palace ladies, and were then quickly divided into two groups and taken away. In the group Vesina was in, they seemed to have been assigned to the blonde girl in front of them. Hello. Vesina, who was pushed forward by her colleagues, could only swallow her saliva and greet the blonde girl with a face full of embarrassment. After all, this girl would be the one giving them orders during this time. If she wasn't a bit respectful, she might be treated roughly. Caution first, caution first. Well then, you can just call me Karenina. And you should be called Vesina, right? Karenina did her best to match the physical characteristics described in the files with the person in front of her. Then, Lady Karenina, is there anything you need us to do? Vesina asked Karenina tentatively. After all, she couldn't figure out what Karenina was thinking right now, and the way to clear the current awkward atmosphere was naturally to honestly request work, and then do her best. As for things like minor reinforcement, you should be quite skilled at it, right? Karenina's eyes held a hint of expectation as she asked Vesina softly. Vesina also considered for 2 seconds and felt that in the current situation, a normal answer should be fine. Yes, if it's just simple minor reinforcement, We should be relatively skilled at it. I see. Well then, can you try to use manner to reinforce these things? If you can, that would really be a huge help, Karenina said to Vesina with a smile, pointing to a large pile of gun barrels stacked in the corner of the testing ground. Although on the surface, Karenina was still smiling, in reality, it was a superficial smile. While Karenina didn't think much of these guys, but when it was time to use them, she would still use them without hesitation. Please let me try. Vesina looked at those metal tubular objects. Although she was confused in her heart, she still agreed. Could this just be a test? Because this kind of thing doesn't seem to have any reinforcement value at all. Vesina's heart was full of doubt, but she didn't dare to speak out. It was better not to ask what shouldn't be asked. This was absolutely correct, whether in the theocracy that had already been thrown into the trash heap or the current Keboj Empire. Talk less, do more, and don't say anything you shouldn't ask. She walked quickly to the thick and long steel pipe and then carefully touched it with her hand. The icy touch gave her hand a slight sting, but she didn't stop her movements. Then she slowly injected manner into it. Something is not right. After clarifying the internal structure of this steel pipe, she involuntarily frowned. Why are there all these regular depressions inside? What is this thing used for? The sense of confusion in her heart was rising sharply. Something I've never seen before. She swallowed her saliva and then continued with the experiment. From the results, this reinforcement should be considered quite successful. After the faint magical glow dissipated from the steel pipe, Section 181, she let out a huge sigh of relief. It looks like it's finally over. Karenina softly asked Vesina, not far away. Yes, it is already completed. I hope it can meet your requirements. Vesina stood up and bowed deeply to Karenina. She was deathly afraid that Karenina would fix her due to her discourteous behavior. Woo, it looks like it's pretty decent. After all, the magicians here in the past had no way to reinforce steel pipes of this thickness and length. I look forward to your future work. Although Karenina's word sounded like a compliment, the actual meaning was very obvious. Honestly and obediently complete the work according to the requirements, otherwise bear the consequences at your own risk. Why yes. Although Vesina answered this way verbally, her attention was not on this at all. She actually said that no other magicians here can reinforce things like this. This isn't right, is it? She fell into deep confusion, because she had always thought that the army of the Keboj Empire had such powerful destructive force because they had excellent magicians. But this fellow who called herself Karenina said, no other magicians here can do it. This completely did not match her original conjecture. But since it wasn't because of the strength of the magicians, where did the powerful destructive force of the Imperial Army come from? And what did they rely on to tear apart the solid encampment of the Night Order? She could not understand. 357. Mistake. I am in a mood today is really not bad. These guys actually have some tricks up their sleeves. The problems that couldn't be solved before were actually all settled today. I'm in a great mood. At dinner time, Karenina's mood could be said to be exceptionally good. After all, today she could be said to have accomplished several good things that she couldn't do before. For example, the reinforcement of these gun barrels, and perhaps the reinforcement of the engine cylinders that could be done soon. This was enough to make her extremely excited. You're really in a good mood. Things are a bit troublesome on my end. Hedgel couldn't help but sigh, and then recalled the situation when he was hiding in the corner observing those guys this morning. If they were really allowed to construct in the tunnel, they would probably collapse the tunnel completely, because what they pursued was maximum destructive power. But the result was they were completely hopeless at this kind of delicate control. Either the magic power output was too small, failing to even turn over the ground, or the magic power output was too large, directly lifting up the topsoil. Wanting to maintain an appropriate output could be said to be harder than ascending to heaven for them. Fortunately, it was decided at the very beginning to test their capabilities before letting them officially construct, otherwise it would really have been a huge trouble. It looks like things are not going smoothly on your side. Just by looking at Hedgel's expression, Karenina was enough to spot the seriousness of the problem. After all, I really didn't expect that these guys' magic control ability would be so poor. If it were just like your side, where they only need to turn the magic output to the maximum, that would be easy to solve. But unfortunately it's completely impossible. Speaking of this, Hedgel sighed again. Tusk, who themselves specialize in magic reinforcement and lethality. Back in the Papal State, they only needed to be proficient in these two items. They didn't have to care about anything else. And now you suddenly want them to come and do fine work. How could they possibly handle it? Karenina started sneering and mocking again. What you said is indeed true. So, I think we should give them half a month of adaptation time, then start the work afterwards. Otherwise I'm afraid the whole tunnel will be collapsed by them. After careful consideration, Hedgel could only come to this conclusion. Since you've put it this way, I won't let them process small items such as gun barrels and mechanical parts either. Anyway, this can be considered a reasonable arrangement. Hearing this, Karenina decisively chose to change the plan. After all, she didn't want to see uncontrollable errors happen to the processed things, let alone things like cannon barrels and gun barrels. If a barrel explodes, not to mention it might leave the operator disabled or dead on the spot, just the impact of such an event would also be extremely ominous. And also, you actually let them go back to rest so early, it completely doesn't fit your style. Generally speaking, shouldn't they still be working overtime right now? Hedgel then prepared to find an opportunity to change the subject. After all, continuing would only be disadvantageous to himself. He could already imagine what Karenina would look like as she indirectly sneered at him. Tusk, today is just the first day. Besides, seeing how exhausted they are from travel, if we let them work overtime today, what happens if they fall ill? If they fall ill, we'd have to pay for medical expenses, and the work couldn't continue either. But if we let them take it easy these past couple of days, and gradually increase the workload later to let them adapt step by step, isn't this the optimal solution? After all, the labour results squeezed out this way are the most abundant. Karenina, however, brought up a set of theories she had summarised before. To put it bluntly, she saw that the senior and the other few fellows have quite heavy dark circles under their eyes, and kept being suspicious. Probably because they were worried about whether they would be suddenly executed, so they hadn't slept well last night. That's why Karenina let them rest so early. Tusk, is this the real devil? It looks like you're also constantly summarizing relevant experience. You're getting closer and closer to the direction of a capitalist. Hedgel, however, stared at Karenina with an approving gaze. Don't say that, I can't afford it. And if we really have to talk about a big capitalist, it should be you, right? As for me, I'm just an assistant. Karenina rolled her eyes at Hedgel, thinking that this guy was the real capitalist, and no matter how one looked at it, she was just a wage earner. Or, is that really how you think? Hedgel put on an expression attempting to stir up trouble again, but in reality, his heart was panicking like crazy. Because he currently had no intention of underestimating the young girl in front of him, but if he wanted to maintain his current disguise, and make her think that I was still deceived by her protective colouring, he had to continue putting on this ghostly posture. He was deathly afraid of showing flaws again. Hedgel could be said to be extremely nervous in his heart right now. His eyes constantly captured the subtle facial expression changes on Karenina's face, trying to find some slight clues from them, but the result was no harvest at all. That is indeed what I think. After a brief silence, Karenina timidly gave the answer. At the same time, she put down her knife and fork and covered her face directly with both hands. She was deathly afraid that Hedgel would suddenly jump over and pinch her face without a word. Do you really think that by doing this, I will let you off? Hedgel took a deep breath, suppressing the unease of having found nothing. With a smile that he believed was no different from before and without any flaw still on his face, he leaned close to Karenina. I was wrong, don't pinch any more. Or be gentler, all right. Karenina shrank her neck, looking vividly like an aggrieved young wife. But what kind of abacus was she actually calculating in her heart? Probably only she herself knew. Then it will be, as you said. This time, Hedgel directly pinched the back of Karenina's neck, causing her neck to shrink abruptly once more. Her already fair and tender little face was once again dyed with quite a bit of blush. She truly looked full of maidenly vibes. Hedgel, meanwhile, tried his utmost to maintain his own sobriety at this time. He must never be deceived by her expressions and actions again. The previous mistake was also inseparable from these expressions that could make people let their imaginations run wild while exclaiming how cute she was. Or rather, this was also her brilliant part. Such a posture was the least likely to make people raise their guard. And previously I was indeed deceived by this appearance. And this time, or rather in the future, there must never be another mistake. 358. Intervention. You completely don't play by the rules. Until Hedgel finished pinching the back of her neck comfortably and pulled his hand back, Karenina was still shrinking her neck, saying resentfully. She even almost wanted to loudly curse, "You damned pervert," but thinking that doing this might lead to even more serious consequences. For example, since you've put it that way, then I might as well be even more perverted. Then Hedgel would pounce on her without hesitation. Although this possibility was not very high, it wasn't non-existent either. Therefore caution supreme, caution supreme. Absolutely must not make any other blunders. Since you covered your face, naturally I had to find other places easy to start with, right? Looking at it this way, isn't it quite reasonable? Hedgel shrugged and immediately refuted Karenina's statement. Tusk, topic ended. Anyway, no matter what I say afterwards, you will definitely use all kinds of reasons to refute me. Hearing this, Karenina wisely chose to terminate the topic. Anyway, the goal had already been achieved. Continuing to entangle in this topic would only become increasingly disadvantageous to herself. Alright, then the next question. Hearing this, Hedgel also let out a sigh of relief. After all, if she chose to end this test so early, it meant she hadn't discovered his abnormality yet. It can be considered a reluctant success, right? He cheered himself up again and began to introduce her to the matters regarding the Cavalier Empire over the past 2 days. This military deployment is truly getting increasingly radical. Karenina stared at the blueprints Hedgel placed in front of her, her small hand involuntarily picking up the teacup again to take a sip of tea. She even wanted to wipe the cold sweat on her forehead. They are completely thinking about who can be the first to rush into the imperial city, capture the empress, and loot the treasures. Hedgel also supported his forehead, feeling that some things were simply too surreal. Section 182. They never even thought about claiming the throne. They probably just want to grab a bit more benefits, right? Upon hearing this, Karenina's mouth twitched involuntarily. These guys are really dreaming, aren't they? Rather, most of the nobles just want to go in and rake in benefits. The ones who genuinely want to take the throne are the 3 dukes. Although Duke Bodley, the leader of the noble coalition, is the strongest, the other 2 dukes are no pushovers either. Although they nominally follow Duke Bodley's instructions right now, deep down they all harbour their own hidden agendas. Hedgel seemed to be particularly well informed about this. After all, goodness knows how many covert operatives he has inside the Cavalier Empire. An intelligence line is a lifeline. The intelligence Hedgel currently grasps might be even more than those caught up in the situation, and he sees through things much more thoroughly than they do. This essentially laid the foundation for subsequent actions. Put that way, it looks like you know even clearer than they do, and see even more. Hearing this, Karenina involuntarily let out a light chuckle. This guy, it looks like he anticipated such a day would come long ago, which is why he intentionally planted so many intelligence personnel in there. Perhaps he'll be even harder to deal with than anticipated. That's not right. Why am I even trying to deal with him? Karenina suddenly felt like she had discovered a very serious problem. Indeed, why on earth do I want to deal with him? Clearly there isn't much necessity for it, right? If he truly has thoughts about me in the sense of a romantic relationship, when he confesses his feelings to me, just rejecting him outright would suffice. There's completely no need to go to such great lengths like this now. Karenina also fell into a strange state of inner entanglement. Whatever. Just follow my intuition. In any case, nothing must go wrong. Karenina ultimately decided not to think about problems in this aspect for the time being, because sometimes intuition is far more useful than completely unreliable analyses like this. Isn't this also necessary? Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. And right now it's about seeing when they plan to make a move. Only then can I better choose the timing for armed intervention. After all, once Cleaner was rescued by me, she definitely wants to restore her nation. Hedgel's gaze suddenly carried a hint of playfulness. Are you planning to first smuggle that Empress overthrew your covert operatives in their imperial city, and then, utilizing her desire to restore the nation, directly intervene by force, under the fine-sounding name of helping a neighbouring country clear out treacherous villains? Karenina's expression suddenly turned exceptionally weird, because no matter how one looks at it, this doesn't seem like a good thing at all. After all, the attitude of the domestic populace and the attitude of the Northern Alliance would both change due to the Kebode Empire's direct armed intervention. The impact it would bring is definitely immeasurable. It might even directly cause the Northern Alliance to redeclare war on the Kebode Empire, because the Noble Coalition is inherently a peace-seeking faction, and now the Kebode Empire is going to prop up the pro-war faction of the Cavalier Empire to restore their nation. No matter how one looks at it, this is not a good thing. Of course, I won't say it like that openly. It definitely has to be a covert intervention. Only a fool would straightforwardly send regular, enlisted troops up there. Yet Hedgel reached out and tapped Karenina's little head. But is this really enough? Karenina still harboured absolute doubt toward this. Because no matter how one looks at it, if it's only small units, wanting to deal with such a massive horde of noble armies is simply sheer fantasy. Alliances are never breached from the outside. They are disintegrated from the inside. And this so-called armed intervention is merely the final straw that breaks the camel's back. Yet Hedgel gave such an ambiguous response. Hearing you put it that way, I'm reminded of a certain alliance that collapsed on its own. Karenina fell silent for several seconds, as if she thought of something good, yet also not so good. Only then did she slowly speak up. The logic is the same. Only through internal infighting can we seize the opportunity to gain more benefits. Whether it is the past materials we obtain through historical records or memories, or the unforeseeable future, these things are all interconnected. Hedgel inexplicably began to wax emotional again. Anyway, you've already planned all these things out long ago, right? I probably just need to sit back and watch a good show, right? Karenina stared at Hedgel's profile and asked softly. Truth be told, that's indeed the case. Moreover, it's definitely not just that. The corners of Hedgel's mouth curved slightly upward. 356. Attention, just how careless was I in the past? Her actions and demeanour just now should also be routine probing, right? Faking my way through it. That's truly wonderful. After concluding the discussion during dinner time, Hedgel dragged his exhausted body and walked toward his bedroom. Meanwhile, in the corridor, he was still pondering the thoughts contained within Karenin's various actions just now. After information integration and meticulous reasoning regarding her personality, Hedgel concluded that the possibility of that just now being a probe was quite high, or rather making those actions. The essential purpose was to probe. This fellow is truly quite tricky to deal with. Just how much guardedness does she carry toward others anyway, completely unable to understand the thoughts behind it? Thinking of this, Hedgel let out another uncontrollable sigh. This afternoon, I incidentally also had a chat with that fellow called Hayaki. As for the gains, I can't say there were none, but I always feel something is still missing. He opened the door to his bedroom and began recalling once more. I heard you claim to be an artificial creation, and from 1,000 years ago. May I ask, is this true? In the afternoon, inside a certain secret room within the Imperial City, Hedgel stared intently at the golden pupils of the mysterious young girl who called herself Hayaki, asking in a calm yet majestic voice. Yes, I indeed said it like that, and it is indeed a fact, because I have no need to lie. Moreover, respected your majesty the Emperor, I suppose you must have investigated me, right? By and large, you wouldn't be able to turn up much information, would you? After all, if you'd grasped sufficient information, it's impossible you'd only come to look for me now. Naturally, Hayaki would not be frightened like this. Instead, she composedly retorted. She completely did not take Hedgel's coercive pressure to heart. After all, this arrogance of the ancient dragon species was impossible to restrain in front of this pure human. Or rather, even if Hayaki wanted to suppress this aura and forbid this thought, doing so would be difficult, unless she ran into that strange fellow. At the mere thought of this, Hayaki's back began to grow cold. It seemed that aura on Karenin, whose source could not be tracked down, had left a psychological shadow on her. That's right, I can say that I mobilized every available means possible, yet still couldn't obtain specific information about you. I only know your general route of travel. Hedgel answered quite straightforwardly. After all, facing such a clever fellow, there was completely no need to conceal things on such matters. Anyway, everyone is clear about it in their hearts. Might as well be explicit. Doing so might even win a bit of goodwill. Although merely failing to find information on me still can't prove what I said is true, but anyway, I still want to ask. Just what do you want to get out of my mouth? Hayaki tilted her head slightly and asked softly toward Hedgel across the table. Probably some things regarding that civilization from the past. Hedgel tentatively threw out a vague question, attempting to use this as a starting point to gradually probe this Hayaki and figure out the bottom line of information that could be inquired about. Then what specifically do you want to ask about? Is it technology? Is it history? Or is it the reason for the annihilation? Yet Hayaki smiled faintly, her golden eyes once again carrying an eerie luster. Then let's start with the reason for the annihilation first, shall we? Hedgel also quickly threw out his first question. It's very simple. It's just some experimental subjects going out of control, and then the country's military organization launching a counterattack, only to find themselves completely outmatched in the end. They could only use drugs that hadn't undergone strict experimentation. Naturally, the result was a total defeat. The answer she gave, although relatively crude, could still be considered a general overview. Can you be more specific? Hedgel fell silent for a long while, and it was unknown what exactly he was thinking about. Finally, he slowly spat out these words. No comment. And she did not intend to satisfy Hedgel's request on this matter. If she really had to say, she only knew a rough outline herself. That section of memories was also unknown why. It was wiped out, or rather, it was locked down tight by that consciousness management system, because every single piece of her memories was modularly processed, and that section of memories yet for some reason was controlled by that ghost of a management system. Even if Hayaki tried to invoke the highest authority, there was simply no way to lift its locked state. Therefore, even if Hayaki genuinely wanted to talk, there was nothing else left she could say. Alright then, let's switch to another one. That airship you mentioned, does it really exist? At the same time, what does it use for power? And by what force does it float in the air? Seeing that his first question failed, Hedgel immediately tossed out his second question. After all, he had already anticipated that Hayaki probably wouldn't speak about the detailed parts, so he might as well ask her one with a relatively high probability of a slip of the tongue. Its existence is true. Whether it's specifically in that cavern of yours filled with magic crystals, I can only say there's an 80% probability. As for the power you mentioned, it naturally relies on magic power. As for the power facilities aspect, I'm also not clear. Because the department I belonged to back then was the bioengineering department, not the Magi Tech Research and Application Institute, asking me is useless. Hayaki also gave her answer obediently. She only knew that this airship consumed liquid magic power, but she truly didn't know by what exact force it was made to float in the air. In the end, she could only classify it as an anti-gravity facility achieved through magitech. I see. After hearing this, Hetchel couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Different departments, huh? Moreover, intelligence between the two wasn't mutually shared, but this was also quite normal. After all, judging from their names, one knew that it would be very difficult for these two departments to have any technological cooperation. However, why did she have such great certainty, convinced that the airship must be buried inside the mountain? What was the reason? Unclear. Perhaps there was also something similar to a black box inside, which continuously transmitted signals to the outside world, ultimately guiding this Hayaki to this place. Section 183. Moreover, due to her peculiar geographical location, she didn't dare to make a move rashly either, so she simply disguised herself as a craftsperson, preparing to play it by ear. It seemed to sound quite reasonable as well, Hetchel thought with certainty. Although there were rights and wrongs in this deduction, the general direction was correct. Right. There's one more thing I want to remind you of. Hayaki suddenly spoke up at this moment. Keep an eye out on that fellow named Karenina. She is really weird. 360. Terrifying. Why would you say that? Hetchel unconsciously swallowed, still maintaining his composure as he asked Hayaki in return. Just feeling her aura makes me feel extremely terrified. Or rather, it carries the feeling of facing death itself. It was also very difficult for Hayaki to directly describe that feeling to Hetchel. She could only explain it using such vague phrasing. This was completely being frightened. Is it really that terrifying? Although Hetchel also recalled that ghost-like stare from earlier, but if one had to say facing death, it really hadn't reached that extent. That feeling was probably equivalent to being stared at by a predator, right? It looks like you can't perceive it, but that can also be considered normal. And those two colleagues nearby can't feel her abnormality either. Perhaps humans indeed cannot perceive that kind of feeling. Hayaki deliberately emphasized the 4 words cannot perceive with a hint of self-deprecation. But if one really had to say this was indeed a fact, because if they could truly feel that level of coercion, they probably wouldn't keep this Karenina by their side, right? And what kind of existence was she precisely? Above the ancient dragon species, and a race that etched this fear into the bloodline of ancient dragons. What on earth were they? Hayaki also felt now that her understanding of this continent was still too little. Too little. Then thank you for your reminder and explanation. Let's end this meeting here for now. Saying this, Hetchel left the secret room on his own accord, leaving only Hayaki, a person, sitting in her original spot. This was the entire process of the afternoon meeting. In summary, the intelligence obtained is still too little. And what on earth is that Hayaki? Even if it's an artificial creation, there should be subcategories, right? However, judging from her attitude, she probably won't answer me either. Hetchel sorted through everything, feeling that from the current perspective there was still no way to piece all the puzzle together completely. And some pieces of the puzzle were still hidden in Hayaki's hands. Next would it be to trick her into telling everything. Hetchel seemed to feel this matter was feasible, but I'm still very concerned about what this fellow said earlier regarding Karenina. Why would she feel such a terrifying aura? She felt it even before that red version of Karenina came out. And can only humans not feel it? Hetchel suddenly felt whether humans were too dull in their perception of auras. And I feel that Karenina's probing behavior everywhere is completely done subconsciously. Perhaps subjectively, she doesn't have this thought at all. Hetchel now also felt that this possibility was very high. But why would she carry this kind of subconscious behavior? Only by finding the root problem can one make a breakthrough against it. Just my understanding of her in this aspect is still too little. Rather than saying I don't ask, it's more like even if I asked, she wouldn't elaborate in detail. Instead, she intentionally hides all the details. With a slight deduction, Hetchel felt as if he had seen the result right now. Neither the career nor the romance puzzle pieces showed any signs of being pieced together well. Hetchel suddenly felt a bit exhausted. Tusk, I hope things can go according to the right track I envisioned. Although I also know this is an extravagant hope. In the end, having derived no answers at all, but with a sense of entanglement in his heart constantly rising, Hetchel could only utter such a remark, unclear whether it should be considered good or bad, towards the full sky of twinkling stars outside the window. Last night's night raid can be considered a great success. But yesterday's victory belongs forever to yesterday. And tonight, we must absolutely not lose our heads because of yesterday. Understood. Just as Hetchel was preparing to rest, all kinds of struggles within the territory of the former Riston Church Papal State had only just kicked off. Karina, acting as the leader of the government army, was currently giving a pre-battle speech. Yesterday, they had just raided a warlord's camp not far from the holy capital. It could be said to be an absolute resounding victory. In just one night, those fellows collapsed all along the line, completely failing to stop any offensive of the government army. As for why this government army was put in quotation marks, it was simply because from the current perspective, This region was completely in an anarchic state, and Karina was also because her master currently was Hedgel, the emperor of the Keboj Empire, who had also commissioned her to pacify all the warlords within the territory. Therefore, she had a bit of confidence to call herself the government army. My lord, we all believe that as long as we have these weapons bestowed by the gods, we will definitely be able to wipe out all these treacherous and evil villains completely. Let the flames of the gods burn these scum to ashes. And the knights who were subordinates naturally responded with the loudest and most resonant voices. This was not because they actually wanted to pledge allegiance to this Karina in their hearts, but simply because last night's events had truly frightened all of them. The flames flowing in the enemy camp, the wails and screams echoing through the night sky, and the enemy soldiers running outwards with fire on their bodies. The crackling sound of the ramparts collapsing in the flames seemed to still echo in their ears. At that time, they finally knew. Turns out this was the scene that the soldiers of the Keboj Empire saw when facing their laughable defense strength, completely requiring no skills at all, no requiring any technology. Just ignite these earthen jars filled with a liquid that smelled similar to alcohol, and then throw them into the ramparts. Afterwards, it was just waiting and enjoying the scene of the enemy soldiers fleeing in panic. It was just that simple. After returning from last night's attack, they were even pondering why the former church hadn't thought of this combat method, or rather why they hadn't been able to produce this special kind of fuel. Otherwise, perhaps during the war period, they wouldn't have been so battered and unbearable like before. But thinking too much now was useless. It was better to honestly clear out all these warlords, and then wait for this Karina to distribute official positions and treasures to them. After all, these were all what she had promised beforehand, and the backer behind her was the Keboj Empire. This also made them feel a bit more at ease. This time's offensive direction is those fellows huddled in Salar City and Willy City. If I'm not mistaken, the leader should be the former city defense officer Varys. 361. Magnanimous. Then according to this, that fellow Varys should just hold his ground. I still have a good idea of his ability. Karina re-examined the information about this fellow Varys, feeling that this battle shouldn't be too hard to fight. After all, facing a fellow who only ate, drank, slept, and occasionally managed the city's affairs, there really was no need to be overly nervous. And now, it was just necessary to advance steadily. I just hope that Hedgel can keep his promise. Karina prayed silently in her heart. Then leave a squadron to guard the Grand Cathedral. The rest of you, follow me to take down those 2 cities. If we can maintain this pace every day, perhaps within a month, we can bring the entire territory of the country back under our control. While giving the order to set off, Karina also threw out a shot in their arm. After all, only by placing these perks in a place where the knights felt they were within easy reach would they crank up to full throttle to chase and compete for them. This was what Karina hoped to see, because if she could complete Hedgel's task for her at the fastest speed, her evaluation could naturally rise by a large margin. Perhaps she could also share more benefits and get more rewards. Anyway, whether it was her or these knights, they were all just labourers for that emperor of the Keboj Empire. Why bother making things difficult for each other? Time flies. This term does not apply to every time period. For example, when you're waiting for the last 1% of a download progress bar. For example, when you're in the most boring and dry class. For example, during the endless nagging and reproaches of elders. This period of time can definitely not be considered as flying. On the contrary, every day feels like a year, and during busy times, these 2 words time flies will be vividly displayed. Just like Karenina's current situation, the yield is really higher than expected. Hey. She was blinking her eyes at this moment, staring at these jars of wondrous liquid packed in special containers. It can truly be said that I completely didn't expect to have this kind of yield in just half a day. Indeed, she was surprised right now, because just a single magician treated as an emotionless production machine could produce a full 20 litres of liquid mana in just one morning, and the consumed magic crystals were close to 500 kilograms, because all my energy was spent on purification and conversion, and there's no need to consume my own mana either. So the speed is very fast. The senior stretched her limbs, observed Karenina's expression and actions, and let out a long sigh of relief, because she was still worried that this little ancestor wouldn't be satisfied with this speed. Section 184. Not only that, right, because the past few days you could say you've been severely sleep deprived. Who knows what you're doing at night? Karenina blinked and asked Vesina, with a hint of curiosity. At the same time, she was pondering in her heart whether this fellow named Vesina had some strange hobbies. For example, having a soft spot for old men or something like that. Because a certain old man has always been very close to her. Maybe a night too. Karenina suddenly felt that her thoughts seemed to have taken on a rather scandalous hue. So she immediately expelled this rather scandalous thought from her mind. No, haven't do woo. Vesina was just about to defend herself against it, but very unluckily, she accidentally bit her tongue. Although that sound indeed sounded quite cute, but paired with this middle-aged aunt's face, Karenina didn't know whether she should continue staring straight at the scener to acknowledge reality, or turn her head away, listen only to the voice, and escape reality. Sure enough, women are all fickle, because at different stages of life, the types of boys they like are different, and men, no matter what stage, the ones they like are always young and pretty girls. Karenina suddenly had this inexplicable thought. Then she immediately drove this off-tuned thought out of her brain. After all, given her current bodily condition, no matter what, she is a pure girl. She still had to give herself a little bit of face. Sorry, Lady Karenina, this humble one accidentally bit her tongue. As for why this humble one was so exhausted earlier, it was simply because she suddenly came to a new environment, felt a bit uneasy, and couldn't fall asleep. This time, she began trying to make a serious explanation. I would never just act like a fool and explain directly to her, because I'm afraid you're plotting to murder me. I spend every night pulling all-nighters inspecting every corner of the room. That would truly be ungrateful and asking for trouble. This Sina thought to herself secretly. So, that's how it is. Actually, you know, I understand. There's no need to hide it. Upon hearing this answer, Karenina directly concluded that it was a lie. Therefore, that originally weirdly coloured thought returned to Karenina's mind once again. As expected, right, maybe it really is with that old Mano. It seems I've discovered something unspeakable. Karenina's gossip soul was burning fiercely with a sigh. Sorry, very sorry, I shouldn't have concealed it from you. Meanwhile, Vesina thought that her lie had been exposed by Karenina, and Karenina had already discovered the flaws in her words through that wise probably brain of hers. So she immediately began to admit her mistake and apologize. But in reality, the two of them were just talking at cross purposes. It's fine, Tilda, it's totally normal. I understand. Everyone's thoughts and hobbies are different. I won't go around saying much about it either. If possible, I'll help cover for you too. Karenina, however, wore a warm smile and responded softly. After all, such interesting news could indeed put her in a great mood. What's more, matters belonging to personal privacy were not something that should be publicized in the first place. Since she'd guessed it, it was only right to take a little bit of responsibility. Thank you for your magnanimity. This senior believed that Karenina had pardoned her crime of doubting the imperial government, and she could be considered moved to tears of gratitude. After all, her original worst-case plan was to be dragged out and beheaded. And now, just an apology could resolve this crisis. Therefore, Karenina's image instantly rose by several levels in Vesina's heart. But in reality, the things the two of them were talking about were not the same thing at all. It's fine. Right, there is one more thing I need your help with. Karenina suddenly spoke up. 362. Acting skills. This humble one will definitely complete it perfectly. Vesina naturally didn't dare to refuse. After all, no matter what, Karenina could be considered her lifesaver. Since she was in front of her lifesaver, naturally, she had to perform well, and must never pour cold water on someone the very next second after they just helped you. That is the behavior of someone with a negative emotional intelligence. Although in fact, the two of them were just talking at cross purposes. The matters discussed were not the same at all. Actually, it's very simple. If I asked you to perform minor reinforcement on other larger metal components, can you do it? Karenina asked, full of anticipation. After all, what she was most looking forward to now was making the engine smaller and lighter. As for that experimental machine, it was simply arranged to help reclaim Wasteland. Up to now, it hasn't had any major breakdowns. Can that be considered pretty good luck? This it still depends on the actual volume of the object. If the volume is too big, it should be very difficult to do well. Vesina replied, with a hint of awkwardness. It wasn't that she didn't want to do it, but if it exceeded the expected situation, there was completely no way to do it. Furthermore, if she carried out minor reinforcement work beyond her capability, it might even cause minor disorder in her body, leading to unbearable soreness throughout her entire body. She would have to be bedridden for at least a few days to slowly return to normal. Therefore, she still held considerable apprehension towards this. Is that so then? Just try it later. Of course, if it doesn't work out, don't push yourself too hard. Just go at your own pace. Karenina answered with a warm, soft smile and a gentle voice, coupled with her smooth hair shining with a faint golden light, and this so stirringly beautiful face. Gentle words, a soft smile, and a warm aura like the sun. Vesina felt that her body and soul were about to completely melt in this wonderful feeling, where gentleness and warmth coexisted. Lady Karenina is simply too cute, and she even has the innocence and kindness that I wanted to possess in the past, but never obtained. She actually cares so much about me, who am already a prisoner, and even exhorted me to do what I can. What a noble spirit. What a touching smile. The senior almost welled up with tears and wanted to kneel down. This humble one will definitely try her best to complete the work entrusted by you. No matter how troublesome it is, I will definitely not live up to your expectations. This senior lowered her head and said in a slightly choked voice with a firm tone. She must absolutely not let down Lady Kareninner's kindness and gentleness. This was this senior's strongest thought right now. It's fine. Just do what you can. This time, it was Kareninner's turn to be puzzled. Why would she suddenly show this deeply touched look? Could it be that she thought I was questioning her ability, felt deeply struck, and wanted to desperately prove herself in front of me? That wouldn't be good. Clearly, telling her to act within her capacity at the very beginning was to prevent her from getting into trouble, and then having to miss work for a few days. That is a big problem for production, a huge problem. The high-level labour force allocated to me was already insufficient. If one more falls, how much slower will my progress here get? Tusk, it seems I'll have to change my persuasion strategy in the future. Karenina couldn't help sighing in her heart, thinking helplessly. A living embodiment of a capitalist's ugly face. It looks like Hedgel's way of behaving is contagious. And then, did it work? During the evening tea time, Hedgel scratched his head and stared at Karenina with a puzzled look. After all, she just said such a large pile. And it seemed she didn't explain whether the experiment was successful or not. I don't know yet. I first let her look at the experimental model of my small engine, and tonight I'll allow her to plan it out properly. The formal experiment will start tomorrow. Karenina answered crisply and directly. After all, most of Vesiner's energy had already been squeezed out this morning. To ensure the normal progress of the experiment, this afternoon she was just allowed to take a good look at the structure and size of that engine. No matter what, Karenina definitely didn't want this experiment to go wrong and then crush her confidence. She's even considering this kind of problem now. She has grown up. Hedgel, however, put on an expression of her brain has finally figured it out, staring at Karenina with a warm gaze. Hey. Why do you always treat me like a fool? I'll bite you. Karenina stood up, leaned more than half her body to the other side of the table, and said angrily to Hedgel. And those two large mounds were also swaying gently along with her slender body, looking indeed a bit tempting. Whoop, do you dare? Hedgel also slowly stood up from his chair, wearing a soft smile on his face, staring fixedly at Karenina, as if he wanted to pierce straight through her. Now it was time to show off their acting skills again. Is there anything I don't dare to do? Although the content of what Karenina said sounded truly tough, but her tone became increasingly weak, completely inconsistent with what she was saying. It has completely no persuasiveness at all. Hedgel, however, took step by step, slowly walking to the other side of the table. Seeing this, Karenina also quickly retreated a few steps, staring at Hedgel's next move with full alertness. And Hedgel didn't say anything either, just step by step, treading with solid and powerful footsteps, approaching Karenina. And she just complied with his footsteps, slowly moving backward with small, pattering steps. What kind of trick is this fellow trying to pull now? Karenina thought silently in her heart. For some reason, she now felt that as long as she got close to Hedgel, quite dangerous things would happen. Hedgel still kept a straight face, without saying a word, stepping closer and closer to her step by step. Section 185. Until Karenina felt something cold and hard press against her back. She knew she had to seriously ask what this guy was planning to do. After all, right behind her was the wall, and she had nowhere left to retreat. What on earth are you plotting? Even if you are in a bad mood, do not use me as your punching bag. If you throw that punch, I will have to lie in bed for half a month. Karenina forced herself to stay calm and asked Hedgel, who was still approaching her expressionlessly, and he still did not give an answer, only waiting until the distance was right hand swung his palm. Just as Karenina covered her head, closed her eyes tightly, cursed Hedgel in her heart as an absolute retard, and prepared to take the blow head on, she discovered that the fist deviated from its expected trajectory and smashed into the wall beside her. Ha! Upon hearing the muffled thud that wasn't very loud yet carried an overwhelming sense of pressure, Karenina instantly fell into a daze. 363. No way out. What are you planning to do this time? Karenina's little face was deathly pale, and her left eyelid twitched frantically up and down, as if she had reached the absolute limit of tension. What is this? Is this supposed to be a capon? But no matter how one looked at it, this was not right at all. From whatever angle you looked at it, there was a huge problem here. Could this guy really be completely controlled by his lower half instead of his upper half? Fuck. Why give me such a face and such a curvy figure? She had never felt so vexed about her appearance and figure. However, Hedgel had no intention of answering Karenina's questions, and simply moved his face slowly closer to Karenina. Closer and closer still, until Karenina could feel the distinctly masculine breath and see her own reflection in his pupils. Hedgel finally spoke softly. Is this guy going to confess to me? It definitely is. Absolutely. Woohoo haha. I've been waiting for this. so I must reject his naive idea. When the time comes, I definitely have to see his agonizing expression from being rejected. The moment Karenina saw this guy open his mouth, this thought in her mind instantly surged, and she immediately invoked the plan she had prepared beforehand. This settles the score from when you said you wanted to bite me earlier. Having said that, he also smoothly stroked Karenina's soft hair, then immediately withdrew his body and left Karenina's side. Karenina fell into a daze for the second time. What did this guy just say? Did he say that settled the previous score? What kind of nonsense is this? This is completely wrong, isn't it? Completely wrong. Can you please follow the script for once? I had already prepared the words of rejection, so what are you trying to pull by refusing to walk right into the trap? Taking a step forward, the more she thought about it, the more powerless she felt. Taking a step back, the more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Hedgel merely glanced out of the corner of his eye at Karenina's cheeks, which puffed up and then relaxed intermittently, remaining silent. It seems I guessed correctly. Hedgel thought to himself secretly. Indeed, what he did just now was merely a test. Having known the actual situation by heart for a long time, he could not possibly make such an immature move as a confession right now. He originally just wanted to force that side of her out through such a clumsy method, but judging from the results, it was a complete and utter failure. At the beginning, he thought that as long as he provoked her and brought out that side of her once more, there might be a chance to break through her defences directly. However, this already unmeticulous plan looked like it had completely fallen through. Hedgel couldn't help letting out a slight sigh. At the same time, he incidentally paid attention to whether Karenina had noticed the situation here. Fortunately, she didn't lose control of her emotions or anything right now. I say, what did you mean by that just now? After several minutes, Karenina finally snapped out of the previous dilemma state. Her cheeks were flushed with a hint of vexation, while the corners of her mouth kept twitching. Is this considered cute? Or is she having a spasm? Such a strange question suddenly popped up in Hedgel's mind. Hey, listen to me. What on earth did you mean just now? Seeing that Hedgel still showed no reaction, her face turned beet red as she darted in front of Hedgel and started screaming and shouting. There was completely no ladylike posture whatsoever, or rather, she had no intention of maintaining that noble mask called a lady here. But I don't just want to stop here. Looking at her current appearance, Hedgel's mood also carried a hint of helplessness. Indeed, he had no intention of constantly maintaining this embarrassing yet somewhat ambiguous situation. Furthermore, he intended to go a step further. But this guy's defense was so strong that it suddenly made him feel what it was like to have no way to start. It's very obvious, just a daily routine task. Seeing you flustered and exasperated from time to time is truly quite refreshing. Hedgel feigned stretching lazily once again, while not forgetting to mock Karenina. Although this contained a part of his genuine thoughts, most of it was fake. Although teasing Karenina was indeed very interesting, but if they always stayed at this level of relationship, it would never reach an end. You Tilder. So disgusting. Yet Karenina wanted to spit on Hedgel once more. After all, treating teasing her as a daily routine task was simply too atrocious. As expected of this scumbag, the inexplicable sense of certainty in her heart rose by a few more notches for some unknown reason. Is it really that interesting to see a grown man put on such a shy look here? As expected of you, you damn pervert. Karenina naturally began to counterattack with words that went toe-to-toe with Hedgel. I've never seen a grown man with two such huge balls on his body. Hedgel, however, expressionlessly batted back this so-called refutation, and even prepared to deliver another round of taunts. TCH, that's just because of this outer shell. She turned her head away directly, seeming quite unconvinced. Right. Since it's just the outer shell, can you let me have a look at the inside as well? Hedgel immediately put on a weird smile and uttered words tinged with strange colours. Can I say you are sexual harassing me? As soon as Karenina heard this, the corners of her mouth twitched violently, and she even felt a chill down her spine, feeling as though she had heard something incredible, along with tightly adjusting the clothes on her body. Although there was no need to tighten this dress at all, wasn't her chest already stuffy? If she tightened it any more, she would probably have difficulty breathing. Then tell me, is this sexual harassment directed at the same sex or the opposite sex? Besides, in the country we are currently in, there's no such law regarding sexual harassment. Hedgel flashed a wicked smile once more, rubbing his hands together while waiting for Karenina to answer. Karenina had just realised that she seemed to have said the wrong thing. Damn it seemed like all retreats were cut off. No matter what answer she gave, this guy would definitely find a so-called flaw and start attacking. What should she do about this? But the next second, she seemed to harden her heart. In that case, I will simply, I think. Karenina stared into Hedgel's eyes and opened her mouth. 364. Obligation. I think I can take advantage of the benefits from the male side, and also include the benefits from the female side. Therefore, your harassment is directed at both the same sex and the opposite sex. It's a double crime, but since there is no law related to sexual harassment here, naturally there's no way to pursue it, so I'll forgive you this time. Karenina directly threw out a statement that completely made people feel she was shameless. After all, she only intended to pull a self-destruction and extricate herself from this question that was completely unfavorable to her. Fine, you want to take advantage of both sides, but in reality do you actually have this ability? Hedgel tilted his head slightly upward, seeming to feel he had heard a very interesting answer, and this was also what Karenina wanted to hear. After all, the purpose of her saying those words was to steer the topic in this direction. However, judging from now, it seemed she had accidentally fallen into a second pit. TCH, the outer shell is female, the core is a macho man. Why wouldn't that work? As soon as Karenina heard this, she instantly tossed out the speech she had prepared long ago, along with straightening her back, as if she wanted to increase the momentum and credibility when speaking these words. But apart from those bouncing flesh balls completely breaking her sense of solemnity and adding a bit of bravado-driven cuteness, it seemed to have no other effect at all. Seeing this scene, the corners of Hedgel's mouth also twitched involuntarily, and his thoughts wavered slightly. He secretly pondered whether this guy did it intentionally or unintentionally. Hopefully it was unintentional. If she had already calculated even this, that would be too terrifying. But at a time like this, one naturally had to make the worst-case plan, right? The previous problem could not be staged here again. Totally unpersuasive. I feel that if we randomly grabbed a servant from the palace and asked about you, I believe they would all wear warm smiles and talk about what a good girl you are, rather than some imposing macho man. Rubbing the space between his eyebrows, Hedgel did not make an overly fierce rebuttal, but used such harmless words to probe Karenina's various attitudes. TCH told her how they view it as their business, and it's enough that I know myself I'm a macho man. Karenina turned her gaze away instead, not knowing whether she was sulking or harbouring other thoughts. Should I say that is so your style? Hedgel continued to observe Karenina. Section 186. When you are unable to grasp the specific situation, you have to talk less. The more you say, the more loopholes and flaws there will be, and the easier it is for problems to arise. Isn't it naturally like this? Doing things your own way, isn't that the most brilliant response when dealing with your kind of statement? Karenina tilted her head, not knowing whether intentionally or unintentionally, putting on an adorable expression again. Hedgel also didn't know where to start complaining. Fine, as long as you're happy. Hedgel wasn't very comfortable continuing to complain about this topic. Instead, he prepared to reverse the offensive. Then the topic returns once again to the point that he wants to take advantage of both men and women. As soon as she heard Hedgel say these words, Karenina couldn't help but feel her body shudder violently. She always felt like she had jumped into a pit again. That means you can both shoulder the responsibilities of a male and bear the responsibilities of a female, right? After all, since you want to enjoy the rights, you must fulfill the obligations. Since you want to take the benefits of both sides, naturally, you must also bear the obligations of both sides. The corners of Hedgel's mouth began to curve upward inadvertently, because in this round, he should have won for sure. Karenina's gaze immediately shifted to the side, saying nothing, because she knew that the loophole in her original remark must have been found. Damn it, isn't this just I'm dead either way? Karenina cursed inwardly, and here, a male's obligation is naturally to amount to something and then make money to support the family, while a female's obligation naturally is. Hedgel's gaze at this moment unreservedly scanned Karenina's chest and lower abdomen. This was extremely aggressive, and its meaning was exceedingly obvious. It couldn't be considered a metaphor at all, rather an explicit gaze that directly let Karenina know what he wanted to say. Isn't it just getting married and having children? She also made no attempt to conceal her disgust for Hedgel's gaze, directly rolled her eyes at him, and whispered, looks like you understand quite well. Hedgel also immediately reined in that gaze, then nodded. TCH, being stared at by you like that, even if I didn't want to understand, I'd have to understand. As soon as Karenina saw him looking like this, she couldn't help but show a disdainful expression. It's just to avoid expressing what I want to say with overly explicit language. Hedgel, however, gave another seemingly reasonable, but actually complete nonsense answer. Get lost. Do you call this not explicit? Do you have some kind of misunderstanding about this word? At this time, Karenina even wanted to directly pinch the soft flesh on Hedgel's body hard, using this pain to properly cure this guy's abnormal thinking. Wait, don't try to keep changing the topic. So what are your plans regarding the matter of fulfilling obligations? Miss Karenina. At this moment, Hedgel put on a warm and gentle smile, but in Karenina's eyes, this was like the bitter midwinter, because this emergency disposal method of changing the topic was no longer useful. Well, at least not because I'm a male. I cannot fulfill this kind of. Seeing that her scheme had been pierced through, Karenina could only answer Hedgel's question awkwardly and stammeringly. Since she had already thrown away her shame, she might as well throw it away even more. She was convinced of this in her heart, because this might directly affect her future life and other aspects. If just being a bit shameless at this moment could resolve this issue. Karenina was willing to lose all her face right in front of Hedgel. Anyway, her previous foolish appearance had already exhausted her face in front of him. Losing a bit more didn't matter. Strange thoughts appeared in Karenina's heart again. However, these two big guys of yours completely lack any persuasiveness. This time, not knowing what wind was blowing in his head, Hedgel directly poked the two large flesh balls on Karenina's chest with his finger. Guilty conscience. A.R. Karenina was stunned first, and then once again visually confirmed the scene she had just seen, additionally confirming it with the tactile sensation felt by her body. Finally, she confirmed it. This Hedgel was indeed doing some strange things, and it belonged to a rather strange type at that. This caused Karenina's brain to almost completely crash, along with issuing a high-pitched scream. Don't be so loud. It makes it sound like I did something to you. I just confirmed the feel. Hedgel said expressionlessly. There's a problem, right? No matter how you look at it, there's a problem, right? Who would have nothing to do and, under the guise of confirming the feel, openly poke a girl's sensitive parts? Is something wrong with your guy's brain? And it's the kind with the biggest problem. Karenina only felt that this guy saying such weird things in front of her had a huge problem. Does that count as admitting you're a girl? At this time, Hedgel showed a strange smile of objective achieved no. Realizing that something was wrong, Karenina immediately began to stubbornly refuse to admit defeat, but her gaze had already started shifting continuously. Since you haven't admitted you're a girl, and we're both guys, poking a little shouldn't matter, right? Just satisfying my curiosity. Hedgel once again naturally produced his whole set of fallacies and heresies. Anyway, he was now like a dead pig unafraid of boiling water. If it was just displaying this posture in front of Karenina, it didn't matter. Won't this just evolve into a plot like Brother He? Don't. Could it be that you still plan to become a criminal? Karenina could be said to be extremely guilty at the moment, and even wanted to run away immediately. After all, this time obviously, it was her complete defeat. Sorry, having power at a time like this really lets you do whatever you want. At this time, Hedgel showed a strange smile, yet with a bit of victory is assured, and slowly approached Karenina. You guy, you're not going to come for real, are you? Karenina's heart immediately jumped to her throat, her face full of vigilance, while she also stepped with small, quick steps, slowly moving toward the door. After all, she had just been pinned to the wall once, and continuing to shrink into the corner of the room now would be the most foolish behavior of failing to learn a lesson. MHM tilde, who knows? Hedgel, however, showed a meaningless smile. In Karenina's eyes, this was actually about the same as a definite reply like that's right, I'm coming. Needless to say, tonight's meeting was very interesting with abundant harvests. I'll take my leave first. That's it. Having said that, Karenina immediately dodged past Hedgel's body, then quickly opened the restaurant's door, and sprinted out at the fastest speed she could achieve, leaving Hedgel to helplessly stare at her escape trajectory without saying a word. Who if she really didn't run away? That would be the real problem. Seeing Karenina's situation, Hedgel could be considered to have breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he originally just wanted to give her a way out, to give her a chance to escape. And if she hadn't seen through it and still put on the look of I admit defeat, that was what Hedgel felt was the hardest to handle. To be honest, if Hedgel really wanted to, Karenina would simply be unable to bypass Hedgel's body so easily, and he only needed to reach out his hand slightly to easily grab Karenina's clothes, then pull her into his arms, breathing deeply of the scent on her body, and feeling her softness. But he couldn't do that yet. Thinking of this, he couldn't help feeling a bit regretful. However, unexpected gains were not non-existent. It really is so soft, and carries a bit of elasticity. The feel is definitely top-notch. Recalling the tactile sensation in his hands just now, Hedgel couldn't help making such a gentlemanly remark. Originally, he did this kind of thing intending to observe Karenina's reaction, and this feel was truly an unexpected gain. That's probably how it was. So the next question is also very obvious. It's the same as the result I originally guessed. If I were to recklessly confess, I would definitely be rejected. Then continue helping her identify with her own identity first. After that, according to the actual situation, formulate a strategy direction. Hedgel seemed to have found a path. Next he just needed to continue working down this path. I really didn't expect the difficulty of this conquest to be so high. And this guy is also an old 1,000-layer cake as expected. The more interesting a person is, the harder it is to conquer. Hedgel seemed to feel that it verified a certain existing, or non-existing, principle that damn pervert. What on earth is he scheming again? Even a fool can see that he intentionally let me go at that time. What purpose does he actually have? While heading toward her room, Karenina was pondering the serious question. Why did this guy want to give you a way out? Obviously, wouldn't it have been fine to just follow the topic and then smoothly confess to me? Of course, needless to say, Rejection was certain. Or rather, had he seen through this point, feeling that I'm not the image of heartless, nothing but stupid and silly that I portray. Not an easy girl. Karenina suddenly felt that the problem was a bit serious. Could it be that this guy has already discovered the problem and is still finding the right timing to solve it? This is not so good. She quickly opened her room door, dodged and shrank inside, additionally locking the door, although she also understood that this was completely useless. But this could at least provide a little sense of security. She gave herself an uncertain answer. That guy's expected. He still lusts after this body. Clearly, he could find someone better, right? Why on earth does he keep pestering me? Or does he want to say to me, an interesting soul? Karenina muttered to herself in a slightly self-deprecating tone. Oh, come on, come on. Who would find the soul of a hikikomori useless, greasy man interesting? Saying this kind of thing to me, aside from mockery, I can't feel any other meaning in it. Section 187. However, she immediately dismissed the thought. After all, in her view, such a possibility was truly slim. Then what on earth is his purpose, besides this body? 366. A reminder. The more Karenina pondered, the stranger Hedgel felt. What on earth was this guy plotting? If he only looked at her appearance, Vril could definitely be considered top-notch. She had the figure, a great personality, had known Hedgel since childhood, and could handle being tossed around. Unlike me now, where just moving a little bit leaves my back sore. Aren't childhood sweethearts supposed to be standard equipment? Having nothing better to do, why bother with my side? Karenina really felt that something was off the more she thought about it now. Dusk, what kind of weird scheme is this guy running in his mind, or is he trying to use this method to keep me bound to his side so that I won't betray him, or perhaps to make me work hard for him all the time in the future? Karenina's thoughts leaned increasingly toward the bizarre. But is it really necessary to do this? Just for this purpose? Does it really require going to such great lengths? Karenina still couldn't believe that Hedgel genuinely liked her. After all, a guy like him who took profit as his primary guide wouldn't put in such a massive amount of energy into her unless there were huge profits behind her driving him to take such actions. No matter how you looked at it, this was extremely bizarre. What on earth did he want? Karenina stripped off her dress, drew a hot bath, and with these strange thoughts, began her customary daily body wash. Although the Keboj Empire was located in the south, the climate could still be considered warm. At least in the imperial capital, snow was not seen in winter. At most, the temperature was a bit low, to the extent of needing extra clothes. However, at the northern border, every winter, blinding white snow could be seen covering the land. And right at that time, it was the best attacking opportunity for the Northern Alliance. Because those lizards were not afraid of the cold, and even in the vast snowy fields, they could move freely. And now it was already late autumn, and the autumn wind was intermittently whipping against the windows amidst the night, like drumbeats, coordinating with a howling wind to ensemble songs that humans could not understand. The weather has turned cooler, too. How much time is left? Karenina was already sitting in the bathtub filled with hot water, the warm current gently wrapping around and moistening her body, which alone made her mood much better. She even wanted to sprinkle a little salt inside, and add some scallions, ginger, and garlic. As for Karenina, she completely gave up on guessing Hedgel's inner thoughts. After all, she felt that it was because of insufficient information that she couldn't know what scheme Hedgel was hatching in his mind. Blindly guessing would only add unnecessary trouble. Or rather, she completely ruled out the possibility of love. Because she thought no one would like a shut-in, not calling her disgusting could already be considered a huge favour. Even if this shut-in was exceptionally well wrapped in this wonderful flesh, yet she still couldn't escape this train of thought. How troublesome. I'm just afraid that the Northerners will tear up the Peace of Peace Treaty as soon as winter arrives, and attack without hesitation. This can be considered an absolute bad thing for us. Instead, she was now pondering the direction of future research development. After all, since they had to deal with those guys if they didn't make foolproof plans, big problems would definitely arise. Because this side didn't know at all how many trump cards those guys held in their hands. Let's have him strengthen the defense of the North first in these 2 days. Or rather, he probably has already planned it. Given his personality, he might have prepared various contingency plans long ago. Thinking about this, Karenina felt that this possibility was quite high. After all, Hedgel was the kind of person who wouldn't feel at ease without leaving backup plans. It seemed like whenever an emergency occurred, he could handle it calmly. Being prepared is a good thing, but you don't need to worry this much. After all, you don't know the intelligence of the North, but they don't know your intelligence either. Both sides dare not act rashly. Don't tell me you still think this is that drill called XD piece from your past memories. That she appeared out of nowhere at this moment. This scared Karenina into shuddering in the hot water. Can you give me a bit of psychological preparation next time you appear? If you do this a few more times, I'm afraid I'll be scared right into a heart attack. Karenina's mouth twitched, and she protested to that fellow in an extremely dissatisfied tone, although she also knew that this guy wouldn't listen at all. Yet she still wanted to say it anyway. Was this considered her final defiance? TCH, if you could get a heart attack, wouldn't all mankind be plagued by 100 diseases? And that she spoke with an extremely sarcastic voice, seeming quite displeased with her. Or rather, was this a mockery of Kareninner's ignorance? Yet Kareninner fell into utter bewilderment at this moment. Don't understand. Well, whatever. Anyway, you don't need to understand right now. Yet she had no intention of giving much explanation, only letting out an inexplicable TCH before falling silent. So, you suddenly came to find me now? Is there something wrong? Since Kareninner had already figured out that this guy wasn't going to give any clear answers, she could only ask questions that she might get an answer to. Otherwise, it would just be wasting time and saliva. I just felt that your previous conversation with that guy named Hedgel was a bit interesting, so I popped out to say a couple of things. She replied in a lazy tone, seeming to simply find the matter a bit interesting. So, what do you want to say about this? Kareninner rolled her eyes without hesitation. After all, in her view, Hedgel must have thought there was profit to be made before finding an opportunity to stir up trouble, although Kareninner didn't know yet what exact profit he thought there was. But intuition and experience told her it was just like that. Well, I just wanted to say, don't look down on yourself. The rest is still up to you to make a decision. In short, as long as you're happy. Her answer seemed quite straightforward. Yet somehow it still felt vague in certain places. Is this all you wanted to say? Kareninner still hadn't fully recovered from that sentence, and just asked casually to see this fellow's attitude. What else? Although it's not very easy for me to interfere in what you want to do, but giving you dummy a tiny reminder isn't entirely out of the question. As for whether you can understand it, that's no longer something I can interfere with. 367. Disguise. After finishing that speech, that fellow completely vanished once again. Even the special sense of chaos that accompanied her appearance disappeared without a trace. Did she really leave? For some reason, Kareninner suddenly felt a wave of relief. What on earth is she trying to express? Does she mean telling me not to underestimate myself? Kareninner fell into deep thought once more. However, what was the purpose of her doing this? Was it just to tell me this matter? Kareninner started over-interpreting again. After all, the intelligence given by this fellow had always been elusive. Without some deep interpretation, one might really not understand it. And what a pity. This time, she didn't have any other extraneous thoughts. It was just a simple, kind reminder. However, this didn't seem to have any practical effect. Instead, it brought about some strange side effects. Perhaps she's reminding me that I can let go and unleash myself, dig out all the weird ideas in my head. She seemed to think she had guessed right. Tilda, since she already said so, then I won't be polite. Just as she wanted to wildly mine her imagination, and then go tinker with some weird equipment, the next day she suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. I say, is there something wrong with your brain? Or are you deliberately trying to piss me off? It was that familiar wave of chaos, and that exact same bloody scent carrying a strange floral fragrance, and that voice that maxed out on sarcasm. Who told you not to give me a proper explanation? You insist on making me guess, and then scold me if I guess wrong. Kareninner was full of grievances. Oh please, don't put on that act in front of me. You might fool him, but do you really think you can fool me? Kareninner even felt that she could see a fellow identical to herself standing right in front of her, rolling her eyes at her. TCH, it's just a bit hard to change back. It's like I wanted to do this. Upon hearing these words, the grievance-stricken expression on Kareninner's face quickly vanished, and at the same time, she raised her head in displeasure and said to the ethereal fellow, "But how come I feel like you're actually enjoying it? Illusion. It's all an illusion." Kareninner immediately refuted this statement. Fine, if you think it's an illusion, then it's an illusion. Anyway, I can't be bothered to entangle myself with you over these matters. As for what I said to you earlier, just treat it as if you heard nothing. Finally, that she merely sighed. All right, anyway, I can't guess what on earth you want to say. With that, Kareninner stood straight up from the bathtub. The water droplets that had originally clung to her body and hair pattered down into the bathtub, carrying heat, weaving a cheerful movement composed of water droplets. Clearly knowing, yet saying you don't know. Do you like running away this much? And that she pierced through the lie without hesitation. Instinct, nothing more. Just like the disguise you mentioned earlier. It's all instinct. Since you know everything, you should also understand the reason. I couldn't be bothered to talk much about these things, Kareninner said indifferently, as if what she was talking about wasn't her own affair at all. The surrounding atmosphere was also unknowingly changing. Even inside this warm, humid, mist-filled bathroom, a chill inexplicably crept in at this moment. It seemed as though in the next instant, these mists would be instantly frozen by a cold current into permafrost. Section 188. Fine, but you should also know that some things have to be faced eventually. Running away won't lead to any results. You should understand this very well yourself, however, that she at this moment had no intention of excessively persuading Karenina, because she could not help Karenina accomplish anything. Furthermore, this was still a private matter. I have my own discretion. Karenina merely answered indifferently, her tone completely inconsistent with the innocent and carefree person usually seen. After saying that, Karenina walked straight out of the bathhouse. If Hedgel were to see this scene, feel the current atmosphere, and hear these conversations, he would definitely feel glad for his own deep consideration. Then do you think maintaining the status quo is the best option? Yet she remained relentlessly persistent, continuing to ask Karenina, why wouldn't it be the best? The value of life can be realized, and that is already enough. However, Karenina had no intention of continuing along with she's words, simply wiping the water droplets from her body on her own. It seems the most fundamental notions of you, fellow, haven't wavered even a tiny bit over these dozen years. TCH, I originally thought that these years of living as a woman might make your thoughts change slightly, but that she let out an incomprehensible exclamation. Stop dreaming. Karenina still answered calmly and plainly, but the slightly abnormal flush on her face completely failed to escape she's eyes. Excuse me, does this thing really need to undergo complete reinforcement? The next day, inside the testing grounds, the senior asked Karenina with a solemn expression. Beside her was a smooth iron contraption that looked relatively refined and had its surface meticulously polished. Naturally, this was also the engine whose structure had been adjusted, cylinder walls lightweighted, and overall volume significantly reduced, although it was also unclear whether this reinforcement could succeed. If it didn't work out, then she would only be able to have the cylinder walls of the cylinder undergo a round of reinforcement. After all, what was most feared at present was that the cylinder walls wouldn't be able to withstand the violent expansion of air when the internal fuel burned, coupled with the abruptly rising temperature, leading to the cylinder cracking. One could only say take it one step at a time. To whatever extent it could be done, that was the extent it would be done. Do one's human best, and leave the rest to destiny. That was probably the current situation, right? If it's impossible to reinforce the entire device with magic all at once, it doesn't matter. As long as you pay attention to properly reinforcing that largest container in the middle, there won't be any problem. After casting all those wild thoughts aside, Karenina also gave a serious and proper reply. Anyway, as long as the key components could be reinforced, issues like insufficient material strength in other parts could be resolved by disassembling this engine afterward and handing the various different parts over to other mages for reinforcement. Therefore, she now just wanted to bring the cylinder wall to its optimal state. I understand, the senior agreed in a soft voice. 368. Process. Having said that, the senior carefully pressed her hand onto this lump of iron that could neither be considered exquisite nor rough. Pale blue magic trickled down her arms and palms, slowly permeating into the metal, outlining line after line of wonderful magic patterns glittering with a peculiar brilliance on the silver-grey surface. These patterns were constantly extending, constantly intersecting, and constantly intertwining. The pale blue halo released in between grew increasingly dazzling and eye-catching. Following the senior's thoughts, this magic unreservedly permeated and integrated with the metal, giving each other a new life, a new mission, and a new future. Deep blue had already occupied Karenina's eyes at this moment, and it was also the first time she realized that magic could become so beautiful. Even the mere fullness of magic patterns could bring about such stirring visual effects. And that magic fluctuation, though faint, was filled with unignorable tenacity and power, making one so excited. Magic, this kind of thing, might perhaps display even more wonderful and irresistible sides in the future. Karenina suddenly came up with such a strange thought. As for Vesina, she herself had a solemn expression, her eyes staring closely at the increasing magic patterns on the metal surface. Bean-sized sweat droplets seeped out from her forehead at a visible speed, fusing with the surrounding sweat droplets, and finally yielding to the call of gravity, sliding down her skin particle by particle, drop by drop, onto the ground. It seems this is far more tense than the scene I can see. Upon seeing Vesina's arduous appearance, Karenina also seemed to realize some things. It looks like it might actually work. But even if she can do it, how many cylinders can be reinforced in a whole day? Judging from production efficiency and loss, it's simply not worth it at all. She was now pondering once again whether doing this, at the current stage, was worth it or not. After all, if other mages whose skill level was about the same as hers were asked to perform this work, then the reinforcement of cannon barrels and other parts would have no way of proceeding. It's a bit hard to decide. Karenina thought to herself like this. As for what Vesina was thinking in her heart at this moment, must complete the task assigned to me by Lady Karenina. Absolutely must not let her down. This was the reason why she was working so hard at this time. Because she didn't want to see Karenina show any disappointed expression. To let gloom appear on the face of such a beautiful, innocent, and cute young girl, what a huge sin that would be. That was truly unforgivable. Vesiner suddenly felt a miraculous power fill her entire body, driving her to perfectly complete this arduous task. It seems a bit difficult. At this moment, Vesiner suddenly heard a soft murmur from Karenina. This gave Vesiner a start in her heart. She stealthily glanced sideways in Karenina's direction out of the corner of her eye, only to find her lowering her head with a solemn expression. She was biting her lips tightly, her small face flushed red, and even her azure blue large eyes were filled with melancholy. Just looking at her from a distance, one could feel a heavy sense of sorrow. Is she worrying about me? Vesina thought instinctively. Should be the case, right? And she's even showing such an upset expression. Vesina seemed to become increasingly convinced of this. After all, in her view, Karenina was a character just like an angel. Such a pure and kind little angel would naturally use the most wonderful gaze and malice-free vision to view everything around her, right? Even for a person like me, she probably wouldn't treat me differently, right? Vesina suddenly began moving herself with her own thoughts. Since Lady Karenina cares about me so much, if I make her sad again, wouldn't that be too ungrateful? I will definitely complete this task in the most perfect way and with the most wonderful posture. Vesina made up her mind once again. As for why Karenina showed this kind of expression, it was simply because she was struggling over whether to prioritize mass-producing cannon barrels or rush-producing a batch of engines first. After all, with current productivity, she could only choose one of them. This plunged her into a strange vortex of thought, and deeper she sank into this vortex. Woo-woo was so troublesome. This decision is simply too difficult. Naturally, Karenina, who suffered from choice paralysis, quickly gave up thinking. Forget it, I'll ask that guy Hedgel when the time comes. Although I can't figure out what his attitude is right now, but I reckon he wouldn't dare make any outrageous moves. That naturally meant being bold and assured, ask when she needed to ask, and handle things however they should be handled. Could he possibly eat me up? After careful consideration and deducing Hedgel's many recent actions, Karenina also reached this conclusion. Since the thinking was already done, the remaining time naturally could only be spent continuing to watch Vesina's performance. But not knowing if it was an illusion, she only felt that Vesina seemed to be working even harder than before. Should probably, maybe, more or less, be an illusion, right? Karenina's mouth twitched, not knowing whether this was good or bad. Nearly an hour passed in a hurry once again. Karenina could also be said to be so bored she was almost dozing off. But due to years of training, she was still standing straight, and her temperament had not changed in the slightest, to the extent that others simply couldn't tell what her mental state actually was. Meanwhile, Vesina was still emotionally moving herself. After all, people who could stand here and watch her cast magic the whole time were really not many, and Karenina could be said to be one of the few people in these decades. Suddenly feeling that this aristocratic etiquette really seemed to be a bit useful. Of course, Karenina, who didn't know Vesina's thoughts, naturally wouldn't produce such a strange thought. She could be said to be extremely anxious right now. After all, the speed was truly too slow, to the point that even she herself felt that mass-producing engines was sheer fantasy as things looked now. And right amidst this subtle yet slightly bizarre atmosphere, several more minutes passed. At this time, the magic brilliance appearing on that large iron lump in front of Vesina finally began to gradually dim. If nothing unexpected happened, this should be the sign that the reinforcement was about to complete, right? Karenina instantly woke up from that groggy state. Then does this mean I can soon conduct strength tests on it? Karenina rubbed her small hands that had waited for a long time, waiting for Vesina to hand over this test paper into her hands. 366. Resistance. So uncomfortable. In the evening, Karenina slumped her upper body weakly against the long dining table in the dining room, as if all her strength had been drained away. Section 189. At the same time, endless wails were still coming from her mouth. Even the dessert and tea beside her hadn't been touched at all. I have no idea what on earth happened to make her suddenly start wailing. Hedgel sat across the table, staring at Karenina's full head of golden hair, and silently took a sip of tea. Did something happen to you during the day? What's with the endless wailing? Seeing time tick by minute, yet Karenina still hadn't snapped out of her dejected state at all. Things having reached this point, Hedgel naturally couldn't keep quiet any longer, and instead tentatively asked her. After all, the only thing capable of inflicting that level of destructive damage on her would be work-related problems. It was definitely not related to yesterday's incident. After all, judging by her attitude toward me just now, she probably didn't take last night's matter seriously at all. This further confirmed my earlier guess. Hedgel could be said to be quite certain about this woo-woo-wits about that streamlined version of the engine, and Karenina straightforwardly spat out the matter that was troubling her. Or rather, she was just waiting for Hedgel to ask that exact question. Did the experiment fail? Since the first question was right, all that was left was to keep asking. No, rather, you could say it was a resounding success. Yet the answer Karenina gave was baffling. Since it's a resounding success, the way you look right now doesn't look like a resounding success at all. does it? Hearing this, Hedgel's lips twitched involuntarily. After all, this sounded quite wrong since it succeeded. Why would this fellow start wailing? Shouldn't she happily use her knife and fork to sweep away all the desserts on the table? Why would she still have no appetite at all? It's precisely because the results are so good that I feel miserable, because with the reinforcement standards of these mages, it's simply impossible to achieve rapid and mass production, isn't? It's such a pity. This time, Karenina didn't keep him in suspense. Instead, following her miraculous train of thought, she blurted out everything that made her uncomfortable in one breath. Hey, it's already great that it succeeded. At worst, we can just install these devices in a few necessary places. Maybe we really can acquire some technology regarding allies in the future. Hedgel persuaded her helplessly. In his view, having technical reserves in these areas was enough. There was no need to mass produce them under such high-cost conditions. After all, who knows if we might get things with low costs and better results later. For example, the airship wreckage buried inside that mountain. There definitely wouldn't be a shortage of recyclable components inside. Who could guarantee there wouldn't be high temperature and high hardness alloys inside that could be reverse engineered? Maybe we could even get some new technology by relying on that fellow called Hayaki. Hedgel could be said to be quite open-minded about this. Since we can't use it now, we can just treat these as technical reserves. But Karenina seemed to carry some strange obsession. Although I understand, the feeling of seeing good things but not being able to use them is truly agonizing. Karenina wriggled her body, leaning on her arms to slowly prop her upper body up from the table. Her large eyes were filled with grievance, and her small lips were slightly puckered, seemingly in quite a bad mood. I completely didn't see you turning out like this. We were eating. The moment Hedgel saw Karenina's appearance, he felt that the Karenina he had seen during dinner was fake. After all, at that time, he could be said to have completely failed to notice anything unusual about Karenina. It could even be said there was no difference from usual. It was only after the maids cleared away the knives, forks, and dinner plates on the long dining table and served the designated post-meal desserts that she started wailing. Wait, I seem to understand something. Thinking of this, Hedgel felt as though he had discovered the reason why Karenina was acting this way. At the same time, his eyes narrowed slightly, meticulously scanning all the details of Karenina's face. And Karenina also noticed Hedgel's subtle movement, her body shuddering violently. Did he manage to guess the answer? Hedgel couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As expected, I shouldn't hold too many illusions about her. After all, she wasn't the kind of girl who would intentionally leave such illusions for me to begin with. However, this is also pretty good. Isn't a profit-driven type pretty nice too? I have to say, if you're trying to use this method to get more out of me, I think it's impossible. Hedgel sighed helplessly and said to Karenina, after all, I'm serious on my end too. I won't allocate everything to you just because of some ideas of yours. Because what we need right now is all-around development, not building a military empire. Understand? Upon hearing Hedgel say these words, Karenina's whole body shuddered violently. She was found out. This time, Karenina let out a solid wail, though only in her mind. I just want a little more manpower. I didn't say I wanted all of it. But Karenina shyly and awkwardly began to quibble, and even refused to give up. If it's ordinary workers, I can give you however many you want. Yet Hedgel answered with a smile and in a pleasant manner. After all, he understood that what Karenina wanted was these advanced labourers, not bottom-tier labourers. Can't you give me just a couple more labourers with slightly stronger abilities? Truly, just giving me a couple more will do. My demands aren't high either. Karenina then started pestering him relentlessly again. After all, to some extent, she could indeed be described as using any means to achieve her goal. And if she could get more labour time from these advanced labourers and obtain more labour output, then even if she had to act cute a bit more and say a few sweet words fitting her current appearance, it wasn't something she couldn't do. Of course, this all depended on whether Hedgel was willing to agree to these conditions. Pushing one's luck is not good. Hedgel slowly took a sip of tea. He raised his head, stared into Karenina's eyes, and said, Indeed, if one simply looked at her eyes that carried a hint of flattery right now, an ordinary man would probably be completely unable to refuse. After all, a combination of cuteness and charm was indeed a bullet that hit a man's heart with 100% accuracy. I can only say, I happen to have a bit of resistance in this aspect right now. 370. Feeding. Naturally, Hedgel, who had already developed an immunity to some of Karenina's offensives, would definitely not be moved by her current little tricks. After all, these were all just acting. If it were Hedgel before riding in the carriage with Karenina, there might have been a possibility of believing it. But the current Hedgel knew even instinctively that this was definitely Karenina's acting. After all, she might not be good at organising words or confronting people head-on. But in terms of disguise and performance, even Hedgel might have to tremble a few times. At least in terms of bewildering Hedgel for such a long time, she could already be said to have won completely. Woo up pushing one's luck. Clearly these are reasonable demands. Alright, and just thinking about being able to manufacture armored vehicles and other weapons and equipment can definitely be considered a huge blessing, right? Haven't you ever thought about things in this regard? Karenina still refused to give up, trying to arouse Hetzel's interest through certain things known as a man's romance, and then logically obtain more material supplies. After all, as long as Hetzel had a momentary flush of heat and agreed to Karenina's demand, Karenina would definitely never let go. She was just waiting for a verbal slip or a moment of recklessness from Hetzel. In the end, she might even borrow the pretense of training mindset and social skills, and these, naturally, would be the tuition fees. Although Karenina's schemes were well calculated, but whether the main person took the bait was another matter entirely. Give up on that thought. I'm not some middle school syndrome kid who likes to act cool. Doing things down to earth is the most reliable way. Hetzel just waved his hand and immediately vetoed Karenina's proposal. This kind of thing naturally had to be vetoed directly, without leaving any room. Otherwise, given her personality, as long as a tiny bit of possibility was left, she would definitely seize upon that point and start pestering him relentlessly. Besides, if rejected directly, she probably wouldn't be hurt much. At most, she would just put on the appearance of woo. My heart hurts so much. How could you reject me? On the surface. In reality, at most a few minutes later, she would return to normal. After all, situations like failure were also among the possibilities she had calculated long ago. This was also part of the results Hetzel obtained during this period of information integration. Tusky really won't loosen your grip. I just wanted to take 2 more people. As expected, Karenina still didn't want to give up. With the first time, there naturally will be a second time. Besides, wasn't this labor allocation situation something we decided on long ago? The spirit of the contract cannot be violated just like that, Tilda. Hetzel certainly wouldn't foolishly listen to Karenina's statement. He simply put down his teacup and answered leisurely. Woo total failure. Seeing this situation, Karenina also felt there was no breakthrough point. After all, since Hetzel had already put it this way, even if she continued to argue, there would be no result. It might even put her in a disadvantageous position. It's better to withdraw early. Pouting her lips, she dragged the coaster along with the teacup in front of her without any ladylike image, and then sipped the tea in small mouthfuls. In the it seemed her mood was a bit bad. Finally given up. Even if I didn't give up, you definitely wouldn't agree. Then what would be the point of me continuing to lock horns with you? Karenina, however, rolled her eyes and answered without hesitation. You see things quite clearly. You've grown a lot. Although Hetzel understood that this fellow had never been small, the necessary disguise still had to be maintained. At least he couldn't let her discover so quickly that he had seen through her disguise. Therefore, his tone purposefully carried a hint of mockery. Section 190. I'm already older than you in psychological age, okay? From what angle are you even talking about when you say grown up? Karenina was not one to be outdone and even wanted to snap back. Fine. You're older. You're mature. However, Hetzel had no intention of reducing this mockery in the slightest. Instead, he continued to dial up the sarcasm. Hearing this, Karenina couldn't tell whether she was actually angry or just putting on an acting performance. She just glared unkindly at Hetzel while taking small, dainty sips of her tea. Hetzel merely shrugged, then began selecting a satisfactory pastry from the dessert stand. After all, the possibility of this fellow showing off her acting skills was definitely greater than the possibility of her being genuinely angry. Because she originally wanted to shape her external image into a harmless airhead, being mocked by me like this should make her think her disguise was flawless and secretly rejoice. And when Hetzel selected his favourite pastry, gently speared it with a fork, and prepared to place it on his dining plate, he heard Karenina across the table emit a strange sound of unknown meaning, but resembling a mix of surprise and annoyance. Wait, annoyance. Hetzel seemed to have discovered something interesting. Could it be that you want to eat this piece too? Hetzel carefully observed the piece of cake. Combined with Karenina's past habits, he arrived at this highly probable conclusion. Afterwards, he glanced out of the corner of his eye toward Karenina's direction. He saw that although her face wore a look of indifference, her eyes were uncontrollably glancing over this way. Perhaps out of fear of being discovered, it seemed that whenever her eyes drifted in this direction, she would immediately tilt her head slightly in the opposite direction, trying to shift her gaze away. But judging by the result, this instead exposed an even more serious problem. First, this thing held an enormous attraction for her, and it seemed to also show a part of her tsundere traits. In them, it could really be said that the problem was quite serious. Looks like I guessed right. Hetzel thought to himself secretly. I don't know what the chef was thinking today. Why is there only one? No, I usually don't eat these. Today I only reached out for this thing to ease the atmosphere. Hetzel suddenly realized that he was the creator of the current awkward situation, and the spoiler, who stirred up the already calming atmosphere once again. MMHV tilder such a rare opportunity. Shouldn't I take the opportunity to do something? However, Hedgel had completely no intention of reflecting on himself. Not only that, but he even wanted to take the opportunity to do something to Karenina. For example, her feeding play. 371. True fragrance. As soon as Hedgel's idea came out of the oven, Karenina suddenly felt a chill crawl up her spine. This caused her to shiver for some reason. I always feel like something wrong is about to happen, Karenina thought subconsciously, and the next instant, this mental expectation became reality. You do really want to eat this? Hedgel gently placed the piece of cake on the plate, then asked Karenina softly with an inexplicable smile on his face. Although it couldn't be heard from his tone what Hedgel specifically wanted to do, it could be known that he definitely harbored malicious intentions. Then how should I answer? Judging from the reality of the situation, I really want it to, but now this piece of cake is in his hands, and it's awkward for me to speak up. As expected, I should still refuse. TCH, you want to eat it yourself? Why are you suddenly saying I want to eat it? Don't imagine other people as being so gluttonous. Okay, not only that. After finishing these words, she did not forget to roll her eyes at Hedgel. Really? Hedgel stared directly at Karenina's face, blinking inexplicably. Really? Isn't it obviously obvious that I don't want it? For some reason, Karenina suddenly became excited. To be honest, even she herself didn't figure out why she was getting so excited. Oh Tilder, then I won't stand on ceremony. As he spoke, Hedgel wore a meaningful smile, and began slowly, piece by piece, to cut the exquisite cake with a knife and fork. Naturally, he definitely wouldn't be like a fool and really eat it all by himself. Of course, he had to lure the target to a certain extent, and then capture her. Hedgel first carefully steadied the cake with a fork, and then leisurely began to cut into a corner of the triangular cake with a dinner knife. At the same time, he kept an eye on Karenina's movements. He saw that although Karenina was still trying her best to pretend to be indifferent on the surface, in reality, her gaze kept glancing over this way. It seemed that no matter what, she couldn't control the deviation of her line of sight. MMHV, it looks like she took the bait. Hedgel thought silently in his heart. After all, who knows why? Karenina's resistance to this type of dessert was almost zero, although the reason was unknown, but since that was the case, Hedgel would simply make good use of it. Anyway, there wouldn't be any problems, and by the way, maybe he could farm a wave of favorability and take advantage of her a little. Hedgel began his calculations as usual. At this moment, a corner of the cake was also perfectly cut off by him. He speared this piece of cake that could just be swallowed in one small bite with a fork, and then seemingly unintentionally, but actually intentionally, waved it in front of Karenina. The air was gradually beginning to fill with the scent of conspiracy. Or to a certain extent could it be considered an open conspiracy. As for what Karenina was actually thinking, one could only use the word gritting her teeth. If you want to eat it, just eat it. Why are you still dawdling and waving it around in front of me so slowly? Are you deliberately tempting me? Believe it or not, I'll pounce over and snatch it from you right now. Karenina looked faintly uneasy on the surface, but deep down her heart was already surging with turbulent waves. She even wanted to directly play the role of the cake thief and make Hedgel realize what pretentious punishment meant. Want to eat? After determining Karenina's current mood, Hedgel began his next step in the plan. That was to ask decisively, further teasing Karenina. No, don't want to. Karenina was still being stubborn, and her true thoughts, as long as one's eyes weren't blind, ears weren't deaf, and emotional intelligence wasn't lower than zero, anyone would understand that the reality of the situation was definitely the opposite of what she said verbally. Well, since that's the case, Hedgel didn't hide it at all, straightening his arm and extending the fork directly in front of Karenina. What are you trying to do again? Do you really think I'll eat it? Will I really? Seeing this scene, Karenina instantly lost her composure. After all, this was something she hadn't expected at all. However, she wanted to push Hedgel's arm away, but hindered by the fact that the cake was indeed a bit tempting, she couldn't bring herself to do it. I actually really think he will eat it. Oh, but Hedgel just curved the corners of his mouth upward, answering with a face full of certainty. Based on past experience of staying with her, Hedgel was utterly convinced of her penchant for liking this type of dessert. After all, no matter how one looked at it, she had no need and no possibility of hiding her preferences here all along. Although he didn't understand why she liked exquisite desserts like cake so much, as long as it could be utilized, Hedgel wouldn't care too much about the reason. Woo. Hearing these words, Karenina bit her lip tightly. It should be fine to eat it, right? After all, it's just him handing over food and me swallowing it in one bite. This doesn't look wrong at all, does it? Isn't this just the normal behavior of eating food and replenishing energy? It's just that before this food enters my oral cavity, it went through one more step that didn't cause any denaturation to the food itself. Therefore, the food itself is still harmless, and it won't cause any adverse effects on me either. It's just carbohydrates plus a small amount of protein and fat. There's completely no need to calculate too much about it. Just eat it directly. Eating it means profiting. For living organisms, eating is also a great fun and a necessary activity for survival. After a big circle of inner debate, Karenina forcibly defended this ambiguous behavior as a purely biological necessity. Then she let herself eat the food on the fork that had already been extended in front of her with a clear conscience. This is probably unrivaled. After her train of thought became unhindered, Karenina made up her mind, swallowed the cake in one bite, and after chewing slowly, swallowed it down. MPH tilde still as delicious as ever tilde indeed. Eating is a joy for living organisms, especially when it's such a high-quality energy source rich in carbohydrates and fat. Pursuing them is inherently the instinct of living creatures. Karenina began to experience a strange sense of satisfaction again. I don't know if this was to distract herself so she wouldn't care about the ambiguity of the behavior itself, or if she was truly expressing emotion. Just as Karenina was still immersed in that wonderful sense of satisfaction, Hetchel at this moment also entered a bizarre state. I probably understand why some people find feeding hamsters or squirrels so interesting, he said with his cheeks starting to flush slightly at some unknown time, and a slightly obsessed expression on his face. 372. Status reversal. Section 191. What are you muttering about now? I don't really understand, but it doesn't feel like anything good. Having slowly eaten the diced cake, Karenina seemed to have heard part of Hetchel's muttering. However, she didn't seem to care. She had just asked in passing. It's nothing. I just didn't expect you to actually eat it. Hetchel immediately realized his slip-up. He quickly adjusted his mood and casually found a suitable excuse to brush it off. After all, at a time like this she probably wouldn't look too deeply into the truth of such matters, because Karenina had no way of knowing whether every single word Hetchel said was true and reliable, or if they were his actual thoughts. TCH, this is just a normal way to replenish energy. It also satisfies the biological instinct's demand for carbohydrates and fats. Since there's no other ambiguous meaning behind it, why should I care? Karenina was surprisingly straightforward this time. Well, she had originally intended to use this opportunity to make her attitude clear to Hetchel, while also getting him to give up on any such fantasies, though the chances of success were almost zero. Right. Just that. No other thoughts whatsoever. Hetchel covered his mouth, then immediately brought another diced piece of cake to Karenina's face. Let me ask you, is this really that fun? Karenina stared at the fork Hetchel held out, and let out a helpless sigh. It really is quite fun. Hetchel, as if deliberately stubborn, nodded and answered in a firm voice. Whatever. Anyway, no matter what kind of fantasies are driving you to do this sort of thing, they're never going to happen. In the end, Karenina couldn't be bothered to bicker with Hetchel over these pointless things, as long as she stuck to her own thoughts. Right. After that, it was time for Karenina to enjoy the cake all to herself, while Hetchel enjoyed Karenina's cute expressions and movements all to himself. Although Karenina wouldn't intentionally make a seductive R sound like some spoiled little girls when Hetchel's movements slowed down, Karenina would let out a slightly displeased hum. To Hetchel, this sounded, although not quite acting spoiled, it was even better than acting spoiled. Naturally, this put him in an excellent mood. As for why Hetchel's movement slowed down from time to time, it was simply because Karenina's actions were really making him think some strange thoughts. First of all, as soon as she saw the diced cake being offered, she would take it into her mouth without a second thought. Then, she would immediately pull back her neck, staring wearily at Hetchel while her cheeks worked rapidly to chew up the cake in her mouth, terrified of any other unexpected variables. If she were also holding something in both hands to nibble on, she would look exactly like a hamster. Though sometimes, because Hetchel cut the pieces too large, she would end up choking. In those moments, she could only rely on tea to save herself. Hetchel took these opportunities to rush to Karenina's side, patting her back with just the right amount of force while sneakily taking some minor liberties. But this also revealed a very serious problem. This guy was clearly the ruler of a nation, so why did he suddenly seem so humble and submissive? Shouldn't courtmaids be serving him? Why did he now have to carefully serve this girl? Feeling overjoyed for half a day just by taking a tiny bit of advantage, had the world turned upside down? Be that as it may, I'm happy to do it. Although Hetchel had realized that things were heading in an odd direction, he didn't care. After all, was there anything more important than his future wife? Hetchel believed that if it was only this level of effort, it was entirely acceptable. Besides, in the future, he would definitely make her completely obedient to him. Hetchel set yet another goal that sounded strange, but didn't seem so odd upon closer thought. Meanwhile, for some reason, Karenina felt a sudden chill spread from the soles of her feet throughout her entire body, causing her to shudder uncontrollably. Although it's quite cold today, this room is pretty warm. Besides, I just finished dinner and dessert. so my body should be warm. I shouldn't suddenly be shivering, Karenina muttered quietly to herself. At the same time, her eyes instinctively drifted in Hedgel's direction. Could this guy have come up with some other bad idea or some weird scheme? At the thought of this, Karenina's internal alert level shot up again. All right. The food is all gone. Is there anything else you wanted to say? Hedgel also sensed the change in the atmosphere, so he immediately returned to his seat and asked Karenina with an inscrutable smile on his face. Although he couldn't guess what Karenina was thinking right now, or whether she had experienced a wonderful feeling similar to his during the feeding process, and even wanted to take this opportunity to ask further, since continuing this topic would definitely lead to a dead end, it was better not to linger, because his main objective for this time had already been achieved, and the current opportunity could be described as precarious. It was better to wait for a more secure opportunity. I suppose not. However, I still want to ask about the news from the Keviller Empire. After all, winter is approaching. I feel like we don't have much time left. Karenina brought up the matter she had thought about while bathing last night to Hedgel. For now, things are still normal. The nobles of the Keviller Empire are also waiting for the right moment, because they know that with the combat capability of their private armies, they certainly won't gain any advantage against the well-equipped, highly trained, and heavily fortified First Army of the Empire. Right now, they are just waiting for the Empress to deploy more than half of the First Army stationed in the Imperial capital to the front lines. Hedgel spoke truthfully to Karenina based on the latest intelligence he had gathered. What about now? Roughly how many troops has the Empress deployed? Karenina asked with a hint of curiosity. After all, she had always hoped that the Empress would collapse a bit slower. Because if the Keviller Empire completely collapsed, the Keboj Empire might soon face the brunt of the entire Northern Alliance's assault. A non-aggression pact, or whatever, to put it nicely, it's a treaty. To put it bluntly, it's just a rough piece of paper that isn't even fit to wipe one's backside. 373 variables. As long as the Northerners wanted, they could tear up the treaty that very night, and by the next morning, a mountain-toppling wave of green lizards would come rushing over. Therefore, this friendly non-aggression pact could not serve as a security guarantee at all. It's still within an acceptable range, about 1/3. My deployments within their country are complete. We just need to watch the nobles perform when the time comes. My main concern is whether the Northerners, after the rebel noble army revolts, might suddenly think the Keviller Empire is no longer a threat, so we can now target the Keboj Empire as our greatest enemy. If such a thought arises among the high-ranking officials of the Northern Alliance, it would be extremely disadvantageous for us. Hedgel had long anticipated this possibility, and a hint of worry appeared on his face. TCH, I hope the previous rebellion suppression battle and the annihilation battle can serve as a deterrent to the Northerners, giving them more pause when making decisions. Because with just a little time, the Keviller Empire's threat to the Northern Alliance will return. By then, they should give up on the idea of attacking us directly. Karenina also voiced her thoughts based on the situation. What they needed now was time. As long as they could increase the Northerners' worries during decision-making, making them hesitate just a bit more, making them afraid to easily tear up the non-aggression pact would be a major success. We can only look at it that way for now. We have also prepared for the worst-case scenario. The troops deployed along the northern border have already begun equipping firearms in large quantities, while also stepping up training and reinforcing city defences. Even if the Northern Alliance guys really prepare to go to war with us again, we are confident that a single round of concentrated fire will knock them into next week. Hedgel was naturally as reliable as ever. After all, you can never have too many backup plans. At least, they could avoid the worst outcome. I hope the Northerners won't want to fight on multiple fronts. Karenina couldn't help but sigh. At least based on their past decision-making style, they shouldn't rashly declare war on us before swallowing Keviller. However, I can't say for certain that they absolutely won't. Hedgel scratched his head, giving an uncertain response. But why can't you send those guys who can lurk in shadows to infiltrate the high-level institutions of the Northern Alliance, just like how you spy on neighbouring countries? Karenina took this opportunity to ask a question that had troubled her for a long time. You make it sound like I don't want to. It's because infiltration is completely impossible. Hedgel couldn't help but sigh. Because they got their hands on some technology from who knows where, probably from those relics. As soon as a shadow person steps into range of the detection devices, they quickly lose their ability to merge into shadows. Furthermore, all major institutions are covered by these devices, including many public places, so the secret guards can't infiltrate at all. Hedgel replied with a trace of helplessness. After all, this was information that the intelligence personnel who infiltrated back then had risked their lives to send back. As for the shadow people, they were actually just ordinary humans who, for unknown reasons at birth, possessed this strange trait of being able to merge into shadows. Moreover, because of this trait, some religions even branded them as incarnations of demons and persecuted them. They also used the influence of the religions themselves to pressure the imperial court, subjecting them to various forms of devastation in the name of official institutions. Hedgel, however, realized the immense utility of these people and secretly recruited them while he was still a prince. This hidden force had also contributed greatly during his usurpation of the throne. Although the reason why they possessed this ability remained unknown, as long as they could be utilized, he would utilize them. Unfortunately, they currently had no way of dealing with the Northern Alliance. That's a bit frustrating, by the way. Didn't you mention before that you wanted to build more ironworks and arsenals? How did that turn out? Realizing that this hidden force could not achieve sufficient results, Karenina could only think about how to enhance their direct, hard power. Since covert actions wouldn't work, they would clench their fists, gather their strength, and deliver a massive surprise on the frontal battlefield. It's alright. The 2 ironworks are expected to go into production next week, but the arsenal requires more preparation time. It will take at least another half a month or so before we can officially begin trial production. As for how long it will take to reach full capacity, that's still unclear. To be honest, the answer Hedgel gave wasn't particularly optimistic, but it was still much better than doing nothing at all. As for road construction and similar work, the momentum is currently good. We are prioritizing the construction of concrete roads leading to the northern border to ensure sufficient transport capacity in case the Northern Alliance declares war on us. In short, we just need time, right? Karenina let out another deep sigh. Since that Empress has already deployed 1/3 of the troops guarding the imperial capital, and only needs to deploy about another 6, the rebel noble army will have to tear off the masks they've been wearing. This is definitely not a good thing. Of course, ultimately there's a heavy element of gambling right now. If we win the bet, subsequent development will be much faster, and we'll have more confidence when facing the Northern Alliance. If we lose, we'll just have to bite the bullet, resisting their attacks while simultaneously organizing production and construction. Hedgel gave a non-committal reply. Is that so then? I still hope for the first scenario, because that's the most stable. Karenina naturally wanted to avoid the second scenario. After all, there were too many variables. Whatever anyway, it's useless for me to blindly worry here. Since we can't influence the Northerners' decisions, we just need to do our best. Continuing to fret over it is no different from worrying about whether you got a question right and what score you'll get after the exam papers have already been handed in. Karenina stretched her arms and made a move to walk out. Hedgel naturally didn't stop her, merely sitting in his seat and silently agreeing with her statement. In the mage, taking a bath really is the most refreshing thing. After finishing her conversation with Hedgel, she decisively returned to her bedroom and began her daily routine. But why did I suddenly think of the scene where he was feeding me? It's completely out of place in my current bathroom setting. Yet, the image of being fed by Hedgel suddenly popped into Karenina's mind. At the time, she hadn't thought much of it. Section 192. But thinking back on it now, it truly was far too embarrassing. 374. Completely losing composure, so you can actually feel embarrassed. I've learned something new today. Truly learned something new, Tilda. Naturally, seeing Karenina with such an expression and mindset, she certainly wouldn't stay idle. Coming out to mock her for a round was practically a mandatory operation. Tisk, all you know how to do is make sarcastic remarks. Why don't you try feeling like this yourself? Karenina unceremoniously rolled her eyes at that voice. Since you've already experienced it, I only need to feel what you're feeling. Why should I do such a thing in your place? That's obviously selling oneself out. I'd never do something like that, Tilda. That she let out a meaningless chuckle, after which the sarcasm in her tone grew even stronger. Tusk, you really harbour nothing but ill intentions. Would it kill you to be a little serious for once? Karenina could only sigh silently. I've always been serious, and everything I say is indeed the truth. It's just whether you can understand it or not is another matter. She merely gave an answer that Karenina had heard so many times her ears felt like they were growing calluses. Are you a repeating machine? You throw this exact line at me every single time, without changing a single word. The corners of Karenina's mouth twitched, and she let out a gentle sigh. After all, only by saying this can I ensure that clues and fog are thrown at you together. Besides, isn't the essence of humanity just being a repeater? Karenina only felt like she heard a chime of silver bell-like laughter, unsure if this fellow had lost her mind, or was she really trying to convey something? Besides, rather than talking about this, why not consider yourself instead? In the end, she uttered another sentence that left Karenina bewildered. What is there for me to consider? This line truly stumped Karenina. Could it be this girl still has some major issue she hasn't told me about? At the thought of this, Karenina's heart skipped a beat. Like what a major illness? Brain cancer, lung cancer, breast cancer, kidney disease, liver disease, high blood pressure. Karenina's wild imagination instantly exploded, and her anxiety shot up exponentially. What on earth are you thinking now? Should I cooperate with your little performance and prepare a verbal critical condition notice for you? Sensing that Karenina's mind was wandering into weird places again, the strange voice couldn't help but feel admiration for Karenina's overactive imagination, though this admiration was certainly not directed at anything good. Then tell me honestly, what is it really? Stop throwing out a bunch of weird stuff like a riddle every day. Hearing this, Karenina immediately became displeased. She thought, if you weren't constantly spouting these weird, riddle-like statements every day, I wouldn't have suddenly thought of all these strange things. All right, then I'll just say it directly this time, she replied, sounding a bit reluctant. It seemed that if Karenina hadn't explicitly asked her to be clear, this entity would definitely be playing coy and dropping riddles again. What are your plans for your future life? Right now, I just want to ask for your most honest thoughts. She could be said to be asking in all seriousness this time. There wasn't a trace of her previous cynical, playful attitude. Saying these words only made one feel a heavy pressure. What plans could there be? Work honestly according to the situation, hoping only for a peaceful retirement spent petting cats and drinking tea every day. Isn't that enough? This question directly caught Karenina off guard. After all, she didn't understand what this entity was actually trying to ask. In other words, do you really intend to die alone in solitude? Is it really impossible for you to have even a tiny bit of ambition or desire? This time, she simply threw a straightforward fastball, because she understood that if she wasn't direct and faced her head on this matter, Karenina would surely find a way to dodge the question. Sure I can, but if you want me to marry someone, that's impossible, Tilda, at most. I just let pretty girls throw themselves into my arms. How could Karenina not understand what she was trying to get at? So she simply intended to deny it outright. Looks like you really have zero thoughts about it, and even plan on having a so-called you relationship. That's what you used to call it, right? That she said with uncertainty. That's right. The idea of me being pinned down underneath someone is impossible. Absolutely impossible. At most, it's me pinning someone else down. The more Karenina spoke, the more excited she got. She even straightened her back in the bathtub, while her two flesh mounds floated on the surface of the water, contrasting with what she was saying. It felt like the two were completely ill-suited. Yet from another perspective, they fit together quite well. For example, like those airheaded, big-busted characters in certain novels where anime comparing her to that template, she felt there was no sense of incongruity at all. Forget it. Seeing through it without spelling it out, she remained silent, quietly watching Karenina continue to pour out her lofty ambitions and bold declarations. Oh, Tilda, then judging by that, you're pretty brave, huh? Just as Karenina took a breath between sentences, she suddenly uttered a line that made Karenina instantly vigilant. What are you trying to do? Why did you suddenly say something like that? Realizing that this entity was looking to stir up trouble, Karenina immediately reined herself in quite a bit. Nothing much, just wanted to put into practice an interesting piece of content you read before. Also, the moment you heard those words, your guard went way up. You didn't link certain current events to what comes after that line, did you? She once again made a long, demonic statement, and as luck would have it, hit the bullseye dead on. No way. Karenina refuted with a hint of panic. As I said, you can't fool me. Because you haven't reached the level where you can deceive your own heart. You're afraid, or rather you simply cannot let your guard down. You've even prepared for it, to be precise, to the point where if that hedgehog were to use violence against you, you've already formulated a full plan of action for everything after. You're simply afraid. Her voice stimulated Karenina's eardrums, and at this moment, she realized that this entity's voice was so piercingly harsh. So what if I am? After a brief silence, Karenina lowered her head and asked the entity in a low voice. But there was no longer any composure left in her voice. 375. Time. Haven't you realized it yet? Based on current observations, that guy named Hedgel is indeed sincere. Otherwise, he wouldn't be accommodating you like this. Once again, this entity decisively pitched a high-speed fastball, because she knew that when dealing with someone like her, throw anything other than a direct ball, and it wouldn't have any effect at all. She would simply use all kinds of reasons, excuses, or act dumb to dodge it time after time. To put it bluntly, she was running away, evading. Although I know what he's thinking, I still won't accept it. After all, no matter how you look at it, he has no reason to cling to me without letting go. There are clearly plenty of pretty girls around him who are interested in him. Why doesn't he go for them? Speaking of this, Karenina voiced her displeasure and confusion once more. Tusk, doesn't that prove even more that he's sincere? Or do you prefer two-timing playboys? Hearing this, she almost rolled her eyes at Karenina. But the next second, she realized that control of the body wasn't in her hands, so she could only give up. That's not the point. That guy clearly knows I'm a man, so why would he have these thoughts about me? No matter how you look at it, it's not normal, okay? Thinking that this entity failed to realize the severity of the problem, Karenina immediately gesticulated wildly as she refuted. But look at your own body. And look at the personality you display in front of him. Do you really think you would view as a man? She also let out a helpless sigh, thinking how this person could be so slow-witted. If she were the male protagonist of a harem series, she'd definitely build a full harem while still believing she was completely single. Tusk, if he can't even see through a disguise of this level, then he was never capable of reaching the core issue in the first place. Speaking of this, Karenina raised her head, showing a strange expression that combined delight with confidence. Meanwhile, her blonde hair, already soaked in the warm bath water, drifted through the misty water as her head moved, reflecting the light and casting a subtle golden glow across the bath at some point. Then, what if he sees through it? What will you do? Hearing this answer, she naturally let out a soft laugh. Following this topic, she pressed further. If that's the case, then it's not like I couldn't give him a chance. Of course, looking at the outcome, it's basically impossible to conquer me. After all, no matter what, I used to be a male with a normal sexual orientation. There's no way I could fall for a man. Although Karenina sounded a bit hesitant and far from firm in the first half, the second half was delivered with complete confidence. She seemed extraordinarily certain that she wouldn't be seduced by mere Hegel. Sounds like it makes sense, but when it comes to practice, will it really turn out that way? She, as usual, delivered a sarcastic reply. Tusk isn't doing what you say a must. I'm not some Western politician whose nonsense is spoken purely for votes. Hearing this, Karenina was instantly unhappy. After all, she wouldn't say something like that just to save face, and she truly believed herself to be completely immune to any male seduction tactics. Confidence is a good thing, but conceit is another matter entirely. Tilda. She was relentless, her sarcastic remarks never ceasing. All right, stop saying that stuff in front of me. I know what I'm doing. Sensing the mockery in the entity's words, Karenina naturally decided to cut the conversation short, and intended to let facts speak for themselves. Tilda. Of course, that applied to Hegel as well. Karenina never cared for sweet talk. After all, to her, those words sounded like nothing but lectures. Only the word action was the most genuine. Focusing on their actions. How? Well, that's not impossible to understand. After all, you stumbled quite a lot in these matters before. Tilda. Your guard seems to be even heavier than I imagined. She also surprisingly expressed understanding. You actually said something sensible for once. Tilda. Truly rare. Karenina also seized a rare moment of reversing roles to try and be snarky with her. Of course, when it came to the grand art of sarcasm, Karenina was still no match for her. And it ended once again in Karenina's total defeat. After washing her body clean, drying off, and changing into a loose nightgown, Karenina happily pounced onto the soft big bed, attempting to relieve the fatigue accumulated throughout the day. Tilda. As expected, after getting tired, one has to get into bed and get comfortable. Good night's sleep. Tilda. Hugging a pillow in her arms, she slowly wriggled her entire body under the blanket. Section 193. At the same time, she didn't forget to leave a small opening for ventilation. With that, her preparations for sleep were complete. Looks like you aren't taking Hegel's threats seriously at all. Seeing Karenina like this, she let out an inscrutable sigh. According to your analysis, he won't force himself on me. That means there's no way I'll end up beneath him. Tilda. So why should I be afraid of him? Karenina, however, gave a very dangerous answer. This answer honestly sounded an awful lot like raising a death flag. Yet she herself was completely oblivious to the gravity of the situation. She simply babbled on to herself, as if begging to crash and burn. Fine, whatever you say or do is your business. I can't interfere anyway. At most, I can give you advice, but the final decision is still yours. Whatever happens in the end, let me make it clear, it has nothing to do with me. Seeing Karenina pull a stunt like this, she naturally had nothing else to say, leaving only this final piece of advice. All right, stop nagging. I know what I'm doing. Is that what you were going to say? She had already anticipated what Karenina was going to say, so she beat her to the punch. See, you get it. Well, that's that. As for what comes next, I guess we can only leave it to time, right? Either way, there's no way I'll let that Hegel win me over. Yep, that's right. In the end, she didn't forget to emphasize it once more. However, she was right about one thing. The rest could only be left to time. 376. Sensitive to cold, the weather's gotten quite a bit colder again. One morning, Karenina stretched lazily, feeling the chilly air that was now drastically lower than her body temperature, before uncontrollably shivering. Could the temperature really drop this much in just a single month? She pulled her neck in and wrapped the blanket tighter around herself. Whenever winter comes, I just don't want to get out of bed. But I have to. Once her skin temperature recovered to an acceptable level, she plucked up her courage and cautiously slipped out from under the blanket. Asterisk pat exclamation asterisk. Then came the sound of her bare feet hitting the carpet. Moving with a swiftness completely unlike her previous lethargy, she darted to the wardrobe at lightning speed. Trembling, her lips twitching, and in a manner totally unlike her past self, she let out faint, mournful wails as she rummaged for warm clothes. That's right. This fellow was extremely sensitive to the cold. Even though she had never felt this way in the past, it was probably because of this body that her tolerance for cold was exceedingly poor, and if she caught a chill during her period, she would probably be stuck in bed clutching her lower abdomen in pain for half a day. Previously, she had always been in the kingdom of Thuroni further south, where winters hardly felt cold at all, so usually, it wasn't a big problem. But once she arrived in a place with distinct seasons like our city, it really was quite agonizing. Fortunately, that guy prepared enough warm clothes for me. Otherwise, it really would be the death of me, she muttered softly under her breath as she adjusted her clothes. Although dressing was something she could have easily let the maids attend to, her inexplicable pride as a mature male made her decisively reject the idea. Anyway, it wasn't like she wore fancy gowns every day. With ordinary clothes, putting them on herself made no real difference. Afterward came her usual morning routine of washing up. So honestly, your movements are getting slower and slower. Just as Karenina took tiny, cautious steps, opened her door, and peeked outside, she received a gentle whap on the head, followed by a voice offering a helpless scolding. You can't blame me for that. Who told it to get so cold all of a sudden? Karenina rubbed her head and replied with an aggrieved expression. Her large, watery blue eyes blinked behind long, fluttering eyelashes, wielding an extraordinarily lethal charm. There must be a cold snap these past few days. A sudden temperature drop on such a large scale couldn't really be caused by anything else. Seeing her put on such an act, Hedgel felt it wouldn't be right to press her further, so he quickly changed the subject. Although he had known for a while that she was sensitive to cold, it wasn't until the past couple of days that he realized just how much she hated it. Tusk, is it because she always lived in the southernmost part of the continent before? This sort of thing, the guys in the Northern Alliance must be thrilled about it, right? After all, even though the cold weakens both armies, it affects them much less, which is practically a buff for them. Karenina gracefully stepped down the ladder Hedgel provided. For now, the war situation on the Kavilar Empire's side remains stable. However, the numbers of the Imperial First Army, serving as the garrison, have dwindled to a precarious level in the capital of Kavilar. I believe those greedy nobles will definitely launch an attack on the capital within this week. Hedgel briefed Karenina in detail about the recent situation. It sounded like everything was proceeding according to Hedgel's plan. Hopefully, it wouldn't suddenly derail. I hope they continue to move along the path you envisioned. At this point, Karenina let out another heavy sigh. At the same time, for reasons unknown, she compulsively pulled on the scarf Hedgel had only started wearing around his neck these past couple of days. Do you want it? Hedgel naturally felt the tug, or rather, it would be a huge problem if he didn't. Because he was already finding it a bit hard to breathe. No, I just thought it was a bit novel. I haven't quite gotten used to your new accessory yet. Plus it's so fluffy, I just inexplicably felt like rubbing and pulling it. Karenina suddenly offered a remarkably girlish answer. At least Hedgel, it seemed full of maidenly charm. So she likes fluffy things. Hedgel began plotting strange schemes once again. Are you sure you don't want it? It really feels quite nice to touch. At this moment, Hedgel started trying to entice Karenina. Give me a break. Who would want something you've already used? I don't care for it. Karenina rolled her eyes fiercely at Hedgel. Although Karenina said so, in reality she actually quite liked the feeling of being wrapped in fluffy things. And because she had decided to maintain a proper distance from Hedgel, she naturally rejected his proposal. Seitilder, you know, if I put something I used up for auction in the city, it would definitely fetch a high price. How come at you? It becomes synonymous with disgust. Hedgel's slightly heart-wrenching, self-deprecating voice sounded in Karenina's ear, and Karenina didn't even need to think to know this guy was just showing off his acting skills. Because in my eyes, it's nothing special. Karenina gave this response as if it were the most natural thing in the world. I reckon in this entire kingdom, we're the only one with the guts to say something like that. This time, Hedgel felt genuinely heartbroken. At the same time, he began to question whether he had acted too approachable in front of her, leading to the present situation. But the next second, he immediately dismissed the thought, because if he hadn't acted like this, he probably wouldn't have realized how interesting Karenina was. Questioning his past actions now was like cursing why he wasted time cooking while currently enjoying his meal. He couldn't tell if this was good fortune or bad. That's right, I'm doing whatever I want precisely because I know you wouldn't dare cut me down. Karenina made another dangerous statement. She even stretched her body, held her head high and chest out, looking quite proud. However, in the very next second, the cold air made her instantly curl into a ball, shivering violently, and even letting out a faint woo-tilder sound. Was this considered cute? Cute? Or cute? Hedgel felt that the more he looked at her, the more captivating she became. All right, do whatever you want. But in situations where you shouldn't act tough, how about yielding to your physical condition a little? Saying that, Hedgel took the scarf off his neck. 377. Lax. I'm fine. Who asked you for this stuff? Seeing Hedgel make the movement to take off his scarf, Karenin's face instantly flushed red as she straightened up to protest. She even flailed her arms around, trying to stop Hedgel's next move. However, Hedgel easily held back all her attempts. Only now did he fully realize just how sensitive Karenin was to the cold and just how delicate she was. With one hand, he restrained her tiny hands icy cold, yet slender and silky like before, holding a slight, unyielding resistance. Combined with those large, ocean blue eyes staring at him ferociously with resentment, he felt his protective instinct fiercely aroused once more. Although weird words kept spewing from Karenin's mouth at him, Hedgel ignored them completely, treating them as seasoning instead, feeling that the sight and touch before him had elevated to a whole new level. Relax. I won't do anything. I'm just showing a bit of concern seeing how afraid of the cold you are. Though Hedgel still wore a smile and kept offering endless explanations to Karenin, appealing to her emotions and reason. In his heart, there was only one single thought: I must find a way to marry this person. Absolutely must. 705u.com Book Club first release. Saying that, Hedgel gently wrapped the scarf around Karenin's neck using his other hand. He even thoughtfully tightened it for her. Bleh. Who wants your dumb scarf? And besides, how long are you planning to hold my hands? Her face flushed red. Karenin nevertheless forced a silly face and kept protesting. All right, I'll let go right now. It's just your hands are so cold. Don't you need me to warm them up a bit more? Section 194. Hedgel knew full well Karenin wouldn't agree, but he still said it anyway. Whether she agreed was one thing, but whether he asked was another. What if she agreed? Wouldn't that be a massive win? As if. Who'd want that? HMPH tilde. Upon hearing this, the corners of Karenin's mouth twitched uncontrollably, and she let out a distinctly displeased snort. Is that so then? Forget it. Seeing how things stood, Hedgel had no choice but to reluctantly let go of her small hands and shove his own hands into his pockets. Although he didn't score points on the bonus question, the main objective had been achieved. At least she didn't take off the scarf. Is this guy having another brain short circuit? Karenin pulled her neck back, feeling the soft, plush texture of the scarf and the warmth it brought. Though it doesn't feel bad. To be honest, I somehow feel like I've lost in some way. And the feeling is quite real. Indeed, it was very warm. In fact, it was extraordinarily warm. A feeling she had never experienced before. Back then, even in the dead of winter, when heavy snow was flying, no one had ever given him a scarf or a pair of gloves. He had always been all alone, and those so-called relatives were fake and empty. Not a single one of them was worthy of trust or reliance. And her now, the scarf he had wrapped around her neck was truly a novel sensation, though she still kind of wanted to take it off. But that was probably just because she wasn't used to it, right? This warmth, both inside and out, was truly the first time she had ever felt it. Why does this thing still smell like him? This is really disgusting. She had originally wanted to bury half her face in the plush scarf, but that familiar scent made her furrow her brows again. Tusk makes sense when you think about it. It is something he wore, after all. It's only normal for it to carry his scent. After thinking it over carefully, Karenin felt it was to be expected. Whatever. Let's just leave it at that. And so, while muttering so disgusting, Karenin carefully buried her face into the disgusting scarf anyway. This is just to stay warm. Nothing else to it. At the same time, she kept explaining it to herself over and over, trying to ease the discomfort in her heart just a little. Well then, today is the first day we officially begin our work. Now, in accordance with instructions from our superiors and yesterday's internal department arrangements, we will immediately proceed as previously instructed, working in teams to conduct further investigations on officials found to have issues during the trial period. You should already have the specific assignment list in your hands, so take a look at it first. Meanwhile, inside a newly established large office in the Imperial City, Sophia was currently issuing instructions to her subordinate carders. Previously, the Discipline Inspection Commission had been in a trial operation phase, only handling trivial yet exceptionally tedious matters, and the main purpose of this was naturally to screen out personnel unfit to serve here. And could it be considered fruitful? The commission, which originally had fewer than 100 members, ended up dismissing nearly a third of them after the trial period concluded. As for the remaining portion that barely met the mark, they could only be assigned to leftover positions. Excuse me, do we really have the authority to access these files for investigation now? Before, it was clearly. Soon, someone raised a question regarding the contents of the document. You do now. As for why it wasn't allowed previously, That was merely a probationary period to evaluate everyone's competence and loyalty. Now whatever files you need to access, report directly to your team leaders, who will then submit it to me for logging. After that, you may access them. Sophia immediately gave a definitive answer. More than that, I believe you should be even clearer on this. We are now a department directly under His Majesty, controlled directly by the central government. Therefore, we ought to dedicate energy worthy of that status and achieve results that match His Majesty's expectations. Dedicate everything to the happy lives of the people, only then can we be said to fulfill our mission. Sophia spoke carefully in a solemn and earnest tone. It was precisely because of this desire to dedicate herself to the people that she had accepted Hedgel's invitation to become the director of this department. Therefore, she hoped the carders under her would share the same mindset and resolve. Understood. We will never bring shame to His Majesty's dignity. We will fight all our lives for the happy lives of the people. These impassioned voices were nothing short of a powerful shot in the arm. 378. Surprise inspection. That very evening. Another full day of work. It's so frustrating. Sigh, if there wasn't any easy money to make, who would want to come to a place like this? In front of a mansion in the central district of the imperial capital, an official from the Ministry of Finance, who had just finished work and returned home from the imperial city, grumbled under his breath as he pulled out his keys to unlock the door. Our turning home really is the most comfortable. What a shame my wife isn't here. Though I can't even get basic nighttime gratification. Tilda. Entering the house, he turned on the magic lamp. He slumped into a soft rocking chair and let out a helpless sigh, but thinking about his next break, when he could return to his suburban manor to enjoy merry times with his wife and child, his mood improved considerably. In the end, though it's a bit exhausting, at least the earnings are high. I really didn't realize before just how wealthy those nobles were. Even with most of their assets confiscated by the emperor, the little bit of profit left over is enough to stuff me full. Speaking of that manor, one had to explain how he managed to get his hands on it. Ultimately, the manor had originally belonged to a minor noble whose property had been confiscated. As for what crime that guy committed to end up like that, he didn't dare think about it or ask. In any case, he only knew that the things left behind by that guy were exceptionally good to use. As for the manor, according to the emperor's intent, it was supposed to be cleaned up and auctioned off to the public. But taking advantage of his position, he cooked the books, greased a few palms, and bought the manor under his own name for a price far below market value. After all, if it were actually auctioned off, wouldn't the money just go into the national treasury or straight into Hedgel's hands? But helping insiders line their pockets, that was a completely different story. Favors went without saying. The money used to grease palms was real gold, and silver going straight into one's coin pouch. Who wouldn't like that? At least it was much better than auction proceeds that could never find their way into his own pocket, right? In any case, this was to some extent a group effort. A favor owed here would have to be repaid sooner or later. As for how to repay it, naturally by helping each other out in these profit-making endeavors. If it were just one person, it would probably be hard to keep from the superiors. But what if multiple departments and mid-level officials wove a whole web? Then the success rate would increase dramatically. Therefore, taking advantage of this mutual aid opportunity, he scored plenty of rare curios left behind by those nobles, planning to sell them off once the storm passed and make a fortune. Just as he was holding an exquisitely decorated crystal vase, fantasizing about his wonderful future life, an unpleasant, rapid knocking at the door kicked him right out of his fantasy. Knocking at the door in the middle of the night. Don't you know it's almost bedtime? Highly reluctant, he stashed the large vase in his arms properly, then stepped toward the main door while shouting, "Stop knocking, stop knocking." Coming, eager to see what was up with this uninvited guest. Only now did he feel it was a miscalculation not to hire a servant just to save money. He was also considering whether to try hiring one through some special channels over the next few days. With a creak, he slowly pushed open the heavy front door. What appeared before his eyes were four figures wearing uniforms he had never seen before, with very strange peaked blue caps on their heads. 2 men and 2 women, completely expressionless. He had no idea what they were thinking or planning to do. The only thing giving him a sense of security was the familiar sword and shield emblem on their uniforms. At least it meant they were colleagues like him, risking their neck for this government. As for the strange hammer and sickle emblem beside it, he had truly never seen it before. Probably some newly formed department. "Excuse me, is there something you four need? If you don't mind, please step inside to talk." Although he didn't know what these colleagues wanted with him, judging by their demeanor, they definitely wanted to discuss something with him. Then they had to go inside. After all, he didn't want to be slapped with a charge of leaking state secrets. "There are just a few matters we would like to discuss with you, Mr. Nicholas Brent. If you are willing to talk inside, that would be wonderful." The man leading them answered in a calm voice. This strange feeling left Brent quite bewildered. Judging by this setup, it doesn't look like they're looking for me to cook the books. But if it's not cooking books, what are they after? Tread carefully, that is the best strategy. Having decided on his approach, Brent beamed with smiles and immediately welcomed the four into the house. Mr. Brent, the interior decoration in this house is quite nice. Having just entered and walked a few steps, one of the women, who had previously remained silent, looked at the exquisite decorations inside Brent's house and voiced her praise. Not at all, not at all. These are all heirlooms left by my ancestors. I merely maintained them recently so they could shine with their proper luster once more. Upon hearing this, cold sweat broke out across Brent's back, yet his face still wore a forced smile, and after a brief pause, he answered softly. His answer was very simple: claim all these items were passed down from ancestors, and that he merely inherited his father's estate. Since the dead tell no tales, whatever he said went. It wasn't as if they could perform a spirit channeling to ask his ancestors, are these items yours? More than that, there was a bigger problem. They didn't come with good intentions. He had realized by now that none of these people were pushovers. Every one of them was scanning every corner of the room with their eyes, leaving no stone unturned. Seeing this, Brent didn't know what to say, so he simply quickened his pace to prevent them from noticing more issues in this hallway. Just these few steps put immense pressure on Brent. Brent couldn't help but worry about the matters to be discussed next. With difficulty, they finally reached the living room. Brent slowly sat on the bench, while the four of them sat in a neat row on chairs across the table. May I ask which department you four belong to? Is there something you need to discuss with me? Section 195. Brent took a deep breath and slowly asked. Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. The man in the lead remained expressionless as he answered calmly. 376. Sophistry. May I ask what is this Central Commission for Discipline Inspection? Brent was still completely bewildered when he heard this term. After all, it seemed he had never heard of it before. No, wait, he had heard of it. He had heard about it once while chatting casually with a colleague. Supposedly it was a department directly subordinate to His Majesty. As for the specific details, he wasn't clear yet, but if people from such a department came looking for him, it definitely wouldn't be anything good. Because of this, his guard rose several levels higher. It is merely a special institution directly subordinate to His Majesty. If you aren't clear about what it is, then I believe I can inform you. Hearing this answer, the young man in the lead showed a slightly troubled expression, but in the next second, that trouble quickly vanished, replaced by resolve. I am all ears. Brent, still unaware of the severity of the situation, sat upright as if preparing to learn about the new department. Then let's begin. There were no further unnecessary words, only that single sentence. In the next second, Brent was slammed and pinned firmly against the table by a pair of burly hands. The impact of his chest hitting the table almost knocked all the air out of his lungs. His brain hadn't even processed what had happened or what turn of events had taken place, but instinctively, he still tried to resist. As a result, he received nothing but even greater pressure holding him down. What on earth do you think you're doing? He shouted in panic, completely lacking his previous calm composure. Nothing much, just following orders. The guy who seemed to be the leader was still sitting on the bench opposite the table. As for the two women beside him, they had already begun rummaging through drawers and cabinets, searching the room. I am an official of the Imperial Court. Who gave you the right to arbitrarily search a government employee's residence? You are endangering national security and leaking state secrets. Seeing that things were taking a bad turn, Brent panicked instantly. Because he knew that if those things were dug out, he truly wouldn't be able to explain them away. Thus he could only drag out this set of excuses to try and make them stop. But reality rarely yields to one's wishes. This authority was directly granted by His Majesty. After reporting to our department head, we can search the residences of officials from any government department. What's more, looking at things now, the evidence against you is pretty solid. Leniency to those who confess, severity to those who resist. If you come clean now, your punishment will definitely be lighter than if we dig the things up ourselves later. Think about it carefully. The words spoken by the young man were less of a persuasion and more of an ultimatum. The meaning was very clear. Brent needed to honestly confess everything immediately. Otherwise, any further consequences arising from this would fall entirely on Brent's shoulders. But I really haven't done anything. But as a seasoned slicker in officialdom, Brent naturally wasn't going to be that honest. If he were honest, how could he have survived in officialdom for so long? He would have been pushed out ages ago. Besides, what leniency for confession, severity for resistance? In reality, leniency for confession just meant rotting in jail forever, while severity for resistance might still leave a chance to go home and celebrate the new year. Only a fool would admit guilt at a time like this. Furthermore, whether they could even find the stolen goods in this room to serve as factual evidence was far from certain. Naturally, if he could struggle a bit longer, he definitely would. A matter of human instinct. Since that's the case, I don't have much else to say. Let's wait and see then. Right as the words left his mouth, He stomped his foot heavily against the wooden floorboards. What echoed back was a hollow sound that had nothing to do with solid wooden flooring. Hearing that sound, Brent's heart skipped a beat. But in the next instant, whether driven by a sense of crisis or surging adrenaline, a set of excuses, flawed, but logically plausible enough, surged into his mind. "There's something down here." The young man wearing a strange blue visor cap squatted down and quickly pulled open the wooden panel, and the sound of the wooden board being pulled open sounded terribly grating to Brent at this moment. Hidden beneath were several strange objects wrapped in thick cloth. The young man reached down, picked one at random, and unwrapped the thick cloth. An exquisite wooden box was revealed before him. He slowly opened the box, accompanied by the soft yet exceptionally pleasant sound of the box hinge turning. The treasure hidden inside the box was finally exposed to everyone's eyes. 705u.com Book Club release. Gold jewelry, piece by piece, string by string, was fully displayed before the young man's eyes. Beneath the glow of the magic chandelier, it shimmered with a peculiar luster. "Is there anything you'd like to explain?" The young man signaled with his eyes, prompting the burly man holding Brent to relax his grip, so that Brent could fully grasp the current situation. These things were handed down from my ancestors. They belong to my forefathers. This house has belonged to my family for 100 years. My ancestors must have intentionally hidden these away to keep small treasures like gold and silver jewelry safe. Thank you all for helping me find these ancestral relics. I cannot thank you enough." And the moment he saw what he expected, Brent immediately threw out his pre-prepared excuse, Elam's secret. At the same time, he showered the work team with profuse gratitude, claiming they had helped him find his ancestors' relics. His tearful, choking expression, his trembling voice, and his heartfelt words made one wonder if his original profession wasn't an official at all, but an exceptional actor. After all, this level of dramatic performance was truly unmatched. At the very least, it was miles ahead of certain young idol actors. If I had known, I should have learned more about what kind of organization the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection actually was, so I wouldn't be so passive right now. This time I can probably slip away. In the future I must be extra careful and wash my hands clean of all this. I can never get involved in this kind of trouble again. Although he was putting on a show for everyone on the outside, internally he was incessantly cursing his past self. He wasn't cursing himself because he had done wrong, but because he had done wrong and failed to clean up after himself properly. Sigh, refusing to repent until death probably describes people like you perfectly. Seeing this, the young man let out a helpless sigh. Refusing to weep until you see the coffin. Well then, take a look at this. 380. Law enforcement. Saying that, the young man pulled a strange stone straight out of his pocket. He tightly gripped the translucent white stone, while a faint purple glow seeped through the cracks between his fingers. Just a few seconds later, inside the room's floor, cabinets, closets, and walls, abnormal noises echoed out from all of them. They seemed to share the same rhythm, tapping over and over against the walls or floorboards that enclosed and obstructed them. If one listened closely, someone might even think this rhythmic sound was rather soothing, for the volume of the sound pulsed with the exact same rhythm as the light flickering through the young man's fingers, like a person's breathing. Of course, for Mr. Brent sitting on the bench, the sound could only be described as ear-grating. Furthermore, carrying a death knell-like aura, it continuously seeped toward him from all directions. It unnerved him so much that his legs trembled uncontrollably, and his eyelids began to flutter. He completely lacked his former composure. Originally, His Majesty instructed the carders of the verification agency to apply a small amount of special paint inside every piece of stolen goods that resonates with this magic item called the mother-child seal. It was done precisely to see if anyone would be stick-fingered in this matter. And judging from the current situation, Mr. Brent, it seems you really embezzled quite a lot. The young man stopped channeling mana into the translucent stone. The peculiar sound permeating the air quickly faded, and the surrounding air returned to silence. At the same time, he leaned down close to Brent's trembling body, ignoring the fine beads of sweat on his forehead, and slowly explained, "These things aren't mine. I was just storing them for a friend. I didn't know they were stolen goods." Hearing the young man's explanation, Brent panicked immediately and stammered out his defense. In essence, he was merely engaged in a deathbed struggle. Anyone with half a brain would understand that this couldn't fool anyone. Yet his survival instincts impelled him to keep rambling. "Is this friend you speak of actually yourself? Or rather, you could hand over this so-called friend of yours? If that's really the case, at most you'll just receive a demerit within the system. The consequences won't be too severe." Although the young man said this, his words were actually filled with disdain and helplessness. He had originally hoped Brent would give up his sophistry, but from the looks of it, he didn't seem inclined to do so. I really don't know what's going on. You must believe me, please. You must believe me." Hearing this, he was at his wit's end as well. If Brent were to name those accomplices, even if he managed to save his own skin, he could forget about surviving in officialdom ever again, not to mention even his life might be put in danger. At the same time, he never in his wildest dreams expected why Department Mart with the sickle and hammer emblem would be in charge of this sort of matter. Judging by that emblem, shouldn't they be managing low-class farmers and artisans? Right, I believe you. After all, in that suburban manner, your wife is living quite comfortably, isn't she? The young man merely nodded, then delivered a remark that completely shattered Brent's psychological defenses. This caused Brent's body to freeze instantly. His vision went dark, and he almost passed out. However, you don't need to worry. They won't be involved when the time comes, though all illegal gains will be confiscated, along with fines and prison time. Seeing that the guy was in bad shape, the young man didn't bother to deal him any further blows. After all, it would be no fun if he died right here. Section 196. Then, the two female carders, having sorted out the illicit goods, walked over and handcuffed Brent, who was already drained of all strength. The entire process was done without a moment's hesitation. All right, hand over the rest of the confiscation work to the liquidation team. Work for the law enforcement team really is quite exhausting after all. After gathering all the supplies, the young man involuntarily stretched. Then, the four of them, plus a half-dead human-shaped object, vanished into the vast darkness of the night. Hearing you put it like that, it sounds completely like making an example of someone to warn others. The original intention wasn't to crack down on corruption thoroughly at all, but to warn certain guys to tone it down. The next morning, Hedgel spoke with Kareniner about what the Discipline Inspection Commission's law enforcement team had encountered the previous night. Having only heard half of it, Kareniner had already guessed most of Hedgel's thoughts. Hasn't it always been like this? Since corruption can't be eliminated, just set a cap on embezzlement. Anyone exceeding the limit gets stripped of their position regardless of rank. As for those within the limit, I naturally turn a blind eye. This time that guy Brent really went a bit too far. If even he doesn't end up in jail, who's going to pick up the soap in the prison showers? Hedgel didn't deny it either. After all, this was the strategy he had always been implementing. Furthermore, this large-scale purge had another purpose, to make these corrupt officials' legs go weak and faces turn pale whenever they heard the words Discipline Inspection Commission. To let those two words take deep root in their hearts, constantly reminding them not to act foolishly or stupidly. Hedgel's personal deterrent power alone was definitely not enough. But what if they knew an agency was watching them like a hawk? The effect would be completely different. Tusk sounds convincing enough. What then? Is there anything else you want to say? Bored out of her mind, Karenina poked at the diced fruit on her plate with a fork, and popped the pieces into her mouth one by one, lacking any semblance of ladylike demeanour. Besides that, a major matter should be that the mountains originally controlled by the Wrist and Papal State have generally stabilised, right? At least for the near future. There shouldn't be any major issues. Hedgel followed Karenina's lead, spearing pieces of diced fruit with his fork. However, instead of putting them into his own mouth, he tried to sneak one into Karenina's mouth when she wasn't paying attention. Judging by the outcome, however, he failed, because Karenina had no intention of entertaining him at all, even rolling her eyes directly at him. Tusk, that's much slower than the original schedule. Karenina used her fork to push away Hedgel's approaching fork, and replied in a quiet voice. 381. Dazed, it is indeed a bit slow, but considering the geography of that area is quite complex, and the cities are extremely scattered, I don't plan to hold it against them. Hedgel had no intention of giving up, just because Karenina rejected his fork once. Instead, he pressed on with his offence, until Karenina obediently gave in, and ate all the fruit off the fork. So as you said, that entire region can basically be considered stable now. So can we start excavating the strange things beneath the cathedral? Karenina tilted her head slightly, still dodging Hedgel's attacks, while posing her question. Should be fine now, but according to the information you gathered, it requires something related to blood. What should we do about that? Hedgel fell back into a dilemma. Isn't that simple? I'll just make a small cut on my finger and catch a few dozen milliliters of blood in a sealed container. Karenina didn't consider disinfection or anything like that at all, proposing an idea that was completely unreliable yet seemingly practical under current circumstances. After all, iodine and medical alcohol didn't exist here. But we can't be sure it actually requires your blood, right? What if it's linked to specific animals' blood, or maybe just any human blood will do? Hedgel still harboured concerns. Anyway, there's no harm in trying. Since that guy explicitly implied blood, let's just give it a shot. It's not like we have much to lose. Karenina was surprisingly open-minded about it, even eager to test it directly. After all, she held the saying practice yields true knowledge in high regard. But letting you cut your own skin sounds like a bad idea. Only then did Hedgel reveal what he was truly worried about. Indeed, if it were just finding a couple of random people to bleed, he probably wouldn't even bat an eye before agreeing. But the current situation required her to do it herself. In Hedgel's eyes, This was definitely not a good thing. After all, just reminiscing about the smooth, delicate touch of holding her small hand made him feel that cutting her finger with a knife was a desecration of art. Was he getting a bit obsessed? Tusk, I'm not some fragile noble lady. Besides, it's just a small nick on the finger. Wrapping it with gauze for 2 days should fix it. Compared to that, I find your current actions far more troublesome. Karenina blocked Hedgel's reaching fork once again, her mouth twitching as she spoke to him. I'm just trying to feed you. What's wrong with that? Besides, as long as you obediently eat the food on it, I won't keep doing this. Hedgel looked utterly innocent. Of course, without even thinking, it was definitely an act. Hey, I really don't believe you don't realize what this implies. Wasn't it a similar situation last time? Why did you eat it then? Hedgel directly brought up the last time. That's wrong. Last time was completely different. Anyway, this time I'm MMPH. Karenina was about to quibble further, but Hedgel seized the opportunity and shoved the forkful of fruit straight into her mouth. There, isn't that better? Hedgel said with satisfaction. MMGH tilde. Asterisk cough asterisk, you're completely force-feeding me. Karenina's cheeks flushed red, and her large eyes held a peculiar emotional nuance. Yet she still obediently complied with Hedgel's demand, swallowing all the diced fruit. After all, if I didn't do this, I don't think you would eat it. Besides, judging by your current mood, you don't seem unhappy at all. Or rather, were you expecting this? Hedgel gave a chuckling grin, then uttered words that left Karenina at a loss for how to respond. Who would expect such rough behavior? You're the only pervert here. Hearing this, Karenina instantly bristled. She immediately began to refute. But looking at the result, it seemed she had already lost. Say whatever you want, but facts can't be changed just because of what you say. Hedgel remained relentless, his verbal teasing never stopping for a moment, and he kept testing Karenina's bottom line. Grasping Karenina's bottom line was also necessary. Although it had stopped for a short while recently, now he realized that he still had to keep a firm grip on this matter. Meanwhile, Karenina could only sit in her seat, staring aggrievedly at Hedgel, sulking. It seemed coercing or coaxing her later would be a bit troublesome, although Hedgel also understood that these things were actually unnecessary, because he probably wouldn't care about such things. It was just putting on a show in front of me. But even so, Hedgel couldn't just ignore it. In today's showdown, who was the real winner? Although Hedgel seemed to have the upper hand for now, emotionally, he was at a disadvantage. Let's call it a draw. There really is large-scale construction going on everywhere lately. Digging up roads here, blocking paths there. They're truly building stuff all over the place. And word is that iron production has spiked recently too. I really have no idea how they're pulling it off. Inside the imperial capital, a tavern owner leaned against the doorway, watching the crowds working outside, and couldn't help muttering to himself. If these guys hadn't started making such a racket so early in the morning, he really wouldn't have planned to get up this early. After all, every night he had to serve these drinkers until late into the night, waiting until they dragged their drunken spirits and booze-soaked bodies, stumbling back home before he could close up shop. And after closing, he still had to clean up the main hall before washing up and going to bed. But early this morning, a bunch of people were chanting work slogans and digging up dirt right outside his front door. Who could stand that? But there was nothing he could do about it, so he had to get up first, check what ingredients and tasks could be prepared in advance, and find a chance to catch up on sleep later. Right now, he was waiting for his wife to finish preparing breakfast. He took this opportunity to see what these people were actually trying to do. Having said that, looking at it in person, I'm completely baffled. But the more he watched, the more confused he became. 382. Casual chat. Digging up the ground is understandable, but what's with this layer of grey mush being laid down? The tavern owner widened his eyes, staring at the baffling actions of the construction workers not far from him. Although he had heard tavern patrons talk about similar things a while back, this was his first time seeing the actual stuff. Word had it once this stuff dried, it would become extremely hard. Carriages could run over it, and it wouldn't kick up dust like dirt roads. With half-believing skepticism, the tavern owner scrutinized the grey paste freshly mixed with crushed stone, remaining silent. Hey, Yifili, you're finally seeing the real thing this time, huh? This is the stuff I was talking about in your shop last time. Just then, a middle-aged man around the same age as the shop owner walked over, appearing quite familiar with him. Tusk, Rupert, why are you coming over to my place at this hour instead of going to work? Upon hearing the voice, the shop owner named Yifili frowned. After all, he had never expected this guy to show up at this time of day. It's just my day off today. Then I happened to pass through here to buy some seasonings from Alina, and I didn't expect to run into here. Rupert rubbed his hands together and began to explain. A guy like you buying seasonings, as if you even know how to cook. Anyone with half an eye knows what little scheme you've got going on in that head of yours. Yifili exposed him without mercy. Heh, look at my age, it really is time I found a wife. Although Lelina is younger than me, She's a really nice person, so I want to put in a little effort. Seeing his clumsy cover-up exposed so quickly, Rupert could only respond with an awkward smile. That's fine and all. It's just if you stop coming here to drink after getting a wife, that'd be the real problem. Don't worry, that'll never happen. Your liquor is simply wonderful. If I don't drink it for 2 days, I really can't stand it. But why did you open shop so early today? Shouldn't he still be snoring away at this hour? Rupert also understood that continuing to blabber would only put him at a greater disadvantage, so he immediately shifted the topic. Tusk, like I wanted to. Look at these guys. How am I supposed to sleep? Yifili crossed his arms, jerked his chin toward the construction crowd, his words full of resentment and helplessness. Section 197. There's no helping it. In 4 or 5 days at most, everything should be fine. Besides, this road will be much easier to work on in the future. Even on rainy days, your feet won't be covered in mud with every step like before. You know, we're getting a great deal here. I hope so. I just don't know with this. Will we peddlers along the road have to pay extra money? Yifili stared at the road surface and said with worry. It seemed his main concern wasn't the noise, but something much more practical. No, Rupert gave a firm and decisive answer. Really? Hearing this, Yifili's eyes widened. One had to know that in the past, whenever maintenance was done on these roads, the peddlers along the way who benefited from it had to split the cost, and every time repairs were finished, his shared portion of the cost would make Yifili ache with distress for days. After all, he only ran a small business and couldn't handle much financial strain, and now they were paving a new road. If he had to pay a large paving fee once it was finished, he truly wouldn't be able to afford it. It's true. Supposedly, it's His Majesty the Emperor's order that money for road repairs won't need to be collected anymore. It will all be covered by the Imperial Court. What's more, in the future, not only children's literacy education, but even medical clinics will be taken over by the Imperial Court. Who knows, we might even save a huge sum on medical bills. Rupert casually mentioned a series of news he had heard from the ironworks management. Is all of this true? Hearing this, Yifili's eyes bulged as big as donkey testicles. He couldn't imagine such a thing could actually exist. I heard it from the boss of our factory. The credibility should be pretty high. Rupert carefully recalled what he had heard before, feeling that there really didn't seem to be anything wrong with it. Because what he heard was identical to this. This is just too hard to believe, isn't it? In the past, didn't the Imperial Court always extort money? Why are they considering these things now? No matter how you look at it, something feels off. Yifili recalled all the past events and compared them with what he was hearing now and what was supposed to happen in the future. It felt as if it wasn't even the same country. Or who knows? Either way, this Empress seems pretty good right now. At least he's willing to invest money into these things. It's much better than the old days when there was fighting every day. Rupert voiced his agreement as well. After all, he'd almost been conscripted into the army and sent to the front lines back then. Moreover, during that period, exorbitant taxes and levies were abnormally heavy, and every day was a struggle between hunger and satisfaction. Compared to now, that was pure hell. As expected, stability was the most comfortable. I hope things turn out just as you said. As a mature adult, Yifili naturally wouldn't stand there foolishly getting wrapped up in sentimentality. When it comes to a politician, one shouldn't just listen to what he says, but look at what he actually does. That was what mattered most. If he spoke in high-sounding words, but turned actions into a complete mess, then being moved earlier would only serve as proof of his own immaturity. Therefore, Yifili decided to stay calm and wait quietly for changes. What he had confirmed so far was only the children's education, because that had indeed been implemented. Even his own little daughter had packed her things early in the morning and run off to study at a nearby schoolhouse. Hopefully, things following this would get better and better, just as Rupert had said. He prayed silently like this. All right. When they stop working, go back and catch some more sleep. Don't be all groggy when you open shop tonight. If you overcharge me, then don't blame me for not paying Tilda. Saying so, Rupert made a move to leave. After all, he had more important things to do. For instance, her date. As for Yifili, he merely nodded silently, but his thoughts had long since drifted to his future life. 383. A price. We received a communication from the Kebuj Empire. They said items that might be able to eradicate or suppress the strange monster beneath the Grand Cathedral had been handed over to an express transport team. If it really is as they claim, 1 horse per station, day and night without stopping, it should arrive here around the day after tomorrow. In the evening, inside the central Grand Cathedral atop the mountain peak, the communications officer here was kneeling on one knee, reporting the situation to Karina, who sat upon the throne. Arriving the day after tomorrow. Since when did the Kebuj Empire's transport capabilities become so strong? Clearly, we've never seen anything like this before. Or could it be that what they're transporting and weapons but merely some items capable of dealing special lethality to the underground monster. That would actually make sense. After listening to the messenger officer's report, Karina fell into deep thought as well. Indeed, if it were advanced weapon equipment, then it would certainly have to be transported by a supply train. Furthermore, if it really were 1 horse per station, day and night without stopping, the cost would rise drastically, which wouldn't be worth it at all. So how much do they actually know about that thing underground, for them to find an item capable of effectively suppressing it in such a short time? She didn't know, nor did she want to know. In the end, Karina gave up thinking about it. Right? She was originally just a tool anyway. Why worry about these things? Better to think about how to carry out the task assigned to her by the Emperor better, make enough money, gain more protection, and finally find a chance to live a leisurely life. That was her main goal. Living every day guessing other people's motives and constantly calculating was truly miserable. Forget it, guessing too much is useless. Anyway, we both know in our hearts that we're just risking our lives working for that Emperor. Let's just discuss how to properly do our assigned duties. Karina, not knowing whether she could be considered pitiful or not, directly laid her cards on the table to the communications officer. Naturally, the communications officer understood what Karina was talking about, or rather, if he didn't understand, that would mean a major ideological issue. In my humble opinion, for today and tomorrow, it would be best not to attempt to reduce the blockade on the basement. If an accident really happens, I'm afraid we'll lose everything. After a brief silence, the communications officer offered his thoughts. My thoughts align with yours, but that's not where the problem lies. Karina sighed softly, her knuckles rhythmically tapping the armrest of the throne. It was unclear what she was actually worried about. Mainly, I'm worried that if those items turn out to be useless when the time comes, we might all be in danger. That is indeed very difficult to accept. However, from the look of things right now, we have no choice and no countermeasure. But I feel that as long as we command remotely when the time comes, it should be fine. The communications officer offered a seemingly safe idea. While it does sound plausible, I feel that the thing down there is definitely not something where just being far enough away will allow us to block it, defend against it, and ensure we remain unharmed. Karina pursed her lips, a trace of fear arising from who knows where appearing in her eyes. The items have been handed over to them. They should arrive around the day after tomorrow. But whether they work or not is another matter. Hedgel tilted his head slightly, using his peripheral vision to glance at Karina, who was sitting obediently like a lady for once, and spoke in a soft voice. I, on the other hand, think it shouldn't be much of a problem. It should be useful. Karina, however, was full of confidence. As for the source of this confidence, presumably only she knew. Tusk, in the end, we still had to cut your finger. I originally planned to use physical means. Speaking up to this point, Hedgel's voice carried a hint of helplessness again. Tusk, there's no helping it. There are far too many things hidden beneath this continent. If one starts being arrogant after mastering just a little technology, that is the height of ignorance. What hinders survival is not weakness and ignorance, but arrogance. Sometimes, you just have to follow the procedure. Who knows, maybe every step of these so-called procedures has a specific meaning. Karina, however, had her own opinion on this. Exactly. No one knew what was hidden inside, nor did anyone know what harm rash action might bring. And if letting a tiny bit of her blood flow allowed them to bypass these strange traps and go straight to the goal, then she was naturally more than willing. It could even be considered a massive profit. Is that how you see it? Let's just say it is, then. Hedgel engaged in an obscure self-dialogue. Be that as it may, thinking about the scene back then really is a bit... Stop. Before Hedgel could finish his sentence, Karina puffed her cheeks and interrupted him directly. Her ladylike composure instantly collapsed, completely losing that peculiar air she had just moments ago. Hannah, why stop? You still ask me why stop? Are you genuinely dense or just pretending to be dense? Don't you have any idea at all what you did back then? Do you really not have even the slightest clue? The more Karina spoke, the angrier she felt. This directly caused her cheeks to flush red, her tone rushed and urgent. Even if you say so, I don't feel like I did anything wrong. But Hedgel had no intention of just playing along with Karina's words. Instead, he played dumb again, waiting for Karina herself to speak out what had happened. To a certain extent, this could indeed be called her source of joy. At least in his eyes, it was definitely a source of joy. As for what Karina thought about this, one could probably guess most of it just by looking at her current expression. Was this pretty much what a red balloon looked like when fully inflated? The kind that would explode if touched even slightly. Why, Tilda, you guys are totally playing dumb. Typical of you. You really are terrible. Karina couldn't help but curse out loud at him. Yes. Then may I ask, Miss Karina, what exactly did I do earlier? Hedgel once again wore a strange smile, staring straight at Karina. You guy. Seriously? Good grief. Hearing his words, Karina merely sighed softly, but as if all the wind had been knocked out of her. most of her anger subsided. 384. Borrowing strength. So what exactly did I do to make you so unhappy? Hedgel's smiling face looked so punchable to Karenina right now. I really don't understand it at all. Back then, I purposefully cut a small slit in my finger just to collect some blood. Why on earth did you put my finger in your mouth like that? Whenever Karenina recalled that bizarre scene, she couldn't help but shudder, and her bandage-wrapped index finger mysteriously felt a sense of warm wetness. It was just to stop you from losing too much blood. Hedgel, however, showed no sign of shyness at all, responding calmly as before, as if to him, this was only natural. You forget it. Since you think it's fine, then whatever. Since you say so, dwelling on it further would just be a waste of effort. Section 198. Although Karenina still wanted to continue bickering with him, thinking she might end up in a rather embarrassing situation in the end, she ultimately abandoned this unreliable idea. Well, the embarrassment over these matters, there would always be a day for him to pay it back. Karenina was convinced of this in her heart. You're quite clear-headed after all, and at that time I really had no malicious intent. Even if you want to say something more, I won't be shaken at all. Hedgel also went along with Karenina's words. There was completely no intention of repenting whatsoever, instead carrying a slight sense of complacency. Karenina, however, felt that it was fortunate she hadn't made a fool of herself just now by arguing with him on such matters. After all, no matter what, in this kind of war of words, it was impossible for her to win against him. Fine. You're amazing. Your skin is thick. Are you happy now? All I care about right now is whether that blood can actually be of some use. Or is the direction wrong? When it came to matters related to this aspect, Karenina fell into heavy anxiety once again. Because although the fellow verbally said this is the clear answer, actually whether this related to blood was exactly the same as what she imagined, was truly unknown. If not, that would really be embarrassing. What's more, there might be even more mind-boggling things hidden underneath. For example, the huge monster underneath that almost broke free from underground. If the judgment was wrong, it might bring about some unbearable things. It might even threaten the current situation. Although this possibility currently had no basis, her intuition was telling her so. If the thing under the Grand Cathedral was really let out, it would definitely invite a disaster. Should not be wrong. After all, didn't that fellow tell you that this was a clear answer? And she also said that this time's blood just has a different effect from last time, but the result is the same. Don't worry too much. Besides, the things have already been shipped out. Aren't you still worrying for nothing now? After thinking about it carefully, Hedgel, however, thought there was no problem with this. Probably this was just because he didn't think the thing below could stir up much trouble. Your Majesty, the front lines have currently stabilized. The reconstruction work of the defense lines is also underway. Although a small number of enemy troops took the opportunity when the defense lines were not yet stable to sneak into our country's territory, they have currently been swiftly annihilated by our military forces. Please rest assured, Your Majesty. Inside the imperial palace of the Kavilar Empire, the old man serving as the military minister was currently half kneeling on the carpet, reporting the recent situation to Cleaner sitting on the chair in a steady tone. At least from now on, the situation was developing in a good direction. A stable defense line also meant they could have more leeway to tidy up domestic affairs and adjust domestic production conditions. At the same time, they also gained bargaining chips to negotiate with a noble coalition. As long as supplies and personnel can keep up, we can rely on city defense facilities to barely contend with those lizards. Right. This really counts as unexpected to a certain extent. After a whole day of work, Cleaner was also exhausted. But upon hearing this news, which could be considered a reassurance for her, she still mustered up the remaining little bit of spirit. Your Majesty, this subject believes that as long as we can block those hateful northerners lizards outside the national borders, we will have the opportunity to negotiate with them and seek temporary peace. After all, the personnel consumption on the front lines can be said to be considerable every day. And if we cannot get timely replenishment, the result naturally will only be the collapse of the defense lines. After much struggle, the military minister still told Cleaner what he wanted to say, although he also understood that doing so might lead to him being fiercely scolded by Cleaner. But if he didn't speak up, the problem would be the greatest. After all, if this kind of war continued, it could be said to be fundamental destruction for the country. An entire generation would die because of the war. The resulting shortage of labor was impossible to avoid. Cleaner was not unaware of this matter either. She also didn't want to continue this war with completely no visible result and no visible victory. But the current situation was that she had to fight. If a peace plea happened here too, then afterwards, the Lizard's army of the Northerners would press down entirely on the battle lines of other small and weak countries in the Southern Alliance. This would be equivalent to the complete collapse of the coalition posture, and the Northern Alliance could carry out a divide and conquer entirely effortlessly. Cleaner wanted to explain how this was unfeasible. But she also knew that the military minister certainly understood the current difficulties as well. Thus, she just opened her mouth without making a single sound. Then, carrying a sense of reluctance or helplessness, she closed her mouth. There's no need to go into details about this matter. I have my own plans. You may withdraw first. Cleaner shook her head, no longer making superfluous explanations. After all, some things were tacitly understood by everyone. Although the military minister hesitated a bit, in the end he still barely propped up his old bones, stroked his white beard, and retreated from the room in obedience to Cleaner's command. Although the war situation had stabilized, but future problems had truly not been resolved even a little bit. It really was so difficult. Cleaner slumped in her chair, looking up at the ceiling. Her eyes also lost their focus. What external force was there left to lean on? Who else was there to rely on? Who else was trustworthy? She couldn't find the answer. No, wait. It seemed perhaps she could still give it a try. Cleaner seemed to have thought of someone again. Chapter 385, Mess. Looking at the recent situation there, it should be possible to ask him for a little bit of support. Right. Although she thought of that fellow, and even wanted to ask him for a tiny bit of aid supplies. But thinking of the fellow's posture of being a total stingy miser, Cleaner's idea vanished by more than half, and then she slumped back against the chair cushion's backrest again. That fellow, although he indeed looks quite reliable, this should only be limited to his own country. As for us guys who have nation-level conflicts of interest, I guess he won't give us a good look either. Naturally, the person Cleaner was grumbling about was none other than Hedgel. In Cleaner's view, this fellow was tough externally, but internally he was still passable. And no long-term vision? Because, well, if by then the Cavilla Empire and other small countries were all dealt with by the Northerners, then he would definitely be besieged by the guys of the Northern Alliance. Not even understanding the principle of lips and teeth, what grand perspective could he talk about? Therefore, fundamentally, Cleaner still looked down on Hedgel a bit. What's more, from her perspective, there weren't many noble forces inside the Coburg Empire, and official corruption was resolved by him so swiftly and ruthlessly. Those guys completely had no ability to stir up any waves. If our country was just like them, with no decentralized nobles and a political environment similar to theirs, I would definitely be able to do better than him. A thought of I can do it myself also appeared in her brain at this moment. Indeed, from her perspective, it was truly far too simple. After all, it just meant finding a few scumbags, dragging them out, and cutting off their heads, playing a warning role in the imperial court. There was completely no need to care about the nobles' views. After all, the nobles of the Coburg Empire didn't have many private soldiers in their hands. This seemed to be a fairly simple matter in Cleaner's eyes, but she didn't know how many interest entanglements were involved beneath this surface. Although in suppressing the rebellion and swiftly annihilating the papal state, he showed his military acumen, but in state governance and diplomatic strategy, he still fell quite a bit short. After comprehensive analysis, Cleaner came to such a conclusion, while also inevitably lamenting why her own country was such a mess. Tusk, in the end, we still have to see whether he is willing to export more supplies to us or not. This feeling of begging others is truly troublesome. Thinking of this, Cleaner couldn't help but sigh. Recently the state treasury also got a little money through taxation. Let's see if they can sell us more weapons at a low price. At least in terms of quality, their sabers and swords are still much better than ours. This can also greatly reduce casualties. She first listed the items on paper, along with the approximate required quantity for each item, and how low the price could ideally be pushed. Then comes the food. Over on their side, if it's the wheat at the southernmost tip of their border, one crop should mature this month, right? Let's see if we can find a chance to buy some. The rural labour population is severely insufficient right now, and even the production of food crops has been affected to a considerable extent. She calculated various values in her mind over and over again. At the same time, she was constantly formulating various persuasive speeches. After all, different reasons given have different probabilities of success. Various factors had to be considered. Originally, she had planned to rest early, but now it seemed completely impossible. Covering her mouth, she yawned, and then poured her energy back into the work. That day, the magic chandelier in the Empress's office shone for yet another night. You're saying that these things can solve the monster below. 2 days later, inside the central Grand Cathedral, Karina looked at the small bottle in her hand filled with red liquid almost indistinguishable from blood, and asked with a face full of doubt. Yes, Her Majesty said that as long as the liquid preserved in this magic bottle is poured into the underground cave, the monster can be eliminated. And a Coburg Empire official who arrived at the Grand Cathedral along with the transporters gave Karina an affirmative answer, although he didn't know what the principle behind this was either. But this was something Her Majesty personally stated and demanded to be properly conveyed. Naturally, he dared not have the slightest delay or misinterpretation. Basically, he just repeated it completely. Is that so? After hearing these words, Karina's complexion became even worse. After all, she completely didn't understand what kind of principle this was. Just needing to pour this thing into that underground hole could subdue that monster. This was simply too magical. Just the power capable of shaking the foundations of the entire Grand Cathedral was enough to make one understand how formidable and powerful the thing underneath was. Merely using this single bottle of inexplicable red liquid, no matter how one looked at it, this wasn't right, was it? Although the subordinate also understands that you hold great concerns regarding this. But this is indeed the wording personally told to the subordinate by Her Majesty. Please earnestly carry it out. The official responsible for transmitting the order naturally understood Karina's concerns, but there was not a trace of sympathy in these words, only a warning. Understood. I will follow Her Majesty's will and perfectly complete the tasks assigned by Her Majesty. Karina also understood what meaning was carried within this, and she definitely dared not disobey. Section 199. In that case, all she could do was follow what Hedgel said. She just didn't know what kind of trouble this might ultimately cause. Hopefully, Hedgel was right. Karina could only sigh at this, then grip tightly the bottle in her hand, which contained a liquid no different from blood. Afterward, she took the messenger and followed the somewhat dilapidated corridor and spiral staircase down to the passage tightly sealed with heavy stones and sandbags. Traces of panic from that time still lingered here, accompanied by a thick smell of dirt and sand that made one's nose itch. This is the passage blocking that bizarre, massive creature. Unless something unexpected happens, that thing is right behind here. For your Excellency's safety, all subsequent operations will be taken over entirely by the soldiers. Following protocol, Karina began explaining to the old man, who was ostensibly a messenger, but in truth served as a monitor. Very well, hopefully no problems will arise. He merely nodded and said no more, silently watching the pile of rubble not far away. The soldiers also began to move according to the instructions Karina had previously arranged. Instantly, the air was tinged with a sense of tension. 386. Taking effect. Slowly, piece by piece, the soldiers moved the huge stones piled at the entrance of the narrow passage. Then, after ensuring the entire blocking structure would not collapse from removing the stones, they slowly removed them completely. Clearing the obstacles alone took a considerable amount of effort. Although we considered clearing these things beforehand to prevent unnecessary danger, we decided to begin work only after having countermeasures against the huge monster inside. After all, if it really comes out, and there are no measures to stop it, the losses brought about would be immeasurable. Looking at the rubble continuously being hauled out of that underground space, Karina recalled the massive vibrations from the monster she had felt earlier inside the church, and couldn't help but speak up. In matters like this, one must indeed be prudent and cautious. After all, His Majesty also said that not a single mistake is permitted. Holding the transparent magic bottle, the old man affirmed her statement as well. After all, he knew that if things went wrong, let alone his official post, whether he could keep the head on his shoulders would be a whole other story. That was why he agreed so strongly with Karina's caution. Afterward, they simply stood to one side of the passage, quietly waiting for everything to be completely cleared. Or rather, they didn't need to wait for the rubble to be completely cleared. Opening a pathway wide enough for a single person to pass through would suffice. Inside this tunnel, since the sun was completely invisible, the passage of time became quite blurred in their minds. They merely watched the boulders and sandbags being continuously hauled out of the tunnel as time passed. Outside the tunnel stood a large group of soldiers waiting in stern readiness. If that monster attempted to break through, taking advantage of this opportunity, they would repeat their old trick and immediately use stones and sandbags to seal the tunnel completely. Only near noon was a gap finally cleared in the tunnel, barely wide enough for a person to squeeze through sideways. Hero, I'm entrusting this to you. Make sure to pour all of this liquid inside. Do you understand? After confirming there were no anomalies nearby, Karina called forth the strongest individual knight currently available, took the bottle of red liquid from the old man's hands, and handed it to the knight named Kuril. Kuril merely responded in a resolute voice, then took the magic bottle and squeezed through along that narrow gap. So narrow, so tight. Having just entered the gap, Kuril only felt the stones and sandbags constantly squeezing his body, but he had no choice and could only try his best to pass through the narrow area while carefully protecting the magic bottle from being crushed. Although he had not directly participated in stacking those stones back then, when he commanded the soldiers at the tunnel entrance, he had felt the monster's terrifying aura. It seemed that as long as it wanted to, it could pass through the stone wall made of rubble and swallow all these humans, whose very synonym was weak, whole. It was a feeling of being stared down by an apex predator. And if across such thick stones, it could still make them feel that bone-chilling intent and pressure that felt as though it could shatter one's bones entirely, how powerful and terrifying must its true form be? Kuril did not dare to think deeply about it. To be honest, this feeling isn't great at all. He slowly moved forward through the narrow gap, his internal sense of vigilance raised to its peak. Still okay. At least I haven't felt that malevolent aura. Maybe that thing retreated back underground long ago. After all, with a body that size, Staying in a basement mostly blocked by rock would be way too uncomfortable, right? He desperately felt for all nearby auras while comforting himself over and over again. After all, he understood in his heart that if he truly ran into that creature, wanting to go back would be virtually impossible. After all, with an escape speed, where he could only slowly wriggle through the rock crevices, if he encountered that thing, even if he managed to narrowly escape its clutches, wouldn't the people outside definitely seal the entire tunnel off? It would be completely impossible for them to wait until he got out before sealing it. It was an impossible thing to begin with. He understood the risks involved, but the handsome reward hidden behind it made it hard for him to refuse the job. Men die for wealth, as birds die for food. That was roughly the principle at work here. Now he could only pray that he wouldn't run face to face into that thing, and that the bright red liquid in his hand would work. His confidence inexplicably grew a bit firmer again. A few minutes later, he finally made it through the barrier of rubble and reached the other side of the stone rampart. These transparent things on the ground should all be magic crystals, right? NGH, that hurts a bit. He was just about to pull his body completely out of the gap to closely examine the fragmented magic crystals covering the entire floor. But a sharp, protruding corner among the pile of rubble ruthlessly scratched his cheek, causing blood to flow freely. And these bright red drops of blood, perfectly obeying the laws of gravity, slid down from his cheek, and then dripped into the magic crystal fragments covering the ground. Originally, Kirill didn't pay it any mind, wanting instead to immediately walk over to the opening and pour in all the red liquid in his hand. But when he noticed the anomaly where his blood had dripped, his pupil shrank slightly, and he froze completely. Spikes, several slender yet sharp spikes, appeared at the spot where his blood had fallen, right by his feet, transparent and sharp, exuding a dense aura of mana. For some reason, he also felt that these strange spikes possessed a quality that seemed capable of piercing through all things. These things, could they have absorbed my blood? Combining his previous action with the current abnormal situation, with this doubt in mind, he deliberately dabbed 2 drops of uncoagulated blood from his cheek onto his finger and dripped them onto the magic crystal fragments scattered all over the ground. And the instant those drops of blood touched the transparent fragments on the ground, the blood drops vanished. Meanwhile, the magic crystal fragments were dyed bright red and glowed. In the next second, the blood-soaked magic crystal seemed to awaken, bursting forth with wild momentum in a mere instant. A bizarre flower bloomed, its petals formed of slender magic crystal spikes. By this time, the magic crystal returned to transparency, losing that original eerie touch of red. At the same time, that terrifying aura suddenly enveloped everything around. It's coming. Kirill had no time for further thought. The moment he was enveloped by this aura, he felt as if his entire body was being tightly seized. Even breathing felt like something he wasn't permitted to do. This kind of domain of control that shouldn't exist in this world. He barely supported himself against the wall to make sure he didn't collapse outright. Meanwhile, a roar that seemed capable of piercing through his eardrums made his legs turn to jelly. He felt like he saw pairs of eyes. Pairs of bizarre eyes with vertical pupils and indescribable colors. They were watching him, as if looking at a dish that had already been served on the dining table. He even felt he heard bursts of extremely joyful, sarcastically mocking, and immensely seductive cruel laughter. Was that the roar of hell? Could that monster's true form be the guardian of hell? He thought of these things almost instinctively, his mind nearly collapsing on the spot. At this moment, both his hands completely lost their strength, and the hand that had been tightly clutching the bottle filled with crimson liquid let go in this very second. That bottle of bright red liquid, just like Kirill's blood earlier, followed gravity's guidance and rapidly fell onto the floor covered in magic crystal fragments, accompanied by the sound of breaking glass and splashing liquid. This blood-like red liquid was completely absorbed by all the magic crystal fragments it splashed onto and touched. So, what I was holding was merely a bottle of blood. By now, Kirill had lost his mind. With a dull look in his eyes, he could only make such an inferential deduction. Though it was indeed true. It's over, everything is over. It was completely useless. Why did a fool like me listen to Karina's instigation, come here, and offer my life and soul to be savoured by these evil ghosts of hell? Currently, he could only retain these most basic conscious thoughts. His entire body had long since lost all strength due to the monster's voice and pressure. Furthermore, his mind was thoroughly eroded, leaving behind only dark, gloomy emotions. And for some reason, he felt his hearing become extraordinarily sharp. He heard the soldiers outside already attempting to seal the path shut, without giving any thought to his life or death at all, simply to save their own skins. If I had known, I wouldn't have listened to Karina's sweet talk and run over here to throw away my life, gained nothing, and even lost my life. No matter how you look at it, it's a total loss. Heheha, they really are in a mad flurry right now, trying frantically to block this path off like crazy. Really? How pathetic. Through this hearing that had inexplicably become sharp, Kirill listened closely to every move on the other side of the stone wall. That fellow's voice is getting closer too. I suppose I'll be completely eaten by that thing soon, won't I? With such pessimistic thoughts, Kirill stared with a face as pale as death at the opening not far away, which was scattered with magic crystals. Wait, something seems wrong with the sound. Kirill suddenly felt he had discovered a very important detail. The sound that thing was making had completely lost its momentum, and was even laced with panic. Section 200. And the power that had originally been taken away mysteriously returned. Supporting himself against the wall, he managed to get up from the ground with a feeling of astonishment, only to discover the red liquid in the bottle, which had originally been absorbed by the magic crystal shards, was now spit back out, staining the floor tile red. P.S. Here's a 3K word chapter tilde tomorrow is the start of a new month again Z asking for monthly tickets tilde. 387. No way out. Have they finally come? Hehehe. In the end, they still couldn't resist the temptation of these magic crystals. Rewinding time to a few minutes ago, this serpentine creature, covered all over in fine and sharp magic crystal spikes, was curled up beneath the tunnel, letting out bursts of hideous laughter. What a pity the lower creatures I ate back then weren't enough. If there had been just a few more, how could a crude stone wall like this possibly block me? It writhed its body beneath the deep tunnel. The sound of the magic crystals rubbing against one another was barely different from glass clinking together. Both were thoroughly unsettling. Coupled with that faint, eerie, hideous laugh, the atmosphere instantly became bizarrely surreal. This fellow actually knows to water the spikes I scattered with blood. Quite sensible. Or could it be that he was originally a believer of mine, and knows my preferences? Thinking of this, it inexplicably wore a strange smile once again. Why say strange? I believe a massive snakehead studded with glass shards curling its lips in a smile could never be described as normal. In that case, use your body to contribute to my resurrection. When the time comes, I will definitely turn her into powder. Make her feel everything I have experienced down here all these years. Its laughter suddenly grew deep, accompanied by a roar of extreme excitement. It echoed through the narrow cave filled with magic crystals, striking terror into the hearts of everyone in the basement, eroding their souls, and affecting their minds. It showered madness and frenzy upon everyone within reach of its voice. That fellow actually brought such a wonderful bottle of blood. Truly my follower. As a reward, I won't devour your soul. When the time comes, become one of those who enjoy ultimate bliss in the true paradise I create. Feeling the sensation of that bottle of blood spilling onto the spikes it had set, it showed a satisfied smile. It slowly absorbed that sweet blood. It felt that no blood had ever been so smooth, so delicious and sweet. It swallowed it whole, preparing to completely convert it into its own murky divine power. But a sudden wave of panic arose without warning. This feeling. It was inexplicably overcome by a sense of dread. No, it wasn't inexplicable. This feeling was familiar, really familiar. After absorbing that blood, its body began to tremble uncontrollably. It was that person. It remembered everything. But after recalling all of it, its body trembled even more violently. It became harder and harder to stay calm. It remembered that night. It remembered that long black dress. It remembered that long, silver thread hair. It remembered that crimson moon. It remembered that maniacal smile. It remembered that blood-red longsword swinging toward it like it was slicing meat. It remembered those damned red vertical slits for pupils. It remembered that wild laughter that even surpassed its own. And the meaning within that laughter was crystal clear. Scorn and pleasure. The scorn of a higher species toward a lower one. And the pleasure was the joy of pure slaughter, the delight of watching divine blood splatter everywhere. If it had to say, even if someone claimed she was a true evil god, it would definitely believe it and revere her as the strongest. That was true chaos. Even coming from the void, it had never seen such a terrifying creature, and now in this blood, it felt that ultimate madness and greed once again, as well as that scorn. This terrified it to its core. It even wanted to immediately spit out all the blood it had swallowed. Its arrogant laughter, which had originally stemmed from thinking it could escape this cage, was now replaced by extreme fear. It could even re-experience the feeling of its physical body being torn apart by that blood-red longsword, its soul violently trampled, and its godhead walked and eroded. The perpetrator turned into the victim. There was probably no shift in the world more dramatic than this, and only one thought remained in its mind. Flee. Flee immediately. But flee where? Where could it escape to? At this moment, all the magic crystal spikes across its body lost their former luster. It quickly turned around and burrowed deeper into the tunnel. It wanted to crawl back into the tomb she had created for it and its colleagues, so she would think it had already become pure, translucent magic crystals, just like its peers who were chopped into pieces. Its previous words about crushing her to powder and making her feel its pain seemed so ignorant and laughable now. It was that inexplicable pool of blood that forced it to recall the fear branded deep in its soul. But reality was really so fortunate. It felt its soul being gnawed on and its remaining godhead being eroded. Its body grew increasingly weak, gradually taking on a vibrant red color just like the blood. Greed, gluttony, This erosive force, which even an evil god skilled in corrupting minds and eroding souls could not resist, was the best footnote for those two words. Filled with fear, it dragged itself inch by inch back into the underground barrier complex that had decayed over time, looking at the surrounding massive magic crystals that were originally the limbs and torsos of its peers. That sense of horror reached its peak at this moment. It felt as if it had returned to the era when she slaughtered them at will. Yet the feeling of its soul being gnawed away bite by bite did not disappear due to this terror. The agonizing pain of its soul gradually fragmenting was the ultimate suffering, like bats continuously biting into its already damaged soul. And this was the gift from the blood contained in that bottle. HNG. Severe pain mixed with terror made it utter a roar that resounded through the entire underground passage. But after that roar came only weak gasps. The red hue on its body gradually faded. The magic crystals growing on its body also lost their original shine, becoming no different from normal magic crystals. On the verge of death, it felt as though it heard the screeches of bats. They gathered in swarms, content and satisfied, because they had just devoured the soul and got head of a big guy. In the end, they didn't forget to mock the loser like this. And within that sound, it could only transform, like its peers, into a massive crystal containing pure magic power. 388. Finished. That oppressive aura is gone. Kirill, who had been leaning against the wall at the edge of the cave for the past few minutes, suddenly felt his stolen strength return. What's more, that oppressive feeling had vanished as well. And what gave him the most peace of mind was the magic crystal spikes that suddenly shattered completely. Could it be that the thing below was already killed? Kirill thought optimistically. After all, he could only maintain an optimistic attitude now. If it really was as he imagined, he had truly managed to keep his life. If not, he could only consider himself unlucky. There really seemed to be no movement. Besides, these magic crystals that were shining weirdly before no longer have their original luster. Perhaps that guy really is dead. Looking at the red liquid that stained the floor tile, he sniffed the faint scent of blood filling the air. He spoke with uncertainty. Could it be that this blood-like stuff? No. This is blood. Could it actually kill a monster like that? No matter how you look at it, this doesn't make sense. Right. Why could it absorb our blood? But it spit this blood out and even died. He creased his brows tight, finding all of this harder and harder to comprehend. Forget it. I should report to Lady Karina first. What happens after probably won't have anything to do with me anymore. He then just sighed quietly, giving up on thinking about it. Anyway, his mission was completed, and he didn't care to worry about what came next. Thinking this, he took out the magic stone used for communication from his bosom. You're saying that thing has been destroyed, and the magic crystals that were glowing with a strange luster have returned to normal. Karina, upon receiving these reports, was filled with sheer astonishment. After all, she hadn't expected him to make it back unscathed in the first place, because even if that bottle of red stuff had some effect, escaping intact from an entity with such monstrous strength would be immensely difficult. Not to mention that the roar heard earlier, filled with terrifying aura and oppressive force, definitely didn't sound like a joke. That was why she had immediately given the order to seal off the passage. Section 201. However, right now it seems there is no such need anymore. Just stand by in place and check in periodically. If any problems arise, be sure to report immediately. I will order them to move the rubble right now. Although filled with misgivings, Karina still nodded and immediately gave an answer that made Kirill feel at ease. Afterward, she immediately hung up the communication and let out a long sigh of relief. How is the situation? The old man, who had been standing to the side listening to their conversation, also immediately stepped closer. According to him, there shouldn't be any problem. That monster has basically been dealt with. Karina answered truthfully. Is the situation true? If there is any error in the situation, the resulting losses will be incalculable. Hearing this answer, he frowned tightly. After all, to say that thing had been completely dealt with in less than 10 minutes indeed sounded a bit unreal. I cannot be certain whether it is true either. Therefore, we should still prepare for both eventualities. First, move away the rubble that was just filled in, and then maintain vigilance, ready to seal the passage again at any time. At this stage, Karina could really only think of this solution. If that thing really managed to escape, she feared everyone here would become its food. Though she didn't know whether that thing actually ate people or not. Then let's do it this way for now. Caution is paramount. If a problem arises, the responsibility at that time is not something the two of us can shoulder. Yet the old man was still worried about whether Hedgel would hold them accountable for this. After all, Hedgel could be said to be unmatched when it came to holding people accountable. Once he caught a problem, at the very least it meant a demotion, and at worst, losing one's official position directly or even being thrown onto the gallows. These were not the results he wanted to see, so naturally, he had to strictly monitor all of Karina's actions. All right, now let us first have Kirill, who was dispatched inside, come out. As she spoke, she gave instructions to the busy soldiers around her, explaining that the monster inside had been eliminated by the miraculous potion blood liquid, and told them to clear away all the rubble blocking the passage, though she didn't know whether it was really as he said, and whether that monster was truly dead. Of course, if one had to speak of a conspiracy, perhaps it was that monster controlling Kyril's body, intentionally sending out this message of no problem, the blockade can be lifted. The moment Karina thought of this possibility, her mood instantly tightened. She had indeed heard tales of such magical beasts existing in the past. Perhaps monsters of this large scale also possessed this kind of ability. Thinking of this possibility, her sense of vigilance rapidly escalated, and she immediately leaned closer to the old man to explain her thoughts. There is indeed a related possibility. Hunters who lived in the mountains and forests in the past have also encountered magical beasts with this ability, and it caused quite a significant number of casualties. And if it's a fellow of this massive size and extremely strong ability, it makes sense for it to have such a capability. It is better to be a bit more cautious. Eager to preserve his life, the old man naturally agreed with this idea, and the subsequent series of operations were exceptionally slow after all. They had to set up various emergency measures, redeploy personnel, and clear away the rubble that had just been filled in. It was indescribably troublesome. This matter tossed and turned all the way until evening before it finally stopped, and Kyril, after emerging from that tunnel with a ravenous stomach, had to explain over and over again the abnormal situations he saw, as well as the process of eliminating that monster, though in reality, there wasn't much of a process. Furthermore, the eerie gaze Karina gave him as she stared made his entire body feel uncomfortable. Then may I ask what on earth was inside that bottle to actually have such miraculous ability? Feeling the atmosphere grow increasingly awkward, Kyril immediately decided to change the subject. This was obtained from Her Majesty's hands. As for what specific thing is contained inside, exact news is not known, but according to 2 palace maids, it is the blood of a certain lord's index finger. The old man also gave a piece of gossip. Blood? How could this blood possibly still have such ability? Upon hearing this, Karina couldn't help but frown. I am not clear on this. Anyway, the rumor I heard is like this. And because the mission was successfully completed, the old man let out a long sigh of relief. Seeking monthly votes tilde colon Z. 386. Warning. Reminder. Indeed, at that time I really did smell a very strong scent of blood. Kyril, at this time, spoke of the scent he of court back then. If it were up to him to say, he really felt that it was blood. Whether it was the color or the scent, they were extremely similar. As for why the blood wouldn't turn dark red after several days of transportation, he could only attribute it to that magic bottle. Even you say so. If it really is blood, then just how terrifying of a fellow must the owner of this blood be? Just a tiny bit of blood is enough to kill such a monster with supernatural strength. Hearing these words, Karina's expression suddenly turned exceptionally bizarre. Indeed, thinking according to normal circumstances, for such a tiny bit of blood to cause such massive lethality, no matter how one looked at it, it was too magical. What the exact situation is, I'm not clear either. In short, everyone only needs to know that the talents possessing this power are all within Her Majesty's control. As long as everyone abides by the law and obeys orders, it will not bring any harm to you all. Only peace of mind and joy. That is enough. The old man jumped out again at this time to smooth things over. After all, some things were better not discussed too much. Who knows when one's head would be chopped off just because one's tongue was too long? That truly wouldn't be worth the loss. Karina and Kyril took this as a warning, warning them not to harbour any rebellious thoughts, otherwise it would only bring tragedy and death upon themselves. And the underground monster that was easily resolved sounded an alarm bell for them. Therefore, they swallowed hard and unhesitatingly agreed with the old man's rhetoric. And the old man nodded with a satisfied smile, believing that they understood his meaning. Seeing this expression of his, Kyril and Karina also inwardly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to themselves that fortunately they hadn't misinterpreted the meaning. In fact, a problem had already arisen right from the start. To be honest, I completely didn't expect that this matter, which could very well have turned into a major riot, would be resolved in this manner. Inside the imperial capital of the Kebut Empire, Karen Inner, who had just received Karina's news from Hedgel, lay sprawled across the desk with her cheeks pressed tightly against the tablecloth, her eyes carrying complex emotions as she began to talk to herself. This, to be honest, I don't understand either. Why is it that as long as your blood is sprinkled on those magic crystal fragments, that big fellow can be annihilated? Moreover, according to their report, that big fellow looks like a giant snake covered all over with magic crystal spikes. Now it has entirely turned into a single piece of crystalline magic crystal, and deep inside there are several damaged barriers, along with a huge pile of giant magic crystals resembling human arms and souls. The situation is identical to that mountain beside the imperial capital. Hedgel poured out the more detailed situation all at once to Kareniner. To be honest, aren't these things pretty much the same as what we saw earlier inside the mountain cavity? They all had huge magic crystals, they all had strange guardians, and barriers existed in all of them. These matters are truly becoming increasingly bizarre. Well, since the matter is resolved, that can be considered a good thing. If there are no other clues, and we just want to rely on these mere glimpses to pry into the full picture of the matter, that can only be considered wishful thinking. Karenina, however, did not pick up on Hedgel's long speech, but instead shifted directions. That's right, the puzzle pieces for these things are still far from being all found. It will take a lot of time to figure them out. Although Hedgel did not understand what Karenina had thought of. Since she said so, she must know something. I found some doorway. Then let us quietly await the good news. Hey, I just want to ask now, how's the current construction status? The closer it gets to the day when the accumulated problems within the Keviller Empire erupt, the more I feel pressed for time, and that mood of watching a good show earlier has vanished into thin air. I only think about when our domestic measures can slowly roll out. Karenina shifted her upper body on the table again, not knowing what on earth she was considering. However, what she was talking about right now was indeed some issues that needed immediate attention. This it is still in the initial stage. Although some of the main roads connecting various mineral production areas have basically been changed to cement road surfaces, but there is still some distance from the target of full-line cement. Hedgel's given answer didn't seem optimistic at all. However, grain production has been able to rise quite a bit recently. Wheat in the southern part of the empire can yield 3 harvests a year, and the end of this month is harvest day, so a large amount of grain will be obtained soon. Afterwards, as if to ease the currently somewhat oppressive atmosphere, Hedgel tossed out another encouraging piece of good news. How much is it estimated to increase compared to previous years? If it's not much, then it'll all be for naught. Hearing this news, Karenina, although still looking indifferent, and with the content of her words showing no sense of optimism, had a tone that faintly carried a trace of delight. The estimated production is only about 30% increase compared to last year. If calculated this way, if other domestic grain-producing areas can increase their yields by this much every season, then I think that can already be considered a very huge improvement. Moreover, there's quite a bit of land that has just been reclaimed, and hasn't reached the time to start sowing yet. I believe the specific figures can definitely exceed our current expectations. Hedgel, however, followed along with what Karenina wanted to hear right now and continued speaking. Anyway, this was indeed a fact. Saying a little more wouldn't cause much of a problem. This kind of volume, wouldn't we have to build a few more granaries? Hearing this, Karenina perked up again. Preparations are already underway. Not only that the Keviller Empire side seems to be thinking of taking this opportunity to import a batch of grain from us. Well, it's not incomprehensible either. The domestic labour shortage right now is even bigger than ours. Not only that, it's constantly being consumed. Seeing that we have grain ripening here again, wanting to buy some to patch up the hole is not abnormal. So, what are your plans? At this time, Karenina finally straightened her body up from the dining table, supporting half her cheek with one hand, and stared straight at Hedgel with azure eyes, asking for his thoughts. Countermeasures for this aspect have actually been thought out long ago. Seeing her like this, Hedgel swallowed hard, and answered softly, thinking to himself, why does this fellow always suddenly start flirting? 360. Countermeasure. Then what is the countermeasure? Karenina blinked, the corners of her mouth slightly upturned, while not forgetting to brush those disobedient golden hair strands back to their original place, waiting for Hedgel's answer. Temporarily agree, creating a good impression, although I didn't have a good impression in her eyes to begin with. Afterwards, naturally, it means not delivering the goods immediately. As for the excuse, it will be because of the problems of domestic rebellion and the imperial power falling into other hands over there. And by that time, she probably won't care much about that batch of grain anymore, but rather her own power and personal safety issues. Hedgel was still as shameless as ever. The delaying tactic seemed to him to be the most useful external move, since he had already anticipated what major problems would happen inside the Keviller Empire later. The initiative in this matter was held in his hands, meaning that you're going to swallow the deposit of the Keviller Empire afterwards. The key point Karenina grasped seemed completely different from Hedgel's. It's just a tiny deposit. Moreover, in the future, to help her restore her power and continue acting as our shield, the money I pay out will definitely be vastly more than this deposit. Hedgel didn't look at it that way at all. After all, he also understood how much capital he would have to inject into the Keviller Empire in the future. Such a tiny deposit probably wouldn't even qualify to fill a gap between his teeth in the future. Spending money to buy a shield, I hope it's profitable. If this Keviller Empire really doesn't live up to expectations, then there's truly no help for it. Matters having reached this point, Karenina also felt that she didn't need to say anything more. Generally speaking, there shouldn't be a problem. Recently, their defense line has tended to stabilize. Only later on, the problem of the aristocratic army will completely disrupt this gradually improving trend. At that time, you just need to sit back and watch the show. I really wonder what kind of mood and expression that fellow cleaner will have at that moment. Speaking to this point, Hedgel faintly carried a layer of anticipation again. The more I look at you like this, the more you look like a heinous villain. Karenina, however, ruthlessly complained. Section 202. If I'm a villain, then so be it. Politics doesn't distinguish between good and evil. It only pursues the nation's interests. Since there's a show to watch, why shouldn't I watch it? It's not as if I'm refusing to offer help, Hedgel answered with righteous confidence. The ugly face of a politician was on full display. Fine, let's just hope things don't go off the rails. Tusk, now that you've said that, why do I feel like things are about to crash? Hearing those words, the corner of Hedgel's mouth twitched instantly. After all, it really was hard to tell whether Karenina possessed a jinxing ability or not. I'm HM, my last name isn't Huang, and I can't do a Wyvern face ride. The chances of me jinxing it aren't that high, right? Karenina, however, didn't pay it any mind. With your reverse jinxing, I have a bad feeling that something is bound to go wrong. A sudden sense of unease rose in Hedgel's mind. A causality weapon. Tusk, if something goes wrong then, it's just because your preparations were insufficient. Karenina held her head high and puffed out her chest, convinced she couldn't possibly do the same thing as a certain man possessing mysterious Eastern powers. Phew. Then let's wait and see if anything unexpected happens. Come to think of it, the possibility really is pretty high. After all, there are too many variables, so I can't guarantee that no major problems will arise. In the end, Hedgel chose to wait and see for the time being, while trying his best to spot any flaws in their current plan. Besides, this was about as much as could be done for now anyway, right? By the way, didn't you mention a certain word earlier? Since things had come to this, wouldn't it be rude of Hedgel not to pay Karenina back a little? And so, he wore a sly smile, attempting to probe Karenina's bottom line once again, though he didn't think he would actually find out this time either. HM. What word? Karenina tilted her head, her small eyes filled with huge confusion. Just that. Could you perform that for me? Hedgel was struck right in the heart by Karenina's cute act, whether she did it consciously or unconsciously. Even so, he didn't forget what he wanted to say. HM, perform what? Give me a clearer answer. Karenina seemed to sense that something was off, her guard rising considerably. Could you perform that face ride you just mentioned? I don't mind acting as your prop, you know. It was then that Hedgel bared the signature fangs of a gentleman and spoke to Karenina. Wait, didn't I say I can't back then? And where on earth did a perverted thought like that even come from? Hearing this, Karenina's face instantly flushed red, and she launched into a barrage of completely harmless scolding at Hedgel without hesitation. Oh my, you're blushing. Come on, perform it for me, let me see. Hedgel rubbed his hands together and leaned in closer to Karenina. He didn't take Karenina's scolding seriously at all. Not only that, he even felt that rather than scolding, it was more like seasoning. Hedgel took another giant leap toward becoming a proper gentleman, truly worthy of celebration, truly worthy of celebration. Of course, for Karenina, this was hardly something to be happy about. What are you trying to do? Don't lose your mind. Seeing Hedgel lean closer with that creepy smile, a chill ran down Karenina's spine, her muscles tensing up. She stood up unsteadily from her seat and slowly backed away. She looked just like a cute little animal caught in panic. However, this didn't just stimulate a desire to protect her. It could also stimulate certain darker thoughts. I haven't lost my mind. I'm being extremely serious. Hedgel spoke without a hint of joking in his tone, his expression taking on a distinctly sinister turn. You aren't actually serious, are you? I'm telling you, this is pure harassment. Definitely not something a normal person would do. Seeing Hedgel's expression, Karenina instantly panicked. She frantically flailed her arms and small hands, trying to block Hedgel from getting closer. However, things rarely go as one hopes. Hedgel simply reached out, grabbed Karenina's small hand, and with a gentle pull, drew her close and pulled her into his embrace. I refuse to believe you can still maintain that mask even like this. Hedgel thought secretly to himself as he felt the warmth and softness in his arms. However, Karenina didn't follow Hedgel's expectations at all. She struggled relentlessly and even bit down hard on Hedgel's arm to express her dissatisfaction with his behavior. 361. Radical scheme. Hedgel naturally wouldn't grimace over such a mild amount of pain. After all, due to the weather, he was wearing quite thick clothing. Therefore, he simply ignored Karenina's biting, waiting until her facial muscles grew tired and sore from exerting force for so long, until she reluctantly let go on her own. 2 minutes total. That was faster than I expected. Hedgel took the opportunity to mock Karenina at just the right moment. After all, placing a bit more emotional pressure and irrational factors on her at a time like this might yield surprisingly good results. And if she had no reaction at all, or if she seemed flustered now, but acted the next day as if nothing had happened, that would be the most troublesome thing, because it would mean the operation was a complete failure. TCH, are you complaining that I didn't bite you long enough? Don't tell me you really are a masochist. Karenina naturally snapped back, following Hedgel's lead. She completely ignored what Hedgel said, and the overly intimate situation of actually being held in his embrace. In her eyes, perhaps Hedgel's behavior merely gave her justification to bite him. At this thought, Hedgel couldn't help but give a series of bitter laughs in his heart. On the surface, however, he didn't dare reveal such feelings. Listen to yourself. Besides, take a look at who's actually at a disadvantage right now. Hedgel took the chance to press Karenina even closer against himself. Under this unreasonable pressure, the twin mounds of soft flesh on her chest began to deform, and Hedgel naturally felt their warmth, softness, and perfect elasticity. Kusk, whatever, you won't go all the way anyway. She, on the other hand, wore an expression of complete fearlessness. After all, she had basically figured out Hedgel's pattern of behavior by now. Although she still didn't know specifically what he was trying to achieve. Well, since she knew he wouldn't dare push things too far with her, wouldn't it be fine for her to be a little reckless? Of course, she had to control the boundary carefully. Otherwise, if blood rushed to his head and he actually executed justice on her right then and there, the loss would far outweigh any gain. After weighing these thoughts, Karenina began to carefully gauge this line, attempting to make Hedgel uncomfortable, but not to the point where it was completely unacceptable to him. This is the price for causing trouble for me earlier, Tilda. If her body weren't being firmly held by Hedgel right now, she would undoubtedly be standing with hands on her hips, head held high, beaming with pride, uttering these words that were blatantly courting death. You really are full of confidence. The corner of Hedgel's mouth twitched as he suddenly felt like his trump card had been exposed. Of course. In any case, I've realized that if you think a mere touch like this will make me show a bashful expression, you'd better stop dreaming. Karenina put on an I'm laying my cards on the table expression. She even leaned in even closer provocatively, as if she were afraid Hedgel wouldn't actually finish what he started. It seems you think you've mastered the distance between us, but in reality, you haven't realized the severity of the situation at all, have you? Since Hedgel found out his hand had been seen through, he naturally wasn't about to drop the matter just like that. He might as well go all the way. So what do you plan to do? Karenina still maintained a completely fearless expression. Hedgel, however, didn't say a word. His arms simply tightened suddenly. Although Karenina let out a slightly surprised cry, her posture remained unchanged. What's wrong? Meanwhile, Hedgel wrapped his arms around Karenina's slender waist once more, caressing it boldly to feel the soft skin unique to a young girl. Then, exerting force once again, he scooped Karenina up in a princess carry, just like before. TCH, I thought you had some novel trick up your sleeve, but this is all it comes to. Can't you offer something new? Karenina mocked Hedgel as she watched his cliché maneuver. After all, she had been carried like this several times already, so it lacked any freshness. Maybe this was the extent of what he was capable of. Karenina believed she already knew what he would do next, so she maintained an indifferent facade. After this, it would probably be the exact same situation. It was just being carried back to the bedroom. No big deal, and his subsequent actions seemed to confirm Karenina's guess. Hedgel indeed carried her out of the small dining room, just as she had expected, and the direction he walked in was indeed toward the bedroom. If there was anything different from before, it was that his hands were extremely mischievous this time, constantly groping her waist and even pinching it, leaving her clueless as to what he was planning. Moreover, he held her tightly, as if her entire body were pressed against his. Yet Hedgel maintained an expressionless face throughout, truly looking like a gentleman of upright character. However, feeling his hands that couldn't stay still at all, Karenina could only feel that this guy was extremely closet perverted and possessed decent active skills, just as long as he didn't pinch any more sensitive areas. Otherwise, Karenina didn't know if she could resist taking a bite out of some part of him. As for Hedgel's thoughts, they were simply I'm feeling so high right now. This ends section 203. He had never fully realized just how wonderful this truly was. As expected, could this thrilling touch only be felt by holding on so tightly? This time, Hedgel even wanted to turn pretense into reality, even though he still couldn't truly grasp her in his hands yet. But his current thought was stronger than at any time in the past. When would she be willing to meet him with her truest appearance? Thinking of this, Hedgel couldn't help but feel a sense of emptiness in his heart, yet a feeling of wanting to peel an onion emerged in his mind once again. After all, he truly didn't know how many layers this fellow in his arms actually had. Hedgel's footsteps echoed down the empty corridor. In the palace where many maids should have been visible, for some reason, it was desolate and empty at the moment. It seemed there were only the two of them here, and when Hedgel walked past Karenina's bedroom, he didn't pause in the slightest, having completely no intention of going inside. Wait, what on earth are you planning right now? Realizing that the matter was developing in a strange direction, Karenina hurriedly asked. 362. Drain, Han. A very normal plan. However, Hedgel did not intend to answer Karenina's question directly. Afterwards, with a turn, He carried Karenina and silently went upstairs along the stairs covered with thick carpets. Although Karenina felt that something was amiss, she still maintained her composure. After all, although this fellow looked confident, in reality, there was a high probability that he was panicking like crazy. She deduced thus, and in fact, her thoughts were indeed not wrong. Only she couldn't obtain detailed corroboration, which made her feel a slight subtle discomfort. As for Hedgel himself, his mood was extremely complicated. Would this operation succeed? He didn't know. He knew nothing at all. But why do it? Didn't the common saying go that one must know oneself, as know the enemy in order to endure 100 battles without defeat? And this kind of action was completely an overreaction driven by a hot head, although he still retained a good deal of rationality mentally. But in action, it was quite difficult to turn back, because things were already halfway done, and stopping halfway wasn't good. Besides, he wasn't really prepared to make a fait accompli. It was just a bold attempt, and after this attempt, perhaps there would still be new discoveries. For some reason, this kind of thought arose in his heart. Rather, the existence of this thought was also one of the incentives for him to make his current move. Then let me see just how hard your mask really is. He had truly hardened his heart now, and then with a turn, he walked toward his own bedroom. Wait. This is your bedroom, right? It is definitely the direction of your bedroom, right? Why did you bring me here? Seeing this situation, Karenina immediately discovered the seriousness of the problem. Her body also twisted like a loach, but judging from the result, it didn't seem to have any effect after all. She was currently being tightly controlled by Hedgel, so escaping or anything, it was better not to dream about it. Han, are you panicked? Hedgel squeezed out a smiling face instead, staring at Karenina. Although he truly had no bottom in his heart, he still had to do a good job on surface appearances. Ghost knows where this fellow's acting skills were learned from. And no, I'm just feeling a bit surprised at being suddenly brought here by you. Verbally, Karenina certainly wouldn't honestly admit it. She laughed awkwardly, putting on a nonchalant appearance, but in reality, her heart was already panicking like mad. But this was what Hedgel could read at present. But what her true thoughts actually were, Hedgel truly didn't know. It's been a while since I've entered this room. Usually you come to my room to find me. It's rare to run over to your room. She was starting to divert attention again now. Indeed. And I also remember that you tried to pull off a seduction back then, which really shocked me. Hedgel deliberately stirred up Karenina's memory of that time, which was not pleasant and carried an extreme sense of shame. And besides, the unge you wore that day. Stop. Don't talk anymore. Seriously, don't talk anymore. Are you a pervert? Are you a humanoid pervert information storage container, whose brain only stores other people's vital statistics and underwear colours all day long? Hearing this, Karenina immediately started her unstoppable rant. After all, Hedgel's Tsukomi points were truly too massive. Why did he remember it so clearly? It was clearly a matter from several months ago, and it was still late summer back then. Now it had already entered winter, and he still hadn't forgotten. Karenina had to doubt whether this fellow had a special fetish for this kind of information, driving him to memorize it specially. It's just because your behavior that day left too deep an impression on me that I remember those things so clearly. When all is said and done, these matters still credit you, Tilda. Hedgel directly pushed this blame back onto Karenina. As for the blame, since she tossed it over, tossing it back was the optimal solution. Tusk, no matter how you look at it, this is your problem for recording strange images in your head. Karenina was not to be outdone trying to retort. But before she even finished half of the sentence, she was already thrown onto the bed by Hedgel, producing a sound of collision between fabric, the soft quilt, and their bodies. And at this moment, Karenina completely panicked. What on earth are you planning to do? You're not actually going to do it, right? I am warning you, if you do this, you will definitely regret it. Karenina lay flat on her back on the bed, watching as Hedgel truly lunged toward her, but under the current circumstances, she could only make such a threat devoid of any deterrent force. But Hedgel did not intend to respond to it, simply pouncing directly on her. The bodies of the two were now in close contact to a degree never seen before. Hedgel also buried his face into Karenina's neck, greedily inhaling this wonderful and gentle fragrance, and it was also mixed with a faint fragrance of roses coming from unknown origins. At this moment, Karenina only felt warm breath patting against her delicate skin, and a subtle sense of fear along with an uncontrollable excitement gradually crept up to the tip of her heart. It's rare for someone to get this close to me. The last fellow who did this has already been thrown into the Gobi Desert. Different from before, a voice carrying a bit of magnetism and a portion of etherealness suddenly emitted from Karenina's lips. Hedgel hadn't had time to react to what on earth had happened, and why Karenina would make this kind of voice. He only felt a stabbing pain rush straight into his brain. Afterwards, it was a feeling of lying down in a nest of tenderness. His whole body felt light and fluffy, soft all over. The beautiful lady beneath him was tightly embracing him at this moment, hugging him with a tightness never seen before. What a wonderful, What a blissful scene this was. And the surroundings were also so quiet at this moment, making one feel that besides the two of them, everything around was void and unimportant. Sleepiness also suddenly struck at this moment, accompanied by chill as body heat was stripped away. This chill also aroused Hedgel's vigilance. Wrong, no matter where. It was all wrong. A nest of tenderness or whatever was merely false happiness. Next, it would only bring death and misfortune. And that thought just now definitely did not originate from himself. He wanted to break away from this strange feeling. Yet he found that no matter what, he couldn't exert any strength. But Karenina was tightly clinging to him, and her body was still trembling bizarrely, not knowing whether it was due to excitement or tension. Hedgel only felt that the heat of his body was draining away at an unprecedented speed. 363. Warning. Time slowly passed, and the feeling of this heat draining away also gradually slowed down, finally disappearing. Hedgel even had an illusion. Perhaps it was because the heat on his body was about to be completely sucked away, which was why the speed of this heat draining away gradually slowed down. At the same time, he also felt it. His eyelids grew heavier, and sleepiness wrapped him layer by layer, leaving him completely without any consciousness of resistance. Tilder, thanks for the treat, Tilder. And that eerie, yet slightly familiar soft female voice suddenly rang in his ear at this moment. Treat. This word constantly lingered in Hedgel's mind, whose consciousness had already fallen into blurriness. Yet he couldn't find a way out, because he also didn't know what this so-called treat actually was. Afterwards, he felt it. This Karenina gently released her restraints on him, while also moving his body, placing him steadily onto this soft big bed. As for Hedgel himself, he felt quite unreal about this. It seemed that everything before his eyes was illusory. He forcibly pried open a crack in his already exceptionally heavy eyelids. Amidst the blurriness, he saw a pair of scarlet vertical pupils. A familiar feeling also surged to the tip of his heart. You. He opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but could only emit a vague moan that even he couldn't understand. Hey, Tilda, it's fine. It's fine, Tilda, you just need to eat a bit more recently and replenish more nutrients. There won't be any problems with your life safety. Looking at Hedgel's weak appearance right now, Karenina couldn't help but let out a string of silver bell-like chuckles. Normally, upon hearing this wonderful laughter, Hedgel should be in an extremely good mood. But now for some reason, he felt a bone-deep chill. This time, it is merely a warning. This method won't work on her. Furthermore, it will bring some irreversible consequences. I hope you can remember this. Section 204. Now, her voice, which had originally carried a full sense of playfulness and vitality, suddenly became solemn. It also carried an irrefutable sense of oppression. Some things are far more complex than she was willing to reveal last time. I hope you can realize that. This voice, laden with a suffocating pressure, made Hedgel feel slightly uncomfortable. However, he still managed to drive his body and nodded heavily. After all, given his current condition, nodding was about the most he could manage. And another thing, but this time, Karenina's tone softened quite a bit. She reached out her hand and gently stroked Hedgel's slightly chilled cheek. It was impossible to know what kind of thoughts lay behind this touch, or perhaps a retaliation for his past rude behavior. Take good care of your body. After all, if such a high-quality blood bag is gone, I will still be very troubled, whether it's me or her. A blood bag? Just now could she actually be drinking my blood? Hearing this, Hedgel was initially puzzled, but combining that with a sudden sharp pain just now and the feeling of losing body heat, he seemed to understand the meaning behind it. Yes, exactly. I am indeed drinking blood. And Karenina, as if able to see right through what Hedgel was thinking, curved the corners of her mouth slightly, baring her sharp fangs as she spoke to him. Furthermore, those fangs seemed to be stained with tiny droplets of blood. Of course, that was merely an illusion. Didn't I say before that I'm not human? Or rather just mixed with a portion of human bloodlines. But this feeling, no different from a mongrel's, really makes me feel a bit uncomfortable. But for some reason, she suddenly began talking to herself again. Although Hedgel wanted to say something, his body was completely unable to move. At this moment, for some reason, his body temperature was slowly recovering. The fatigue on his body was also slowly fading away. However, this body felt as if it had been frozen in place. There was simply no way to make any movement at all. At most, only the up and down movement of his chest while breathing was allowed. If you want to move, you can't just yet. After all, I haven't finished speaking. But rest assured, I don't intend to do anything to you anyway. Of course, if you do something strange or say something strange, that would be a completely different story. At this time, Karenina revealed a sweet smile that was completely different from usual, full of craftiness and an alluring charm. Although her tone was relaxed, the content she spoke and the aura she exuded did not make Hedgel feel relaxed at all. Instead, it made his heart leap into his throat. How long had it been since he last felt such a heavy intent to kill? Recalling his experiences over the past few years, Hedgel felt as though he had never been so close to death. If he were to investigate further, he would have to go back much further in time. Just as Hedgel was letting his imagination run wild, Karenina made some more miraculous movements. She leisurely sat down on the soft, large bed and slightly arranged her clothes. As for why it was called arranged, it was because she wasn't tidying her attire to be more fitted or proper at all. Instead, she arranged the clothes to be even more disheveled. Although I can't understand what's going on, it seems I can still feast my eyes. Lying flat on the bed, unable to move at all, Hedgel still didn't realize the severity of the problem at this moment. He only felt that this was a great opportunity to enjoy some eye candy. Is this fellow really an emperor? When Karenina felt that her attire had been tidied properly, her next operation made Hedgel feel even more puzzled, but he didn't hate it. Seeing this, Karenina stood up and then gently straddled on top of Hedgel's stomach. Hedgel felt the weight of Karenina's body, extremely light, just right. Even sitting on a soft area like the stomach, there was no discomfort. Instead, he could feel the elastic touch of her buttocks even more strongly. This feeling was simply marvelous. In an instant, Hedgel's mind was overwhelmed by Karenina's bizarre behavior. Coupled with the scattered buttons on Karenina's body and the two plump breasts about to burst out from beneath the fabric, it made him and his little brother even more high-spirited. Furthermore, Karenina's warm, fragrant breath, along with her dazzling crimson-slit pupils, could simply be said to have completely hooked the soul of Hedgel, who was still a virgin. She will not know anything about what happens during this period. Do not tell her what is happening now either. I will come again. As soon as her voice fell, the crimson in her eyes faded away at a speed exceeding Hedgel's expectations. 364. Innocent. Hedgel's brain instantly crashed. After 3 seconds of data processing, he seemed to truly realize the severity of the problem. No way. Only then did he discover that he could already speak. Moreover, that bizarre feeling of being completely unable to move had also vanished. These weren't even the most terrifying parts. The most terrifying thing was the trace of red in her eyes was gone. The slit pupils in her eyes were gone. That familiar blue had returned. What this meant, Hedgel could be said to understand quite well right now. He understood it better than anyone else. He slowly shifted his body, attempting to move away from under her, but reality often does not go as one wishes. She seemed a bit dazed. Supporting the soft bed with one hand, her other hand gently rubbed her eyes. It was unclear what exactly Karenina had encountered. She seemed to feel that the thing she was sitting on felt a bit wrong, a bit soft, but also a bit hard, and it also carried a trace of warmth. For some reason, although it felt quite comfortable to sit on, why did it feel a bit sickening? With this strange thought, Karenina put down the small hand that was rubbing her eyes, and the scene that appeared before her eyes was also a surreal spectacle. Hedgel's face, moreover, his face was exceptionally red. Not only that, she also saw his body, her own clothes, and her own legs, and the part covered by the white puffy skirt happened to be Hedgel's crotch and stomach. She blinked her eyes and tilted her head, seemingly finding it a bit difficult to process this slightly bizarre and massively information-laden image. Is it a dream? Oh well. However, this kind of strange dream, I really haven't seen it before. Karenina blinked again, as if escaping, but thinking about it just a little bit, anyone would realize this damn thing is not right at all. What kind of ghost dream is this? But the next second, realizing her escape from reality had failed, Karenina directly grabbed Hedgel's face and began pulling at it. Her words were also filled with full resentment and anger. I think you MMPH need to calm down. Although Hedgel could directly straighten his body, overturn Karenina, and incidentally prevent his face from being continuously pulled and ravages, it would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone, achieving 2 goals at once. But after considering his current position, Karenina's condition at the moment, the possibility of causing some physical injury to her, and a series of high-probability events such as lowering her valuation of him, Hedgel still decided to temporarily accept this physical violence inflicted upon him by Karenina. Anyway, he definitely wouldn't lose out. After all, the feeling of direct contact with her intimate clothing, as well as this rare shy plus exasperated action, was truly making it hard for one to look away. You fellow, what on earth did you do again? Clearly I was still in the restaurant the second before. Why did I arrive here now? Grabbing Hedgel's collar, her small face blushing red, Karenina questioned Hedgel loudly with a voice completely devoid of any ladylike demeanor. Could that fellow have processed away a portion of her memories? This she could be considered to have helped a huge favor. If it really was as she said, that doing what he did earlier would bring irredeemable consequences, then he really had to thank her. Hedgel's thoughts were not on Karenina's questioning at all, but rather analysing the words that fellow had spoken to him. I say, are you fellow ignoring me? Ah, I see. You're ignoring me, then I'll let you know what the word death means right now. Saying this, Karenina grabbed Hedgel's collar and fiercely smashed her own head against his. Only a sound that wasn't particularly crisp, but just hearing it made one know it hurt very much, echoed in the empty room. Hedgel didn't feel much. After all, it was just a collision of this degree, not a big problem. As for Karenina, wire told her it hurts. This really hurts completely, an unexpected pain. Although Hedgel was reluctant to part with this time, when Karenina was so close to him, if he didn't quickly find a suitable reason to explain the problem clearly, the trouble would only become exceptionally huge. Well, that would be hell. What kind of reasonable excuse could possibly be used? Thinking of this, Hedgel slowly shifted aside once more. Karenina also realized Hedgel's thought, and she didn't stop him either. She slowly stood up herself, and then sat back down on the edge of the bed. Give me a reasonable explanation. Section 205. In the end, Karenina could only cover her forehead and utter such a sentence. It's over. She is genuinely sulking. Speaking of which, it seems you were the one who pinned me down. Otherwise such a posture would be impossible to achieve, right? After careful consideration, Hedgel still decided to first resolve this issue that would most likely affect his reputation. No, it seemed he had long lost any such reputation in front of her. Forget it. Since the words were already out, he could only look to her judgment on this. If she didn't walk in the direction he wanted, he could only deal with whatever came up. After all, her thoughts he really couldn't guess them. In the end, Hedgel chose to give up resisting. From the perspective of positions, it seems what you said is not completely unreasonable. But, why do I have no memory of the segment from the restaurant to here? Absolutely none at all. Karenina lowered her head to ponder for a moment, feeling that what Hedgel said was indeed without problem. Because purely from the posture, it was indeed true that she felt somewhat unsatisfied in certain aspects, which was why. But from the facts, this was completely wrong, and my dress was inexplicably open. Even my hair was loose. What is going on here? This can I shift the blame to that red-eyed you? Hedgel turned his head away and said with an awkward smile, as long as the specific details aren't leaked, it should be fine, right? Besides, this kind of situation I also don't know how to deal with it. Sure enough, this kind of problem still had to be left to the guy who caused it to solve. Hedgel confirmed this in his heart, and betrayed her. I understand, got it. You are innocent. Upon hearing this answer, Karenina seemed to understand everything in an instant, although most of it was just her imagination. She directly waved her hand at Hedgel, indicating that he was already innocent. Was finding her to take the blame really the best choice? Hedgel sighed inwardly. 365. Escape. Do you feel any discomfort right now? For example, dizziness, eye discomfort, or anything like that? Taking this opportunity, Hedgel tried to ease the awkward atmosphere just now. None. As for the eyes turning red, that is probably just the physical change brought about when that fellow came out. As for other mental fatigue, there is none. Besides, you don't need to put on a facade of consideration and care for others in front of me. I won't spread my legs and help you lose your virginity just for such small favors. Or rather, I will absolutely not become that person. Upon hearing Hedgel's statement, coupled with his current awkward expression, Karenina not only responded, but also rolled her eyes and thoroughly sarcasticized him. And Hedgel naturally could only take all these moves. Rather than being too lazy to refute, it was more like he didn't want to refute. Because excessive words lead to mistakes. Under the current tense situation, if his brain were to crash, and he blurted out some things that fellow had warned him not to reveal to her, that would truly be terrible. Seeing that Hedgel did not answer, Karenina naturally had no intention of dwelling on this question. Instead, she chose to ask a question she cared about more. Tell me, what on earth is going on with my clothes and hair? Could it be that you brat, taking advantage of that fellow not caring about these aspects, started getting handsy, and even intended to conduct actual combat? The first half of Karenina's tone felt like a normal question, but the second half became increasingly deep and chilling. Even her gaze became as if she were looking at a maggot of society. If I wanted to do it, do you think you could still be sitting here safely right now? Even if you used your knees to think, you should understand that she deliberately messed up her clothing, and then framed me, right? Furthermore, I couldn't even move at that time, so of course I could only let her strike such a pose. Hedgel shrugged, and then explained to Karenina with a relatively tough attitude and firm tone, although he understood the fellow just intended to frame him to tease people. But what is this chill of being stared at fiercely? Thinking of this, he couldn't help shivering again. That makes sense. And given the fellow's terrible personality, rather her not doing so would be the big problem. Thinking of this, Karenina couldn't help sighing again. Let's drop this matter. And she probably also said not to tell me anything that happened during the period when I had no memories. Am I right? Karenina asked Hedgel softly with a sigh while tidying up her open clothes. Hedgel could only respond with silence. Since you don't answer, I'll take it as a yes. Since keeping me in the dark is the optimal solution in her view, then so be it. Karenina looked like she had also guessed some things. No, rather than guessing, It was deduced. Indeed, there is such a consideration. This time, Hedgel followed what Karenina said and took up the topic. A faint sense of reliability. Hedgel also sensed a feeling different from usual at this moment. In that case, I won't force a confession out of you. Well then, Mr. Virgin, I'll be leaving first now, Tilda. With that, Karenina, having properly tidied up her attire, tossed her long golden hair and quickly left the slightly dim room because not all the lamps were turned on, leaving only the faint footsteps and the slightly hushed sound of the door closing in Hedgel's ears. It seems that I can only infiltrate slowly after all. This radical approach simply won't work. Until the footsteps completely disappeared, Hedgel lay back on the bed with a weary face, rubbed his forehead, and let out a long breath. I really don't understand what the red-eyed fellow is planning. I just hope she doesn't have too much malice. At least from the fact that she helped me resolve some situations just now. She definitely thinks I'm still useful but a blood bag, huh? Thinking of that fellow's form of address for him, Hedgel couldn't help furrowing his brows once more. Blood-sucking. Leeches. No bats? That seems possible too. However, blood-sucking animals are definitely more than just that, right? If you must say, even female mosquitoes suck blood during the breeding period. The question of determining what kind of creature she actually is seems a bit difficult. After some thought, Hedgel still couldn't come to a definite answer. As for wanting me to eat and drink well, and if she will come again, I hope she won't do anything out of line next. Thinking of this, he sighed involuntarily. Fine, let's just leave it at that. Soldiers come, block with generals. Water comes, block with earth. Since information is lacking, we can only deal with whatever comes up. In the end, Hedgel gave up thinking. We Tilda. This is completely unexpected. And Karenina, who escaped from Hedgel's bedroom, naturally couldn't remain as calm and composed as just now. Rather, she pretended to be as calm as she was just so she could escape smoothly. Thinking of this, she supported herself against the wall and let out a long sigh. Our Tilda, what should we do next? At this rate, even if I go ask that fellow what happened, they definitely won't tell me. Whether it's Hedgel or that fellow, they're both bullying me. Subsequently, she raised her small fist and heavily punched the wall of the corridor. But the result was obvious. The wall didn't change at all, still dutifully and honestly standing in place. And Karenina's fist could only say the two words sorry. This couldn't help but make her let out a cute wee Tilda sound, and then trembling, she squatted down on the ground. Why am I so useless? There's completely no trace of the past, no matter which past. I seem to have been a bean sprout. Karenina, who was thinking of recalling past glories, was immediately slapped by the cruel reality. Well, this is normal too. After all, under those conditions, being able to eat enough on any day during childhood was considered a supreme stroke of luck, let alone things like a balanced diet and sufficient calories. And the childhood here isn't much different from back then. Karenina shook her frail body and could only let out a faint sigh. 366. Blessing. Tusk, clearly that fellow can find me whenever she wants, but I can't find her whenever I want, having to wait in dreams. This is completely unfair. Thinking of this, Karenina felt it was increasingly unfair, and she might even actively take over the body at certain times. Wouldn't that be even more troublesome? If one day she really didn't control the degree between her and Hedgel, directly got pinned down by him, and then switched me back at that moment, wouldn't that be ghostly? The more she thought about it, the more Karenina felt the problem was developing in an uncontrollable direction, coupled with the part belonging to him that she accidentally touched, which she used to have, but now completely didn't exist. The blush on her face deepened quite a bit unconsciously. I am absolutely impossible to help him lose his virginity. Impossible. Yep, absolutely impossible. Her mouth twitching, she immediately threw this bizarre thought out of her brain. Then, what should we do next? Maybe that fellow not telling me these things is for my own good, but I'm really so curious. Thinking of this, Karenina couldn't help sighing again. Let's go back to the room first. Continuing to toss and turn is useless. Then, as if she had seen through it, she slowly stood up, took steps, and walked towards her bedroom. Although she had doubts, her mood was not too greatly affected. Anyway, in her view currently, as long as it didn't cause too much impact on her current life, it wouldn't be a big problem. The next morning, the maids in the palace started their daily routine of chattering discussions, although I don't know if it's really the same as I imagined. But, I really saw it today. A little bit of blood was found on His Majesty's bedsheets. The young maid responsible for making Hedgel's big bed today was currently in the servants' rest area, full of excitement with a flush on her cheeks, saying to her colleagues around her, "Really? Just last night?" A middle-aged maid beside her blinked and asked the young maid once more. "It's true. I was just getting ready to change the bedsheets this morning, but I saw 2 drops of blood stains that had turned dark red on these snow-white sheets. Absolutely no mistake." The young maid nodded vigorously, afraid that these seniors wouldn't believe what she said. When I was on duty last night, I also seemed to truly see Lady Karenina come out of His Majesty's room. Could it really be another maid also came over to chime in? And the most terrifying thing was that she really was the person on duty last night. May I ask what the situation was like when Lady Karenina came out? Although eager for knowledge, the basic etiquette required when asking others questions could not be forgotten. Her face was very red, her pace was fast, and she was full of shyness. Even wanting to know, she was punching the wall at that time. That maid also gave a precise answer. Section 206. And this answer raised the credibility of what the little maid said by several levels. It seemed should probably, very likely, be true. Hearing this answer, the little maid also swallowed, and the flush on her face rapidly intensified. The possibility is really high. So when will the wedding ceremony be held? After hearing the accounts of the two witnesses, even the older one couldn't help but nod. Because from the current look of it, the possibility is indeed a bit high. Since bloodstains were found on the bedsheets and Karenina, the main person involved, also showed that kind of expression, there is a high probability it happened. It should be soon, right? According to His Majesty's style, it shouldn't drag on for too long. I believe we will soon be able to see Lord Karenina and His Majesty attending in full attire. As soon as the little maid heard this, her emotions surged again immediately. I say, shouldn't we avoid discussing this kind of thing too much? It might put the adults in a bad mood, you know. But at this moment, a steady female voice suddenly appeared in the small lounge, startling everyone in the cramped space and making them shiver. Our head maid, I'm sorry, we got too carried away. Seeing that the situation wasn't right, the older maid immediately pulled the little maid beside her to lower her heads, and began to apologize to the head maid who had already appeared at the door. I think you should also be clear about how serious the problem would be if such words flowed into the ears of those two adults. Things that shouldn't be discussed too much shouldn't be spoken of. Hearing their apology, the head maid also silently sighed, although she also wanted to know the follow-up of the matter. But judging from the current situation, safety is still the most important. After all, wantonly discussing the private lives of the adults will definitely not result in any candy house waiting for them if discovered. And who knows if she herself would be implicated as well. This is the most uncomfortable thing. Yes, we were too carried away. We will definitely not say such outrageous things in the future. Hearing this sentence from the head maid, they also understood that they were let off this time, so they slowly breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. Then they began a procedural apology. All right, knowing your mistake and correcting it is fine. Also, never discuss these things in public places in the future, understand? And the head maid deliberately emphasized the word public places, for fear that they wouldn't hear it. You mean I understand? I guarantee to obey your instructions. The two immediately understood the head maid's meaning, nodded hurriedly, and responded loudly. After all, this meaning was simply too clear. All right, the break time is almost over. Get ready to go back to work. With that, the head maid turned around and left the maids' lounge, leaving behind several maids who relaxed from the tense atmosphere just now. It looks like the head maid is also very concerned about these things. The little maid stroked her chest with a smile on her face. It seemed she had completely freed herself from the previous frightened state. After all, how could such a wonderful royal romance not attract her attention? The older one also nodded, feeling that it was normal for the head maid to be so lenient about this, and wanting to understand the detailed process. Every young girl, in a certain period, has wonderful fantasies about romantic comedies. Even at their current age, the fantasies have not faded. I hope they can announce their relationship as soon as possible. In the end, they could only offer such a wish. Chapter 367, Superiority and Inferiority. Why did I suddenly feel a chill down my back, and a sense of dread rushed straight from the soles of my feet to my spine? Yikes, too terrifying. Karenina, who was tuning and disciplining the new equipment in the experimental field, suddenly trembled all over, and her face instantly darkened quite a bit. This startled Hayaki beside her, who was afraid that Karenina might have thought of something strange, and something targeted at her, but she didn't dare to ask, only standing cringingly to the side, glancing out of the corner of her eye at Karenina's facial expressions and body movements, fearing that if her mood turned bad, she would swallow her alive. Strange, that bizarre feeling just appeared for a few seconds and disappeared on its own. Could it be this was just my illusion? Karenina frowned. Although she wanted to say this matter is definitely not simple, but she couldn't find any clues. Therefore, she had no choice but to let it go. Thus, she refocused her gaze on the mountain gun in front of her. After all, since long-distance transportation of heavy firepower is too difficult with the current carrying capacity, they can only abandon large-caliber howitzers for now. Only after internal combustion engines can be popularized and main roads flattened, solid, and organized can mass production of such weapons of mass destruction be considered. Combined with the current situation, these compact and lightweight mountain guns are the optimal choice. After all, for troops requiring mobile warfare or mountain warfare, Overly heavy weapons will only amplify weaknesses. At the same time, these big guys cannot output continuously in relatively harsh environments. Cannons that can be quickly dismantled and easily pulled by mules and horses can coordinate with the offense and retreat of relevant combat units. Then, have you calculated and organized all the data from the previous 5 rounds of shooting? After tidying up her mood, Karenina showed a smile and said to Hayaki in a relaxed tone. Although her mood might not be as wonderful as it looked, she still wanted to show her sunniest side in front of Hayaki. After all, she was growing more and more curious about Hayaki. Not to mention that she originally had a sexual meaning liking for Hayaki. Now knowing that she was an artificial creation, she wanted even more to thoroughly understand deeply the internal situation of Hayaki's body. After all, she wanted to learn the excellent spirit of DG caring for the juniors' physical development, and carefully help Hayaki check whether the inside of her body was normal, whether those researchers cut corners in some important parts, and at the same time help explore whether her various bodily functions were complete. If no corners were cut, that would be fine. Karenina even wanted to say, "This is my exclusive moment." And if those important parts were missing, Karenina would definitely mentally condemn those irresponsible researchers. After all she could do was spiritual condemnation. It's impossible for her to go turn their corpses into no weight. They might have long been skeletonized or reduced to ashes. They might not even have a grave. Cough cough, let's forget about this. Leave a way out for others. Although Karenina's head had always been filled with a bunch of strange thoughts, however, this did not affect her smile. And this smile was indeed great. A pure smile without any impurities. If Hedgel saw this smile, he would probably ascend to heaven in a positive sense. After all, when all is said and done, she had never smiled at Hedgel like this before. However, from the current perspective, Hayaki didn't have many positive thoughts about Karenina's smile. Instead, she increasingly felt that Karenina was terrifying. I completely cannot tell what she is thinking. Truly terrifying. Clearly, I've been secretly collecting her facial data and monitoring her emotional status. But even so, I still can't analyze what crooked idea she's plotting in her heart. Hayaki swallowed, feeling a creepy sensation in her heart. She increasingly felt that this woman was unfathomable. The data collected so far has all been calculated and organized. After all tests are completed, I will uniformly write them on paper and submit them for your review. Hayaki's mouth corners twitched uncontrollably, and she only felt a spasm in her abdomen. If classified according to the various regions inside the body, that should be the artificial stomach that processes food, right? Who knows if it malfunctioned because it hasn't been overhauled for a long time or for some other reason. Very good, Tilder. Without you, I estimate I would be even busier, and the calculated values probably wouldn't be as precise as yours, Tilder. Karenina nodded and said happily. She even reached out and patted Hayaki's head. This made Hayaki's body stiffen again. I'm really afraid my neck will break in the next second. She swallowed and felt a tiny bit of relief at the same time. However, isn't this persecutory delusion a bit too serious? Why would Karenina want to snap her neck? But the problem was, Karenina was completely unaware of Hayaki's fear, and instead thought that this stutter of her body was just because her petting action was too sudden and a bit surprising, and Hayaki relaxing her body afterwards meant she was enjoying this petting. Actually, she had just given up the idea of resisting. After this little interlude, Karenina touched the still slightly warm barrel and asked Hayaki, 75mm, do you think this caliber is too big or too small? Judging from the rate of fire, a maximum speed of 6 rounds per minute is already about average, right? This subordinate thinks this caliber should be just right. If the caliber continues to increase, correspondingly, in order to stabilize the gun barrel and the entire gun carriage, more weight and more sturdy materials must be invested. From the current level, this is the best choice that can balance firepower and portability. Once asked such serious questions, Hayaki didn't dare to tell lies at all. Naturally, she reported the true situation truthfully. Ghost knows if this guy is testing herself. MHHM Tilder, according to what you said, my consideration shouldn't be wrong. Then I want to ask, compared to the charged magic cannon you mentioned before, where is the disadvantage of this one? And now, Karenina was ready to ask some serious questions. In terms of damaging capability, if it's a magic energy cannon of this caliber, it can at least directly shoot through the thickest city walls currently. But this thing should not be able to do that. After some thought, Hayaki slowly began to answer Karenina's questions. Chapter 368, Money and Emotion. If we switch to armor-piercing shells, maybe we can. No, wait, probably not either. Unless we use high-quality steel needles. Otherwise, against masonry walls that are easily 3 or 4 meters thick, with the current level of armor-piercing shells, it is absolutely impossible to succeed. As the designer, Karenina naturally wasn't willing to let others say that the things she made were unsatisfactory. But the gap in reality is right here, and she had to admit it. Moderate bravado is the booster for climbing peaks, while excessive arrogance is the guidepost to the abyss. This sentence is applicable in the vast majority of cases. Excuse me, what is a steel needle? Hearing Karenina talking to herself, Hayaki subconsciously asked her, but after noticing her slip of the tongue, she hurriedly covered her mouth, fearing that if Karenina had a bad mood, she would really snap her head off. Oh, it's just a shell with extremely strong armor-piercing capabilities. It cannot be manufactured with the current industrial level. I hope to have the opportunity to use it in the future. Naturally, Karenina couldn't give her a detailed explanation. After all, if she brought up some other strange vocabulary, she would definitely ask again. Afterwards, this entire afternoon would probably be spent in this back and forth Q&A. Thank you for the explanation. I will definitely do my utmost to help Milady achieve her goals. After a few seconds of silence, Hayaki's eyes instantly turned firm, and they also carried a sort of bizarrely hurried feeling. What on earth is wrong with this guy again? Although Karenina didn't understand what Hayaki had thought of again, but seeing her current firm eyes and clenched fists, Karenina found it hard to pour cold water on her. Therefore, she could only nod silently. This guy. What kind of strange images did she imagine on her own? Although this doubt did not disappear. Afterwards, one after another unsettling yet extremely delightful cannon sounds to Karenina echoed in this empty experimental field. Whistling cells, splashing gravel, and those young men who were seemingly workers, but actually gunners, and had long been accustomed to this. As for Hayaki, she used the sensors in her eyes to capture time, and again the velocity of the shells as they left the barrel, and the error from the determined landing point. Although this level of calculation was completely nothing to her, but she still felt a little uneasy in her heart, because she wasn't sure either if this would work. No matter what, she was also the crystallization of the highest technology of the Yaharlar Empire. Directly using her own technology to help this backward civilization, wasn't it a bit too rash? Section 207. Bound by the directive with self-preservation as the highest priority set by an unknown entity, she was now coerced by Karenina's pressure, and could only keep agreeing to help her solve these calculations and measurements. After all, according to the management system's judgment, if she truly tried to break free from Karenina's control, things would develop in a completely unpredictable direction. However, the outcome seemed destined, because the probability of death exceeded 60%. Although she was also aware the fellows of the Northern Alliance had always been using the technology of the Yaharlar Empire to invade the South, still deep inside her heart, there remained the doubt of whether past technology could be utilized to help the currently fragile civilization. Right in this days, this round of shooting aimed at collecting data also came to an end amidst a grand momentum, and thanks to her ability to process tasks in multi-threads, although she hadn't focused her attention on data collection, the task was still completed perfectly. Karenina also requested her to copy all the data onto paper to facilitate her subsequent improvements. Who told her? Winning you over was indeed the right choice. If I had to rely on those crude instruments from before to do this kind of work, it would probably take 2 or 3 days. Yet you can handle it properly with just a few glances. How wonderful, Tilda. Seeing that the goal for this morning had already been achieved, Karenina stretched lazily and let out a murmur of extremely high comfort. Is that so? It is truly wonderful that I can share your worries and solve your problems. Although Hayaki did not feel good about this, she still squeezed out a smile and responded with a tone that mixed peacefulness with satisfaction. Never expected that a thick-browed, big-eyed fellow like you is also an actor. MNHM Tilda, then I can't do much else, so let's give you a raise, Tilda. After all, income must be proportional to contribution. Upon hearing this reply, Karenina's mood was naturally exceptionally good. Rather than saying her conscience was awakened, and she finally agreed to a raise, it was more that she couldn't find any other way to reward Hayaki besides a raise. Although she still unilaterally believed that Hayaki held a great deal of favourable impression toward her, but she didn't know how to respond either. After all, whether it was the he of the past or the she of the present, both were idiots when it came to emotions. Furthermore, their emotional situation regarding family affection in the past had always been spent in suspicion, while experience in romance was no different from zero. She had also thought about how on earth she could respond to Hayaki's expectations. However, no matter how she considered it, it seemed impossible to arrive at an appropriate result. After all, when it came to romance, this Karenina was simply an idiot. Since no result could be found in romance, she could only look for answers in the family affection that had long changed its nature within her heart. Money. This was the hard currency in that so-called family from before. As long as one had it, one could exchange it for a certain degree of care and closeness. Even if this was merely a fake family affection bought with money, he had previously immersed himself in it and enjoyed every bit of it. Although he had already realized that this was abnormal, he still never thought of poking through this window paper that was as thin as cicada wings. And now all she could provide to Hayaki was simply money. Emotional comfort, such a thing, she didn't even know how to provide. Amen, thank you. Hayaki fell silent for a few seconds, then replied softly, To Karenina's ears, this was not a voice full of excitement and happiness. "I'm sorry, a guy like me can only manage to do this kind of thing. I can only give you a little help materially. Other things, please forgive my incompetence." Karenina sighed silently in her heart, while also hating herself for her ineptitude, or rather, sheer idiocy in these emotional matters. The surrounding workers also sensed that something was wrong with the atmosphere, and all remained silent, fearing that any noise they made would make the atmosphere even worse. "TCH, what on earth are you guys messing around with? What's going on with this atmosphere? Is this what a normal working environment should have?" At this moment, a familiar voice appeared once again within this experimental ground. 366. Response. Upon hearing this voice, those workers who had been moving sluggishly, afraid of making extra noise, immediately stumbled, dropped the tools in their hands, and knelt down. However, the newcomer waved his hand, signaling them to stand up immediately and continue with the work they ought to be doing. Needless to say, this fellow was naturally Hedgel. "Why are you here again? Or rather, do you feel that your work is too little right now, and should be increased a bit more?" Karenina naturally knew who had come, so she snapped back crisply and cleanly. "Even if I wanted to increase it, there's no way to do so. After all, Carl's ability in these matters is completely flawless, with no faults to pick." Meanwhile, Sophia's style rectification campaign over there is also in full swing with remarkable results, and Keviller's big bomb over there somehow hasn't blown up yet. So, my work this morning ended up finishing very quickly. Afterwards, he shrugged and showed a pleasant smile. "TCH, go ahead and smile if you want. But what are you doing staring at me with such a disgusting look? Be careful, or I'll gouge your eyeballs out." The moment she saw Hedgel's eerie smile, Karenina got goosebumps all over her body. She even felt the strange chill she sensed earlier was due to this guy thinking about some disgusting things again. "Stop rolling your eyes at every turn. These eyes of yours are actually quite pretty. Hedgel must have had a screw loose somewhere again. I said, you did something go wrong with your brain today. You were a bit off in the morning. Now that it's almost noon, you're drifting even further from normal. It's better to quickly find a doctor to take a look." Seeing that Hedgel was truly vastly different from usual, Karenina also revealed an expression of concern. After all, since he was so normal today, if it wasn't because he had a guilty conscience, it must mean his body was genuinely acting up. "I'm doing great right now. I've also figured some things out. Maybe I'm indeed getting a bit carried away. But don't worry, my head is definitely not malfunctioning." Hedgel scratched his head and replied softly. If someone wasn't familiar with him, they might think there was no problem with this. But anyone who understood this fellow just a little bit would definitely find Hedgel's current situation quite bizarre. "TCH, who cares about you? I'm begging you. Can you stop being so narcissistic and wishful thinking?" Karenina resolutely refused to admit such a thing and had to deny it directly. If she didn't deny it, that would be a huge problem. This was probably what they called Sundia, right? Hedgel was convinced of this in his heart. Fine. If you say so, then it is. Now let's go fill up these empty stomachs first. After all, you didn't eat much this morning. As usual, Hedgel extended an invitation to Karenina. Karenina couldn't be bothered to refuse either. Anyway, she was indeed a bit hungry. So, just like before, she agreed straight away. As for why she ate so little this morning, she didn't know whether it was her imagination, but she always felt she had eaten very well last night. However, she had no idea what on earth she had eaten, causing today's breakfast to taste like chewing wax, while her stomach still felt stuffed. But right now that feeling of distension had completely vanished. Along the way to the cafeteria, the two of them chatted about this and that, although the topics lacked any real nourishment. But at least Karenina quite liked this peaceful atmosphere, or rather, she was quite attached to this peaceful atmosphere. Having someone accompany her to chat, and of course, the kind without suspicion or much transactional interest, it was truly a rather wonderful feeling. Verbally, she still liked to use harsh words against Hedgel, but this was merely because she hoped he would give up some impractical thoughts. Naturally speaking, liking a man was simply a very abnormal thought. Although this man currently looked indeed like a beauty capable of turning souls upside down, but in certain matters, Karenina herself still found it a bit difficult to accept. Just as she had said before, she was very grateful to Hedgel for giving her the opportunity to realize her own value, and also very grateful to him for bestowing such generous conditions upon her. However, in her view, for these favors, she could at most repay him with corresponding work and the products of her labor, because she felt that what she could do was merely to this extent. As for paying him with this body and things of that sort, it wasn't as if she had never thought about it. However, judging by Hedgel's temperament, he probably wouldn't like using a chunk of meat that held no feelings of that sort toward him whatsoever. Why on earth did he like her? Which part of her did he like? What was the reason? She knew none of it. Could she respond to this emotion of his? No. Karenina gave a decisive, an ironclad reply to this thought that had suddenly appeared in her heart. After all, nobody would like an emotional idiot, right? Besides, if you really wanted me to be a virtuous wife and good mother, that's truly impossible. Karenina decisively vetoed this notion. However, what on earth is this wondrous palpitation? Karenina sensed a trace of a feeling she had never experienced before. She glanced at Hedgel's profile, trying to find the source of this wondrous feeling. Although she didn't understand why she had to look for the source from Hedgel's face, but just obeying one's intuition would be fine, right? Using the corner of her eyes, she swept 2 glances at Hedgel beside her. He seemed completely unaware of Karenina's little actions and continued with those completely devoid of nutrition topics. And Karenina only responded with a couple of grunts from time to time. TCH, it's really so annoying. After finishing those 2 glances, Karenina nevertheless curled her lips and let out such an extremely displeased utterance in her heart. Why does this guy suddenly look somewhat good-looking? I never realized it before at all. Could it be that he specially dressed up today? Making Karenina admit someone else was very handsome was indeed a very difficult thing because she used to be a male after all laugh, so admitting that someone of the same sex looked good was indeed a bit difficult. Yet today, for the first time ever, she did just that. Karenina didn't know if her brain had something wrong with it, or perhaps Hedgel's abnormal condition today was contagious, causing her to contract such a bizarre disease as well. Karenina activated her innate skill once more, letting her imagination run wild. And then, are you listening? Sensing that Karenina had started zoning out, Hedgel also turned his head and asked Karenina softly. No. Karenina, who didn't know what she was randomly conjecturing about, replied completely without concealment. 400. Showdown. Quite straightforward indeed. I also don't understand why you can make such a reply so nonchalantly. You can be so righteous even when not listening to others talk. Hearing this reply, Hedgel rolled his eyes helplessly, but he didn't have anything more to say either. After all, this kind of thing wasn't the first time. Although after listening to what that guy said yesterday, he intended to make a small change to his offensive approach toward Karenina. But from the current perspective, the results were not significant, and instead it appeared quite awkward. Perhaps it would just take a period of adaptation, right? He thought uncertainly. After all, he wasn't sure enough to say this would definitely work. If it didn't work, then he could only ponder it all over again. Because it's you. Anyway, for all your various nonsense, I definitely have to completely block it out, right? If I don't block it out, it would still occupy brain space. What a hassle. Karenina unmercifully subjected Hedgel to taunts, because in a sense, this was considered the norm. Although most of the time, Hedgel held the upper hand. Occasionally, when Karenina suddenly shifted from defense to offense, that wasn't abnormal either. Although overall, Karenina indeed lost more and won less. Section 208. TCH, you're completely in the wrong for saying that. You haven't even listened. So how do you know everything I said is nonsense? Hedgel, as usual, retorted. Isn't it very easy to reach that conclusion by inferring from past experience? Or could it be that you actually said something meaningful? Karenina blinked, tilting her head, but her gaze was completely unlike the adorable and ditzy persona she was putting on, staring straight at Hedgel instead. What kind of madness has gotten into your head again? That look, do you think you're staring at a prey? Although Hedgel felt a bit guilty, he still forced a tough tone and asked Karenina, and he managed not to let Karenina notice any unnaturalness. It's not quite that, I just feel that some of your changes in speech and appearance today are unnecessary. Karenina leaned a bit closer to Hedgel, her eyes still fixed on Hedgel's pupils without moving away. Just stay the way you were. Just keep it up. There's no need to change based on what that guy said. Really, there's no need. Why? Hedgel was silent for a few seconds, then took a deep breath and slowly asked Karenina, maintaining this kind of relationship is already enough. Both you and I can be at ease. Isn't that great? Going a step further won't yield a sweeter fruit either. Who knows what's inside might be even harder and bitterer than dark chocolate. Watching Hedgel reveal such an expression of facing a formidable enemy, she seemed to find it a rare sight and couldn't help smiling brightly. But the words coming out of her mouth were hardly anything that could make Hedgel smile. She definitely already realized that her second layer of disguise had been punctured. Although she didn't know when, of course, she couldn't rule out that it was just now. Probably she noticed the slight changes in my wording and speaking style. But what's going on with this change in appearance? Today I'm dressed just like before, although Hedgel had some doubts about what Karenina said. This didn't stop him from realizing a more serious problem. What if I insist on trying the dark chocolate you mentioned? This time, Hedgel did not choose to back down in front of her. Since she had laid her cards on the table, Hedgel definitely couldn't chicken out. After all, as a qualified male, if he couldn't even face this kind of thing head-on, it would be too pathetic. As you like. Anyway, when the time comes, the one who backs down will definitely be you. No matter what, I will never accept any confession from you. If you want to conquer me, you might as well wash up and go to sleep. Hearing this, Karenina also showed an as expected expression. You said it yourself. Although Hedgel had no confidence in his heart, his words definitely had to be tough. He absolutely couldn't drop the ball in front of her. Otherwise, the chance would only become even more slim. Then I'll wait and see. Let's see what tricks you can pull off. Karenina sighed slightly, not knowing what she was pondering over. However, one thing was certain. She believed that Hedgel had no chance, because the only thing she liked could be a beautiful girl. However, there's one thing you must make clear. Karenina seemed to want to propose a tiny additional condition. What? Are you scared? The smile on Hedgel's face didn't change at all, but his confidence was completely non-existent. No, I just hope you can keep personal and professional matters separate. What's between the two of us is a private matter. If you doubt my funding because of these things, I'll bite you. You know, Karenina said with a sideways glance and a pout, speaking fiercely to Hedgel. Hey, this is completely different from just now. Why was she acting all mature just now? And now she suddenly starts acting cute and adorable. Doesn't this just stimulate my desire for possession even more? Hedgel's heart wailed. At the same time, his affection for Karenina seemed to have risen to another level. If in the future the process of conquering this fellow could be rewritten into a novel, it must be called Do You Like a Princess Who's Cute and Cindy yet lacks no maturity and composure. MHM, one word in, and you know he's an old hand. Hey, are you even listening? Are you listening at all? Until the sensation of a sleeve being tugged and shouting that struck his eardrums pulled Hedgel back to reality. He only then realized that he hadn't given Karenina an answer yet. You just said I was talking nonsense. Didn't you block it all out? Why are you begging me to listen to you speak now? What goes around comes around. Seeing Karenina puffing out her cheeks, Hedgel's heavy mood from just moments ago instantly vanished into thin air. He even wanted to use his finger to poke those cheeks puffed up like a pufferfish, although he immediately gave up on it in the end. After all, with her current posture, if she said she'd bite, she really would bite. And the scene of being bitten last night was still fresh in his mind, so he immediately abandoned the thought of experiencing Karenina's tooth massage again. TCH, do you mean everything I just said was nonsense? Karenina's tone instantly turned unfriendly, and the sound of her teeth grinding started to grow louder. That's right. I wouldn't make things difficult for you over this matter anyway. So what you said was naturally nonsense. Hedgel answered with a straight face. 401. Lingering aftertaste. Consider yourself tactful. Hearing the first half, Karenina was almost about to pounce and start biting, but in the end she let out a sigh of relief and sheepishly retreated. For some reason, she actually even felt a bit regretful. It felt like punching a pile of cotton. That aside, can I interpret the serious speech you just gave as a declaration of war? Hedgel tilted his head slightly and asked Karenina, interpret it however you want. Anyway, as long as the meaning is properly conveyed. If you can make me fall in love with you wholeheartedly, then I'll let you do whatever you want with me. Anyway, based on my observations over this period, you don't just want a living, moving masturbator, do you? Since the two of us know it in our hearts, we might as well spell it out clearly. Karenina shrugged and laid out all her thoughts. After all, she was still very confident in her sexual orientation. She would definitely never develop those pinkish romantic feelings for this fellow. That's true either way. After all, since both layers of disguise are gone, naturally we can only go at it head on. Hedgel also hit the nail on the head. Well, that is indeed the case. However, calling it completely a shell wouldn't be right either. After all, half true and half false, 6 parts true and 1 part false, is the best. Karenina's words, it was unclear whether she was giving Hedgel a hint or explaining it to him. Indeed, if it were truly an act, then in certain situations, one really couldn't manage to be so foolish and adorable. Hedgel seized the opportunity and started delivering a follow-up strike. Why can you expose someone else's dark history with such a calm expression? The corners of Karenina's twitching mouth, she retorted to Hedgel with utter helplessness. What do you mean? Are you saying I should be laughing out loud while saying this? Hedgel, as if he didn't understand what Karenina was talking about at all, began an even more fierce verbal attack. Please don't. Just like before, Karenina was defeated once again. Congratulations. And Hedgel also learned a very important thing from this conversation. Some things, perhaps even after everything has settled, won't change. He wanted to preserve Karenina's smile. He wanted to preserve every single laugh of Karenina's, and he wanted to record Karenina's excited appearance every time. He wanted to freeze these wonderful things one by one. Just like Karenina said earlier, don't change. In the kind of relationship she wanted to maintain. What did she need? What was the thing she craved the most? Was it simply funding and manpower? Not right, although she valued these things heavily. It wasn't to the serious extent of saying don't change just now. What on earth was the thing she craved most? Hedgel felt as if he was about to grasp the most important thing. This time he wasn't wrong. Moreover, he also knew one thing. After the hardness and bitterness of dark chocolate comes the rich aftertaste of cocoa. TCH, what kind of stupidity did I commit again? Declaring a war on him. Is there any point? Oh well, whatever. Let him be. If he wins, I'll admit defeat. If he can't convince me wholeheartedly, then it's my victory. No big deal. That same night, Karenina sprawled spread-eagled across the bed. Recalling the conversation that happened this noon, she couldn't help feeling whether her brain had gone haywire. But what's with this feeling of entanglement? Clearly I don't want to let him get his way, yet I also want to vent some things to him. Noticing the strange emotion, Karenina couldn't help frowning tightly. Oh my, I didn't expect you to have such thoughts too. Should I say the wooden block finally caught on, and that extremely familiar ethereal female voice inside her mind pulled Karenina back from her deep contemplation. TCH, when certain things have been suppressed for too long, you're bound to have such thoughts. That's all. I have no intention of laying bare all my secrets to others. Karenina, however, completely ignored that fellow's taunts and properly retorted. Is that so? Then think however you want. Anyway, I don't plan to interfere too much. Also, what exactly did you say to him last night? You didn't leak some things out, did you? I certainly didn't. If anything, it's that he had already discovered your problem long ago. Don't underestimate his insight. If you continue with this attitude, who knows when you might really be conquered, and you have to know, at that time both of us will be pinned down together. I certainly don't want to suffer that kind of thing because of your mistake. This fellow, however, started shifting the blame at this moment. I'll pay close attention. It's just I didn't expect him to have noticed it long ago. I thought you had leaked some information last night. Hearing this reply, Karenina also let out a helpless sigh. But there was no help for it, right? Oh, give it a break. These things, do you really need to suppress them so tightly? Sometimes, saying it out loud would actually make you feel much lighter. You know, that fellow was tempting Karenina to pour everything out to Hedgel. Unnecessary. Besides, why should I like a guy who can't even figure out what I want through his own efforts? At this time, Karenina spat out a part of her true thoughts. This night was not peaceful. Section 209. Whether for Karenina and Hedgel, or the nobles of the Keviller Empire, it was all the same. Lord Duke, all preparations are complete. Now we only need your command, and your loyal and brave soldiers will launch an attack on the poorly defended and weakly resistant imperial city. Seize the centuries of historical heritage of the Keviller Empire into your own hands, and send that naive and ridiculous empress into the abyss. Restore the glory of the Podley family back then. Late at night, Duke Bodley's mansion was brightly lit. An old man who looked like a butler was kneeling on the carpet with a solemn expression and proper movements, reporting the situation to Duke Bodley, who was sitting on a high platform not far away. It seems that little Cleaner cannot escape her doom. How exciting! What kind of expression will she make in front of me when the time comes? Anger, despair, or simple sorrow? Just thinking about it makes me even more excited. Duke Bodley put down the wine glass in his hand and slowly stood up from the seat decorated with a large amount of jewellery. In his mouth, there was anticipation for future hegemony. At the same time, there was also mockery towards Cleaner, whom he already considered a loser. Then follow the previous plan and launch an attack immediately. Capture this imperial capital within 5 days. He gave the attack order with a surging heart. 402. Revenge. Just a few minutes after Duke Bodley issued the attack order for the imperial capital, the news spread through the magic stone to the entire noble army. They had long sharpened the short daggers and long swords in their hands to be extremely sharp, and their quivers were already filled with arrows. They were ready at any time to risk everything for the rewards of the noble lords, and slaughter all enemies standing in their way. Only money and power were all they pursued now. As for national righteousness and the so-called historical heritage, in front of such money that could tangibly improve their quality of life, they appeared so pale and powerless. As long as they had money and power, they could live the extravagant and debauched life of their dreams. Wasn't this the most attractive thing in this dark era? Not to mention mercenaries who had long put life and death out of their minds. Although they were inferior to the regular troops trained and guided by the Empire's generals in terms of pure combat proficiency, when these nobles offered bounties that could drive them crazy, the momentum and willingness to fight desperately for gold coins was something those regular soldiers never possessed. As soon as they received the order permission to attack, they immediately bared their ferocious fans, rushing toward the imperial capital with the spirit of betting all the glory and wealth of this lifetime on this single battle. Who knows, should this be considered heroic or pathetic? Originally, they were camped in the nearby mountain forests, and the actual distance to the imperial capital was not far. A mere 2 hours later, before the sky had time to brighten, they arrived beneath the magnificent walls of the imperial capital. However, in their hearts, what they carried was neither or nor panic. Instead, it was a fire-named ambition, burning with the desire to tear apart the city walls and devour the defending troops. In fact, they were only considered the vanguard force. It was still impossible for the subsequent main force to break through the Imperial Army strongholds on the border of the Imperial domain and cross such a large area of territory so quickly. As for why Duke Bodley pulled this stunt, it was purely because his mood was overly excited and he was a bit impatient for quick success. He even fantasized that he could break the Imperial capital with just a small force of 1,000 men barely hidden among the mountains and fields around the capital. Although he himself did not hold much hope for it, adhering to the gambler's principle of maybe we'll win, he still did it, and he gave this vanguard force a bounty far higher than the other participating mercenaries. The head of an Imperial soldier could be exchanged for 2 gold coins. Corresponding to this reward was naturally extremely high risk. However, they were a bunch of desperados to begin with, and they had no fear of this at all. The Imperial soldiers standing on the city walls were already on high alert at this moment, because they had just received news from the Imperial Domain's border fortress. The Noble Coalition had already begun attacking the Imperial Domain, and the situation was not optimistic. Upon seeing this mob rushing over with full momentum and holding all kinds of spears and short swords, they naturally would not show any mercy. Without the slightest warning, they directly reinforced and locked the city gates and fired the first round of arrow rain toward the direction from which the enemy was attacking. The defense battle of the Imperial capital had just begun inside the palace. Cleaner was also woken up by the court lady-in-waiting because of this sudden turn of events. At this moment, with thick dark circles around her eyes, she tightly grabbed her slightly dishevelled aqua blue hair with one hand, biting her low lip as she looked at the report just handed over by her subordinate. These guys, were they prepared all along? After a long silence, she took a few more deep breaths before finally speaking slowly. Combine this slightly with the recent, bizarrely attentive attitude, and the seemingly reasonable, but actually baffling contents when signing the agreement back then. The current situation looks just normal to the extreme. After the stretch of unconscious muttering, Cleaner let out another helpless sigh. She had previously thought that the country could be temporarily stable, and even thought of importing food from the Coburg Empire to ease the anxiety of the domestic populace. But looking back now, how ridiculous she was back then thinking she had won. Sure enough, what her father said before was right. Nobles and the like were simply untrustworthy. No matter when, they were absolutely profit-driven above all else. They were no longer those respectable and esteemed state builders from the early days of the country's founding. Now their descendants were merely the termites of the state, time bombs buried within the country. Only now did she realize that signing the kind of peace treaty with the nobles back then was a mistake. She wanted to cry. She wanted to regret. However, her tears could no longer flow out. She rang the bell to call the servants, and at this moment, she seemed to have found a target to vent upon. Catch that guy for me and throw him into the dungeon. Treat him no differently than ordinary prisoners. She gave orders word by word to the court official, who responded and came forward, seemingly gnashing her teeth in hatred toward that guy she mentioned. Doing this, is it really okay, Your Majesty? The lady-in-waiting looked somewhat troubled. After all, she was not very clear about the current situation. Judging by their momentum, this time they definitely want to kick me out of here in one kick. By then I certainly don't hope that if I really lose, she can still lord it over me. She gritted her teeth, her body trembling slightly, and said to the lady-in-waiting, as for who that guy was, it was naturally the so-called Empress Mother who had been married into the palace for political considerations. Her original family was the head of the Noble Coalition, the Bodley family, and this operation was definitely planned by Duke Bodley. Although Cleaner also understood that using her to vent anger at this critical juncture indeed offered no help to the current terrible situation, at least it could help Cleaner relieve the pressure and grievances accumulated over this period, along with that anger that had nowhere to rest, since she had previously tolerated her lording it over others in the palace for the sake of the so-called balance. Then now she could only repay it tenfold or 100-fold. The lady-in-waiting seemed to understand how much Cleaner resented that person. Upon hearing this response, she said nothing, merely nodded, and immediately withdrew. After all, she had no intention of standing with the so-called Empress Dowager. She was merely asking out of concern for the Empress. Shortly after, a shrill cry of wailing came from outside Cleaner's office window 403. A gentleman's cultivation certainty, however, solving that guy cannot yield any substantive results, because the damned Bodley must have treated that beast as an abandoned piece long ago, otherwise he wouldn't have thrown it into this palace furthermore, combined with its arrogant and despotic posture every day. This is indeed extremely normal. After venting her pent-up frustration, Cleaner was once again pondering how to block that bunch of damned guys outside the city, or rather, stall until the reinforcements could arrive. However, judging from the current perspective, the situation was not optimistic. They must have already prepared how to turn back reinforcements. Even if a large number of troops could be withdrawn from the front lines to invest in this campaign to suppress the rebellion, it would take at least half a month for them to return as reinforcements. With the currently somewhat weak city defense forces inside the city, it would certainly not be enough to hold off this pack of wolves for half a month. What should be done now if nothing unexpected happened? The main force of the noble army could arrive outside these city walls in just 3 or 4 days. Moreover, the frontline war had just stabilized, and it was simply impossible to withdraw elite forces to reinforce the capital. Reality looked even worse than imagined. Let's see the attitude of Coburg. If we cede a little land, perhaps they would be willing to give us some help. She paced back and forth inside the office, lingering for I don't know how long, until the shadow of the sun could faintly be seen on the horizon. She supported herself against the edge of the table and let out an inaudible sigh. Things are truly getting more and more interesting. But is it still within expectations? Similarly, Hedgel was woken up in the middle of the night. The reason was also very simple. It was the major upheaval that occurred in the Caviller Empire. If there are no accidents, Cleaner, who has reached her wit's end, will definitely ask us for help. But obviously, I will not give a direct answer. Only at the critical moment of imminent peril can sufficient grace be bestowed. After reviewing the entire process of the plan in his mind, he rubbed his slightly sore eyes and let out a slow sigh of relief, waiting to watch this rare and good show. The contents of the drama included, but were not limited to, infighting, peer rivalry, mudslinging, strong condemnation, and multi-layered schemes. Compared to this matter developing according to his plan, what he cared more about right now was how to win Kareninner's heart. Since he accepted this battle challenge yesterday, he naturally needed a sufficiently perfect counter-strategy afterward. What did she actually want? Hedgel had also discovered it now. What she needed was not just trust, but other things as well. This could only be figured out slowly. Then should I go wake her up today or not? It's already this time. At this time, 2 options appeared in front of Hedgel. 1. Go. 2. Don't go. What is up with this strong gal game vibe? Still, I should go. Since things have already been made clear, naturally I need to be more proactive. After less than a second of thought, Hedgel still decided to go immediately. In a sense, could this already be considered a daily routine? However, they hadn't eaten dinner together last night, and somehow he felt a bit unsure of how to face her. Being apart for just half a day made Hedgel feel slightly unaccustomed. No matter how one looked at it, the problem had already started from his side, right? Hedgel took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled, trying to calm his inner self through deep breathing. Afterward, he strode forward with steady steps toward Kareninner's bedroom, and when he reached Kareninner's door, he harbored some hesitations after all. Should he just walk in so cleanly? Wouldn't it be better to knock on the door? Such a strange thought lingered in his mind. Whatever, just like before will do. Just like before will do. Finally, muttering to himself, he let out a creak and slowly opened the door. Section 210. What on earth is going on this time? The bed was neatly made, and there was no human-shaped object lying on it. Could it be that she didn't come back last night? Did she spend the whole night soaking in the basement debugging instruments? Hedgel couldn't help but have this thought, because given her temperament, this was indeed very likely. But Hedgel still walked silently into the room. Inside the room was a familiar scent, her scent. He twitched his nose, drawing the air inside the room into his lungs, and then slowly exhaled. It seemed like he was savouring it. Tusk! At this rate, he was afraid he would go down the path of a gentleman and never return. However, he himself had no real sense of this. After all, subjectively speaking, he would only show his gentlemanly side to a specific person for some reason. As he slowly stepped into the room, he suddenly felt a strange excitement and sense of guilt, sneaking in while the current owner of the room was away. Then being able to rummage through the items here at will, discovering some little secrets of the owner, even pouncing directly onto her bed, opening her wardrobe, and going without any scruples to her hum. No. That would make him a real pervert. Realizing that his thoughts were drifting in a bizarre direction, Hedgel hurriedly stopped the thought. She didn't really not return to her room last night, did she? Hedgel walked around the room, and it seemed there truly was no trace of her anywhere. Like this is indeed not very good, whether mentally or physically. But in a sense, could this also be considered a good thing? After all, last night I really couldn't sleep because I was thinking about her matters. When I finally fell asleep in the middle of the night, I was dragged up because some bomb suddenly exploded. Thinking of how he had pondered deeply last night yet yielded no results, Hedgel felt slightly disappointed. However, was this also one of the things that attracted him to Kareninner? That sense of the unknown and mystery. Then, let's go check her office or experimental grounds first. There's a high probability of catching her directly. Maybe Hedgel, who was about to go to places she might frequent to bring Kareninner to justice, felt as if he had seen something unspeakable. A laundry basket, and there were changed clothes inside it. It wasn't that Hedgel once again had perverted thoughts at this time, but rather generally speaking, since she had already gone out, the maid certainly should have taken out all of last night's clothes to wash them. And yet at this time, it was still placed next to the washroom. He approached with slight doubt, as if wanting to confirm whether certain maids were slacking off and hadn't promptly collected the clothes that needed washing. 404. Bad personality. Why is the amount so much? Hedgel approached the half-filled laundry basket, rubbed his chin, and felt that the amount of clothes to be washed was somewhat unusual. After all, no matter how one looked at it, this didn't look like clothes changed by her alone last night at this moment. He also seemed to notice a wisp of slightly warm water vapor hitting his face. And right beside this laundry basket was the bathroom. Wait, at this time, there was still such gentle water vapor overflowing from the bathroom. He blinked, feeling that things were a bit unusual. That's not right, really not right. She wouldn't shower in the morning before, although he really wanted to immediately open the bathroom door and confirm if someone was inside. However, doing this would very likely get him mistaken for a pervert. Furthermore, his impression in her heart would further deteriorate. Therefore, go out first, and then find a maid to scout out the situation. Having determined his course of action, Hedgel quickly turned around, then on tiptoe, slowly headed towards the direction of the door,